Chapter 451 Qingming Fortress. Material layer. Above the Taishu layer. In the illusory layer. The void was full of strange lights. And a silver-white Taishu ship was cutting through the waves. Feilin Dao Haidu's commander Jiaoqi stood on the deck, inspecting the entire ship, not daring to slack off. In the deepest part of the ship, in the secret room, Fang Xing held an ancient bronze mirror in his hand, stroking the rust marks on the mirror, and looked thoughtful. I can understand all of Inch of Time. For me, it is not very useful. Inch of Time was written by the Yuanshan overlord Shi Guang. Shi Guang himself is not a time immortal. And the more he comprehends, the more problems he has. Fang Xing is now mainly comprehending the Heavenly Emperor book that was recently exchanged from Wujia Mountain using merit points, with the origin of the time law reflected in the year's mirror, as well as the blessing of Zhulong Yuanshan. He has made rapid progress in the way of time. Above the void, although slightly inferior, it is not much inferior. Above the illusion layer, there is indeed another layer, which can be called the Tao layer. Compared with the bizarreness of the illusion layer, the Tao layer is more abstract, and is composed of Tao and Li. In the Tao layer, you can sense the power of the Tao, and the radiation of the power of the Tao. At this time, Fang Xing can even feel the Tao of immortality from the layers of time and space through the Tao layer. In other words, he can actually refine spiritual energy and practice the Tao of immortality. It's just that there is no such need in the Qingyuan realm. In the Tao layer, you can sense all existing Taos. Entering this layer with consciousness means you have the qualifications to comprehend Tao more easily. But it is also quite dangerous. Fang Xing sensed not only the spiritual energy of the immortal Tao, but also the energy of the true demon, and even the radiation power of other Taos in the overlapping and intertwined threads of truth and Tao power. If you are too obsessed, you may be contaminated by other Taos by accident, and then you will be completely useless. Therefore, at this time, even if he comprehends the laws of space, he will only have a brief taste of the Tao layer. Tao, although most of them can be comprehended by immortals and demons, some amazing Yuanshan realm can also, such as Yuanshan overlords. Those Yuanshan overlords who walk the path of laws. If they have not comprehended the power of Tao, how can they use the incomplete Tao to comprehend and match the complete Tao power of immortals and demons? But if you take this step, it will be more difficult to become an immortal and demon. Although the laws are one, they are also easy to affect each other and drag each other down. Fang Xing sighed. He achieved the black hole level, and his soul and body have merged into one, and they are indistinguishable. He himself doesn't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. But there is no doubt that this black dragon body can only walk the avenue related to the time and space. And the best is the time and space avenue. In fact, exchanging the Panwu Grand Ceremony is more for the preparation of the main body. The Panwu Grand Ceremony starts with the true self-law. As long as the main body is promoted to the 10th level of martial arts, it will definitely be able to comprehend the true self-law. The true self-law can walk the true illusion avenue and fight with the main universe creator. Or it can walk the Panwu avenue. If the immortal clone soul is refined, it will definitely be able to comprehend the immortal avenue. Fang Xing silently calculated, but in fact he still had some doubts. The avenue dispute is not something he can avoid by giving up the true illusion avenue. As his cultivation level increases, he has more insights. His main body is a creature in the universe of the creator, and there is a certain connection between them. The creator wants to prove the true illusion avenue, and he is also a part of the true, which is difficult to get rid of. Fortunately, although the creator is strong, he now looks like a peak celestial being. Fang Xing let out a long breath and smiled bitterly. But if I return, I will not have the black hole body and the emperor weapon. I am afraid that I will not even be able to enter the soul overlord. Unless I can go one step further in the law of space-time fusion. And both the two great laws must reach the 5th level. Or even the 5th level of the master. You can't take your body with you, but you can take your perception with you. At that time, relying on the great way of space-time, you can take the path of the soul overlord on the law side. Maybe you can still fight? Fang Xing concentrated his mind and comprehended the Panwu Grand Canon. This is the inheritance of the eternal realm power. There are many secret techniques and magical powers in it. It has the miraculous effect of defeating the strong with the weak, which is very suitable for him at this time. No matter what, try to be promoted to heavenly demon as soon as possible. If you can take away a complete understanding of the Tao, This world will make a fortune. It seems that there is no need to be so pessimistic. My black dragon body can still live for more than 9,000 years. Maybe by then, I will have reached the Chaos Realm. Then I can suppress the Creator with my palm. Qingmu Realm. Fully continent. On a green castle. Huolingzi was wearing armor, and on duty. Since he failed the core assessment, he withdrew from the core member, and became a formal member. After struggling for a few more years, he had no choice but to break through the Yuanshan realm after recognizing the reality. However, it was more difficult to cultivate in the Yuanshan realm. In order to obtain more Yuanshan fluid, he had to accept more dangerous tasks. For example, guarding the camp of Wujia Mountain in Qingmu realm. This fortress is a giant war artifact. The more Yuanshan realms are stationed, the stronger it is. Not good. Suddenly, Huolingzi received an alarm, and immediately raised his hand. A flame flew into the air and exploded. It's the Yuanshan overlord of the Hua Palace. The Lord of Lifeng Mountain. He destroyed one of our Yuanshan teams in order to compete for a Sanqing Stone Heart. And he is here to kill again. One by one, the Yuanshan cultivators flew out. And many magic powers gathered into one and injected into the blue castle. The castle roared, and rays of light shot up into the sky, turning into a giant greenhorn beast. This beast roared to the sky, and its huge green horn was aimed at a void, with black lines emerging on it. Swoosh! A beam of black light shot out, breaking through layers of void, and crashing into a flaming volcano. Boom! The volcano erupted violently, perishing along with the black light. Then, a stream of red light continued to gather, and turned into a scroll of flame atlas, falling into the hands of a high-spirited red-browed man. This man was the Yuanshan overlord of the Hua Palace, Lord of Lifeng Mountain. He chuckled, put his 5 fingers together, and turned them into a fist. Countless meteor showers emerged, catching up with the fleeing 9th-level Yuanshan realm figures in front. The meteors pierced through countless defenses, and smashed the last 9th-level Yuanshan cultivator of Wujia Mountain to death. Puff! The body of this cultivator fell to the ground powerlessly, landing in front of the gate of the Green Castle. Lord of Lifeng Mountain, you've gone too far. A sad and angry voice came from the greenhorn giant beast. Humph! For cultivators of my generation, strength is everything. Since you are so weak, don't think too much and covet my treasures. The Lord of Lifeng Mountain snorted coldly, arrogant and insolent. Even if I can't break your Qingming Castle today, I will teach you a lesson. This Lord of Lifeng Mountain obviously has no good feelings towards the forces of Wujia Mountain. After all, he certainly received the news that the Emperor of Huahuang Palace died at the hands of the Black Dragon of Wujia Mountain. He also knew that the Black Dragon Emperor had become the Yuanshan Overlord, and would most likely come to Qingmu Realm. Naturally, we need to find an opportunity to weaken the strength of Wujia Mountain as much as possible before the Black Dragon Emperor comes. It would be best if we can take down this stronghold. Boom! The Lord of Lifeng Mountain unfolded the scroll in his hand, and a series of flaming volcanoes emerged and slammed into the greenhorn beast. Control! Huolingzi felt the terrible power in the volcano that was enough to burn the sky and destroy the earth. And his Yuanshan was trembling. At this time, they could only follow the orders of the general above, and inject all their magic power into Qingming Castle. Layers of green armor appeared on the body of the greenhorn beast, resisting the impact of the volcano. Bang! As if the sky and the earth collided, the volcano collapsed directly, and the vibration caused Huolingzi's face turn pale, and several colleagues beside him vomited blood. Attack! The greenhorn beast roared, and the green horn swept across, but was easily avoided by the Lord of Lifeng Mountain, who went around the side of the beast and slapped it again. Roar! 9 ferocious fire dragons appeared and hit the side of the greenhorn beast. Puff! This time, even Huolingzi spit out a mouthful of blood mist. Obviously severely injured. Damn! This Qingming Castle is good in every way, but it is too inflexible. Obviously, this is the common point of all large war magic weapons. The Lord of Lifeng Mountain is certainly not stupid enough to fight the greenhorn beast head-on, but just kept entangled, occasionally taking action, consuming the magic power and physical strength of the garrison monks. Huolingzi felt the increasingly thin mana in his body. His face pale. Is this the Yuanshan Overlord? Although I have heard of the Yuanshan Overlord's dominance on this kind of battlefield for a long time, it is still chilling to see it today. One person from the other side almost forced Wujia Mountain to abandon its base. If Qingming Fort is breached, The nearby Yuanjing mine and Yuanshe mine may not be able to continue mining. The impact is too great. Even if it cannot be breached, it will come every 3 or 5 days. Which team dares to go out? Even daily mining will become a problem. War fortresses are really hard to break. I will come next time. The Lord of Lifeng Mountain raised his hand again, and countless meteors and fire rain fell on the greenhorn giant beast. He roared and prepared to leave. After all, although he is a Yuanshan overlord, he will not risk his life for the interests of the Wahuang Palace. If he forcibly breaks Qingming Fort, he may provoke the other party to jump off the wall. What's more, there are other powerful Yuanshan overlords in the outside world who are eyeing him covetously, so he can't be seriously injured. Therefore, a little harassment is enough. If they persist a few more times, Wujia Mountain will naturally retreat. At this moment, the world changed. A void was broken, and a silver-white Taishu ship slowly sailed out. Dare to touch my Wujia Mountain fortress? Flying scales and stepping on the sea. Kill! Jiaoqi stood at the front of the ship and roared. 3,300 Yuanshan armored soldiers drew their weapons together, and blue lines emerged, turning into a blue dragon, rushing towards the Lord of Lifeng Mountain with fangs and claws. Chapter 452 Flower and Tree Clan. Roar! The blue dragon bared its fangs and claws, rushing towards him with the surging waves. Crash! The Lord of Lifeng Mountain was fearless and opened the red scroll in his hand. Another huge mountain of fire appeared, blocking him. The blue dragon crashed into the volcano and exploded, turning into countless water mists, spreading hundreds of thousands of miles. Another army has arrived? The Lord of Lifeng Mountain frowned and was about to use other magical powers. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger arose in his heart. A dark figure came behind him at some point and stretched out a finger. Puff! The power of the black hole was extremely concentrated, turning into a black light, directly piercing through the several defenses of the Lord of Lifeng Mountain and falling behind him. The Lord of Lifeng Mountain was covered with blood behind him, turning into a flame and fleeing forward. At the same time, he threw the red scroll in his hand behind him. Imperial soldier? Looking at the terrifying might that erupted from the scarlet scroll, Fang Xing chuckled and stretched out his hands. A powerful gravitational force emerged and acted on the scarlet scroll. He grabbed the Imperial soldier with both hands and tore it hard. Swish! The scroll broke directly from it, and countless flames emerged, and then scattered with a bang, unable to hurt him at all. My Imperial soldier? The Lord of Lifeng Mountain watched this scene, his heart almost dripping with blood. And with deep fear, are you the son of the Black Dragon Emperor? Yes. Lord of Lifeng Mountain. You dare to invade my Wujia Mountain. It seems that the stronghold of the Wahuang Palace in Qingmu Realm is no longer wanted. Fang Xing stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, facing a mere Lord of Lifeng Mountain. He didn't even need to use the Wukong ring. He could suppress the opponent with his own black hole-level physique. This made him confirm that the Yuanshan overlord of the Wahuang Palace was probably comparable to the first or second level of the Celestial Immortal. I will remember today's vengeance. The Lord of Lifeng Mountain looked at Fang Xing deeply, turned into a beam of fire, and left without looking back. Fang Xing watched the other party leave, but did not chase him. Before, in the Panga secret realm, all parties tacitly allowed the princes to kill each other and compete for the Panga order. In the outside world, the rules are different. Wujia Mountain is only a major force in the Qingyuan realm, not a dominant force, and it can't protect him who is determined to die. What's more, the importance of an emperor's son and a Yuanshan overlord is completely different. Fang Xing confirmed that if he killed the Lord of Lifeng Mountain, he probably wouldn't want to leave Qingmu Realm in the future. Otherwise, there might be a peak celestial being or even a chaos realm to ambush him. Jiaoqi, watching the Lord of Lifeng Mountain leave, Fang Xing opened his mouth and gave an order. Emperor's son. Jiaoqi's eyes were fanatical, and now he was completely convinced of Fang Xing. You go down and take over Qingming Fort. Fang Xing arranged it, and then landed on the top of Qingming Fort. Everyone has worked hard here. I am Black Dragon. I will be responsible for all the affairs of Qingmu Realm in the future. Meet the Black Dragon Emperor. The Yuanshan cultivator said nothing and bowed deeply. No matter how much news was flying around in the Taishu illusion, it was not as shocking as seeing it in person. Now they can confirm that this Black Dragon disciple is indeed a Yuanshan overlord. Among many forces, The status of Yuan's overlord is higher than that of ordinary celestial beings and demons. Oh no. It turned out that the Black Dragon Emperor was responsible for guarding this place. Huolingzi bowed deeply and almost knocked his head to the ground. He was extremely uneasy. What should I do? Now, if the Black Dragon Emperor gives me an order, I have to die. No. As long as the other party accidentally shows an attitude, there will be people who want to kill me. He regretted it very much. Why did he make up his mind to go against the Black Dragon Emperor? Just when Huolingzi was worried, Fangxing obviously saw him, but ignored him and walked into Qingming Castle. Huolingzi stood up and looked at the direction where Fangxing disappeared. He felt relieved and lost. Ignore him. He and I are already from two different worlds. Inside Qingming Castle, Fangxing checked the accounts and found that there was a Taishu spirit watching. Although there was something fishy about the accounts here, it was not too much. So he was too lazy to investigate anything. After resting for a few days, he asked a local Yuanshan cultivator to take him to see several Yuanjing mines nearby. Yuanjing is a highly condensed yuanshi. 1 Yuanjing can be exchanged for at least 10,000 yuanshi, and it is easier to extract Yuanshan fluid. Even Wujia Mountain attaches great importance to the Yuanjing mine near Qingming Fort. Sangming Mountain. Fangxing stood with his hands behind his back, staring at a huge mine below. Most of the people working in the mine are Yuanshan cultivators, but there are also some natives. These natives are similar to humans, but they have dark green stripes on their bodies, with a kind of vitality. Fangxing only took a glance and confirmed that these alien races have a long lifespan. The mortal realm can live for at least 5,000 years. Even without cultivation, one can live for 500 years. As for the Yuanshan realm, it seems that as long as one practices the way of Yuanqi, the Yuanshan cannot live for more than 10,000 years. Sir, there are 1,098 supervisors and more than 36,000 miners here. The daily output of Yuanjing is about 300,000 pieces. The one who introduced Fangxing was Huolingzi. But at this time, he looked extremely humble and a little nervous. Fortunately, Fangxing didn't pay much attention to Huolingzi at all, just treating him as a stranger. The natives here are called the Huamu tribe. Right? Fangxing became interested and looked at a Huamu woman with green lines on her body and flowers blooming on her head. That's right. The Flower and Wood clan is the native of the Qingmu realm, and there are many branches among them, but they are all very long-lived and extremely suitable for the wood system. Now among these natives, the Yuanshan realm has emerged in an endless stream. Huolingzi had a trace of worry on his face, according to the growth of the world. There will always be a day when the heavenly demon realm will appear among these natives. But we can't exterminate them first. Not to mention that their number is so terrifying. Even if we can do it, we will be completely rejected by the origin of the world. The Qingyuan realm has rich experience in conquering other worlds. Fangxing certainly knows that this newly born world always has some preferential treatment and favor for its own natives. And because the destructive power of foreign celestial beings and celestial demons is too great, they have been resisted and are not allowed to enter. But if the celestial beings and celestial demons born locally are in the realm of heaven, they can be completely unrestrained. Among so many flower and wood tribes, there are always people with extraordinary talents. It would be a big profit to enslave their souls now, and wait until the other party grows into a celestial demon. A thought suddenly emerged in Fangxing's mind. Many forces in the Qingyuan realm never select disciples from the conquered small realms. This is a bloody lesson. But if you recruit soul slaves, you can play a trick. Maybe someone in other forces has already done this. When Fangxing thought of this, he felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He looked at Huolingzi and suddenly said, Huolingzi, I have something to tell you. Please tell me. Emperor. Huolingzi bowed quickly. Bring the most gifted Huamu people within the control of our Wujia Mountain to me. Well, they must be above the 7th level of Yuanshan realm. Preferably the 9th level of Yuanshan realm. Fangxing said. Immediately, he communicated with Taishu Illusion Realm with his consciousness and began to purchase the inheritance of the wood principle, especially requesting that it could be passed on to outsiders. A dozen days later, Qingming Castle. On the square, the Huamu people stood nervously. Domi, tell me, why did those people from outer space suddenly summon us? A member of the Huamu tribe with tattoos on his face looked at a girl in the middle, with unspeakable emotions in his eyes. The girl named Duomi wore a green robe, with green stripes on her face, and a string of green flower buds on the ends of her hair. Her cultivation level was surprisingly at the 9th level of the Yuanshan. She spoke softly, her voice like a clear spring in the mountains. I don't know. But our tribe received an order from above that if the person sent here satisfies the honorable adult, 10 years of tribute can be exempted. This is enough for our tribe to take a good breath and breed more tribesmen. So, I'm here. Her talent, appearance, and cultivation are all top of the Dora tribe. And she was trained as a saint. But for the sake of the tribe, even the saint must sacrifice. The Huamu tribe members present were either forced or came voluntarily. But the actual situation is not important. A few hours later, a gloom fell over the square, and a young man in black appeared. It was Fong Xing. 132 people. Fong Xing swept his eyes and said coldly, "You already know the promises that should be made. I came here to collect dogs. No. Servants. The selection will be carried out next. And all you need to do is to hold on and try to stand to the end." As soon as the voice fell, a forcible fell down. In an instant, dozens of Huamu people with Yuanshan above the 7th level collapsed to the ground and fainted. This, one thought, can make dozens of powerful people faint. Is this the power of a real big man? The remaining Huamu people were shocked, gritting their teeth, facing the increasingly fierce will. Hold on. Duomi. You must become the master slave. Duomi gritted her teeth. Her eyes were a little bloodshot. As time passed, the Huamu people on the square fell one after another. And in the end, only 3 were left. Very good. What are your names? Fong Xing landed on the square and looked down at the 3 Huamu people. I am Sang Song. Mo Yin. Duo Mi. Meet the adults. The 3 Huamu people saluted with their hands on their chests. Well, congratulations. You have passed the first round of tests. And the second round will be carried out next. Fong Xing threw out 3 blue slates. I will give you 1 day to understand the patterns on the slates, and then copy them. Whoever draws the best will stay until the end. If the first level is to test will and strength, the second level is naturally to test understanding. Chapter 453 Shenmue Forest. 1 day later, Fong Xing looked at the 3 stone tablets in his hand. Through the different degrees of rubbing, he could clearly observe the perceptions of these 3 people. Mo Yin. Among the 3 people, you are the worst in perception. He first commented on the first stone tablet, and Mo Yan's body trembled and his face turned pale. But you are still working hard. I will reward you with a little thing. Go down. Fong Xing waved his hand and sent Mo Yan away casually, and picked up the second stone tablet, Sang Song. In terms of the perception on the stone tablet, you can rank second. Sang Song looked gloomy and looked very disappointed. But in fact, you deliberately concealed your shortcomings during the carving process. Don't you want to work for us outsiders? Fong Xing sneered. Sang Song's face changed drastically. My lord. Sang Song has no such intention. The green lines on his cheek kept changing, which was proof that the Huamu people were extremely nervous. Duomi heard this and looked at this tribe member in surprise. I didn't expect that Sang Song had such a clever trick. Unfortunately, he underestimated the outsider. Domi sighed in her heart. As the saint of the Dora tribe, she actually knew what many people in the Huamu tribe were thinking. But she also knew the results of the various struggles of those predecessors. The secret techniques of the outsider were far superior to ours. They even had special secret techniques that could search our souls. It was impossible to have both. And the only way to get benefits was loyalty. Domi thought in her heart. And her expression became more determined. It's a pity. Even if you count the hidden talent, you are still second. Fong Xing shook his head and called Jiaoqi. Take this Sang Song away and punish him with hard labor. It's normal for the Huamu tribe to want to resist, and Fong Xing would not kill for this. Besides, killing directly is a very uneconomical behavior. After all, a master of the 9th level of Yuanshan would earn more Yuanjing even if he worked as a miner. If he fell into the hands of these outside demons, it would be difficult for him to die without being squeezed dry. Domi. Fong Xing looked at the last female member of the Huamu tribe. My lord. Duomi knelt down respectfully. You are good. Very good. Fong Xing stroked the stone slab in his hand. Not only does she have a deep understanding of the way of wood, but she also has amazing comprehension. The key is that she doesn't hide anything. Very good. Facts prove that a genius is a genius. Sang Song's hiding his shortcomings is ridiculous. Even if Sang Song didn't hide his shortcomings, Fong Xing would not look down on him. Duo Mi, on the other hand, has a very good talent. As for loyalty, it is the least thing to consider. Duomi is willing to be loyal to the master wholeheartedly. There was a certain firmness in Duomi's voice. Fang Xing saw at a glance that this woman was planning to sacrifice one person to fulfill the whole tribe. Well, I see your determination. He nodded gently. The Dora tribe will be the most favored force among all the tribes under Wujia Mountain. I said. Duomi. Thank you. My lord. Duomi's heart was relieved immediately. With this promise, even if she was going to die, or being enslaved, and experiencing all kinds of cruel and terrible things, she would have no regrets. Come with me. Fang Xing waved his sleeves and turned into a dark light, bringing Duomi to his cave. Duomi gritted her teeth and walked into the cave with trepidation about the future. I need a slave. Fang Xing looked at Duomi and saw determination and some relief on the woman's face, but suddenly smiled. But now I am not going to enslave your soul. I will just plant a ban on you first, and everything will be discussed after you become a heavenly demon. Although slaves of soul enslavement will never betray and have many advantages, their potential will inevitably be greatly damaged after losing their free will. Being promoted to a celestial demon is a matter of luck, and it also reduces potential. Even if this honey is the son of the emperor, there is a great possibility of failure. Therefore, it is better to let it go for the time being. Even if the opponent is promoted to a celestial demon, he is not Fang Xing opponent now, so he naturally has nothing to worry about. Now, calm down. I'm coming. Fang Xing pinched his hands and muttered something, but he did not perform the Wan Xian's secret technique. For him, this secret technique is outdated. After all, even if the grey-robed Marquis is reborn now, he can kill him with one finger in front of him. The secret books collected by the opponent are only at the highest level of the Master of Law, which is equivalent to the level of celestial immortals and celestial demons. Compared with the Panwu Grand Canon, it is naturally far inferior. Even the art of soul slavery, the Panwu Grand Canon is all-encompassing, and there are better ones among them. You can even use some secret techniques to forcibly transfer your own complex law perceptions to soul slaves. If the creator of the main universe knew the secret method, perhaps he wouldn't have to suffer so much to give birth to a child. Yes. Duomi was a little nervous and fainted immediately. Fang Xing casually waved his hand, and blood-colored runes sank into Duomi's body and disappeared instantly. This is not soul slavery, but a restriction. Even if Duomi is promoted to a heavenly demon in the future, as long as he has a thought, no matter how far away they are, he can directly detonate and kill the other party. The reason is very mysterious, involving cause and effect, fate and other principles. It is a small trick from the Panwu Grand Canon. The reason for such trouble is naturally to retain the other party's free will and attack the heavenly demon. Duomi only felt a trance, and then woke up again. Master. It's okay. Fang Xing has always been good to his own people. This volume of Tianqing San, will you take it and practice well? Strive to be promoted to the heavenly demon realm as soon as possible. This Tianqing San Wu was naturally exchanged by him from the Taishu illusion realm with his merit points. Thank you, Master. Duomi was overjoyed. If she hadn't surrendered to the Master, how could she have such a wonderful inheritance? And the Master only imposed restrictions and didn't enslave her mind. She was incredibly gentle. I always feel that. This saint of the Dora tribe is a little strange. Seems to have a masochistic tendency. In the secret room, Fang Xing pinched out a seal and felt it carefully. And then, he was speechless. Although the restrictions he planted on Duomi would not enslave her mind, they would occasionally collect some soul fluctuations. What he just found was Duomi's mental journey of self-conquest, which was almost unbearable to watch. Forget it. Anyway, as long as the tools are useful, it's fine. Fang Xing closed his eyes and continued to immerse himself in the Tao of time. Even if he came to the Qingmu realm, almost no one could threaten him. But he still couldn't fall behind in the Tao perception. Shinmu Forest. This is a dangerous place in the Qingmu realm. But because of the occasional emergence of the green with spirit heart, cultivators often come here to explore. Swish. A cultivator who looked like a Taoist priest flew in the air. He looked shrewd and had a gray beard. He was constantly performing secret methods to sense the earth. In the sacred forest, there was a purple with spirit heart that appeared in the world. I hope that the ancestors will bless me and let San Yuan Taoist priest obtain a purple with spirit heart, become a celestial immortal, and glorify the family. Suddenly, His expression changed, and the secret seal in his hand changed instantly. This. He sensed the fluctuation of the vitality of heaven and earth, and immediately turned around and came to a valley. At this time, in the center of the valley, a series of Xin Huang Qi was rolling, and the 5-colored clouds rushed straight into the sky. The fluctuations were so vast that they could be clearly sensed even within a radius of tens of millions of miles. The Xin Huang Qi is rolling. Is this an innate spiritual treasure about to be born? San Yuan Taoist priest did not think twice, and immediately flew out a series of talismans from his sleeves, trying to block the fluctuations of the Xin Huang Qi. But unfortunately, it was too late. Swoosh! A dark green light rushed from the southwest, and immediately attacked when it saw San Yuan Taoist. Cry! Accompanied by a long cry that seemed to pierce through the sky and clouds. Feathers shot out like sharp arrows. A strange shield appeared in the hands of San Yuan Taoist, and a 3-color light curtain rose into the sky to block many flying arrows. Even so, he was forced to retreat hundreds of miles in one breath. Qingdi Palace. The Demon King of the Wind Demon Department? Since you know it is Qingdi Palace, why don't you leave quickly? In the demonic wind, a vulture with a 9th-level soul and a strange tumor on its forehead spoke in human language. You Qingdi Palace are bullying too much. San Yuan Taoist wanted to say something, but his face suddenly changed. Puff! A green light fell, piercing the 3-color light curtain, and instantly pierced San Yuan Taoist. A demon wearing a golden crown, with a full forehead and a slightly hooked nose, descended from the sky. The innate spiritual treasure has been born. All the cultivators within tens of millions of miles must be killed. Yes, Lord Jin Yanho. The vulture demon king immediately bowed and responded. Jin Yanho said no more, staring at the rolling Xin Huang Qi in the valley, with desire in his eyes. Innate spiritual treasure. Emperor weapon. Although I am a Yuanshan overlord, my strength is not too strong among many Yuanshan overlords. If I get an emperor weapon, my strength will definitely increase greatly. For this, what is the point of strictly blocking the news? Even if he offends all the major forces exploring the Qingmu realm, he will not hesitate. What Jin Yanho didn't know was, at the moment when San Yuan Taoist died, in an unnamed cave, the rock wall cracked, and a Yuanju emerged. In the Yuanju, countless clouds rose, and the spiritual transformation finally turned into the figure of San Yuan Taoist. He still had a look of shock and anger on his face, which then turned into a sneer. What a great Jin Yanho! If I hadn't comprehended the 3 corpses Tao principle, and could split my 3 bodies to save my life, I would have really fallen this time. Is it great to be the Yuanshan overlord of a powerful force? Killing people to silence them as soon as they meet. Hee hee. The more you don't want this to spread, the more I want to make it known to the world. San Yuan Taoist knew very well that if he didn't spread it, the innate spiritual treasure would definitely belong to Jin Yanho. On the contrary, if he muddied the water, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Humph! You dare to silence me, San Yuan Taoist. Even if you don't get the treasure in the end, I won't let you have a good time. San Yuan Taoist looked at Shen Mulin with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Chapter 454, 8 Celestial Demons. Qingming Fort. Fang Xing held the mirror of time, and one after another black-clothed youths appeared, doing their own things. Some were inspecting Qingming Fort, and some were checking accounts. Some were comprehending the Panwu Grand Canon, the Book of the Heavenly Emperor. Others, directly holding a long spear, practiced the inch of time spear technique. Chi chi chi. The long spear thrust forward, and a large number of spear shadows condensed. And there was even a faint sense of freezing time. Inch of time's highest killing move. Time freezing. In an instant, the time fluctuations of Qingming Fort seemed to stagnate for a moment. When Fang Xing put away his gun, everything was back to normal. A large number of Yuanshan realm cultivators in the fort didn't even know what happened, and they were still doing their own things. This move works. Fang Xing put away his gun and stood up, feeling very satisfied back then. Shi Guang relied on this move to defeat all Yuanshan opponents. Even the celestial immortals and celestial demons dared to fight a few moves, and proved to be the Yuanshan overlord. Yuanshan overlord is incredible to break through a certain limit. For example, Fang Xing used his strong physique to forcibly break the boundary between Yuanshan realm and celestial demon realm. And the green slave in Pengda's secret realm comprehended the great Tao and mastered the power of the great Tao in Yuanshan realm. Shi Guang's understanding of the law of time is always one step away, but with the power of the top law close to perfection, combined with the moves he painstakingly created, he can also rival the celestial immortals. In fact, some Yuanshan overlords completely rely on the secret treasures that are extremely suitable for themselves to tailor a set of fighting methods. Compared to my physique, my understanding of the law has always been a weak point. But now, with the killing move of Inch of Time, combined with the Mirror of Time, the power of my understanding of the law can be compared to that of the Time Fairy. Fang Xing named this move a Freezing Time Inch of Time, in memory of Shi Guang, the unlucky predecessor of the Yuanshan overlord, and at the same time secretly warned himself not to end up like him. Sir! Not long after Jiaoqi flew in, we received a secret report. There is a suspected innate spiritual treasure in the Shinmu forest. Innate spiritual treasure? Fang Xing became interested. This is a strange thing created by the creation of heaven and earth in the gestation of a big world, which can be comparable to the Emperor weapon at the highest. Although he already has an Emperor weapon, no one wants too many of this stuff. How did this news leak out? Hearing this, he asked thoughtfully. It was spread by San Yuan Taoist. San Yuan Taoist belongs to Hantian League, which is a very scattered big force. Although it has certain interests in Qingmu realm, members don't help each other much, and they mostly fight on their own. Jiaoqi knows Qingmu realm very well. Originally, it was San Yuan Taoist who discovered the opportunity in Shinmu Forest, but was killed by Jin Yanho of Qingdi Palace. Jin Yanho thought he could block the news, but he didn't expect San Yuan Taoist's life-saving skills were amazing. This person has sworn to make many big forces believe. And, after investigation, we found that all the cultivators in Wujia Mountain in the special area of Shinmu Forest have lost contact, and they have obviously been silenced. Qingdi Palace is really domineering. Fang Xing couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Not only us, but also the disciples of the former demon sect. The 7-star pavilion and other major forces have lost contact in that area. This is also a proof. Jiaoqi asked, "What are you going to do?" "Sir? Since it's so lively, I have to go and take a look, and meet many Yuanshan overlords by the way." Fang Xing laughed. He glanced at the secret room where Duomi was in seclusion. This saint of the flower and wood tribe has already cultivated to the 9th level of Yuanshan. After obtaining a more exquisite inheritance, her understanding of the wood law has become more profound. Now that she has reached the 5th level of the Tao, she may take the last step at any time and become a heavenly demon. It just so happens that this step is the most difficult, and it has trapped countless heroes. Fang Xing then thought of the purple wood spirit heart, a specialty of the Shinmu forest. Although this thing is not as good as the enlightenment pill, it still has some effect in assisting the breakthrough of the wood law. Moreover, this girl is a proud girl in the Qingmu realm. If she is the first to break through the heavenly demon, she will be blessed by destiny and her future achievements will be limitless. The so-called favor of destiny is actually the favor of the world, which is useless once you leave the world. The strong who can really leave the big world don't care about this at all. But for the natives, it is very important. If a cultivator has the favor of heaven, the heavenly tribulation can be weakened a lot, which is better than any lightning-avoiding magic weapon or secret technique. In other words, if Duomi becomes the first native in the Qingmu realm to break through the heavenly demon and wins the favor of the world, maybe she will have a little hope in the chaos realm in the future. This tiny hope is already more than 99% of the heavenly immortals and heavenly demons. A few days later, Shinmu Forest. Outside the valley, rumble. Countless monsters and beasts roared, and the monster energy soared into the sky and turned into dark green clouds. Under the dark clouds, there were 8 military formations, forming a mysterious formation that enveloped the valley in the center. The 8 heavenly demons formation. Jin Yanho is going all out, and he's going to use all his assets. A woman's sweet laugh sounded. If someone goes to the Qingdi Palace's base at this time, they might be able to break through easily. Humph. So what if they break through? The Qingdi Palace's foundation is all here, and even the Yuanjing mine production must be carried with them. If you go there, you will get nothing except breaking some useless caves and killing some slaves. The Lord of Lifeng Mountain of the Wa Palace was also here, and he snorted coldly when he heard this. No matter what the relationship between the Qingdi Palace and the Wa Palace is in the outside world, in the Qingmu realm, it is completely based on the attitude of each Yuanshan overlord. And this time, in order to eat alone, Jin Yanho even killed the disciples of the Wa Palace nearby. So the Lord of Lifeng Mountain naturally couldn't stand Jin Yin Ho. Golden Flame Marquis. Come out! He roared. You dare to kill my Huang Palace disciples. And you still don't dare to admit it? Hee hee. You have a good plan. If San Yuan Taoist hadn't escaped, maybe you would have taken the treasure. Above the 8 demons formation, golden flames gathered and transformed into the figure of Golden Flame Marquis. He wore a golden crown on his head. His nose was slightly hooked, and he had a temperament that looked down on the world and coldly swept over the many Yuanshan overlords present. If you are not a Yuanshan overlord, you have no confidence to snatch the innate spiritual treasure. The Lord of Lifeng Mountain in Huang Palace, the Saintess of Piamu in Qixing Palace, the Taoist of San Sect, the Giguizi of Galing Sect, the lone traveler Yigu. Jin Yin Ho looked at them one by one, and a playful smile appeared on his face. There is only one innate spiritual treasure. How should it be divided among so many Yuanshan overlords present? Jin Yin Ho, don't you think your instigation is too obvious? The Saintess of Piamu frowned. But the other Yuanshan overlords did not speak, and did not even stand together. It is obvious that Jin Yin Ho used an open conspiracy. Or even if he did not mention this, all the Yuanshan overlords would definitely turn against each other in the end. Even if we rely on our own abilities in the end, we must first break your heavenly demon 8 divisions formation. Yi Daoran has a handsome appearance, playing with a green leaf in his hand, and is extremely dissatisfied with what Jin Yin Ho did. Now the enemy's formation is complete. In a hurry, even if they mobilize their elite troops to come, it is probably difficult to shake it, and it will only increase casualties. This Taoist Yi is the Yuanshan overlord of San Sect. It is said that when he was born, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky, and a blue bird came to surrender. He was accepted as a disciple by a celestial elder of San Sect and taught carefully. After the Yuanshan realm, he obtained the rare item Sanking Eye in an adventure. The power of this treasure far exceeds that of the imperial weapon. But it is not an imperial weapon. Ordinary Yuanshan realm can exert a certain power. Taoist Yi then created a set of Sanqing's secret technique based on Sanking Eye. After 100 years of seclusion, he was as good as a celestial immortal and became the Yuanshan overlord. At this moment, the green leaves in his hand were full of vitality, as if they were about to break through the air in the next moment. It is naturally easy for you to break my heavenly demon 8 divisions formation, but my formation has thousands of changes. If the power is concentrated in one place, it is enough to block a Taoist friend for a long time. Jin Yin Ho smiled. I wonder who is willing to sacrifice himself to break the formation first. When this was said, Ling Gizi, Yi Gu, and Lifeng Mountain Master looked at each other. It's done. Jin Yin Ho was secretly happy when he saw this scene. He never thought of relying on the formation to stop many Yuanshan overlords. It was enough to delay for a while. If he could delay until the innate spiritual treasure was born, he would naturally have the greatest chance. At this moment, the expressions of all the Yuanshan overlords changed and looked at one place. When their consciousness approached this place, it disappeared without a trace, as if they had encountered a black hole. Even this black hole was still moving at an incredible speed and had come to them. A dark light descended, revealing a young man in black, who was Fang Xing. Everyone, and Lord of Lifeng Mountain. Long time no see. He looked around. A smile appeared on his face. You are? The Black Dragon Emperor of Wujia Mountain. The beautiful eyes of Saint Piamu were full of brilliance. Although you are a new Yuanshan overlord, you can defeat Lord of Lifeng Mountain. I really admire you. Among the Yuanshan overlords, there are strong and weak ones. The Black Dragon Emperor is undoubtedly the strong one. Saint Piamu, the Lord of Lifeng Mountain, looked ugly but didn't say much. It was obvious that he was still afraid of the Black Dragon Emperor who defeated him. Greetings, everyone. Fang Xing's sight swept across the soul overlords such as Piamu Saint, Lifeng Mountain Lord, Yi Daoist, Ling Guizi, Yi Gu, and finally landed on Jin Yin Ho, the soul overlord of Qingdi Palace. Good. Very good. Since you Qingdi Palace dared to hire Wuxin Daoist to assassinate me before, you will stay here today and pay with your life. Humph. You are so arrogant. If you don't know, you will think you are some demon emperor. As a soul overlord, Jin Yin Ho is naturally not afraid. Not to mention that he has the 8 demon divisions formation in his hand. As for the soul overlords such as Piamu Saint, they looked at each other and tacitly agreed to Fang Xing provocation. Even the humiliated Lifeng Mountain Lord did not say anything. After all, They also hope that a Soul Overlord can take the lead and share the strongest firepower of the 8 demon divisions formation. Now it seems that the Black Dragon Emperor is quite suitable. Chapter 455 Overlord. Hee. Fang Xing was very clear about the delicate situation in this scene. At this time, he just chuckled. And you, the innate spiritual treasure will be obtained by those who are destined to get it. I am that destined person. In fact, he wanted to say that everyone present was rubbish. But he thought he couldn't go too far. So he endured it. Even so, the Yuanshan overlords of many major forces were very angry. What is an overlord? If there is no such domineering power of the same level, how dare you fight against the immortals and demons of a higher realm? Good, very good. Yi Daoren sneered. And the green leaf in his hand broke into the void and fell in front of Fang Xing in an instant. The yuan qi in the area of thousands of miles was violent, and the Way of Wood was activated, turning into a vast green dragon, which fell with a bang. In terms of power, it is not inferior to a celestial being. Faced with all this, Fang Xing just smiled slightly and stretched out his right hand. Bang! The next moment, the azure dragon wailed, and the violent vitality of the heaven and earth was like a wave hitting an indestructible reef, dissipating in an instant. Fang Xing gently twisted his index finger and middle finger, and clamped a piece of green leaf in his hand. I heard, Taoist Yi, the green leaf in your hand is a secret treasure. I didn't expect that Taoist friend would be so generous to give it to me on our first meeting. Then I will accept it without hesitation. He exerted a little force with his right hand, and a black hole force fell on the green leaf, suppressing it into the black hole in his body. The black hole in his body now can be easily suppressed even by the Imperial soldiers, and even light cannot escape. At this time, the green leaf fell into it, and it actually bloomed with a bright light. It was obviously not an ordinary item. Unfortunately, in the end, it fell silent. Give me back the green leaf. Taoist Yi's eyes turned a little blood red. His 3 green leaf secret treasures are a set of 3 pieces, and none of them can be missing. Unexpectedly, the first time he attacked Fang Xing, he was directly suppressed by Fang Xing, and a piece of green leaf was taken away. Without this green leaf, the power of his secret technique would drop sharply, and he might even fall out of the ranks of Yuanshan overlords. This is the hidden danger of using external objects to improve strength. Once the external objects are lost, there is a risk of being beaten down. Want it? You can. Exchange it for a purple with spirit heart. Fang Xing smiled slightly, and secretly sent a message to Taoist Yi. Regardless of how helpless and furious Taoist Yi was, and how he begged desperately, his eyes swept over several Yuanshan overlords, who were frightened and fled a distance. And a bronze mirror appeared in his hand. Swish! 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 One after another, young men in black walked out of the long river of time. Whether it was temperament or mana, they were exactly the same as Fang Xing himself. Time Dao? Piao Tianyu looked at this scene with fear in her eyes. Everyone, please play with my past body first. Fang Xing sneered and looked at the 8 demons formation, Jin Yinho. I can't say what others will do, but today, you will definitely die. In an instant, the 8 past bodies rushed into the 8 formation gates of the 8 demons formation. Die! In a large formation, the vulture demon king with a strange tumor on his head roared, and the astonishing murderous aura soared into the sky, turning into 2 intersecting rays of light, killing Fang Xing past body. Swish! Fang Xing past body seemed to be wandering around, and was at ease under the pressure of the formation, and came in front of the vulture demon king. Puff! He flicked his finger lightly, and the power of this finger was like a gun technique, with a taste of reversing time. This shot was fast, but it seemed very slow, which could make the onlookers depressed to the point of almost vomiting blood. Facing this shot, the vulture demon king had no power to resist, and his head was pierced, and the huge demon corpse fell from midair. Each of Fang Xing past incarnations has 70% to 80% of the strength of the original body, and is very powerful even among the Yuansh overlords, putting them in clearing the field and slaughtering the soldiers. It is obviously a waste of talent. The 8 divisions of heavenly demons formation is broken. The Yuanshan overlord Yigu, a casual cultivator, looked at this scene with an extremely solemn expression. This formation is most afraid of finding 8 Yuanshan overlords, launching a frenzy attack at every gate. In this way, the flaws in the formation can no longer be avoided. Every dead gate is a life gate. It is not wrong for Jin Yanho to arrange this formation. It was originally impossible for 8 Yuan overlords to work together at all costs. But he didn't expect to meet the Black Dragon Emperor. Ling Gizi has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and has a heavy and steady temperament. The Black Dragon Emperor can summon so many past incarnations. His attainments in the Time Dao are probably at the level of heavenly demons. It's just relying on the benefits of secret techniques and secret treasures. Piaomyu Saint snorted coldly. These soul overlords all have the strength of heavenly demons. But the strength of heavenly demons also varies. When the Black Dragon Emperor made this move, there were few soul overlords who could fight him. Boom! These soul overlords could still chat. But Jin Yanho's eyelids were twitching. Below him, the heavenly demon A division's formation was broken, and a young man in black rushed over. Get up! Golden Flame Marquis roared, raised his hand, and a green wind blade fell. In his other palm, there was a ball of golden flame. His title of Golden Flame Marquis came from this ball of heaven and earth fire. This monster was originally the favored son of the Wind Law, and by chance, he obtained a Polo Golden Flame, through which he comprehended a trace of the power of the strange avenue. Fused wind and fire, and became amazingly powerful. It was precisely because of this that it was hindered from fully comprehending the Wind Law. And thus, he had no choice but to become the Yuanshan Overlord. Combination. Wind and fire all over the sky. Golden Flame Marquis combined his hands, and the wind and fire merged, suddenly turning into a blue and red sky curtain covering it. Fong Xing in black turned over without any change in his expression, and a black spear appeared in his hand. On the tip of the spear, the obscure river of time flowed. Then, the world suddenly became quiet. Killing move, inch of time. Poof! The black-clothed Fong Xing in Jin Yanho's eyes disappeared at some point. And when he reappeared, he had already left the black and red sky and came in front of him. Even the tip of the gun had pierced his eye socket and stretched out from behind his head. One shot to the head. Even if he just turned over and used the killing move of inch of time, the Yuanshan Overlord could not resist it. This, one move? He died in one move? Although the Lord of Lifeng Mountain, who was watching the battle, originally thought that Jin Yanho would lose. He thought that the opponent could withstand a few moves. But he didn't expect that he was killed by Fong Xing clone with just one move. Not only that, he looked at the dozen or so smiling clones in front of him, who were obviously monitoring them. And he was speechless, as both are Yuanshan Overlords. Is there such a big gap? This Black Dragon Emperor can wipe us all out if he wants to. How? Is this possible? Kill him. Piaomyu Saint murmured. Did he really kill Jin Yanho? The Qing Emperor Palace must be going crazy. In the entire Qing Emperor Palace, there is only Jin Yanho, the Yuanshan Overlord. His status is even higher than some heavenly demons. In the end, he died so casually. The Black Dragon Emperor will take revenge for any slight. So don't make him your enemy. Piaomyu Saint secretly remembered in her heart, and decided not to provoke this crazy guy in the future. The other party obviously doesn't care about his identity and background. In fact, Fong Xing was still very tolerant. Otherwise, according to his character, these Yuanshan Overlords would be robbed one by one if they didn't die. Boom! At this moment, in the valley, the Xian Wangqi rolled and continued to condense inward. The innate spiritual treasure is about to be born. What a pity. What a pity. Not far away, San Yuan Taoist looked at this scene and shook his head. I didn't expect that a Black Dragon Emperor would appear. And he turned out to be the Overlord among the Overlords. Alas, this innate spiritual treasure is not for me after all. But I finally got revenge. He was about to leave, and his expression suddenly changed again. Is this Dao, is he coming? Dear Taoist friends, the Black Dragon is rampant, and our Hongtian League will go first. Accompanied by a rough voice, the world seemed to turn upside down in an instant. Fong Xing felt as if the entire world of Qingmu realm was rejecting him. The great Tao of heaven and earth. He sighed in his heart, and saw a big man with short green hair laughing wildly, with his fists clenched and coming out in layers. The other party's hand was rising with clear air, and the other hand was sinking with turbid air, which actually contained the truth of the evolution of heaven and earth. Even if it was very superficial, even if it was only the realm of Yuanshan, but the oppressive force that erupted was the strongest Yuanshan Overlord Fong Xing had ever seen. Hongtian League Qingkuan Taoist, the first Yuanshan Overlord in Qingmu realm. Fong Xing laughed. After today's battle, I'm afraid that the title of the first Taoist friend will be changed. The gravity around him increased by tens of millions of times to distort the reality of the void, triggering a trace of time and space fusion power, turning into time and space. One time and space world, one green and yellow world, are constantly entangled and consumed. This Jinkuan Taoist, his strength is comparable to the 6th level of Tianyao. It's really good. Fang Xing gradually suppressed Jinkuan world with time and space. At this moment, in the valley, the aura of Xian Guang condensed to the limit, gradually dissipated, and a corner of the flying eaves and brackets appeared. Innate spiritual treasure. The eyes of the Pyamya Saint Lady lit up, and her figure moved instantly, and lotuses bloomed under her seat. But a young man in black stopped her in front of her, with a faint smile on his face and a palm extended. Snap! In the void, the white lotus petals were instantly crushed, and the Pyamyo Saint Lady was struck by lightning and had to retreat. She glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw Ling Gizi also retreating a few steps and groaning. Obviously, those Yuanshan overlords had the same idea as her, and then suffered the same treatment. The Black Dragon Emperor could suppress them while fighting with Jinkuan Taoist. Whoosh! Fang Xing black hole power spread. But he found something different. And the yellow bird? He sneered and stopped looking at Taoist Jinkuan. On his arm, the void ring roared, and it flew out in an instant like a giant dragon awakened from the ancient times, smashing into a certain place in the void. Bang! The void was shattered, and countless silver turbulence swept across. In the shattered void, there was a figure in a very embarrassed state, dressed in black, with a thin face and a hint of demonic intent. The original soul overlord of the demon sect, the Lord of Lifeng Mountain, just exclaimed, and saw that figure was crushed to death under the void ring like an ant. Chapter 456 Breakthrough. Humph. Dare to take advantage of me? Take advantage of my loopholes? Fang Xing snorted coldly, seeing him attack with all his strength. The world of Jinkuan Taoist exploded. Then, a figure flew away and actually escaped directly. Go! In an instant, the Pyamya Saint, the Lord of Lifeng Mountain, and other Yuanshan overlords fled like dogs that had lost their homes. These are really... Fang Xing shook his head. Is it really like this? As long as I want to survive in the Qingyuan realm, I will definitely not kill you, at least not all of you in one go. Not long after, one by one, the young men in black returned and handed the spoils to Fang Xing. Then, these past bodies disappeared with a bang. Fang Xing picked up a space treasure, glanced at it with his spiritual sense, and was immediately delighted. In the space, there was a purple wood heart, exuding a timeless fragrance. Purple wood spirit heart? This is really an accidental achievement. Although I want to blackmail Taoist he may not be able to take it out given his status and position. This space equipment belongs to Marquis Jin Yin. Right? The Qingyi Palace has always been active in the Shenmu Forest, so it is normal to have these accumulations. Fang Xing no longer paid attention to other things, but took a step forward and went deep into the valley. The Xian Wang Qi was extremely heavy, and a wisp was like the weight of a continent. But at this time, it fell on his black hole body, and it had no effect at all, allowing Fang Xing to go all the way to the deepest part and see the innate spiritual treasure nurtured by the Xian Wang Qi. This treasure is in the shape of a tower, shining on all four sides, and different lights are falling on the corners of the tower. Its strands seem to be woven into a defensive treasure. Innate spiritual treasure may be comparable to the Emperor weapon. Fang Xing nodded and released the Wukong ring. Buzz! In the void, a black ring roared and fiercely crashed into the yellow tower. As if sensing the crisis, the pagoda roared, swallowing up the remaining Xian Wang Qi, and then burst into a brilliant yellow light. This yellow light seemed to have some strange repressive power. Even if the Wukong ring shattered the void and it was a chaos, it fixed the earth, fire, wind and water, making the yellow tower safe and sound in the chaotic airflow of Taishu. Good treasure. Defensive imperial weapon? Maybe. Call you Linglong Tower. Fang Xing took a step forward, and the power of the black hole enveloped him, ready to collect this innate spiritual treasure. The Wukong ring was suspended above the Linglong Tower, fighting against this innate spiritual treasure and consuming its essence. After all, this treasure suffered from the lack of a master to control it, and was entangled by the Wukong ring. Fang Xing casually slapped it with an unparalleled black hole power and landed on the tower. Then, his terrifying willpower surged down, wanting to leave his mark on this innate spiritual treasure. Buzz! After a moment, the Linglong Tower turned into a stream of light and sank directly into Fang Xing's forehead. He was stunned and touched his forehead. He saw that there was a tower-shaped mark in the middle of his forehead. Linglong Tower. Defense is the first. Not only defending against material attacks, but also against soul attacks. Even will attacks can be completely blocked. And even, can it protect the true spirit? After learning a little about the performance of this innate spiritual treasure tower, Fang Xing's eyes lit up. In addition to the true spirit talisman, he saw another treasure that can defend against the attack of the true spirit. It's a pity. No matter how good the treasure is, it is difficult to bring it back to the main universe. Huh? Fang Xing suddenly came to his senses. Since the Linglong Tower can protect the true spirit, it must be connected to the true spirit. Maybe I can take it back? But the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. In the depths of a sea of consciousness, the attribute panel seemed to move. Then, the tower-shaped mark on Fang Xing's forehead disappeared. Where is my tower? Where is my huge Linglong Tower? Fang Xing was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. But he knew there was nothing he could do. This was because his own golden finger showed its power and swallowed the Linglong Tower. Finally, I saw something in this world that the attribute panel was willing to move. However, I didn't see the panel interested in the Imperial weapon before. Otherwise my Wukong ring would definitely not be able to be kept. So, is it special to be an innate spiritual treasure? It's a pity. The few pieces found in Qingmu realm have already been taken out of the realm. And now they are in the hands of the Chaos realm and powerful celestial immortals and demons in Qingyuan realm. Thinking of this, Fang Xing couldn't help but feel very regretful. Qingming Castle. Domi. Come here. Fang Xing suddenly spoke before landing in his own cave. Master. A ray of emerald green light emerged. And Duomi with emerald green stripes on her face and flower buds in her hair appeared and saluted respectfully. This is for you. Go into seclusion right now and break through the heavenly demon. Fang Xing casually threw the purple with spirit heart to Duomi. Remember. Don't let me down. Yes. Duomi held the purple with spirit heart in both hands, feeling the mysterious aura of this object. And her mind couldn't help but tremble to the extreme. This seems to be the purple with spirit heart. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to enjoy this level of wonders. She knew the importance of this item very well. Even among the people outside the sky, few people were qualified to enjoy such treasures. But she had it. As expected. As long as she followed the master, she would have everything she wanted. Duomi secretly made up her mind that she would retreat and use the purple with spirit heart after returning, striving to break through the heavenly demon realm and become the first heavenly demon realm master in the Qingmu realm. Qingyuan realm. In the Qing Emperor Palace, the 8 demon kings gathered together again. Each of them was as big as a mountain, exuding an extremely frightening aura. Jin Yanho is dead. A heavenly demon said. He died at the hands of the Black Dragon Emperor of Wujia Mountain. The Black Dragon first killed my Emperor daughter, and then killed my Yuanshan Overlord. Now that he has 2 treasures in his hands, when he is promoted to Heavenly Demon, won't he be able to easily slaughter us? Just like slaughtering pigs and dogs? How did our Heavenly Dog clan provoke you? A giant dog demon king spoke with bloodshot eyes. Very unhappy. Okay. This time, we are talking about the Black Dragon. The Heavenly Wolf King said, last time you disagreed, so I had to pay for the Yuanjing myself. But Wuxin Taoist was too useless. He didn't know that the Black Dragon had already been secretly promoted to the Yuanshan Overlord, and he made the young man famous. Now, we should make up our minds. Make up your mind to go to war with Wujia Mountain. The Demon Kings were still very hesitant. After all, they really wanted to fight on the battlefield. Go to war. Forget it. The Heavenly Wolf King narrowed his eyes slightly. In fact, he didn't want to fight. As long as we can kill the Black Dragon, we don't have to start a war. Yes, the Black Dragon should be killed. Deserved to be killed. As a demon, he didn't join the Qingdi Palace, but joined Wujia Mountain instead. Just like Qinghua back then. He deserved to die. It was originally a follower of Qinghua, and it deserved to die. On this point, the 8 demon kings reached a direct agreement. But the question is, how to kill it? The Black Dragon used to have an imperial weapon, which could defeat the Taoist Qisha. Qisha's killing embryo has amazing combat power. And we still admit it. The Sky Snake Emperor sighed. Now the Black Dragon is hiding in the Qingmu realm, sitting on 2 treasures. Even if dozens of Yuanshan overlords besiege it, I'm afraid it will not be afraid. It can be said that in the Qingmu realm, we have no way to take the Black Dragon, unless all the demon emperors were silent. And finally, it was still a monkey demon emperor who said, unless His Majesty the Qing Emperor took action. Although they were all powerful people who had comprehended the complete Tao, they were still like children in front of the Chaos Realm existence, who had comprehended a great Tao. His Majesty the Green Emperor may not care about such trivial matters, but before he went into seclusion, he had left us a lot of background. Among them is a spell, which contains the Green Emperor longevity spell. As long as we join forces, and the 8 emperors discuss it together, we can open the treasure house and take it out. The Heavenly Wolf Emperor narrowed his eyes. The Green Emperor longevity spell? This spell is almost equivalent to His Majesty the Green Emperor personal action. Theoretically, it can curse and kill any celestial fairy or celestial demon. Is it too wasteful to deal with a mere soul Black Dragon? A demon emperor hesitated. Humph. Is the Black Dragon still an ordinary soul? It's just the soul realm, which is comparable to the 7th level of the celestial demon. If one day he is promoted to a celestial demon, or even cultivates to the 9th level of the celestial demon, he may be a celestial demon overlord. The Heavenly Snake Emperor spoke coldly, but his words were like a nail, completely nailing down the discussion. Heavenly Demon Overlord? The other 7 celestial demons were stunned by this idea. Heavenly Demon Overlord. Even in the Qingyuan realm, they are more inclined to legends. It is rare for a Yuanshan realm to rival a Heavenly Demon Overlord, but it is even rarer for a Heavenly Demon realm to rival a Chaos Realm Overlord. Once the Black Dragon becomes a Heavenly Demon Overlord, the Green Emperor will be unable to do anything to it. At that time, the first person he will look for is definitely Old Wolf. Then none of us will be able to escape. The Sky Snake Emperor said coldly. The Deerhorn Demon Emperor nodded. Even if the current Black Dragon activates the Green Emperor heritage, it is not an insult. If that's the case, I agree. I agree. I agree too. Soon, with the 8 emperors unifying their opinions, a secret treasure house in the deepest part of the Green Emperor Palace was opened. There was also a team of Yuanshan cultivators driving war instruments, shouldering important tasks for the Green Emperor Palace, and heading to the Qingmu realm, Qingming Castle. Fang Xing was still unaware of what was happening in the outside world. At this time, he was still studying his attribute column, or the Gate of the Heavens. After swallowing the Linglong Tower, there seems to be no change. My journey of true spirit crossing still has only one chance. This world is indeed a great treasure. Fang Xing is reluctant to give it up, but after carefully sensing it several times, he still had to admit that the Gate of the Heavens seemed to have no change. However, with my current attainments in the laws of space, after this time, I should be able to slowly charge the Gate of the Heavens, and I don't have to find any energy to swallow. Right? Just as Fang Xing was thinking, he suddenly felt a terrifying force of the law coming. The force of the law was magnificent and vast, but full of vitality. The law of wood. It's due me. She broke through. Chapter 457, Shocking Changes in Qingming Fort. Huolingzi was patrolling when his expression suddenly changed. Above the sky, a green light appeared. It was just a dot at first, but it was full of vitality. In a blink of an eye, it dyed the entire sky, making the sky blue like water. Plants and vines continued to spread and grow, bringing a sense of life. Strange phenomena surged, and rain fell from the sky. My hidden injury is recovered. Good rain. With the vitality of heaven. I originally planned to exchange this injury for a Huiyuan Lingdin, but now I save it. One by one, the Yuanshan cultivators flew out, and soon they had to fall to the ground like carrying a mountain. This, the law of wood is manifested? Is this a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth that will appear when a law is fully comprehended? Is someone going to prove that he has become a celestial being? This is impossible. If outsiders like us break through to become celestial beings in this world, won't we be suppressed forever or even killed by thunder? One by one, the Yuanshan cultivators were puzzled. Only Jiaoqi's eyes lit up, unless he is a native. It is the slave of the flower, and would clan of the Emperor's son. The slave of the Black Dragon Emperor's son is about to be promoted to a heavenly demon? The soldiers looked at each other in surprise. Clatter? Where Fang Xing was, The influence of the wood principle was even stronger. Green creepers spread everywhere. Countless flowers bloomed in the mud. But a corrupt swamp appeared. The wood principle is not all about vitality. There is also decay and extinction. The cycle of withering and flourishing. Fang Xing sighed silently. The laws between heaven and earth have never been independent of each other, but a whole. With his current attainments in the laws of time and space, it is actually a natural thing for him to comprehend the wood principle. But he did not go deeper. After all, he could not chew too much. At this time, the wood principle was like a long green rainbow, and like a green dragon, falling down with a bang. The cave where Duomi was shattered directly, and one of the girls from the flower and tree clan flew out. Her body melted in the green light, and then quickly reassembled. Although this physique is still not as good as my black hole body, it has changed dramatically compared to before. Fang Xing sighed silently, watching many strange phenomena disappear. And Duomi, who had achieved the heavenly demon realm, fell to the ground. Congratulations. Now you are already in the heavenly demon realm, and your lifespan is infinite. Fang Xing smiled. Duomi will never forget the great kindness of the Lord. Please grant me soul slavery. Duomi's face was more holy, and she bowed slowly. Even if she achieved the heavenly demon. What? However, the first level of the heavenly demon realm is still not the opponent of the Black Dragon Emperor. Oh, you can say that, but it makes me look at you with new eyes. Fang Xing was a little stunned. Can this dog still have Stockholm Syndrome? However, he did not refuse this. I didn't enslave Duomi before, just because I was afraid of affecting her talent. Now that she has been promoted to a heavenly demon, she naturally has to take more measures. Otherwise, Duomi herself can't rest assured. A few days later, Fang Xing took Duomi and began to patrol Wujia Mountain. The Yuanshan cultivators in Qingming Castle dared not complain about his generosity in helping the natives to advance. But they spread the news to Taishu Illusion. Fang Xing was too lazy to explain this. Anyway, Wujia Mountain has now tacitly accepted that Qingmu Realm is his territory, so he can do whatever he wants. In fact, Fang Xing had already made up his mind not to let the tiger out of the cave. Before he became a heavenly demon, he had been hanging out in this Yuanshan-level secret realm. The Flower and Wood Clan is actually a race with great potential. I am optimistic about your future. Duomi, you must continue to work hard. After inspecting a mine, Fang Xing said to Duomi beside him, I will hand over most of my affairs in Wujia Mountain to you. Let you become my full representative. He has little interest in worldly affairs, and only wants to retreat to comprehend the avenue of time and space. Of course, people in the world cannot help themselves. Since you have enjoyed the benefits of Wujia Mountain, you still have to take responsibility. All Fang Xing can do is to hand over this responsibility to his most loyal soul servant. Even if Duomi does not have the strength of a heavenly demon, she can't even handle the mess of Qingmu Realm. This is reality. Just then, Fang Xing black hole power swept to a certain place, and suddenly revealed a sneer. The remnants of the Qingdi Palace dare to come? No. His face changed, and he suddenly remembered. Most of the forces of the Qing Emperor Palace in Qingmu Realm were defeated by him in the great formation of the 8 heavenly demons. So, could it be that the people who appeared this time were the supporters of the Qing Emperor Palace? But, the Qing Emperor Palace should only have one Yuanshan overlord, Jin Yanho. So how could they have the courage to come to Qingmu Realm? Not good. Fang Xing flashed through the air and pulled away from him. His clones hid in all directions, and he himself was ready to use teleportation to teleport directly back to Qingming Castle. A void suddenly broke, and a black long ship sailed out. He found it. According to the master order, there is no better time, so we can only force it. Let's do it. The 9-level Yuanshan monks with strange auras made decisions quickly. They were either puppets or soul servants. The only thing they had in common was their absolute loyalty to the Qingdi Palace. One of the strong men had a green talisman in his hand, with blood words spreading on it. With a certain gloomy and terrifying feeling, go! The Qingdi longevity mantra ignited without wind, and the target was directly pointed at Fang Xing. Even at the moment when this talisman was offered, the big man quickly aged and turned into a dying old man and died. The body quickly weathered and dissipated. Damn it! Domi came to the ship in an instant, and wooden thorns flew down one by one, piercing the Qingdi Palace's dead soldiers. After doing all this, she could only look helplessly in the direction of Fang Xing. This is when the Qing Emperor longevity curse burned. Fang Xing felt something was wrong. A kind of mysterious lock had bound him tightly according to cause and effect, fate, and even a more metaphysical connection. At this time, even if he teleported to the Qingyuan realm, it would be useless. In a trance, he seemed to see a tall green figure holding a green long sword in his hand, slashing down. This sword can cut off longevity. It's the Qing Emperor. The demon emperor of the Chaos Realm has comprehended the existence of an entire avenue. It's a mistake. I didn't expect that what I did could attract the attention of the Chaos Realm. Fang Xing regretfully discovered that his own black hole body was useless when facing a demon emperor, even if he had already sucked his soul into the core of the black hole for protection. The strong gravity and the power of distorting time and space would distort and reduce the spiritual attacks of the immortals and demons. But he was helpless at this time. He could only watch the sword fall with a little despair, slashing into his own Zhulong Yuanshan. Buzz! A yellow light appeared, which was the power of the heaven-stealing life talisman, wanting to leave a puppet on the spot to block the disaster, and then take Fang Xing away. But under the sword light, the yellow light instantly collapsed. And even more amazingly, the sword light did not reduce the slightest, and directly pierced into the Yuanshan. Woo! Fang Xing pressed his eyebrows, knowing that his own Zhulong Yuanshan was severely damaged. Even his martial arts will, under that sword light, collapsed like a dead tree in rotten wood. The three levels of soul: heart, mind, and soul. The sword light of the Qing Emperor longevity severance has broken through the heart and mind, and even reached the deepest soul. That is, the range of the true spirit, completely cutting off all of Fang Xing life. It made him unable to even reincarnate his true spirit. But at this moment, above his true spirit, a shadow of a black and yellow pagoda floated up. Is it the Linglong Tower? Fang Xing heart moved. It seems that the attribute panel has not been completely swallowed. At least it left me something. Ding! This time, the sword light of the Green Emperor finally encountered an obstacle, hit the illusory pagoda, and exploded. But at the same time, there were also strands of inexplicable power that penetrated into the Linglong Tower and acted on Fang Xing true spirit. Ah! Fang Xing face turned pale, very ugly, and his breath weakened 1,000 times. What's more terrifying is that he actually showed an old breath. A master of the Yuanshan realm has a lifespan of 10,000 years, which is a long life compared to him now. But at this time, Fang Xing lifespan is like a candle in the wind, and it may dissipate at any time. Master? Duomi came to Fang Xing, her face full of worry. It's okay. I'm just dying. Fang Xing's expression was extremely calm. He now knew what happened. The Green Emperor longevity curse is indeed a method of the Chaos Realm, although it cannot kill my true spirit. But the remaining effects have caused my lifespan to be consumed at a speed of tens of millions of times. Of course, even without the Linglong Tower, the Green Emperor longevity curse cannot kill his true spirit. At least there is the True Spirit Talisman. If the True Spirit Talisman is not safe, he still has the attribute panel. He will definitely choose to give up this world at the last moment and pat his butt and leave. But at this time, his condition is still very bad. Take me back to Qiming Castle, Fang Xing said lightly. Yes, Master. Duomi knew that this was because the Master condition was already very bad and had to save every bit of strength. Qiming Castle. In the cave. Longevity curse. It is indeed a longevity curse. Fang Xing held the mirror of time in his hand, and the long river of time surrounded him. Even if he used many secret techniques and tried his best, he could only let him survive for a few years. For the Yuanshan overlord, this is indeed difficult to accept. But for him, it is still acceptable. But at least we have to go back to Qingyuan realm first and take revenge. Fang Xing's eyes were filled with endless coldness. Qingyuan realm Taishu illusion. Black Dragon. You're back? Huntian Great Sage was surprised. And you summoned us? What for? An ethereal voice sounded. It was Imo Tianyao. The other celestial beings and celestial demons were also very friendly. After all, this black dragon had a promising future. I know I'm going to die. The first sentence Fang Xing said was earth-shattering. Chapter 458 Killing Two Emperors. Death? Li Wa Tianxian, Han Tian Dasheng and others looked surprised. A white light fell, revealing the figure of a white-browed boy. Are you the spirit of Taishu? Fang Xing recognized the identity of the white-browed boy at a glance. He was the boundary spirit of Taishu fantasy, as an existence created by the Lord of Wujia Mountain. It has the highest authority in Taishu fantasy, even as the representative of the Mountain Master. Its status is slightly higher than that of the immortals and demons. Black Dragon Emperor. The moment you logged into Taishu fantasy, I found something wrong. Your soul is aging and weakening rapidly. Is it the Qing Emperor longevity curse? The spirit of Taishu said with a sharp look. What? The Qing Emperor longevity curse? The immortals and demons such as Han Tian Dasheng all felt their scalps tingling. After all, this is the Qing Emperor famous method. It is even rumored that it must cost a certain price to use it. The damage it brought was extremely terrible, and it was said that anyone under the Demon Emperor would die. Damn Qingdi Palace! Are you going to go to war with my Wujia Mountain? The great sage Han Tian roared in shock. I'm afraid it's not a war. Nor is it the Qing Emperor who took action. I heard, in the Qingdi Palace, there is a longevity spell that the Qing Emperor spent a huge price to leave behind. Long Kanpo spoke slowly. The Qing Emperor himself only needs to pay a certain price to use his magical powers. But to form a talisman and give it to his subordinates to use, the cost is at least 10 times that. It seems that the Qing Emperor did not suddenly come out of retreat. The immortals and demons present agreed with this conclusion. Only the ethereal voice of Mo Wen Tian Yao sounded, Master Jia Ling. I wonder if the injury of the Black Dragon Emperor can be cured. It cannot be cured. Not to mention me. Even if the Mountain Master comes out of retreat, I am afraid it cannot be cured. The Taishu spirit shook his head, under the Qing Emperor longevity curse. Even the Qing Emperor himself cannot be saved. He once accidentally injured his beloved, but he was helpless, and could only watch his beloved die in his arms. As soon as these words came out, Fang Xing felt that the eyes of many immortals and demons present were looking at him with some pity. Okay. We have confirmed that the Qing Emperor Palace not only has no intention of starting a war, but is shrinking, obviously afraid of our revenge. What should we do? The immortal who looked like a scholar spoke. I need you all to help me with all your strength to lead out the Heavenly Wolf Emperor and the Heavenly Snake Emperor. Fang Xing chuckled and spoke. Full strength? Humph. Long Tsampa snorted coldly. Why do you have to do this? I'm going to die. If you don't agree, guess what I do before I die? Fang Xing laughed and threatened openly. Anyway, who wouldn't play rogue? As soon as these words came out, Long Tsampa's face suddenly changed. She knew that her strength was far inferior to that of the Black Dragon Emperor. If the Black Dragon Emperor took action, she might even fall. She immediately looked at the fellow immortals for help, but found that they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. Even the spirit of Taishu didn't say anything. Long Tsampa suddenly felt a little desperate. Based on what you just said, I want 100,000 merit points. Fang Xing sneered, for the follow-up plan. You have to do your best. Otherwise, I definitely don't mind coming to your house before I die. Even if you can leave your sect, your base, your many disciples, and your descendants. Okay. I admit defeat. Long Kanpo immediately gave in. After all, she couldn't argue with a dead person. Well, I fully support Black Dragon's revenge. And even war is fine. Han Tian Dasheng expressed his attitude. Agree. Agree. All the immortals and demons agreed. Anyway, it was not a war. And it was the Qingdi Palace that started it first. They retaliated back with a legitimate reason. The most important thing is, they are not the ones who have to fight to the death. It's better to die than to die. Even the Qingdi Palace is not a fellow Taoist. So why not do it? Well, let's make a plan. Just force the target out. You don't need to take action. Fang Xing sighed. It's just, we have to be fast. If we're slow, I don't know what I'd do. How terrible a disaster would a celestial fairy or celestial demon on the verge of death cause? There are painful historical lessons in the Qingyuan realm. Moreover, the strength of the Black Dragon Emperor is no longer an ordinary Yuanshan overlord, but comparable to the 7th level of a celestial demon. The disaster caused will only be more terrifying. The many celestial fairies and celestial demons in Wujia Mountain have no choice but to divert the trouble. A few months later, Qingdi Palace, Shishi Department, countless snake people are happily playing, fighting, and practicing. As one of the 8 departments of Qingdi Palace, Shishi Department is extremely powerful and has many branches. But the most important thing is naturally where the Imperial Court is. According to the rules of the Demon Clan, Only the tribe where the Demon King is can enter the imperial court. Therefore, all the snake people in the imperial court today are the direct descendants of the heavenly snake Demon King. The heavenly snake imperial court is located in a half-plane, which is integrated with the Qingyuan realm, allowing the emperor to come and go freely. And the concentration of vitality is 100 times higher. It is really a feng shui treasure land. A touch of dark light fell, and Fang Xing looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Then, he gently raised his hand and pointed out. The power of the black hole fell, starting with just a point, and then distorted the void, forming a black hole of several light years. Within the range of the black hole, whether it is the imperial court, the earth, the void, the light, even those Yuanshan realm and mortal realm snake monsters, all turned into dust. Hua la la. Several palaces in the imperial court burst into amazing spiritual light. But unfortunately, there was no effect at all. Facing the power of the black hole, it only resisted for a few breaths. And then it was extinguished dimly. And not even a spiritual light could escape. Weak. Too weak. Is this the Shishi department? I am so disappointed. Fang Xing's black hair had completely turned white at this time. Looking at this scene, he sighed. Black Dragon. Do you dare? Not long after, a terrifying breath fell, revealing the huge body of the heavenly snake emperor. It was also shocked when it saw Fang Xing. It was hit by the immortal spell. But it didn't die immediately, which shows that the black dragon has a deep foundation. Fortunately, it is dead. I'm about to die. And you ask me if I dare? Don't you think it's redundant? Fang Xing chuckled, and his past bodies emerged one after another, frantically chasing the snake demon at the edge of the black hole. Kill! When the heavenly snake emperor saw this scene, he knew that there would be no peace today, and he could only go all out to kill the black dragon emperor. It blew out a mouthful of poisonous mist, and it seemed that even the void, the earth, and even the power of the black hole were corroded. At the same time, it frantically asked for help from the heavenly wolf emperor and other demon emperors. The way of poison? Fang Xing sneered, and a young man in black flew out, holding a spear in his hand, and suddenly shook it. Buzz! Time stopped. Killing move, time. An inch of time is worth an inch of gold, and an inch of gold can buy an inch of time. With the shot, a large range of time was frozen, and only Fang Xing past body stabbed with a spear and landed on the eyes of the Sky Snake Emperor. On the Sky Snake Emperor, a piece of imperial armor shattered, and the black spear poured in and pierced the eyes of the Sky Snake Emperor. Ah! The flow of time resumed, and the Sky Snake Emperor hissed and retreated quickly. If the object of time stopping is too strong, will it make the force time shorter? Fang Xing nodded, and the black-clothed past body continued to chase and kill. You are too weak. You can't even stop my past body. How can you have the confidence to attack me? Damn! Sky Wolf Emperor, where are you? The Sky Snake Emperor thoughts quickly communicated with a token inside the scales. But through the token, it saw scenes that made it unbelievable. A silver-white giant wolf roared, entangled with countless green vines. The vines kept breaking, but kept regenerating, entangled the huge demon body of the Wolf King, and countless barbs grew on the surface, trying to pierce into the wolf body. The Sky Wolf howled at the moon, and countless moonlight fell, like a sharp blade, cutting the vines. Across the way, a flower and Wood Clan Sky Demon was pale, but his actions were crazy, and he had the momentum to stop the Sky Wolf King at all costs. Unlike the Qingyu realm, which needed to grow and therefore rejected outsiders, the Qingyuan realm was a fully mature realm and would not suppress foreign sky demons. Even the Chaos realm. On another battlefield, a giant ape with burning hair was waving a black stick in his hand, and the shadows of the stick fell all over the sky, forcing a Deerhorn Demon King to retreat again and again. And at an infinite height, many demon kings of the Qingdi Palace were confronting Wujie Mountain. You Wujie Mountain, are you really going to start a war? A dragon demon king roared. In Wujie Mountain, another dragon demon king responded, if we want to start a war, it won't be a small fight like this. You took the initiative to attack, and you don't allow the Black Dragon Emperor to retaliate? No. The Sky Snake Emperor is in danger. The demon kings looked at each other, but no one had the courage to really start a war. Let the Sky Snake Emperor take the blame. Anyway, it was it who proposed it in the first place. Now it's bitten by the snake instead of killing it. We didn't expect that the Black Dragon Emperor was so powerful that he could withstand the immortality curse and temporarily survive. His strength was so strong that he immediately took Wujia Mountain and started to retaliate. The demon kings of the Qing Emperor Palace were also helpless. There were even a few who were secretly happy. They were not united. And now seeing the Sky Snake Emperor in trouble, they might be very satisfied. The Heavenly Snake Emperor, die! Fang Xing roared. And the deity took action himself. One after another, human figures emerged. On the Void Ring, 2 gray traces of the Light Principle and the Void Principle flickered at the same time, operating with the power of a black hole, promoting the fusion of time and space. Buzz! The Void Ring disappeared in an instant, and when it reappeared, it had already fallen on the head of the Heavenly Snake Emperor. Crack! Under the ring, the Heavenly Snake Emperor brain burst instantly, and his soul was destroyed. Is this the great avenue of time and space? The power of time and space fusion? Fang Xing eyes lit up, and his figure teleported to the battlefield of the Heavenly Wolf Emperor again. You will die too. No! The Heavenly Wolf Emperor roared, ignoring Duomi's attack, and fled madly towards the direction of the Green Emperor Palace. Save me. The answer to it was another blow from the Void Ring. Bang! Time and space stagnated for a moment, and then the huge silver-white wolf corpse fell to the ground. The peak of the Heavenly Demon? How did he break through again? And his strength has increased so dramatically? The many demon kings in the Green Emperor Palace were horrified. It's that imperial weapon, which belongs to the great Tao of space and time. The Black Dragon Emperor has actually comprehended the way of space and time fusion, and can also exert the power of the great Tao of space and time. The properties are extremely compatible. As a result, he can exert several times the power of the imperial weapon. Not good. Hurry back to the Green Emperor Palace. We must activate this imperial weapon of the Green Emperor Palace. Otherwise the Black Dragon Emperor will be so angry that he may not even let us go. The demon kings dared not confront him, and immediately scattered like birds and beasts, fearing that if they ran a step slower, they would become targets. Chapter 459. A few days after returning, a shocking news spread in the Qingyuan realm. Blood rain fell from the sky, and the 2 emperors fell. The Black Dragon Emperor killed the 2 emperors with his Yuanshan realm, shocking the world. Some cultivators even asserted that if the Black Dragon Emperor was promoted to a heavenly demon, he would become the overlord of heavenly demons in the future. Unfortunately, it has been hit by the Qing Emperor longevity curse, and no medicine or stone can cure it, and it will not live long. Hearing this news, some were shocked, some were regretful, and some were secretly happy. But all this has little to do with Fang Xing. After he killed the Heavenly Wolf Emperor that day, he did want to plow the courtyard and sweep the caves. But the other demon emperors in the Qing Emperor Palace were too alert, and they actually fled back to the Qing Emperor Palace in one breath and activated this imperial weapon without hesitation. Many heavenly demons joined forces to activate the imperial weapon, which is definitely the peak combat power of heavenly demons. And Fang Xing can't take it down at all. To self-destruct the emperor weapon, the prerequisite is to completely subdue the emperor weapon. Fang Xing can only exert the power of the Void Ring now. Not to mention that he can't self-destruct at all. Even if he can, he will probably be backfired by the spirituality of the Void Ring. Only the heavenly demon who completely subdues the emperor weapon can look forward to the realm of heavenly demon overlord. Not to mention, he also has to worry about the Qing emperor who is in seclusion and sleeping in front of a demon emperor. Even the heavenly demon overlord can only hold out for a short time. Even if an emperor weapon explodes at the cost of its origin, it can only delay the demon emperor for a while, and in the end it is helpless. Not to mention, how could the demon emperor not have an emperor weapon? So he had to give up and return to the Qingmu realm with Duomi. Qingmu realm? Outside an abyss. The range of this abyss is unobservable and difficult to measure in light years. The range is extremely large. Well, it's really a good place. Fang Xing looked even older at this time, and he could only move with his hand on Duomi's shoulder. This abyss is called the Darkless Abyss. It is said to be the wound of the world and is still expanding, Duomi said, and looked at Fang Xing worriedly. My time is running out. This Darkless Abyss is located in the sphere of influence of Wujia Mountain. I have purchased it with merit points. The area nearby can be used as the territory of your tribe. Fang Xing spoke slowly. He extorted a large number of merit points from Long Shenpa, in addition to exchanging some treasures and giving them to some old friends. He mainly spent them here. He stared at the abyss silently for a long time, and then said, I will leave for a short time, but I will return eventually. After my consciousness leaves, my body will turn into a black hole and continue to undergo celestial transformation. You must warn the tribe members to come here less in the future, so as not to be affected. Fang Xing didn't know whether he could come back, but when he achieved eternity, or even transcendence, he would definitely be able to fully control the gate of the heavens and naturally return. At that time, it will be the time to settle everything. Domi, as a soul servant, is extremely loyal and can be the great keeper. As for whether the soul slavery will be lifted after his death, Fang Xing does not know. However, he believes that even if the soul slavery is lifted, Duomi can't do anything to his grave. Now, you can go. He waved his hand, and his figure fell into the dark abyss. Master. Domi's eyes were a little blurry, watching the figure of the young man in black explode, turning into a black hole, constantly swallowing everything around. From today on, the famous Jedi Secret Realm Black Hole Abyss in Qingmu Realm was born. Just when Fang Xing was released, outside Qingmu Realm, the eternal light fell, turning into the figure of Panga Wu. Really dead? No, it seems that the true spirit is reincarnated. For this registered disciple, he has always kept an eye on him, and the eternal imprint in the Panga Secret Realm is not asleep. Of course, he knew that Fang Xing had been cursed by the Qing Emperor and had killed 2 demon kings. For him, these were all trivial matters. Moreover, Fang Xing seemed to have the means of a transcendent, so he would definitely not die like this. He chose to keep observing. Then, he observed the scene of Fang Xing dissolution. Fang Xing did not go to Panga's secret realm, because unlike the Qinghua small realm, Wu Lao of Panga's secret realm never agreed to let him go back. This does not seem to be the power of the true spirit talisman, but a higher level of true spirit transfer. Is this the means of transcendence? It's really terrifying. Panga Wu silently stared at the abyss of the black hole, and after a long time, he came to the Qingyuan Great Realm. A sleeping figure in the deepest part of the Qing Emperor Palace was suddenly startled and opened a pair of green eyes. Qing Emperor. Your Qing Emperor Palace and my registered disciple have a great cause and effect, and I'm afraid you will suffer in the future. Panga Wu sneered, and with just the sound wave, he caused a large area of the Qingyuan around the Qing Emperor to collapse. Senior. The Green Emperor didn't care about his injuries and wanted to ask a few more questions, but he saw the eternal mark dissipate. He couldn't help but sigh. And then he was angry. 8 demon kings. What are you doing? A warning from an eternal realm made him aware of the danger of falling in the future catastrophe. This is no small matter. Feishuan Xiuxian Realm. Qianyu Mountain. After dozens of days, Fang Xing power of killing the descending world Lianqiu is still spreading, and the entire Qianyuan realm is crawling at his feet at an astonishing speed. In the cave of the master of Mingquan Island, Fang Xing Xiuxian clone sat cross-legged, with many pill bottles placed in front of him. His aura is extremely powerful, reaching the realm of perfect transformation, searching for spiritual objects in a world, and using the great Sun Tathagata mantra to help. The long cultivation of Xiuxian is a joke to me. Fang Xing casually pinched a sword formula, and the rotten iron sword flew out. This natal flying sword can grow with the owner, and now it is already a 5th grade extreme level. With a sword in hand, he can easily slaughter other gods. This is the power of the sword cultivator who has reached the perfection of the gods. What's more, Fang Xing methods have never been this. He pressed Dancian, and the purple-green, divine flame flew out, after swallowing a large number of spiritual fire seeds through the fire sacrifice technique. The purple-green divine flame at this time also reached the 5th grade extreme level. It even has infinite potential, as long as Fang Xing breaks through the great realm. The power of this fire may directly enter the 6th level. In the flame, there is also a ring, which is the Liangyi ring. This quasi-7th level treasure, on which the innate Liangyi Yuan magnetic divine light flows, has been sacrificed by Fang Xing to operate as desired, and is a rare self-defense treasure. It can even be said that it is unique in the entire cultivation world. The transformation of spirit is complete, and the next step is to refine the void. Fang Xing sighed lightly, unconsciously. Have you reached the pinnacle of the cultivators in this world? For me, refining the void seems not difficult. The biggest feature of the cultivators of refining the void is that they can absorb spiritual energy from the void, and their lifespan is endless. Other cultivators of refining the void can only absorb the spiritual energy radiated by the great Tao of immortality after their cultivation has broken through, relying on the characteristics of the immortal soul close to space. Fang Xing's perception of the laws of space has now reached the great Tao level, and he can perceive the power of many great Taos. At this time, with a thought, he can completely absorb the immortal spirit energy from the void, even the true demon energy. This is a freak that has never appeared in the world of cultivating immortals. Therefore, other cultivators of refining the void know the fact but not the reason. I have met the standards in all aspects, and breaking through the refining void is just a matter of thought. As for the hard demon calamity, it is also shameful to say that Fang Xing has never encountered it. The final Lianshu heavenly tribulation was even more of a joke under his swordsmanship and the Yin-Yang ring. It's just not the right time. Once you break through the Lianshu realm, you will be rejected by the Qianyuan immortal cultivation realm and have to ascend to the upper realm. In the spirit realm, Fang Xing has already offended a Jiuxiang palace with Mahayana cultivators. And it's not time for me to break through yet. Huh? At this moment, the immortal cultivation avatar looked at the top of the mountain. In the cave on the top of the mountain. Who wakes up first from the big dream? I know myself in my life. Fang Xing's original body stretched, yawned lazily, and stood up. Although he had only slept for dozens of days, he was completely different from himself dozens of days ago. The main universe, the creator, but only the Dharma Lord realm. I have killed such celestial immortals and demons. As for the spirit realm, Mahayana cultivators are not at the Dharma Lord realm. Only the rumored immortal realm can make me afraid. Fang Xing closed his eyes and felt himself carefully. Open the gate of the heavens. The true spirit travels through a world and can only bring back the law perception and inheritance. But this time is obviously different. Above his true spirit, there is an invisible pagoda and a true spirit talisman. Both of these are related to the true spirit, so they were brought back. In addition, there are various inheritances, mainly Panwu Grand Canon, Heavenly Emperor Book, Blue and White Scroll, Inch of Time. Fang Xing shook his head. It's a pity that my time mirror and Wukong ring are gone. After I die, there will definitely be people who can't wait to go to my grave to dance and search for treasures. There will be fun to watch then. His black dragon body has become a black hole, which will only continue to expand, swallow mass, increase gravity, and distort time and space. There are many treasures suppressed in the core of the black hole now. But to successfully reach the treasure, at least the strength of the 7th or 8th level of the demon is required. Even as the black hole continues to expand, this requirement will continue to increase. What's even more unfortunate and tragic is that Fang Xing deliberately set up the tomb in the Qingma realm. Those Yuanshan overlords and native demons, like Duomi, are too weak to destroy it at all. I just don't know how long it can delay. I haven't had the opportunity to go to the Qingyuan realm yet. However, even if the treasure is taken away, it doesn't seem to matter. A lot of money can be lost and returned. Fang Xing thought about it and focused on the attribute panel. The gap is quite big. Fang Xing's eyes focused on the attribute panel, especially the part of the 9-source star body forging secret art. And he couldn't help but sigh. In the Qingyuan realm, his black dragon body directly delivered the secret art to the Grandmaster level, achieving the realm of the black hole level Yuanshan overlord. Invincible. And in the main universe, it is also a solid 13th level combat power. In the end, when he returned to his original body, he was still at the proficient level, but only at the 9th level of body refining. Chapter 460 Digestion. But I have understood the way forward. As long as there are enough resources, I can return to the black hole level at any time. Fang Xing let out a long breath. His 9-source star body forging secret art is now an improved version, but it still lacks resources. The ability to achieve the black hole level in the Qingyuan realm is mainly due to the Panga secret realm. If it weren't for the sudden enlightenment of the Spacetime Avenue monument, obtaining a hint of the black hole secret, and then throwing in a large number of body forging wonders to simulate the black hole environment for cultivation, he would not have been able to break through the black hole level so quickly. It is really a big loss that the black dragon body of the black hole level cannot be brought back. Fang Xing sighed and looked at the law perception part again. The proficiency of the law of time and the law of space has slightly regressed due to the change of the world, but it is still at the master level. That is, the 4th level of the Tao perception. In addition, the law of fire and the law of fate have also improved. because the law is a whole, and it is inevitable to learn by analogy after comprehending time and space. Many laws. When you change a world, you must adapt to them again. Fortunately, the changes are not big. Only the great Tao can traverse many worlds without changing. I really don't know what realm the eternity above is. Feng Xing was quite emotional, although my basic combat power has not changed much. The increase in the understanding of the laws has increased too much. Even without the Black Death, I can burst out the combat power of the 10th realm, or even the 11th realm, if I don't care about the consequences, and use the various burning secrets in the Panwu Grand Cannon to burst out. It is not difficult to reach the 12th realm. Only the 13th realm of the main universe. The realm of the Master of the Law. That is, the level of the heavenly demon and the celestial being. The basic combat power is not enough. And the increase. It would be difficult to have more. Spiritual overlords are extremely rare after all. There is also the gate of the heavens. When the true spirit returned, it directly observed the origin of the space law. It may even be a higher space essence, which is very helpful for comprehending the space law. I feel that I have vaguely grasped a trace of the mystery of the gate of the heavens. In the future, I may be able to charge myself and even travel independently. It took me only a few dozen days to travel this time. There is still some time to go back to the main universe. I will retreat immediately and digest the gains from the travel. My combat power should be able to increase again. Feng Xing waved his hand casually and took out a piece of 5th level treasure. For this side of the immortal cultivation world, these are rare treasures, especially suitable for tempering the body. 1,000-year-old blood dragon fruit, coral gold sand, black bone beads. He opened his mouth, and the empty room was filled with wind. A tornado emerged and swallowed all these treasures. Crack! Crack! Feng Xing bit his teeth and instantly ground these treasures into powder, and then swallowed them into his stomach. A stream of blood and energy rose up, constantly tempering the body. 9 Soar-Star body forging secret art, proficient and masterful. Well, a master-level physique can completely resist the Black Death Mecha, which is equivalent to the 10th realm. That is, the 6th level body refining in the world of immortal cultivation, and can physically resist the cultivator of the void refining. Weak, or too weak. Feng Xing shook his head repeatedly. The best resources in the entire world of immortal cultivation, placed in Wujia Mountain, can't even match the annual bonus of the core members. Well, think about it. Xianyuan Immortal Cultivation World is just a small world. And after ascending, it is the spirit world. The strongest Mahayana cultivator in the spirit world is only the 9th level of Yuanshan. And Mahayana cultivators must ascend to the immortal world and become true immortals before they can be comparable to celestial immortals and celestial demons. It seems very reasonable. It's not that the world of immortal cultivation is too poor, but Feng Xing has been spoiled by the rich resources of Qingyuan Great World. It's a pity. Qingyuan Great World is a one-way ticket. At least now, he can't control the gate of the heavens and open the coordinates of that world. Even if it is opened, the gap between the true spirit and the true body is still huge. The attribute panel is the same. Too complicated. Feng Xing slowly got an idea. My Xing Wujiujue. Now it seems too rough. Especially after obtaining the Panwu Grand Cannon from Pengdu Wu teacher. Panwu Grand Cannon is essentially a martial arts, and has many similarities with Blue Star martial arts, and records a large number of martial arts secrets that are even better than peerless magic. It can be said that it has greatly enriched Feng Xing vision and knowledge. In addition, those secret arts such as breaking cause, and effect and 10,000 hearts. Panwu Grand Cannon has better ones, and should be replaced. Since there is a better inheritance, it is natural to focus on the best inheritance. Feng Xing has never been the kind of person who sticks to the old and refuses to change. There are other inheritances obtained in the Qingyuan realm. The essence of blue and white scroll and inch of time can be fully integrated into my system. Especially that move inch of time. On the top of Tianyu Mountain. The alternation of cold and hot. Unknowingly, several years have passed. On this day, Feng Xing finally came out of retreat and glanced at the attribute panel. My martial arts tree has become more refined. Feng Xing nodded. His consciousness fell on the Panwu Grand Cannon, and he immediately opened many subcolumns. From the 9 absolutes of star martial arts to the myriad heart secrets, the cause and effect secrets, etc., all of which were dazzling. And even the secret patterns of martial arts were included. Although the method of cultivating will is rare, it is just ordinary for the eternal realm. The Panwu Grand Canon naturally also has the method of cultivating will, which is even more extensive and profound than the secret patterns of martial arts will. So it is naturally compatible. The same is true for the perception of the law. When his eyes fell on the subcolumns, the progress automatically emerged. After several years of seclusion, my realm has indeed risen, and I can cultivate everything quickly. My great Sun Tathagata palm is about to be completed, and the great Sun Tathagata Dharma body has been achieved. I can try to break through the 10 realms of martial arts. Fang Xing sighed faintly. To reach the 10 realms of martial arts, you need to face the Creator. Even if you break through in the world of immortal cultivation, there are actually problems. Because in addition to his true spirit, this body may be fake. If you want to cultivate the real through the fake, or even occupy the great Tao of reality and illusion, you must break through in the main universe. This is the new understanding that Fang Xing gained after comprehending the Panwu Great Canon in depth. Without a black hole body, without an imperial weapon, how can I use my head to fight a 13th realm demon? Could it be that there is only the great Tao? The realm of Yuanshan Overlord does not need to rely on the body, but can also rely on external objects, secret techniques, and the understanding of the law. And I think my law understanding specializes in space or the void. And it is also feasible to cultivate to the realm of the master of the law who fully comprehends the law. That is, the realm of the celestial fairy. Fang Xing smiled. He is not a black dragon clone. After achieving the black hole level, he automatically draws a trace of time and space fusion power, and the Yuanshan is sucked into the black hole, and it is difficult to escape. If he were to devote himself to one discipline and abandon the interference of other laws, and specialize in one discipline, I don't know when I can be promoted to a celestial demon. After all, the more you comprehend the laws, the harder it is to comprehend them. I'm only at the master level. It's still a little difficult. Swoosh. A figure flashed, and he came out of seclusion and walked out of the cave. He came to the sea surface as soon as he thought about it. A terrifying aura spread out, making the world quiet. Above the 9 heavens, there was a faint movement of thunder. Clatter. Fang Xing casually swung his fists and feet and practiced his moves, although he only conceived it in his mind. It was like 1,000 hammers and 100 tempers when he performed it at this time. The martial arts blood and chi were like a real dragon, soaring into the sky, and it seemed to tear apart the dark clouds in the sky. Heaven-covering hand. 5-finger mountain. Immortal martial arts handprint. Fang Xing returned to the simplified version of the Tathagata palm that he was most familiar with. One move after another. Although he already had the great Sun Tathagata palm, this simplified version was after all a martial art he created. Even though it was crude, it had a sense of comfort. Later, when Fang Xing slapped out with his palm, he actually felt as if time had stopped. The killer move, Inch of Time, was originally a spear technique, but with some modifications. It can also be transformed into a finger technique, a fist technique, or a palm technique. He changed his palm technique and performed the great Sun Tathagata palm. At this time, Fang Xing palm shrank inward as if there was a red sun, which was constantly pushed out by him. The sun shines everywhere. The ancient Buddha with green lamp. The Buddha nature and Zen mind. Becoming a Buddha on the spot. Picking Buddha and burning incense. Holding mountains and rivers in the palm. Scolding Buddha and scolding ancestors. Adding filth to Buddha head. 10,000 Buddhas facing the sun. The sun is in nirvana. Well, a moment is not only suitable for the immortal martial chi great handprint, but also very consistent with the 6th style of the great Sun Tathagata palm. The mountains and rivers in the palm, and can be perfectly integrated into this move. And the moves of time and space fusion can only be carried by the great Sun Nirvana. Fang Xing thought silently, after integrating my law perception. The great Sun Tathagata palm is now beyond the shackles of peerless magic. It is a real divine scripture. A holy scripture. He was in a good mood and glanced casually. In the depths of the sea, a hidden 5th-level ancient beast exploded immediately, and groups of deep red blood emerged on the sea surface. The Qianyuan Xiuxian realm is divided into several small Xiuxian realms, mainly because they are separated by dangerous oceans. There are not only dead spirits, but also terrible ancient beasts and fierce beasts. It is very dangerous. But for me, it is as easy as walking on flat ground. Oh, yes, there is also this. Fang Xing original body returned to the top of Tianyu Mountain in a thought. The Xiuxian clone drove a sword light and went forward to greet him. He touched the storage ring and took out an ancient bronze giant tripod. A rare treasure from the Immortal Palace. A treasure nurtured by a world. Fang Xing shook his head. It felt like it was similar to the innate spiritual treasure of the Qingmu realm. And it was definitely not as good as the Linglong Tower. Otherwise, it would have been swallowed by the attribute panel long ago. It looks like it should belong to the first-class Imperial weapon. For me now, I can only make do with it. Fang Xing original body stretched out his hand, grabbed a tripod leg, and lifted it up easily. And at this time, even the physique that reached the star level could not leave any trace on the giant tripod. Chapter 461, Killing. This immortal mansion treasure really has something. And the cauldron spirit is missing. Through the soul search of the descending world refiner, Fang Xing already knew that he could use the formation to sacrifice a large number of lives and forcibly summon the cauldron spirit with the Wanhua cauldron. But this method is against the harmony of heaven. And he is not a person who kills innocent people indiscriminately. The black dragon is the victim's revenge. So of course it cannot be counted. So it has been shelved. But at this time, he has reached the master level of space law. And he has a better way. In an instant, Fang Xing consciousness penetrated the Taishu layer from the material layer, and came to the Huanshu layer, overlooking the entire Qianyuan Xiuxian world from the high dimension. Compared to the Qingyuan realm, the Qianyuan immortal cultivation realm is very small. Too small. It is many times smaller than the Qingmu realm. With just a thought, I can teleport to any place in the immortal cultivation realm. Use the causal secret technique in the Panwu Classic to trace and sense. As long as the cauldron spirit is still in this world, it will not escape. The next moment, a gray causal line appeared in Fang Xing's hand, one end of which was connected to the body of the Wanhua cauldron, and the other end was in the illusion layer, sensing the entire immortal cultivation realm. Then, the result that surprised Fang Xing appeared. No. The spirit of the causal is not in this world of immortal cultivation. The line of cause and effect gives me the feeling that it is in other planes? Fang Xing pondered for a while, and concluded, the ancient cultivator of refining emptiness has descended to the world. Could it be that someone has captured the spirit of the cauldron, but just kept it a secret? So the spirit of the cauldron may have been taken to the upper world? It may not even be the spirit world, but the demon world. Originally, I wanted to complete this rare treasure of the Immortal Palace. But now it seems that there is no hope for the time being. Main Universe. Starry Sky Calendar Year 806. 10 years of life and death. Fang Xing figure quietly emerged on a meteorite in the Huoluo Galaxy Cluster. Thinking of the scene a few years ago, he sighed again. The Blue Star Federation went to war with the Huoluo tribe, and their group of academic masters were sent to carry out the decapitation mission. But then something went wrong, and they broke out separately. I took this opportunity to sneak back to Blue Star, kill the August brothers, settle the feud, and also destroy the Laplace demon. After that, he hid in the Xiuxian world and began to travel. Now, I wonder what's going on in Blue Star. How has the situation evolved in the past few years? Fang Xing had to suspect that this offensive plan was a conspiracy against the academic school. From the last loss of contact, it might be a big blow this time, he murmured, and his consciousness entered the illusion layer. Whoosh! After teleporting, Fang Xing figure appeared in a border area of the Huoluo tribe. Whoosh! After 2 more teleports, he landed on the edge of a galaxy cluster. Well, this should be the border between the Blue Star Federation and the Huoluo tribe. I abandoned all my technological equipment and hid for several years. I finally returned to the human territory. Fang Xing was quite moved, and soon found that there were 2 forces fighting not far away. One of them was dominated by human technological weapons, with a starry fleet covering the sky, and a dense mecha division like a locust escorting. On the other side, there was the Huoluo tribe's army. The leader was a Huoluo emperor with the combat power of the 10th realm. With the help of the army, his combat power was top among the 10 realms. Even the fire giant that kept destroying space battleships gave Fang Xing a very familiar feeling. Dororo? Since this former guardian is fine, Hengdong, who was with me, is probably going to be in trouble. Fang Xing sighed silently. Who? At this time, the Dororo Emperor also discovered Fang Xing. Or rather, was attracted by the void fluctuations here. It's our human race's principal Landa. Fang Xing Wuxian. In the ship, the artificial intelligence also recognized Fang Xing's identity and reported to the captain. The captain also made a quick decision. Fang Xingwushan was one of the members of the raiding team at the time. He chose to withdraw to the human territory alone. I didn't expect him to appear here. Rescue him immediately. At this moment, Dororo roared, and the aura of the army turned into a blood-colored spear, stabbing fiercely. Fang Xing yawned, and a drop of black liquid emerged from his body, turning into a spear, which was the Black Death Mecha. Now, his physique alone was enough to rival the 10th realm cultivators, and the mecha was of little use. At this time, the black spear in his hand lightly tapped. Buzz! In an instant, time froze. Killing move, inch of time. When Dororo came to his senses, the Black Death Spear had already pierced its head. A mere 10th realm. If you want a second shot, isn't that an insult to me? Fang Xing slowly put away his gun and snorted coldly. At this time, the support of the human fleet arrived at the scene. But at this time, they could only start to clean up the battlefield and strangle Dororo's Royal Legion. Fang Xing put his hands behind his back and came to the deck of the flagship. A 9-realm mecha master came out. Member Fang Xing. I am the commander of this fleet. You can call me Victor. In the past few years since you disappeared, Chief Consul Ziors was very worried about your safety. Oh! It turned out to be Ziors' people. Fang Xing understood. Little did he know that at this time, Victor's heart was also in turmoil. Although Fang Xing, the martial god, was a 9-realm professional without driving a mecha, he was on par with him. But he was still surprised and even shocked that he easily killed a peak 10-realm warrior. No one knew better than him how difficult the Fire Luo Emperor was. But he died so easily. The last scene was simply deliberately not moving and was shot in the head, which was unbelievable. Give me a communicator. In order to prevent being tracked. I have lost all the original communication devices on me. After Fang Xing chatted with Victor for a few words, he immediately made a request. A few hours later, in the lounge, after Fang Xing activated the communicator for identity verification, a bunch of emails popped up. Vigali, Nandong Shui, Lu Wei. Fang Xing scanned these emails and did not reply to them one by one, but looked at the hot news. Although it has been a few years, the news of the destruction of Augustus Manor is still a hot topic on Blue Star. Of course, no one knows who the real murderer is, and no one even doubts Fang Xing. After all, he has an alibi. Besides, other news is very tightly blocked. Fang Xing looked at his address book and finally dialed a number. Ding! A projection appeared in front of him, and it turned out to be Su Sanyong. Fang Xing. I'm so glad you're okay. Su Sanyong smiled. Of course I'm fine. I just lost my communication equipment to make it easier to escape. Fang Xing laughed. I'm really surprised to find that your communication is still there. Su Sanyong had some self-destructive tendencies before, and Fang Xing had always been worried that the other party would go to the Huoluo clan masters to fight for his life after the last breakout. I didn't expect that the other party could still return to the Federation alive. I was lucky. After escaping for a distance, I met the Sea-Breaking God. With his spatial ability, I finally managed to break out of the siege. Su Sanyong smiled, but his eyes were very solemn. It's a pity. Lord Hingdong was besieged by several Huoluo emperors in the heart of the Huoluo tribe and unfortunately died. What? Hingdong actually? Fang Xing was surprised. Although he had long guessed that the Blue Star Federation would suffer heavy losses, it was still a little unbelievable that even the 10th realm was killed in the battle. Okay. For Fang Xing now, the 10th realm and the 11th realm are nothing. So let him die. So I have become the top combat force of the Blue Star Federation without knowing it? After hanging up the call, Fang Xing didn't know what he felt in his heart. Anyway, it was very complicated. The 10th realm professionals of the Blue Star Federation are definitely the top, and the 11th realm professionals are extremely rare. At least Fang Xing knows of a first-generation president of St. Armor University. There are no professionals in the 12th realm in the entire Federation. At most, they can use forbidden weapons on the technology side to briefly burst out the combat power of the 12th realm. Once the creator of the 13th realm wakes up and attacks humans, humans will almost certainly die. Alas, I didn't expect that I have become the tallest human in the Blue Star Federation without knowing it. Fortunately, even if I can't win now, I still have the True Spirit Talisman as a retreat. When the Sun Tathagata Palm is perfected, the 3 Dansons of Spirit, Energy and Spirit are united, and I impact the 10th realm. It will be the day when I will face the Creator head-on. That day doesn't seem to be far away. This is not what Fang Xing wants. After all, he has a golden finger, and he must hope that the time will be as late as possible. And it is best to wait until he achieves the heavenly immortal realm, or even the chaos realm, before showing his cards. But the reality is that the creator of the main universe is constantly waking up. And there is probably not much time left. Chapter 462, Decision. When the creator wakes up, I can certainly run away. But I can run away. But Gu Yun, Lu Wei, and the others can't. Or, should I take them away? In the quiet room of the starship, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, thinking silently, this is impossible. Compared to exposing the golden finger, I'd better fight with the creator. Anyway, I have the true spirit talisman and the Linglong Tower as a backup. And he will definitely not be able to kill me. This can also be regarded as a conclusion of the cause and effect with the human race in the main universe. After studying the Panwu Grand Canon, Fang Xing has learned many mysteries. The conflict with the creator, in addition to the inevitable dispute of Taoism, is also to settle the cause and effect. If you escape, you may break through the realm of the heavenly immortal master, or even the chaos master, and nothing will happen. But if you want eternity and transcendence, carrying too many cause and effect lines on your body, it's too difficult. Pangu teacher said that if you want to achieve transcendence, you must first reduce and seek emptiness. These lines will not be broken when you die, but will become dead lines, hindering eternity, not to mention transcendence. Because of this, Fang Xing and the creator of the main universe must have a battle, and it is difficult to escape. Even, they cannot wait for themselves to become stronger, but must act before the other party destroys the world. With my current strength, I can barely fight the 12th realm when I burst out. In other words, even the existence of the 3 pillars of the Gate of Nothingness and the Fire of Chaos can be destroyed. But the creator is a 13th realm of the Celestial Immortal Master, which is a bit troublesome. Even if the immortal clone breaks through, it is just a refining void. It is not very useful. Fang Xing calculated and found that he didn't have many cards in his hand. Only the one Wat Ding can be used. This fairy palace treasure is indeed extraordinary, and not a simple thing. Although it is only the first level of the imperial weapon, the laws involved are very mysterious, similar to the Great Tao of Creation, or one of the several laws that make up the Great Tao of Creation. However, the lack of damage is not due to the law I have comprehended, and the power I can exert is limited. Even so, it can be used. The master of the Yuanshan achieved by external objects can also rival the master of the Tianxian law. The most critical thing is time. Fang Xing sighed faintly. If he is given enough time, the creator is not to be feared. At this moment, the communicator sounded. After he answered the call, a projection appeared in front of him, and it turned out to be the chief governor of the Federation. Xiles. Compared with the high-spirited announcement of the war before, Xiles now looks much more haggard and a little tired. This kind of disheartened temperament is not due to any injuries, but purely a spiritual problem. Senator Fang Xing, it's great to see you again. Xiles smiled and said, I didn't expect that I could cross the Huoluo galaxy cluster alive and return home. Fang Xing sighed. Fortunately, the training during this period of time, always between life and death, has made great progress in my martial arts. This is an explanation for the easy killing of Dororo before. By the way, tell the Federation that he has been reborn. Life and death are indeed the most challenging. Kyles didn't think much about it. After all, it has become a kind of thinking inertia that the Federation's martial gods are difficult to break through. No matter how strong Fang Xing martial god is, he is at most in the 10th realm. Being able to kill Dororo means that he may have broken through to the peak of the 10th realm, or even the limit of the 10th realm. But this is still nothing. Your Excellency the Chief Archon. I heard that the 9th Archon was attacked. I wonder if the murderer has been found. Fang Xing immediately began to care about the affairs of the Augustus family. No. When mentioning this, Kyles was even more bitter. One of the Archons, the strongest contemporary Augustus, was assassinated on Blue Star. Even the Blue Star Federation used various means, but did not find any clues about the murderer. This is also the main reason for his impeachment. In addition, he went to war with the Huoluo tribe, which was unfavorable in the early stage. In this situation, even if he used all means to stabilize the impact of the no-confidence proposal, he would not be able to be re-elected after this term. I see. Fang Xing continued to ask, I wonder how the academic school is doing? The academic school is very broad, with many internal factions. Mainly three: Blue Star University, Nine Swords Academy, and St. Armor University. Hengdong has always been the signboard of Blue Star University. Now that it has fallen, it is inevitable that Blue Star University will suffer a great loss of power. Jianqiu Wushan and Duanhai Wushan have always been on good terms with Blue Star University. But the first generation of St. Armor University intends to promote the union of the three universities. Kyle said, "We really don't have much time." After ending the communication, Fong Xing called Wei Jili again and asked a few questions about Blue Star University. Finally confirmed a few things. Well, the most urgent thing right now is the battle situation of the Huoluo tribe. And the second is the first generation of St. Armor University. After that, the most urgent thing is the awakening of the creator. Fong Xing continued to make calls and contacted Nangong Shui. Three schools united? The first president of St. Armor University may not have this intention, but his subordinates may have it. Nangong Shui said, "Of course. The first president will not object. You still have to be careful. The first president has too high prestige. He is an old antique who has lived from before the starry sky calendar to the present. His words are worth many words. His attitude can influence many people. Of course, our Nine Swords Academy definitely does not want to merge." Fong Xing nodded, and in the name of gratitude, he contacted the sea-breaking god to know his attitude. Things must be solved one by one. After ending the call, Fong Xing fell into thinking, since we are on the battlefield now, let's deal with the Fire Emperor first, then go meet with the first president, and then deal with the awakening of the creator wholeheartedly. The next day, Fong Xing went directly to Victor. Victor's eyes widened when he heard the purpose of the visit. What? The position of the Fire Luo Emperor. Counselor Fong Xing. What do you want this for? I have made a great breakthrough in my martial arts recently, and I am going to kill the Fire Luo Emperor to make a contribution to the Federation. Fong Xing said with a smile. Victor was speechless immediately. He was already surprised that Counselor Fong Xing could kill the Fire Luo Emperor before. But the Fire Luo Emperor? That is an 11th realm existence. If he cooperates with the Fire Luo army, it is the limit of the 11th realm, infinitely close to the 12th realm. Such an existence, even if the Blue Star Federation wants to take action, it has to plan for a long time, draw top combat forces, and even use forbidden weapons. How can it be as easy as Fong Xing? Follow the order. Fong Xing waved his hand. He has long been a big shot in the Blue Star Federation. No matter how hesitant Victor was, he could only obey the order and send the intelligence to Fong Xing. Is the location of Emperor Huoluo in Quark Star Abyss? Fong Xing checked the interstellar map and found that Quark Star Abyss was strategically important. There were a lot of wormholes inside, which could easily lead to all parts of the Huoluo galaxy cluster. It was a battleground for military strategists. Once this place was lost, the Huoluo clan was already at a disadvantage, and the situation was over. In that case, let's go and take a look. Fong Xing flew out of the space battleship, and his figure disappeared in an instant. This is, on the battleship, Victor, who captured the scene with artificial intelligence, was stunned. Space ability? When did Counselor Fong Xing awaken the space ability of the Broken Sea Martial God and become a psychic? This must be reported immediately. The Broken Sea Martial God's current status in the Nine Swords Academy is even higher than Jianqiu. After all, there is no way forward for the God of War. But the superpowers can continue to break through. Now, the first department of Blue Star University has lost Hengdong. Although there are other 9th level gods of war, they are also 10th level fighters when driving mechas. But they are not true 10th level professionals after all, which is a bit precarious. But after Fong Xing showed his spatial superpowers, it was immediately different. Quark Star Abyss. One by one, deep purple stars hang in the sky, and a large number of wormholes are dotted in between. On a dark continent, countless Huoluo tribe barracks stand, and according to the secret method of the Huoluo tribe, they form a barrier that blocks the world. In the core position, giants in flame stand tall, submitting to Emperor Huoluo. The most honorable Huoluo emperor of the Huoluo tribe did not look very tall. He looked like an ordinary Huoluo tribe member. He was standing in front of a dark altar and spoke to several Huoluo emperors below. Humans are the most despicable race. They have no faith and demand that we not have faith. After our Lord Chaos Fire awakened, their behavior became even worse, and they even killed the descendants of Chaos Fire. In the name of Chaos Fire, we want revenge. 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 The Huoluo emperors roared, and there seemed to be flames burning in their eyes. Laplace was born from the Chaos Fire, and was the son of Chaos Fire. He died at the hands of humans. It was a shame for their Huoluo tribe. In the Huoluo tribe's concept, shame can only be washed away with blood. The next moment, outside the dark continent, the void fluctuated, and a figure emerged. It was Fang Xing. His martial arts will soared into the sky. Sweeping across the continent, Emperor Huoluo, come out and die. An identical figure walked out from his body. It was his past body. The past body had a solemn appearance, and behind it appeared the Dharma body of the great sun Tathagata. And a red sun rose slowly. Suddenly, accompanied by the past body slowly pushing out a palm. The sun fell. It was the 10th style of the great sun Tathagata palm. The great sun Nirvana. Boom! Like a falling star. The dazzling light and fire instantly tore through the barrier, bringing the scorching terror to all the Huoluo people. The Huoluo strongmen in the military camps were pierced by the rays before the flames raged, and their bodies turned into ashes. An indescribable mushroom cloud rose slowly from the dark continent. Fang Xing himself was looking at his fading past body, and shook his head. My understanding of the laws of time is still a little low. After losing the assistance of the mirror of time, it is a little difficult to maintain even a past body. Chapter 463 Chaos Fire. Damn it. The rising mushroom cloud stagnated, as if wiped out by an invisible force. A Huoluo emperor walked out from the terrifying pit of the nuclear explosion. He was wearing a blood-red armor, a scarlet cloak behind the armor, and an imperial crown on his head. At every moment, the power of the military formation seeped out from the armor and the cloak, blessing the body of Huoluo emperor. It made his combat power infinitely close to the 12th realm. Human, you will pay the price for what you have done. Huoluo emperor roared. It's so beautiful. Fang Xing sighed at his roar. Looking at the continent where the star fell, don't you think the star explosion is beautiful? Such a beautiful scene can be appreciated at a small price. Isn't it worth the money? It's a pity. Even if it's a star, compared to the scale of a universe, it's not even a speck of dust. The flames on Emperor Huoluo's body burst out fiercely. A small price? Just now, his subordinates were almost killed or injured by the great sun Tathagata palm. Is this a small price? But at this time, Emperor Huoluo couldn't help but be extremely vigilant. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful 11th level professional like you among the human race. Who are you? The one who killed you? Fang Xing smiled slightly, looking calm. At this time, Emperor Huoluo could no longer bear it. In his palm, countless weapons and shadows emerged and turned into a blood-red short spear. He roared, and the short spear flew out, and instantly killed Fang Xing across an infinite distance. Seeing this, Fang Xing just stretched out his right hand, his palm like a stone tablet. The short spear fell on his palm, and it was like hitting a copper wall, cracking inch by inch from the tip of the spear. Fang Xing's body had already broken through to the mastery level of the 9-source star body forging secret art, and he could use the power of his body to resist the 10 realms, coupled with the law amplification and the black hole realm he had reached. He briefly accelerated part of his palm, borrowed part of the power of the future neutron star battle body with the help of the law of time, and instantly made his palm comparable to the neutron star, naturally indestructible. To achieve this level, it is actually very difficult. First, you must have a deep understanding of the law of time and be able to borrow your own power in the future. Second, you must have a very good understanding of the 9-source star body forging secret art, and even be sure that you can practice to the neutron star level. For Fang Xing, these two conditions are naturally not a problem, and the neutron star combat body is the combat power of the 12th realm. Snap! After blocking the blood-red short spear with one hand, Fang Xing raised his other hand high and swung it violently, hitting the face of Emperor Huoluo. Bang! Emperor Huoluo instantly turned into a meteor, crashed into a messy black continent, and slid out a trace thousands of miles long. 12th realm? The armor on Emperor Huoluo's body shattered. As a treasure of space, the void inside was shattered, and countless Huoluo soldiers died instantly. The Huoluo clan can use the power of the military formation to increase their own strength. At the low level, They can even increase their combat power by 1 realm. At the high level, although the increase is not so terrifying, it is also very powerful. Emperor Huoluo is only at the ordinary 11th realm level. But with the Legion increase, his combat power is at the peak of the 11th realm. However, he met Fang Xing today, and was taught a lesson by him with the means of the 12th realm. At this time, after Fang Xing smashed the space treasure on his body with a slap, a large number of Huoluo soldiers died. The Legion's power weakened, and the Huoluo Emperor breath continued to decline. Damn! I'm no match for this man. The fighting power of this human race has actually approached those great beings? Did they use forbidden weapons? The Huoluo Emperor turned into a black light, and his escape speed was extremely amazing, fleeing to a place on the continent. If I don't deal with it properly today, I might die here. The black light converged, and the Huoluo Emperor had landed in front of a dark altar. This altar seemed to be made of obsidian, and it was polished very roughly, but it was intact in the stellar explosion just now. Not only was it intact, but even the wisp of chaos fire burning on the altar did not go out. Great Master, your servant needs your salvation. The Huoluo Emperor came to the altar and knelt down like a servant. On the altar, the wisp of chaos fire suddenly surged. Chaos fire is an extraterritorial evil god between order and disorder, and the common characteristic of extraterritorial evil gods is madness. Fang Xing watched this scene silently and did not interrupt. A mere Emperor Huoluo is not worth his special effort. Giving the opponent a chance at this time is to attract the appearance of chaos fire. The Blue Star Federation has killed several extraterritorial evil gods. Unfortunately, there is no pillar-level existence. So why not let me make up for it? At this time, the ball of chaos fire suddenly seemed to have its own consciousness and pounced on Emperor Huoluo. Ah! Huoluo Emperor screamed, and the remaining Huoluo people in the armor and cloak on his body were instantly burned and turned into torches, as if they were sacrificed to the great existence in the dark. Then, Huoluo Emperor, whose body was burning with chaotic flames, had a surging aura, which seemed to exceed his heyday and truly entered the realm of the 12th realm. In an instant, the universe was upside down. Many stars were under Fang Xing's feet, and the dark continent seemed to come above him. A kind of disordered power has affected this universe, and even caused all constants and rules to change. But this change began to be suppressed and returned to normal when it fell around Fang Xing's body. Behind him, the Dharmakaya of the great sun Tathagata emerged and formed the Dharma realm seal. A big sun emerged, and wherever the sun passed, all chaos was burned, and disorder quickly recovered and became orderly. The 12th realm. It's time to be serious. Fang Xing stretched out his right hand, and the Black Death turned into a pitch-black spear and landed in his palm. In his body, the martial arts blood boiled, and according to the burning secret technique in the Panwu Grand Ceremony, a qualitative change suddenly began. In simple terms, the basic combat power began to surge. From the original 10th realm, it became the 11th realm. With the increase in the perception of the law, it also has the combat power of the 12th realm. Roar! Emperor Huoluo let out a roar different from the previous one, and flew forward. The fire of chaos burned everything, even Fang Xing Great Sun Realm. Fang Xing stretched out his arms, and the black spear drew a little fire and silver flowers, and suddenly turned into a spear. Killing move, inch of time. Within this square inch, I am invincible. As soon as this spear was fired, the time river in the universe seemed to be cut off. The world was quiet, and Emperor Huoluo was frozen in midair in a strange posture, like a bug in the amber of time and space. Puff! In the silence, only Fang Xing moved with the spear, like a time-in, a passerby of 100 generations, killing in front of Emperor Huoluo, thrusting the spear. Under the spearhead, the chaos flames trembled, and then mercilessly pierced through Emperor Huoluo's head. At this moment, Fang Xing suddenly felt a fierce burning sensation on the Black Death spear. The chaos flames did not extinguish, but spread along the spear body, burning his palm. Under the fire of chaos, the Black Death wailed and melted into a pool of juice. Fire of chaos. Fang Xing felt the chaotic will coming from the fire of chaos. Madness, evil, chaos. But none of these could shake his martial arts mind. Instead, he smiled excitedly. You finally showed up. On his palm, the long river of time enveloped it, and he borrowed the neutron star battle body that he would cultivate in the future to transform his entire palm into a neutron star-like defense. The powerful gravity and pressure instantly extinguished the fire of chaos. Then, this godlike palm gently pushed forward. A series of golden swastika runes flickered, like the Ganges, circling the entire universe. The sixth style of the great sun Tathagata palm, mountains and rivers in the palm. This palm was pushed out, and it also carried the power of time stagnation like an inch of time. The chaos fire that was still burning on the corpse of Emperor Huoluo suddenly stagnated. Then, it was sealed by golden swastika runes. Kill! Facing the evil gods from outside the domain. The Blue Star warriors mainly rely on their own martial arts will. Fong Xing martial arts will soared into the sky and turned into a heavenly sword. Countless will runes spread on the blade, faintly forming an unknown beast. Roaring and screaming, the will of the heavenly sword flashed and killed into the chaos fire. Facing the endless chaos and madness, Fong Xing had only one response. That is, to kill. Nothing can be killed. After the will attack swept through, the originally difficult to extinguish chaos flames were extinguished quickly, and even a few wisps of green smoke were not emitted before they disappeared. And through this ball of chaos fire, Fong Xing consciousness rose infinitely, and finally sensed a mysterious place in the universe. There, the everlasting chaos fire was burning everywhere, and time and space were in the transformation stage of order and disorder. The chaos fire, with the help of the altar, only projected a part of its power, and promoted Emperor Huoluo to the 12th realm. He is indeed a pillar-level existence. The 12th realm, and the pillar of the limit of the 12th realm, are also a long distance away. Fong Xing muttered to himself and moved his body, and instantly came to that mysterious place. Fire! The sky and the ground are all burning with chaos fire. Madness, chaos, and pollution fill the entire space. The chaos fire seems to be not here, and seems to be everywhere. In an instant, a strange light flashed in Fong Xing's eyes. Time and space are perfectly integrated in his hands, turning into a trace of the power of the great way of time and space. Then, a space-time world emerged, which was the law of one thought comparable to the 5th level of the Tao. Use the law world to suppress the space of the chaos fire. Under the gray space-time world, a ball of enchanting flames emerged in the middle of the chaotic space. Boom! Boom! The moment he saw the flames, even Fong Xing's current body had a slightly accelerated heartbeat, and felt the severe pollution. He knew that the chaos fire's body had appeared. Chapter 464, the 14th realm and the 15th realm. Chaos law? Fong Xing's eyes lit up. The chaos fire gave him a feeling similar to those chaos beasts in the Penga secret realm. What they mastered were the chaos laws of the 5th level of the Tao. If they fully comprehended the chaos laws, they would become the celestial master of the 13th realm. Facing the chaos fire's body, Fong Xing's eyes lit up slightly, and time, space, and heaven and earth suddenly stagnated. This is the terrible power brought by the stillness of time and space. A stronger space-time blockade than the inch of time killing move. Space-time great sun nirvana. 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 Behind Fong Xing, the Dharmakaya of the great sun Tathagata emerged, and it seemed that a subtle change had occurred. With the basic combat power of the 11th realm, combined with the power of the great Tao of space-time, and the understanding of the laws of time and space, and the killing moves in the Pangwu Grand Cannon. Now the sun behind Fong Xing seems to have transcended the concept of stars, and combined with time and space, it has become a sun shrouded in endless time and space. It has turned into an indescribable space-time celestial body. The sun Tathagata's palm fell, freezing this chaotic space into space-time amber. Then, the sun Tathagata's Dharma body suddenly reborn. Time and space shattered, sweeping the chaos. The 10th style of the sun Tathagata's palm is the sun Nirvana. Unlike before, this time sun Nirvana is the sun Tathagata's palm that Fong Xing has integrated his own martial arts essence and amplified with the space-time avenue. The chaotic flame was hit hard in an instant. At this time, Fong Xing's expression became extremely solemn, and he triggered a trace of the avenue power of space-time fusion, which fell on the index finger of his right hand. The long river of time suddenly enveloped, revealing the future Fong Xing. He was dressed in black, like a black hole. It was the 9-source-star body forging secret technique of the black hole level. When time and space collapsed and locked onto the endless future, a ray of black hole power emerged, carrying a strong gravitational force that enveloped and devoured everything. Fong Xing pointed it out with one finger. hitting the chaos flame that was frozen and severely damaged by the space-time amber. Swish! Under the black hole's finger. The chaos flame was almost annihilated. Panwu! Panwu! Fang Xing roared, his blood and chi bursting out. The Blue Star martial arts combined with the Panwu Grand Ceremony. The ultimate martial arts will power. Like a spear. With the phantom of a gnarled man. Rushing into the chaotic flames. The last step to kill the evil god from outside the domain is always the impact of martial arts will. Completely annihilating any possibility of survival of the evil god from outside the domain. Boom! As the willpower swept across the chaotic space like a 12-level strong wind. Extinguishing the last chaotic flames. Fang Xing suddenly felt a trace of pure essence invading his own sea of consciousness. Sure enough, this kind of evil god from outside the domain is dead but not stiff. He sneered. And in his sea of consciousness, a sun furnace emerged and burned fiercely. Sun? No. How could the sun burn me? Countless roaring voices emerged. Some low. Some chaotic. Some inarticulate. But in the end, they all converged into one voice. Fang Xing sneered when he heard it. Of course, the great sun evil god could not burn the essence of the pillar-level extraterritorial evil gods. But since he obtained the great sun Tathagata mantra, he was captured by the attribute panel and had the status blessing. Even if the chaos fire is a 3-pillar level evil god, it will still be burned, as the chaos fire was burned by the great sun true fire. Some pure perceptions emerged, which were related to the laws of chaos. But this time, Fang Xing did not choose to perceive, but just searched for a lot of information in the chaos fire. Although it was very chaotic, incomplete, and contradictory. But there was still a lot of new knowledge about the extraterritorial evil gods. 3 pillars. In addition to the Gate of Nothingness and the Chaos Fire, there is another one, named Mother of Breeding. Mother of Pale. Who is the mother body that gave birth to many extraterritorial evil gods? Pale? Fang Xing almost subconsciously thought of the pale mother body that had fallen after the other party fell. It even formed a whale fall, affecting a small world. Could it be that the pale matrix is the pale mother? But why is there only the law of death? No. The law of death is the opposite of the law of life. Could it be that the pale matrix lost the law of life because of its fall, leaving only death? The pale matrix that controls the law of life and the law of death is indeed likely to occupy the position of the 3 pillars. Fang Xing thought about it and let it go. Even if the pale matrix was really one of the 3 pillars, or even resurrected, he could kill it directly. Now his real enemy is only the creator. However, in the contradictory and chaotic memory of chaos fire, the memory of the creator is the least. I don't know if I force myself to forget about this aspect. Chaos fire. One of the 3 pillars. The combat power of the limit of the 12 realms. Is just like this. Fang Xing stood there for a long time, and suddenly sighed, having some understanding of his current strength. After studying in the Qingyuan realm and obtaining the inheritance of the eternal realm, his strength is no longer limited by the ordinary 9th realm martial god and the 10th realm of body refining. Even if he does not use the burning and bursting secret technique in the Panwu Grand Ceremony, he has the combat power of the 11th realm or even the beginning of the 12th realm under normal circumstances. Once various secret techniques are superimposed, combined with his own perception of the great Tao of time and space, the 12th realm limit is still not his opponent. Maybe it can be called the quasi-13th realm? As long as I can improve all the basics as soon as possible, I will be a true soul overlord. The soul overlord is also a 13th realm combat power. If the 13 realms are unified, whether it is the celestial immortals, celestial demons, or the realm of the master of the law, or even the black hole level, they are all within this framework. The 13th realm of the celestial immortal master of the law, who fully comprehends a law, can burst out unimaginable power. The 14th realm is the Chaos realm, the Down Master realm, Chaos Down Master, which means fully comprehending a great way. And the 15th realm is the Eternal realm, a great road of its own, eternal and immortal, always at ease. The 16th realm, is it transcendence? But among the 13 realms, there is also a big difference. The first level of the celestial being who has just been promoted, the 9th level of the celestial being, and even the celestial being overlord. Although they are all the 13th realm, can they be the same thing? Although I have barely touched the 13th realm, it is still a little worse than the first level of the celestial being. and the creator may have reached the peak of the celestial being. That is, the peak of the 13th realm. After all, the creator is looking for an opportunity to comprehend the great way. The Chaos Tao Lord who wants to break through the 14th realm must be at the peak of the 13th realm. Right? Perhaps. My only chance is that the creator is not in good condition, and there is a Tao dispute. For the cause and effect between the humans of this universe and me. I will fight with all my strength once. Even if I fail. Anyway, I still have the true spirit talisman to save my life. Fang Xing sighed faintly. And teleported again. And his figure disappeared without a trace. Blue Star Federation. Saint Armor University. In the secret realm, a mechanical planet is running in an orderly manner. And there are a large number of mecha factories operating on the surface. Full of a cyberpunk style. In the depths of the mechanical planet, at the core of the star, in a laboratory, a stream of light emerged and turned into a sturdy old man. He is the first president of Saint Armor University, the peak of human professionals, and a mecha master of the 11th realm. The entire planet where Saint Armor University is located is actually his body. At this time, the body is just a puppet substitute cast with pure spiritual light when the mecha is sleeping for maintenance, which is convenient for various mecha research. When the spiritual light reaches this level, it can directly interfere with matter with the mind. In the laboratory, all kinds of new mecha materials emerge, are precisely mixed, and try various possibilities. A bright light lights up, and a miniature star suddenly appears on the workbench. Suddenly, a communication flashes. The first generation frowned, and the miniature star went out instantly. He turned on the communication and saw the projection of a console. There are not many permissions to disturb him directly, but the chief console, Xiaols, can definitely do it. Xiaoqi, what's the matter? The first generation frowned and spoke. It's about the president of Blue Star University, Counselor Fang Xing. Qialsi quickly told the story. He showed his spatial ability, and has gone to see Emperor Huoluo. I wonder if the Federation should send out top-level combat forces to support him. After all, talents are hard to come by. Although the Blue Star Federation can crush the Huoluo clan, it is also under great pressure. It is in a situation where its troops are divided everywhere, and its top-level combat forces are stretched to the limit. Spatial ability. 9 Realms Martial God. The first generation frowned. Since it is my own decision, I must bear the corresponding consequences. Now I am the only one who can move in the Federation. But I need to stay in several key places and control the forbidden weapons. I can't leave easily. Emperor Huoluo is an 11th level combat force. If we can catch him off guard and cut off his connection with the Huoluo Legion. The two of them deduced the battle situation, and were not optimistic about Fang Xing. After all, it is very difficult to advance spatial ability. Even Duan Hai does not have the 11th level combat force now. However, he is unique in escaping, and it is not a big problem to escape after being defeated. We need to be careful of the revenge of the Huoluo tribe. By the way, you said space ability? The first generation smiled. This gives me an idea. If the murderer who destroyed the Augustus Manor back then had space ability, it can explain many things. The only space ability user in the Federation is the Sea-Breaking God. And now we have to Counselor Fang Xing. But I haven't heard that he has a grudge against the Augustus family. No. Kyle suddenly understood. The Augustus family colluded with the Laplace demon. And the Laplace demon once carried out the human genius extinction plan. Although the Augustus family was very secretive. After the leader was destroyed, and the Federation conducted a comprehensive investigation, everything was exposed. This also proves that the Augustus family is not a fugitive or coexistent faction, but a surrender faction. Attacking the Augustus family is not a mistake, but a hero. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. The first generation sighed. Suddenly, Kyle's communication flashed, and he said with a serious face, Victor sent a message that the Huoluo Legion on the front line did not attack, but was in chaos. Some legions and emperors were even retreating at all costs. Retreat? Not revenge? The first generation looked at Kyle's projection, both with shock on their faces. Could it be that Counselor Fang Xing really succeeded in killing Emperor Huoluo? He is a strong man in the 11th realm. In their hearts, an incredible thought emerged. Could it be that Fang Xing Wuxian has become an 11th realm superpower? As for martial arts, Yi Liuyun's death has already shown that it is difficult to break through the 10th realm, let alone the 11th realm. Chapter 465 Solution. It seems, We need to pay more attention to the attitude of Counselor Fong Xing. After a long silence, Kyle spoke. Well, he is here, and my mecha radar has scanned it. Such a long-distance space teleportation. Counselor Fong Xing's space ability is far above the sea-breaking god. The first generation sighed. Then, in the secret realm of the universe, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded. On the surface of the mechanical planet, college students, researchers, tutors, and doctors drilled into the underground bunkers in a well-trained manner. The surface of factories was covered with decks, curled up in the depths of the planet. Then, this mechanical planet standing in the secret realm began to transform. The mechanical planet opened, revealing the limbs and torso of the mecha-like human. The pieces of planetary continents covered the mecha, turning into shields and wings behind it. The principal has transformed again. Is there an enemy? In the underground fortress? Or inside the mecha? Zhong Yuxiu, who had successfully graduated and stayed in school, looked at the monitoring screen with some surprise. Then, he opened his mouth in surprise. That's Fong Xing? Federation Elder. The highest professional. 11th level mecha master? The fluctuations in the void flashed and disappeared. Fong Xing stood in space, looking at the planet that had completed its transformation. His face was very calm. After all, the first-generation principal who did not use the forbidden weapons of the scientific side was like Emperor Huoluo to him. A character that could be crushed to death at will. Even if the other party took out the technological weapons of the 12th level of combat power, it would be like the Chaos Fire, and it would only take a little more effort. Senator Fong Xing, welcome to St. Armor University. The mecha of the first-generation principal made a gentle voice. No! He was not talking, but communicating with the light of the soul, which seemed more sincere and would never make semantic errors. This is respect for a strong man. Since Senator Fong has returned, what about Emperor Huoluo? The first-generation principal asked tentatively. Of course he died. The pressure on the front line of the Blue Star Federation in the Huoluo Galaxy Cluster can finally be relieved, and more troops can be transferred to other battlefields. Fong Xing seemed a little sad. This is also an explanation to Hengdong and others. Is the Huoluo Emperor really dead? The first-generation principal was shocked. The opponent was also a 11th level combat force. Even if there was the help of the Legion, he would not be sure to defeat the opponent without using forbidden weapons. Fong Xing was simply understating it. Of course he died. Fong Xing nodded in agreement. Haha. The Huoluo tribe is the largest refugee group of the Chaos Fire. The Huoluo tribe was severely damaged, which is very beneficial for our layout to annihilate the Chaos Fire. The first-generation principal's spiritual light seemed very excited. Then Fong Xing reminded him again, when killing Emperor Huoluo, he offered sacrifice to Chaos Fire for help. So I caught the clue and killed him in the Chaos Space. And also destroyed Chaos Fire. The first-generation principal, his optical computer, which was enough to operate the entire mecha and even calculate the movement of all dust in a galaxy, was a little sluggish at this time, you said? The peak of the 12 realms. One of the 3 pillars of the extraterritorial evil god. Chaos Fire. Fell? Indeed. Fong Xing nodded. Have you broken through the extreme realm of martial arts? Even the first-generation principal was shocked. Even the Blue Star Federation, which possessed forbidden weapons, had never killed a 3-pillar level extraterritorial evil god. Why could Fong Xing do it? I wonder what realm you are in now. The first-generation principal couldn't help asking. Guess? Fong Xing smiled and asked back. In his previous life, he read novels about the mastermind behind the scenes. The most annoying thing was that the mastermind had to find a source for his own supernatural power, and tried every means to rely on mythology, and had to play multiple roles to explain it. Isn't it embarrassing? Existence is reasonable. How did my supernatural power come from? Do I need to explain it? Don't you know who is strong and who is weak? Therefore, you need to explain it for me. It doesn't matter what the mythological origin theory, alien theory, or even the other world theory is. No matter what others guess. The most important thing is who holds the power. This is called having a great scholar debate for me. It is the same now. Fong Xing's current strength can already crush the Blue Star Federation. So he is too lazy to explain. On the contrary, these federal leaders have to rack their brains to guess, and dare not anger him. The first-generation principle, In any case, the emergence of Fong Xing among humans is a great thing. Just when he wanted to say something else, He heard Fang Xing asked. I heard. The Federation is going to promote the joint operation of 3 top-notch schools? Never. The first-generation principal immediately said righteously. 3 universities jointly run a school. Isn't this a joke? I have never had such an idea. It must be the people below who are messing around. I will issue an administrative order right now to let the current president of St. Armor University retire. Well, that's great. Fang Xing nodded. Sure enough. As long as the first problem is solved, the rest of the problems will be solved. When you smile at the world will smile at you. The premise is, your fist is strong enough. Blue Star University. Vigali, the president's exclusive secretary, held the folder and sighed again, alas. With today's technological level. In fact, all chores can be perfectly solved by handing over to artificial intelligence. When Fang Xing was the president, he actually used manpower to conduct the final approval and review. If it were Vigali, it would actually be just as useful. Even if a dog was tied here, it would probably be the same. Therefore, in the past few years since someone disappeared, the operation of Blue Star University has been very stable. The only difficult thing to solve is the pressure from the upper echelons of the Federation. Joint operation. Isn't this a clear annexation? Maybe the Nine Swords Academy can't swallow it. But our Blue Star University is doomed, since the death of Lord Hengdong. The voices of the top leaders have been much lower. Vigali thought of something and sighed again. In fact, if Fang Xing had not returned and was absorbed by St. Armor University, a large number of martial saints and martial gods would have switched to St. Armor University, which would have been the best situation. After all, they are all from the academic school, just from different factions. If it were another faction, they would probably devour all the essence of Blue Star University and would not let go of any piece of flesh and blood. Of course, if there is a choice, it is definitely best to be self-reliant. Now that the boss is back, the situation may be better. Vigali is actually not very optimistic about the future. Continued. After all, Fang Xing is only a 9th level martial god. Even if he has the combat power of the 10th level, he is not like Hengdong, a true 10th level professional, and there is still the possibility of promotion. But, compared to the previous situation, it is much better now. At least the president of Lan University will not be removed, and there is still a salary to be collected. While Wei Jieli was thinking, she saw the void in front of her move. Then, a young man walked out of the void. Wei Jieli. Fang Xing saw his secretary and smiled slightly. You have worked hard over the years. Wei Jieli didn't know why. She had an urge to cry, I'm fine. Boss, it's mainly Miss Nandong Shui. After her mecha was completed, she has been in charge of launching university and helped me a lot. I know. Fang Xing sighed quietly. This was the cause and effect that he could not give up. At night. Number 69. Blue Sea District. Inside the villa, the rich martial arts blood rushed up into the sky and turned into a giant snake, but was flicked away by Fang Xing's finger. What realm have you reached? Nandong Shui's pretty face on the opposite side blushed slightly. How come you have become so powerful after going to the Huoluo clan? Probably because I found the way and can see farther. Fang Xing said casually, for me, the 10 realms of martial arts are no longer a natural barrier. It just takes a period of meditation before I can break through it. Therefore, I plan to retreat for a period of time and ignore the outside world. As for you, don't worry about the pressure from St. Armor University. Before coming here, I reached an agreement with the first president, and there is no more to come. After these words, Nandong Shui's expression changed suddenly. She looked at Fang Xing carefully for a while, and suddenly sighed. Now I feel that you are getting farther and farther away from me. Fang Xing was silent, and then replied, life is like this. No matter how good the intersection is, it will eventually drift apart. Virtual space. In a conference room that looks like the ancient Roman Colosseum, a gray brain is suspended in the air. A large amount of information was gathered, and Xiolus, who was presiding over the meeting, had an unbelievable look on his face. Not only the Fire Luo clan. According to our informant in the Chaos Tentacle Cult, Chaos Fire, it has lost contact, no longer responds to prayers, and even the grace bestowed by God before has begun to dissipate. This cannot be explained by sleeping or being sealed. It is true death, completely fallen. Although the extraterritorial evil gods will not be completely dead, there is still a possibility of returning from history. But after the existence of the creator was confirmed, many scholars believe that this was the result of the creator's active subconscious. For the creator's subconscious, it takes a lot of cost to revive an extraterritorial evil god. Therefore, although most of the extraterritorial evil gods retain a slight possibility of resurrection, they will never be resurrected. Waluo Clan. Chaos Fire. A female counselor couldn't help but push her glasses. Even our Blue Star Federation has not killed a third pillar-level extraterritorial evil god. But it was done by a 9th-level martial god. The other counselors looked at each other and were speechless. Ahem, according to the intelligence, Counselor Fong Xing has visited the first-generation president of St. Armor University. Later, the other party suggested to fight with the first-generation president, and the first-generation president agreed. Xiles let out a long breath. The result is that the first-generation principal was defeated, and even defeated very easily. It is natural that he can kill the Chaos Fire and easily defeat the first generation. The other Archons looked solemn. No. Xiles looked bitter. The first-generation principal used a forbidden weapon. I think everyone knows what this means. Chapter 466 Doomsday Hourglass. Even forbidden weapons can't do anything to Fong Xing. This means that Fong Xing individual combat power has exceeded the limit of the entire Blue Star Federation. In this case, no matter what you do, it's ridiculous. I propose to promote Counselor Fong Xing to the position of Federation Elder. Finally, Kyle spoke. Federation Elder. This is the most honorable position in the Federation. And it is even different from the rotation of the Archons, which is a lifelong system. The meaning of its representation is very simple. The 11th Realm Professional. In other words, only professionals who broke through to the 11th Realm were qualified to become Federation Elders. Of course, now Fong Xing has to be added. Agree. Agree. None of the 9 Archons opposed. And no one abstained. And the proposal was passed directly. Very good. Next, I will trouble the all-knowing brain to upgrade Elder Fong Xing authority to the highest level in the Federation. Let's discuss the next topic. Elder Fong Xing inspection of the Federal Supreme Scientific Research Institute. Xiles quickly entered the official state. Although he said he would be in seclusion, Fong Xing rarely came back, so he still had to walk around. Fortunately, he can now teleport, and his speed is faster than taking a private spaceship and passing through a wormhole. After receiving the reply from the Supreme Council, he immediately thought and disappeared. In a blurred starry sky, the background of the universe is empty, with only a pure white planet. Its gravity and mass are almost at the point of qualitative change and turning into a neutron star. Here we are. The Federal Supreme Scientific Research Institute. The void flashed, and Fong Xing came to the outside of this planet, and immediately felt the lock of dozens of weapons. Then, the voice of the omniscient brain machine sounded, confirmed identity. Elder Fong Xing. Authority approved. Welcome to the Federal Supreme Scientific Research Institute. Instantly, many weapons returned to calm. In fact, even if they all exploded at the same time, Fong Xing would certainly not be afraid. A spaceship turned into a stream of light and came in front of him, revealing an old man in a white coat. He couldn't tell his age. He was bald, and there was a desire for truth in his eyes. He stared at Fong Xing with a little greed. Respected Elder Fong Xing. I am Shi Qingchuan, the head of the institute. Welcome to our institute to guide our work. Shi Qingchuan's eyes lit up. Fong Xing knew that this kind of scientific research madman must have heard some news, and wanted to let him have a physical examination or something. But he was too lazy to do so. He looked at Shi Qingchuan and said directly, I have a childhood friend named Lu Wei. Is he here with you? Yes. Lu. Shi Qingchuan interacted with his own intelligence. And then he said carefully, that researcher Lu is a very good talent. We are preparing to promote him vigorously. Fong Xing shook his head. With his authority, he naturally knew that Lu Wei had not been doing well recently. Especially later. His methods were a bit radical. And coupled with his sensitive identity, he almost went to jail after being discovered. But with me, everything is not a problem. Our federation is a free federation. Lu Wei is a proper citizen of the federation. If one day, he wants to leave the institute, you must remember to come and go freely. Fong Xing said. Of course. Of course. Shi Qingchuan's forehead was sweating. And then he quickly agreed. Well, take me to the Forbidden Weapons Factory. And then, there is the Doomsday Hourglass. For this place, Fang Xing is most interested in this. He followed Shi Qingchuan and entered a space bubble. And the world immediately changed. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at another cosmic void. In this cosmic void, there was only one neutron star, which was undergoing a strange transformation project. The number of forbidden weapons in the Federation has always been a mystery. Fang Xing only knew that the first president had one. And at the Supreme Academy of Sciences, there was another one under construction. This is the forbidden weapon T-31. It also undertakes various cutting-edge research tasks. In simple terms, it can be called a neutron star combat puppet. At the same time, it is also exploring the possibility of a 12-level mecha. Shi Qingchuan explained as simply as possible. Neutron star mecha? Fang Xing nodded. Sure enough, most of the roads have the same taste in the end. If this forbidden weapon is built in a conventional way, it will be a neutron star-level combat puppet. Moreover, it also reserves an interface for upgrading the 11th level mecha division in the future, which can be said to have made the most of the resources. Not bad. Not bad. Fang Xing came here. In addition to taking a look at this neutron star mecha, there is a more important purpose. Let's go see the Doomsday Hourglass. Yes. When mentioning this, Shi Qingchuan's expression became more solemn. The two went through a higher security check than visiting a forbidden weapon, and then came to a pure white laboratory. Through the glass window, Fang Xing could see that the laboratory was empty except for an hourglass. In the hourglass, blood-red sand was flowing down slowly. Even the speed of the sand flow was different. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, full of irregular changes, making it difficult to estimate. The Doomsday Hourglass is a model designed by us through the ritual means of the evil god after confirming the existence of the creator, scientifically predicting, monitoring the gods in the dream, and vaguely determining the time when the creator will wake up. Shi Qingchuan said, the flow rate of the blood-red sand will change due to various events in the real universe. Of course, there are not many people who are qualified to affect this flow rate. But the fall of the chaos fire of the Elder Order can definitely move our Doomsday clock forward a moment. According to the calculation of the Doomsday Hourglass, the falling speed of the sand has increased compared to before. What's the rough estimate? Fang Xing asked without changing his expression. 10 years. Shi Qingchuan gritted his teeth. Within 10 years, the creator is very likely to wake up. At that time, the humans of the Blue Star Federation will usher in the final judgment. 10 years? Fang Xing nodded. I know. 10 years. Qianyuan Xiuxian Realm. The vast sea. The island of death. Fang Xing Xiuxian clone finally returned here. He murmured and looked at his hands. Ordinary transformation of the spirit is perfect. But the 9th realm is the limit of combat power. The refining of the void is only the 10th realm. The fusion period is the 11th realm. The Mahayana ancestor is the 12th realm. Even in the spirit world, there may not be a 13th realm of the true immortal level. Right? However, my breakthrough is still useful. After obtaining the Panwu Grand Ceremony, Fang Xing confirmed that the plan he had planned before to balance the spirit, energy and spirit, and resonate the 3 dansons of the upper, middle and lower, and break through the 10 realms of martial arts is very feasible. Even after such a breakthrough, it may not be the 10th realm of martial arts, but a leap. Spirit, Qi and spirit is the lower dantian, which is the physical body. And now it has reached the 10th realm. Qi is the source of power cultivation of the Star Palace volume. I am at the 9th realm planetary level, and I am not far from the 10th realm. Spirit is the upper dantian, which is the great sun godhead. I will break through the refining void again. When the main body breaks through, the immortal cultivation avatar will directly return to the main body. With the power of the 10th realm of the 4 major systems, it will definitely break through the 10th realm of martial arts. While thinking, several escape lights flew in. The leader was Fairy Qiong, the master of Piamu Immortal Palace, followed by Tai Bai Sword Immortal, Fire Dragon True Lord and others. Greetings to the island master. They saluted respectfully, and even had some fanatical expressions on their faces. After all, to complete the great cause of unifying the world of immortal cultivation with one's own strength, no cultivator has ever accomplished such a feat since ancient times. Not to mention, this great sword cultivator has an elder who can beat even the refining void to death. I plan to retreat for a few years and break through to the refining void stage. Fang Xing spoke, speaking as if it was a matter of course. In fact, this was indeed a matter of course. For him, the current refining void stage was a breakthrough that he could break through whenever he wanted. Once I reach the refining void stage, I will definitely ascend to the sky. At that time, the affairs of the world will be handed over to you. Fang Xing made some arrangements casually. Fairy Qiong and others were both looking forward to it, and a little nervous. What they were looking forward to was naturally the gathering of resources from the whole world. Some of them could become the heavenly lord of transformation, and even refining void, and ascend to the sky. What they were nervous about was that they lost the suppression of the top strongmen, and they didn't know whether the Death God Island could continue to maintain the unified situation. In this regard, Fang Xing's attitude was that it didn't matter. Anyway, he unified the world of immortal cultivation just to plunder resources and make himself grow. Now that the goal has been achieved, he doesn't care about the fate of the products incidental to the process. Okay, you guys go out. Fang Xing waved his hand, full of a ruthless temperament of heaven. Under such circumstances, even Fairy Qiong did not dare to speak, and could only leave with a lot on her mind, and inform Piamu Fairy Palace to make preparations early. 10 years, leaving only the immortal cultivation avatar sighing. Within 10 years, it is necessary to break through the Star Palace scroll, and then the immortal cultivation avatar. With many conditions, the strongest martial arts foundation will be forged. Well, from the perspective of the Panwu Grand Ceremony, Fang Xing current martial arts 10th realm is actually still a foundation-laying realm. Fang Xing himself could not refute this. If the creator is in his prime, I probably won't be able to defeat him, but I have more experience than him. The existence of the Panwu Canon, among the many secret techniques, happens to target this situation. The creator is not in good condition. Once I break through the 10th realm of martial arts, he will get into a fight with me, and after entering the true self-law, you can better perform the secret techniques in the Panwu Canon. With intentional calculation, there is a certain chance. Of course, the worst case scenario is that if you bet too much, you still can't change anything, and you can only die and reincarnate your true spirit. Huh? My original body seems to be fake, and it doesn't matter if I die. It's just right for my true spirit to reincarnate, whether it goes to Daxia or Qingyuan realm. It is much wider than the main universe, and there are more possibilities and hopes. At worst, wait until eternity in the future, or even after transcendence, and then come to seek revenge on this creator. Fang Xing immortal clone looked dark and finally fell silent. Chapter 467 Refining the Void. Time flies, and several years pass in a flash. Cultivation World. Death Island. Fang Xing immortal clone sat cross-legged, with a bright light on his face. It was obvious that he had adjusted himself and reached the most perfect state of spirit. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. I know everything about refining the void. He mainly studied the spiritual void sword sutra of the Yuanshan sword sect's ascension inheritance. However, after unifying the Qianyuan cultivation world, all forces that had ascended and inherited the ascension inheritance were either destroyed or bowed down and offered their own fundamental inheritance scriptures. Fang Xing immortal clone mainly used the spiritual void sword sutra, integrating the Piamyo void sutra, ascension sutra, 6 dragon sutra essentials, and other refining void inheritances. He no longer had any doubts about the step of refining the void. He pinched the sword formula with his hand, and the Yuanshan in his body moved lightly, and a stream of innate chi fell down and turned into countless golden seal characters. These golden seal characters sank into the flying sword of the natal spirit, pushing the flying sword to continuously upgrade its grade. Fang Xing transformation into a spirit was perfect. So his flying sword, the rotten iron, was naturally the 5th grade perfect. He also refined it with various precious materials, and its foundation had reached the top of this world. At this time, absorbing the countless golden seal characters, the rotten iron sword suddenly made a roar. On the tip of the sword, a wisp of void was shattered, and the power of void was refined into the sword body. The silver-white power of void and the golden seal characters merged with each other, like a golden and silver tai chi, causing the rotten iron sword to roar and break through to the 6th level. The 5th level is the treasure of the spirit transformation. The 6th level is the treasure of the refining void, which can easily attract the power of void and refine the void. Almost at the moment when the rotten iron sword broke through, the mana of the spiritual void sword sutra in Fang Xing body changed, showing gold and silver colors, and broke through to the refining void stage. Sure enough, it's simple. It comes naturally. Fang Xing sighed. silently experiencing the refining void mana. His Yuan completely explored the avenue layer, absorbing the spiritual energy in an endless stream. And even the inexplicable fairy spirit fell, replenishing his lifespan. Theoretically, as long as he keeps absorbing spiritual energy, he can live forever. This state is not that the cultivators of the refining void really can live forever, but the characteristics of the power of the great Tao of immortality. The great Tao of immortality radiates a little power of the great Tao, which can make the recipient immortal. According to rumors, immortals are immortal, and can even make others and even animals immortal. But this kind of immortality is not self-reliant immortality, but like a vine clinging to a big tree. Once it cannot absorb the immortal spirit radiated by the great Tao of immortality, it cannot be maintained and will definitely die. And there are hidden dangers. Fang Xing frowned, and he already felt the rejection of the world. Compared to the god of transformation, the oppression of the cultivators of the refining void on this small world is too strong. He even felt the gathering of the external calamity. According to the information given to me by the heaven and earth, even if I survive the heavenly tribulation will not disappear, but will condense again, and continue to condense, until I am killed or driven away. Fang Xing's face twitched. No wonder the cultivators of Linshu want to ascend. It turns out that if you force yourself to stay, you will definitely die. As for the Linshu hard demon tribulation, he still didn't feel it. Heavenly tribulation? Fang Xing laughed long, and the rotten iron sword made a sword sound, flew out of the cave, and came to the sky above the Death God Island. At this time, the spiritual energy of the Death God Island, and even the entire Han-Hai Xiuxian world was rioting. The sky was clear, and the air was bright. And it was suddenly divided into 9 layers. There are 9 layers of heaven. In each layer of heaven, there is a layer of heavenly tribulation brewing. This is the 39th heavenly tribulation of the cultivators of the void refining realm. This, in the Piamu Immortal Palace, Fairy Qiong and the 2 god-transforming venerables looked at the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. And they all took a breath of cold air. The Lord of the Dark Kuan Island succeeded in the void refining realm, and has already triggered the 9-layer heavenly tribulation. The ancient venerable sighed. If it fails, it's natural. But if it succeeds, it will also ascend to the spirit world. One of the 2 venerables of the Death God Island has passed away. Fortunately, there is still Fang Yuan. Even so, outsiders may not be content. The world of immortal cultivation has finally settled down, and it is going to be in chaos again. When mentioning this, Fairy Qiong's expression was the most complicated. As Fang Xing bedmate, she had a vague guess. If her guess was true, after the Lord of the Dark Kuan Island ascended, I am afraid that the world of immortal cultivation will immediately usher in a great catastrophe. 39 heavenly tribulations. 9-fold thunder tribulations? Fang Xing held a sword in his hand and laughed loudly. Come on. Let me see it. He merged his sword with his own, transformed into a white dragon, and charged into the first heaven. This heaven was full of purple-blue dragons. Each of those dragons carried a pressure that could rival that of a god-transforming venerable, and was a 10,000 wind thunder dragon tribulation. Kill! Fang Xing's sword light moved, and countless sword shadows split, refining the sword into silk. Thousands of silk threads turned, carrying the power of a sword that could break all laws, and easily pierce through countless wind thunder dragons. The killed wind and thunder dragon dissipated instantly, and not even a trace of wind and thunder power was left. In the originally violent sea of thunder, a piece of open space was actually cleared. Each level of sword cultivation is actually superimposed. Now, each sword thread that Fang Xing separated out has the sword intention in heart, which can easily find the weakness of the thunder dragon. After killing from the reverse scale, it also has the power to destroy all laws. This kind of swordsmanship has reached the level of shocking the world and making ghosts and gods weep. When Tai Bai Sword Immortal, Chu Kuangtu and others on the ground saw it, they couldn't help but shed tears, as if they saw the gods they believed in. The first level of heavenly tribulation is broken. Fire Dragon True Lord murmured. They followed Fang Xing to destroy all the sects and collected a large number of classics. Their vision and knowledge were different from before. The 39 heavenly tribulations are wind, fire, ice. Now the island master is destroyed by the wind and thunder. The first 3 levels of the 39 heavenly tribulations are wind and thunder tribulations. The middle 3 levels are ice and thunder tribulations. And the last 3 levels are fire and thunder, which are the most violent. Just as they were talking, Fang Xing walked with his sword, breaking through 2 levels of heavenly tribulations, and killing into the 4th level of heavenly tribulation. Clatter! A chill that froze the ages emerged and merged with the thunder to become a strange and unpredictable ice and thunder. It emanated from the sky and from the heart. Even the 6th level rotten iron sword controlled by Fang Xing's soul seemed to be frozen, and the sword light slowed down for a moment. But the next moment, a trace of silver-white void power flashed on the tip of the rotten iron sword, shattering the void. The frozen void was shattered at once, and the sword light quickly split, killing the ice and thunder dragons one after another. At the same time, he opened his mouth slightly, and a purple-green flame flew out, constantly burning the ice thunder. It turned out to be the purple-green divine flame. In an instant, Fang Xing killed through the thunder tribulation of the 6th heaven. He lifted heavy things with ease, and still had strength to spare, even making the observing immortal cultivators feel that the refining heavenly tribulation was just like this. Boom! Then, in the 7th heaven, the fire thunder danced wildly and turned into a red thunder dragon. Its scales were lifelike, and even the dragon's eyes were bright and full of power, with a hint of the power of the Mahayana true spirit. It seemed that some powerful images of creatures that the heavenly tribulation actively memorized were completely simulated here. The gods who had thought that the refining heavenly tribulation was just like this before could not help but sweat profusely, knowing that if they also went through this refining heavenly tribulation, they might not even be able to take a claw from this fire thunder dragon. Fire thunder dragon? It can indeed bring death to ordinary refining cultivators. Fang Xing murmured and sacrificed the Liangyi ring. This ring has a quasi-7th order level, and it was a token given to him by the female cultivator who descended to the realm of Lianxu. After the Lianxu mana was injected, the Liangyi ring burst into brilliant spiritual light, one of which was an innate Liangyi Yuan magnetic divine light, which banned the 5 elements, like a divine sword, and instantly beheaded the red thunder fire dragon. Fang Xing waved his sleeves, and the Liangyi ring floated in front of him, and the purple-green, divine flame surrounded it. He wielded the sword and broke through the 8th and 9th levels of fire and thunder tribulations. In an instant, the thunder passed through the 9th level, and the 39 heavenly tribulations were easy. After Fang Xing passed the 9th level of fire and thunder tribulations, he realized that his purple-green divine flames had swallowed a lot of thunder and fire, and fell into evolution again. Presumably, after a little sacrifice and refinement, it would be a 6th order spiritual flame. At this time, there were more fairy lights falling from the void, as if guiding, allowing Fang Xing to see a coordinate in the void that seemed infinitely far away, but also close at hand. Ascending spiritual light, guiding immortal light? The stored content is naturally the coordinates of the spiritual world. Fang Xing sensed silently. Although he could use the secret technique of the void to temporarily seal the ascending spiritual light, the rejection of this world would increase with each passing moment. It won't be long before the 2nd wave of the refining virtual heavenly tribulation comes. It will even be endless and never end. No wonder the refining virtual masters have to ascend. Although I can delay it for a short time, it seems that there is nothing to do. Fang Xing has no disciples, no relatives and friends, and those who should be settled have been settled long ago. At this time, he was too lazy to stay and show off anything. He immediately guided the sword light, and the ascending spiritual light descended, wrapped him up, flew out of the world, and escaped into the void. The owner of the Minquan Island, the refining virtual ascended. The fire dragon true lord and the Tai by sword immortal stared at this scene blankly, with envy and worry in their hearts. Thousands of words. But in the end there was only a sigh. In the void. So this is the effect of the ascension light? It allows me to enter the illusionary layer for a short time and achieve the teleportation effect? Is this a teleportation with fixed coordinates? Fang Xing's real body escaped into the illusionary layer, and in the blink of an eye, he understood this ascension mode. It is quite clever, but it seems a bit rigid and fixed. Well, no. In this way, the fluctuations of teleportation will inevitably be captured. If the upper world builds an ascension platform or something like that, it will be a trap. Oh! I knew from the last soul search of the female cultivator of refining void that the spirit world does not have this technology yet. Ascending cultivators will appear randomly in the spirit world. However, this kind of fluctuations may still be captured, and then the approximate position can be determined. Although he knew this, Fang Xing did not struggle. Instead, He looked like he was watching a good show and prepared to fish. After all, he had nothing in the spirit world, and was waiting for someone with a predestined relationship to come and deliver information. Spirit Stones and Maps. Chapter 468. The Combined Spirit World. Jiusheng Palace. The layers of palaces are extremely deep, and 9 huge incense burners are placed side by side on the square. The incense burners are brass-colored, with mountains, trees, flowers, birds, insects, fish, and mountains and rivers on the surface. From the incense burners, wisps of spiritual smoke linger, turning into light clouds and mist, covering the palaces at all times. These clouds and mists have been specially refined, and have the effect of assisting practice, calming the inner demons, and opening up spiritual wisdom. They are the holy objects of practice that all spiritual world cultivators yearn for. In the spiritual world, Jiusheng Palace is famous. It is one of the 3 ancestral lands of the human race in the spiritual world, along with the Donglong Imperial Court and the Lingua sect. And there are Mahayana ancestors sitting in charge. This day, in a palace, a large seismic instrument suddenly roared. Huh? Did the ancestor personally order us to focus on the fact that there are cultivators ascending from the lower world of Qianyuan? Several Taoist children rubbed their eyes and immediately stepped forward to watch the changes in the 9 Dragons coiled seismometer. The earthquake is in the east. It should be in the East Dragon continent, which is still the territory of our Jiusheng Palace. Immediately locate it, and also quickly report to all the combined elders. An older Taoist child gave orders, and then pinched his hands together, and the spiritual light flashed, turning into a wisp of flame, lighting a green incense stick. Incense smoke lingered, and one of the Taoists with white hair and a young face appeared. Jiolong Didion. What do you want to report to me? Report to Elder Dixiang. There are cultivators ascending from the lower world of Qianyuan, and the seismometer has captured its fluctuations. It should be in the East Dragon continent, within the influence of Qiyuan Temple. As the Taoist child reported, the other boys were not idle either, locking in a more detailed range. Qiyuan Temple? Very good. It is a subordinate force of my Jiusheng Palace, and it has a teleportation array. The Taoist with white hair and a youthful face was delighted. This elder will set off now. If you can capture the person who ascended from the lower world, you will all have made great contributions. Thank you, Elder. The Taoist children were delighted, and they felt that their achievements were as easy as taking something out of a bag. After all, the ascended cultivators are all in the early stage of refining the void, and Elder Dixiang is in the fusion stage. In the spirit world, although the Mahayana cultivators have the highest cultivation, these cultivators are elusive and only focus on ascending to become immortals. The real masters are still the fusion cultivators. Even Elder Dixiang is not considered a weakling among the fusion cultivators. To capture a cultivator in the early stage of refining the void, even if the cultivator has amazing magical powers, it is just a matter of hand. Spirit world. Somewhere in Donglong continent, a flash of light flashed in the void, and Fang Xing immortal clone emerged. Is this the spirit world? Fang Xing looked up and saw 2 suns, one large and one small. Well, the spiritual energy in the void is just average, a little stronger than the Qianyuan immortal world. His consciousness expanded rapidly, and found a large city nearby, and even swept across directly. Interesting. In the spirit world, mortals and immortals live together. This place is Sanhua City, which belongs to Qiyuan Temple. This Qiyuan Temple has a refining cultivator who controls 132 nearby cities, and is also a small overlord. In the spirit world, the refining cultivator is already a high-level cultivator, and his status is similar to that of the Jindan cultivator in the Qianyuan small world. If you don't provoke a big force, it's enough to establish a sect in some remote places and act tyrannically. But at this time, it's not this that attracts Fang Xing attention. His spirit merged with the heaven and earth, and he felt the information from the spirit world. In the spirit world, cultivators below the level of refining emptiness will only face tribulations when they break through the great realm. But it is different above the level of refining emptiness. Refining emptiness cultivators will face a 3-9 heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years, and the power will continue to increase. Fusion cultivators will face a 6-9 heavenly tribulation every 2,500 years. Mahayana cultivators will face a 9-9 heavy tribulation every 5,000 years. If they can't make it, they will die. Sure enough, easily obtained immortality has consequences. However, Compared to the Qingyuan Great Realm, the ninefold Yuanshan and even the Yuanshan Overlord only have a lifespan of 10,000 years, which is already very good. Fang Xing sighed. There are many benefits to the immortal way. Not only does the Yuanshan of the Huashan cultivators merge with the heaven and earth, but after refining emptiness, they can directly accommodate the power of the great Tao of the immortal, and have an endless lifespan. Unfortunately, this kind of lifespan is fake. It is not real longevity. Not only will lifespan dissipate immediately after leaving the radiation of the great Tao of immortality, but also will face various heavenly tribulations every once in a while. Only the 13th realm true immortals, who have fully mastered a law, can completely be free from the worries of lifespan and tribulations. Therefore, those Mahayana ancestors will ignore external affairs and only seek to ascend to the immortal world. They are all forced by the knife of heavenly tribulations hanging over their heads. Fang Xing stood there idly, just not leaving. He waited for a while, and finally felt a strong divine sense sweeping over. This reaction is a bit slow. But is it finally coming? With his speed, he could have left far away after ascending, and was not afraid of encirclement and suppression at all. But he deliberately waited here just to fish. The spiritual consciousness just now was full of malicious intent and was very powerful. It should be a cultivator in the fusion stage. Fang Xing nodded and waited for a moment, and then saw a beam of light flying over, revealing a Taoist with white hair and a young face. His magic power fluctuated like the abyss and the sea, and his spiritual consciousness was extremely powerful. In the world of immortal cultivation, the difference between the cultivators in each realm is the difference between heaven and earth, and it is completely crushing. You are in the early stage of refining emptiness, and you are full of the turbid air of the lower world. Elder Dixiang held a spirit bead in his hand, identified it, and sneered. The aura of the cultivators, who have just ascended from the lower world, is still subtly different from that of the native cultivators in the spiritual world. Jiuxiang Palace specially made the searching dust bead according to this principle, which can find the cultivators, who have just ascended within a certain range. Of course, once the ascended cultivators live in the spiritual world for a few years, the so-called worldly turbid air will almost disappear, and this kind of searching dust bead will be of no use at all. Tell me, what happened in Qianyuan's lower world? How did my disciples from Jiuxiang Palace encounter? And where is the treasure? Elder Dixiang was high and mighty, like he was interrogating a prisoner. You are so arrogant. Fang Xing shook his head and sighed. I know that you, a cultivator from the lower world, are used to being domineering. It's a pity that this is the spiritual world, where dragons have to coil and tigers have to lie down. Elder Dixiang smiled contemptuously and opened a scroll with a glittering aura. Well, if you don't tell me, I will throw you into this 18 incense bones hell map, and I will give you a good beating before interrogating you. He made a hand gesture, and runes sank into the scroll in his hand. The scroll slowly unfolded, and a strange fragrance filled the air. There were also petals that enveloped the surroundings and blocked the void. Most of the battles above the refining void stage cultivators involved the void. Therefore, most of the treasures above the 6th level have the ability to seal the void. Swish, swish. One by one, the skeletons walked out of the scroll, and they all had the mana fluctuations of the late stage of refining the void. First seal the heaven and earth. And there are 18 skeletons refining the void. Oh, the real killer is actually the fragrance of flowers in the dark? It's actually similar to the soul attack, which is really interesting. Fang Xing smiled and commented. Humph. Stubborn. Elder Dixiang snorted coldly, but was also surprised by Fang Xing's sharpness. Maybe he practiced some kind of spiritual eye technique, and his perception is sharp. But the gap between the great realms has long been destined. He moved his mind, and the 18 skeleton gods and demons formed a formation and fell down. At the same time, there were black round shields blocking in front of him. As a cultivator, caution has become a kind of instinct. The next moment, swish, a sword suddenly rose, like a sky full of stars, with a white rainbow in the middle, shining with a hint of gold and silver, and killed the skeleton gods and demons. Swish, the sword energy that could break all laws burst out, instantly killing a white bone demon god. Not only that, Fang Xing opened his mouth slightly, and a purple-green fire line emerged and fell on the surrounding blockade. Good swordsmanship. Good spiritual flame, Elder Dixiang exclaimed. But his expression did not change much. Although the explosion of this cultivator in the early stage of refining emptiness was quite amazing. He could even kill the white-bone demon god in the late stage of refining emptiness. But considering the identity of the other party as an ascended cultivator, it is not difficult to understand. Such ascended cultivators have amazing talents, luck and comprehension. As long as they do not die in the middle, they can often become big figures in the spirit world. If it's just these, he sneered and changed his spell. The remaining white-bone demon gods roared, and the crystal-like jade bones on their bodies scattered, and then quickly combined to become a 6-faced, 18-armed white-bone demon dragon. An aura far beyond the refining emptiness burst out, and it reached the level of fusion. Sure enough, to deal with these ascended monks, you can't use the refining monks, but you must be a higher realm, crushing them with the force of a mountain crushing an egg. Elder Dixiang thought in his heart. In the history of the spirit world, there are indeed examples of ascended monks being easily suppressed by the fusion masters. Of course, there are also truly heaven-defying figures who can kill the fusion stage in the refining stage. They are true immortal seeds, and there may not be one among the thousands of ascended monks in the lower world. The white-bone dragon roared and wandered among the stars. The countless sword energy could only leave a few slight marks on its demon body. Just as the white-bone dragon opened its bloody mouth and was about to fall, Elder Dixiang saw a familiar Tuyin ring in Fang Xing hand. Then, a congenital Tuyin and yang magnetic divine light rushed into the sky, like a magic sword. Puff! The white-bone dragon was instantly split into two. A little bit of purple-green flame instantly burned on the scroll of Elder Dixiang. Liang Ring. It's you? Elder Dixiang was extremely angry and a little confused. Although Liang Ring is magical, his 18 incense bone hell map is a real 7th level combined treasure with infinite uses. Not only is the quality of his treasure higher, but his cultivation is also 1 level higher. How could he be at a disadvantage? It seems that you are going to die. The rotten iron sword appeared in Fang Xing hand, and a sword sound soared into the sky. Just a refining void. Elder Dixiang pinched his hands. An infinite spiritual light appeared. A large number of law lines gathered to form a yellowish-brown law body. In a flash, he seemed to have turned into a law giant. The immortal path combination stage is when the law perception reaches the 4th level of the law body, which is combined with oneself. And the power is infinite. Chapter 469 Falling with a rumble. The khaki rock giant stood tall, and with a slight pinch of his 5 fingers, it was like 5 mountains pressing down, dominating even the spiritual world. Sure enough, in the end of cultivation, it all involves the law. Fang Xing looked at this scene, but was very emotional. Combination. It turns out to be the body of the law. At this moment, breaking through the bottleneck of the fusion period was like nothing to him. As long as the mana is in place, it can be broken through immediately. However, the most important thing about the system of comprehending the law is the comprehending the law. Fang Xing sneered, and the space-time world enveloped it, and the 5 mountains were moved away in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Comprehension of the law. This is an ability that can be fully shared as long as the main consciousness is unified. Now Fang Xing original body, his immortal clone, their understanding of the law are at the level of the black dragon. The fusion of the law of time and space is comparable to the 5th level of the law of heaven and earth. Or even higher. The law of a thought was born, and the law body of Elder Dixiang was suppressed immediately. What? This is the application of the rules of the Mahayana ancestor. Why are you? When Elder Dixiang saw this scene, his huge yellowish rock body was trembling with fear. He didn't even have time to think, and he was about to use the escape technique to escape. But the next moment, the rotten iron sword blessed by the power of the great Tao of time and space actually penetrated several round shields in succession and slashed Elder Dixiang. Ah! Elder Dixiang screamed and turned into a strange rag doll. A few dozen feet away, a flash of light appeared, and Elder Dixiang's figure appeared, with a fierce look on his face, and he tore off his left arm. Blood spilled in the sky. In the blood mist, the shadows of gods and demons emerged, which turned out to be the top magic secrets. Those bloody gods and demons pounced on Fang Xing, while the rest of the blood light wrapped around Elder Dixiang, preparing to escape in blood. Is it too late to think of escaping now? Fang Xing held the rotten iron sword in his hand and slashed it down. This sword was not fast or sharp, but when it fell, the void was completely frozen. It was a space stillness comparable to the stillness of time. Under the stillness of space, Elder Dixiang, who was fleeing in panic, looked extremely ridiculous. The light of escape that he was conceited about being unparalleled in the world completely stopped in midair, revealing his horrified face. The rotten iron sword turned into a white light and mercilessly circled around his neck. Puff! When the space began to flow, Elder Dixiang's body was instantly split in two, and his soul was severely damaged. Stop! Seeing this, Fang Xing chuckled and threw out the Liangyi ring. This ring can be extended and retracted by the heart. Suddenly, it circled a soul, like a collar on a dog's neck. The person in the collar is Elder Dixiang. My Jiuxiang Palace will not let you go. The soul of Elder Dixiang flickered and sent out an unyielding message. So much nonsense. Fang Xing's eyes flashed with golden light, like two extremely sharp flying swords, piercing into Elder Dixiang's soul. The soul-searching technique obtained from the Panwu Grand Cannon entered the depths of the soul without hindrance, and saw a lot of secrets of Jiuxiang Palace. Mahayana Patriarch. Does the 12 realms exist? If we really want to fight, I still need your help. Fang Xing murmured, picked up Elder Dixiang's storage treasure, and pinched out a spell. Cooperating with Elder Dixiang's soul, he immediately opened it, and saw the mountains of resources inside. That's all you can do. After doing all this, Fang Xing looked at Elder Dixiang, and the innate Tuyin and Yang magnetic divine light fell mercilessly. Puff! Jiuxiang Palace. The chime suddenly roared. It's bad. Elder Dixiang's life essence is broken. A Taoist boy ran out of the ancestral hall, his face pale. Elder Dixiang is a master in the middle stage of fusion. Could it be the other two major forces? The escape lights flew over and landed in the meeting hall. They were all cultivators in the fusion stage. The leader was a girl in a pink skirt, with a mysterious aura, and she had reached the peak of fusion. This girl is now the palace master of Jiuxiang Palace. Elder Dixiang, where is your last location? The palace master of Jiuxiang spoke. Her voice was like a clear spring, but with unquestionable majesty. Elder Dixiang discovered that Qian Yuan had ascended from the lower realm, and went to Qiyuan Temple to capture him. But the result was, the elders looked at each other, and an old man with a white beard stood up and spoke hesitantly. How could a mere ascended cultivator, in the early stage of refining emptiness, cause Dixiang to fall? A strong man with a curly beard sneered, and it was obvious that he was from a faction that did not get along with Dixiang. In any case, Dixiang sacrificed his life for my Jiuxiang Palace. His disciples must provide relief. In addition, we must find out what happened. The master of Jiuxiang Palace had a firm face. Qian Yuan's descent to the lower realm is related to the rare treasures of the Immortal Palace. Even the ancestor is very concerned. After finding out this time, the ancestor will personally take action. What? Ancestor? The other combined elders looked at each other in bewilderment. Why is it so? If he can kill Dixiang, maybe the rare treasure of the Immortal Palace is on the ascended cultivator. The Lord of Jiuxiang Palace said, each of these rare treasures of the Immortal Palace has incredible power. Maybe they can escape from my hands. Will we be like in the storybook novels? One by one to send them away. And then the opponent escapes repeatedly. And then he is promoted to the combined state, or even the Mahayana, and finally comes to destroy Jiuxiang Palace? The other combined elders were immediately awed. Yes! If the genius who can kill the combined state can grow up, maybe he really has a chance to become a Mahayana. By then, it may be the end of the entire Jiuxiang Palace. While the opponent has not grown up yet, the ancestor directly took action and crushed him with a thunderous force. It is indeed a mature strategy for the country. In the spirit world, with the actions of Jiuxiang Palace, it instantly became turbulent. Even the Donglong Imperial Court and the Lingua sect were alarmed by the unusual movements of the Jiuxiang Palace. The top leaders frequently gathered, and even the Mahayana ancestor showed up. But all of this was cleverly covered up by the Jiuxiang Palace. No forces knew that they were making such a big fuss for the sake of the ascending cultivators from the lower realm and the rare treasure of the Immortal Palace. Not long after, the Jiuxiang Palace made another big move. Give up the affiliated forces. Give up everything and move to the mountain gate with all their strength. All kinds of mountain protection formations are fully activated. It almost made the spiritual world cultivators think that the Jiuxiang Palace wanted to go to war with the other two major forces. It was not until later that they discovered that the Jiuxiang Palace was shrinking. Shrinking at all costs. when the cultivation world, which was in a panic, finally discovered that the Joseon Palace was implementing a shrinking strategy. Its forces had already been mostly condensed. At the same time, a shocking news spread throughout the cultivation world. The Mahayana ancestor of the Joseon Palace is suspected to have fallen. Main universe. Blue Star. Blue Sea District number 69. The Mahayana ancestor of Joseon Palace, who is also in the 12th realm, is much weaker than the Chaos Fire. At most, he is about the same as the extremely sublimated Huoluo Emperor. Is he considered to have just entered the 12th realm? Fang Xing sat cross-legged and suddenly took a deep breath. In his body, deep in an unknown star palace, a slowly rotating planet was ignited. After finally absorbing enough source power, the planet immediately transformed and was ignited from the inside out, forming a star. Looking at it again at this time, there is a bright galaxy in the star palace. Countless stars and stardust circling the star in the middle, as if many planets are orbiting the sun. Breakthrough, spirit, energy, and immortal clones, all of which are in the 10th realm. Fang Xing let out a long breath. Although he has studied in the Qingyuan realm, his understanding of the law is far from being summarized by the 10th realm. With a high-level inheritance and secret method, his combat power is close to the 13th realm. But at this time, his Blue Star martial arts was only at the mediocre 9th realm. It still requires the small 3-in-1 of spirit, energy and spirit, the big 3-in-1 of heaven, earth and man, the 6-in-1 of inside and outside, in order to break through the 10th realm of martial arts and build the strongest martial arts foundation. The reason for such trouble is naturally to compete with the creator. The stronger the foundation, the more advantages you can have in the competition. Fang Xing glanced at the attribute panel. Star Lord Realm, Star Level, Star Palace Scroll, 1/200 Mastery. The Star Lord Realm is the source power system of Daxia, and the Star Level is the 10th Realm Strongman. Another comprehensive increase. Before that day comes, I should be able to take the law perception to a higher level and practice more secret arts. Then, take action before the creator wakes up. Fang Xing has never been a person who sits and waits for death. He likes to catch his opponent off guard. It is the best choice to launch a surprise attack just before the creator wakes up. He thought about it and made a call. Boss. The figure of Vigiali appeared on the other side of the projection. What happened outside during my retreat? Fang Xing said. Everything is normal. But many people want to visit you. After all, you are a veteran of the Federation. When it comes to this, Vigiali feels a little unbelievable, wondering if she is dreaming. Isn't her boss a 9th level martial god? Or at most a 10th level combat power? How did he suddenly become a veteran of the Federation? This honorary position has always been awarded only to the ultimate professionals of the legendary 11th level. Also, Vice Principal Nya Ing wants to meet with you. Vigali suppressed her shock and introduced herself in a serious manner. Teacher Nya Ing, I meet him later. And I ask him to do something by the way. Fang Xing thought for a while and responded. What is it? Vigali was a little curious. What is this professional who has already stood at the top of the Federation going to do? I plan to follow the example of the former Principal Yu Luyuan and strive for the 10th realm of martial arts in the 815th year of the Starry Sky calendar. When the time comes, all martial artists in the Federation can come to watch the ceremony. Fang Xing smiled. Boss, strive for the 10th realm of martial arts? Vigali was a little surprised. Isn't the boss a professional of the 11th realm? But she immediately realized that the boss probably promoted to the 11th realm through other ways. And now, he wants to break through the martial arts realm. With the boss's current strength, breaking through the 10th realm is not a matter of course. So, is the shackles that bind all martial artists on Blue Star finally going to be broken? Chapter 470. Starry Sky Calendar 815. According to the Doomsday Hourglass issued by the Federal Supreme Scientific Research Institute, it is less than a year away from the awakening of the Creator, combined with scientific predictions and big data models, and even the error margin calculations that must be included in the mystical rituals. It can be said that the Creator is already in a state where he may awaken at any time. This matter is like a dark cloud, weighing on the hearts of every high-level member of the Federation. Of course, for those martial arts professionals in the Federation, this year has other meanings. For example, Federal Elder, Blue Star University President Fang Xing is ready to impact the 10th realm of martial arts. Although the previous president Yi Luyan failed to impact the 10th realm and died in a very distinctive way. He also left a warning not to impact. But this one is not comparable to Yi Luyun. A federal elder represents the highest combat power of the Federation. Once he takes action, he must have full confidence. Therefore, more and more warriors gather in Blue Star. And everything is like the grand occasion when Yi Luyun impacted that year. There are so many people. Gu Jiantong walked down the spaceship with the help of his grandchildren, and looked at this scene with great emotion. Thinking of that person again, he felt even more inexplicable emotions. Thinking back then, he was a genius as famous as that person. But he was severely injured in the Moon Goddess incident. Although he was lucky enough to save his life, he was also half disabled, and could only go back to inherit the family business and have children. Fortunately, Gu Jiantong was strong all his life. Even though he lost to that person in the extraordinary path, he worked hard to develop his own company into a large group in the Federation, and gave birth to hundreds of children. Now there are more than 1,000 grandchildren. Grandpa, I heard that you and that Federation elder were classmates. The one who was supporting Gu Jiantong was his most favored grandson. Both grandfather and grandson had undergone genetic surgery, and there was no problem living for hundreds of years. At this time, they looked younger and more like father and son. Yeah, back then. Gu Jiantong's eyes were blurred, recalling the past. Just then, a rough voice came from the side. Gu Jiantong, apart from cheating to beat Brother Xing in the 100 Stars joint examination, you have been chasing Brother Xing back. How dare you say this? Who are you? Gu Jiantong's grandson glared at him. And then, he was a little depressed. The person who appeared was wearing the uniform of the Public Security Bureau. Judging from the title, he had a high status. Maybe he was the director of the General Public Security Bureau. Song Jin Gang. Humph. I don't bother to talk to you. Gu Jiantong raised his head stubbornly, walked into the gate of Blue Star University, and then stopped at the edge. Now in Blue Star University, not to mention that there are as many martial saints as dogs. But there are martial gods everywhere. But it's not far from it. There is no place for him. Although Song Jin Gang is very hardworking, he was promoted in recent years with the help of Fang Xing. He also cannot enter the core, and can only bicker with Gu Jiantong while being a door god. He glanced and saw several familiar figures, among which Gu Yun was also among them. But Gu Yun's expression was cold at this time. Suddenly, his eyes turned and saw a figure. You are Lu Wei. You actually broke through the 8th realm? Lu Wei strode over. I remember you. The rich lady who hired me and Ah Xing back then. He practiced magnetic field martial arts, and once he broke through the martial saint. He was a strong martial saint, and his combat power was extraordinary. But in the Federal Supreme Scientific Research Institute, he was still a guinea pig being studied. Thanks to Fang Xing words back then, he made up his mind to leave the Scientific Research Institute, which was considered to let himself go and reconcile with himself. After all, as a biochemical person, being able to reach this point has surpassed countless people of the same kind. You are here too, Gu Yun said. Axing is promoted to the 10th level of martial arts today. Of course I will come. Lu Wei nodded and walked towards the center of Blue Star University, towards the direction of the library. Fang Xing also chose the secret realm above the library as the place for the breakthrough. In the secret realm, he wore a white training suit, a black ribbon tied around his waist, and sat cross-legged. On the opposite side were only two people, Vice President Yang and Nandong Shui. Axing, you may encounter great terror when you break through to the 10th level of martial arts. Have you really thought about it? Yang looked at his best student, a little hesitant to speak. He had listened to Yi Luyun's experience and warnings at the beginning. For the sake of martial arts, I will never regret it even if I die. Fang Xing smiled and shook his head. Also, this time I allow them to feel the breath in the outside world. But I won't broadcast it live. Yi Luyun was open and honest. But he was not. The immortal clone alone was a secret that could not be exposed. Well, I understand. Yang stood up and left, feeling a bit like a turtle. Next, Fang Xing looked at Nandong Shui again. If something happens to me, the will has been given to you. Nandong Shui rolled her eyes. I always feel like you are teasing me. You are 100% sure of breaking through this time. There is a 100% grasp of nature, and the will is just a process. Fang Xing smiled and watched the woman leave the secret realm. In the end, he was the only one left in the secret realm. Boom! The will of martial arts soared into the sky. Fang Xing, with his keen sense of space, swept through the secret realm to confirm that there were no hidden means and surveillance. Let's start. After considering all the preparations, all the possibilities, and all the developments, Fang Xing finally made up his mind. Swish! The silver-white light flashed, and the immortal clone emerged. Even though the immortal clone was in the spirit world, it was still pulled back due to the power of the gate of the heavens. The immortal clone said nothing and sat cross-legged directly. Fang Xing glanced at the attribute panel. Well, the great sun Tathagata palm. The master finally completed it. Fang Xing let out a long breath, and a great sun Tathagata Dharma body emerged behind him. It has many perfect phases, with the facial features of Fang Xing, a body of red gold, and a circle of great sun flames around it, forming the Dharma realm seal. Below the great sun Dharma realm, there is only the Tathagata true Buddha. The martial saint cultivates the Dharma phase. The martial god is the Dharma phase promoted to the Dharma body. Now that the great sun Tathagata palm is perfect, my great sun Tathagata Dharma body is also perfect, and it can be regarded as reaching the peak of the martial god. Fang Xing sat cross-legged silently, and above the great sun Tathagata Dharma body, the Niwen palace between his eyebrows suddenly lit up. A great sun godhead was slowly operating in the upper Dantian. In the middle Dantian, there was a great sun star palace, in which there was a star surrounded by countless stars. The lower Dantian was Fang Xing 9 source star body forging secret art, which was also the 10th realm. Spirit, Qi, and Spirit, all above the 10th realm. Fang Xing silently circulated his Qi and blood, and felt that the upper, middle, and lower 3 Dantians resonated with an indescribable frequency. This frequency even spread out, causing the heaven and earth to resonate. The 3 talents of man, spirit, energy and spirit, are the small trinity. The heaven, earth and man are the big trinity. The big trinity plus the small trinity is the heaven and earth. The infinite 6 directions, all in it. At this moment, Fang Xing seemed to see the entire universe, and even felt a certain indescribable existence in the center of the universe. It's time to break through. Fang Xing had stood up without knowing when, pointing one hand to the sky and one hand to the ground. The 6 directions and 8 directions. Only I am supreme. Boom! The Dharma body of the Tathagata of the sun roared. The immortal clone smiled slightly, turned into a stream of light, and sank into the body of the original body. After the twin guardians of the Heavenly Mother Mighty Golden Lotus were brought to the perfection of the Grandmaster, Fang Xing could take back the immortal clone with a thought. And the magic power and blood of the two came from the same source, and they were in harmony. At this time, the withdrawal of the immortal clone in the refining void stage was undoubtedly the great medicine for the original body to break through the 10 realms of martial arts. Buzz! On the attribute panel, the immortal warrior characteristics flashed. The huge power of the immortal clone was transformed into a stream of majestic blood and Qi, which fell on the Dharma body of the Tathagata. The Dharma body of the Tathagata was affected by this, and was immediately perfect, with an immortal charm. It has begun. Outside the secret realm, although many martial saints and martial gods could not observe through the live broadcast, they could feel Fang Xing martial arts will and his extremely powerful spirit. The spirit of Elder Fang is more than 1,000 times stronger than the last time Illusion broke through. Jianqiu and Duan Hai were forced to retreat thousands of meters. They looked at each other, and saw the horror in each other's eyes. The martial gods were like this, and the martial saints were naturally even more unbearable. Niang and Su Sanon were pale. When the spirit just soared into the sky, they even had the urge to kneel down. So strong. Niang's face was full of disbelief. A Xing physique is probably already at the 10th level, or even the 11th level. Fang Yuanlao will surely succeed in breaking through. But what really needs to be paid attention to is what happens next. Su Sanon murmured with a little fanaticism in his eyes. At this moment, everyone heard Fang Xing declaration. In a trance, they saw a big sun rising from the secret realm. In the world of the 6 directions, I am the only one. The most important thing is actually the word I. The road of martial arts is originally about emotion and me. Even in the Panwu Grand Ceremony, the entry is the law of the true self. Fang Xing will is mighty and powerful. Sensing himself, at this moment, a surprising scene happened. His physique and body, which were comparable to the 10 realms, were actually becoming virtual. It was as if the flesh, blood, and bones were all just illusions. Sure enough, This universe was created by the Creator in a dream. We are all nothingness, Fang Xing murmured. And in this illusion, he grasped a little bit of the true self. Even though the body was fake, his true spirit, his experience, and his emotions were all real. The key to cultivating immortals is to use the false to cultivate the true. A new line of marks appeared on the attribute panel. The true self law has been introduced. Chapter 471 Awakening. True self law? Besides me, there is nothing else? In the illusion, a little bit of Fang Xing true spirit flickered. And then, he constructed 3 dantians out of thin air. A big sun god fell into the upper dantian. The sun star palace fell into the middle dantian. An infinite starlight burst out in the lower dantian. The Panwu grand ceremony, the strongest martial body, condense. The 3 dantians resonated, constructing a perfect young body. Every inch of his body seemed to follow the golden section line. With an immortal charm. The 10 realms of martial arts. True immortality. What Fang Xing condensed was naturally an immortal body. From the outside world's point of view, his body was illusory for a moment, and then condensed from nothing to become true immortality. This step is very important. Yi Luyuan did not take this step, and could not grasp the true self. So he was completely dissipated in the casual blow of the Creator later. The true self law is introduced, and the immortal body is condensed. Fang Xing clenched his fists. Now my soul and body have to live forever. But I don't know how far I am from eternity. There are many kinds of immortality. The lowest level is to rely on power for immortality, such as the cultivators of the refining realm, who rely entirely on the immortal path, and are also subject to the world's heavenly tribulation. A slightly better one is to live forever by one's own strength, without external help, and without external tribulation restrictions. But if the world they rely on is lost, they may not be able to survive forever in the chaos of the void. Going up, it is natural that the world will be destroyed, but I will not be destroyed. The world will decay, but I will not be immortal. But this state still cannot be called eternal. Eternal. Eternal existence. Even if the world is destroyed. Even if the chaos of the void is destroyed. Even if the law decays. It is still eternal. My immortal body, although it is truly immortal, is still a long way from eternity. Fang Xing sighed, and as soon as he thought about it, he created the void, put on the white training clothes, and took a step out. In an instant, he stepped out of the secret realm and arrived above Blue Star University. Boom! A powerful spirit rose into the sky and turned into an immortal sun. This sun was not an ordinary star, but a star with a hint of immortality in time and space, as if it was hanging above the layers of time and space. An indescribable immortal celestial body. The 10 realms of martial arts. It's broken. Yang eyes were filled with tears. Congratulations to Elder Fang for breaking through the 10 realms of martial arts. One by one, the martial saints and gods bowed their heads. And the outer Vajra, and even the martial arts golden elixir masters, even knelt down directly. The will of martial arts is strong and overbearing. They worship Fang Xing. Not Fang Xing, but the future of martial arts. Those who pave the way for martial arts should be respected. But at this moment, in the most secret and cutting-edge laboratories in various parts of the Federation, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded. Alarm! Alarm! The gods of dreams are sleeping. It is suspected that the Creator has awakened. Disaster level, SSS. In the deepest part of the boundless universe. A secret core place. A thought slowly awakened. It seems that he is the master of this universe, and he can know everything in the universe in a single thought. Therefore, he directly sensed Fang Xing, and that trace of the law of the true self. Another ant who tried to attack the true self. For this kind of ant, he had dealt with it last time. Although he was awakened this time, it was not a real awakening, and he failed to recover all his strength. But it was just a small 10 realm, and a thought was enough. After all, he is the creator of this universe. The real master, Blue Star, is the creator. Coming? In the outer space, a mechanical planet has landed at some point. It was the first president of St. Armor University. After what happened to Yi Luyuan last time, they already knew that when a martial artist breaks through the 10th realm, the most important thing to pay attention to is not the evil god believers, and the evil gods from outside the domain, but the creator? At this time, there was an old man and a woman on the mechanical planet. The only 3 remaining elders of the Blue Star Federation have gathered. They even brought forbidden weapons. which can be said to be 3 12-realm combat forces. Creator, the woman murmured, and a look of extreme fear suddenly appeared on her face. He has taken action. We can't resist or interfere at all. Ordinary 10th and 11th realm professionals can't even detect the interference of the Creator. Only a few of them, who control the 12-realm combat power and prepare in advance, finally feel it. The basis of existence? Physical constants. Impossible. Impossible. How could we be fake? Everything is fake. Everything is false. It's meaningless. Meaningless. Another old man is the highest authority in the academic field of the Blue Star Federation. At this time, he was in the most advanced laboratory on the mechanical planet, looking at the data and conclusions of a series of experiments. And suddenly he frantically pulled his face and beard, and 2 lines of hot tears flowed down. Science is dead. Science is dead. Everything is meaningless. What happened? Compared with these 2 masters of science and mysticism, the first-generation principal's major is mecha and combat power, and he is still a little confused at this time. We are all fake. Yi Luyuan. That's how he died last time. Everything we have is created by the Creator. Everything is false. Once the Creator interferes, we are all false. The old man and the woman spoke in a crazy enchanting tone, telling the biggest secret of the universe. The first-generation principal suddenly lost his voice, and a deep despair emerged from the depths of his heart, even extinguishing the light of his heart. Here it comes. Above Blue Star University, Fang Xing felt a kind of annihilation. No, this is not annihilation, but just a thought of the Creator. At the beginning, Yi Luyuan was hit by this thought, knowing that the foundation of his life was fake, and all subsequent martial arts achievements were like a castle built on the beach. Naturally, it would be completely destroyed with a slight push. At this time, Fang Xing also faced the same thing. But this time, the situation is obviously different. Everything is empty. And everything is me, he roared, and his blood burst out. There was no abnormality, and he did not disappear like Yi Luyuan, because he had already experienced the stage of the body being illusory. Now his immortal body is based on the law of the true self, the power of the 3 Dantians, and the strongest martial body with the bones of the Panwu Grand Cannon. It has long been using the false to cultivate the true, not illusory. Even if the Creator masters the law of illusion, it is mutually restrained with his own law of true self, and it will not be so easy to be illusory. Hold on. When Su Sanyong saw this scene, his eyes were filled with indescribable joy and shock. Fang Xing, Ya Ying, Nanong Shui, Gu Jiantong, Lu Wei, Gu Yun. Countless people who know and don't know are all shouting Fang Xing name. This is his causal line, which is difficult to cut off. This is also the fundamental reason why he appeared here and fought with the Creator. Boom! In the depths of the universe, a breath suddenly erupted. On the border of the Blue Star Federation, on the endless battlefield, starry sky fortresses are suspended, and powerful force fields are connected to each other, turning into the most solid defense line. Outside the fortresses, there are all kinds of densely packed foreign evil gods. They look strange and chaotic, although their number is endless. It is almost difficult to form any military formation and coordination. Obviously, they believe in different great existences. But at this time, all the relatives, even the humans who are driving warships and fighting mechas, feel inexplicable majesty and fear. It's as if that is the supreme existence that gave birth to humans and evil gods. That supreme existence is vast and majestic, with just a thought. He came to the galaxy where the blue star is located. Although he is not a major in the avenue of time and space, he naturally has the highest authority in the universe he created. Teleportation with a thought is nothing special. Ah, I can't see. The first generation principle's spiritual light overflowed, wanting to see through the great existence standing above the layers of time and space. But he could only shout in vain. An indescribable majesty descended, and it seemed to carry the extreme pollution power of the extraterritorial evil god, even making the 3 federal elders have the urge to kneel down. This is unimaginable. As a force that has grown up by fighting with the extraterritorial evil gods, even if they are not martial artists, they also have targeted means to deal with the pollution of the extraterritorial evil gods. Even if they encounter the extraterritorial evil gods of the 3 pillars level, they can remain calm. But at this time, facing the supreme existence of the Creator, they can't even raise the idea of resistance. As if They saw their own father. The 12th realm and the 13th realm seemed to be one realm apart. But in fact, the distance between these realms at the end is often greater than the sum of the previous realms. Swoosh! Just when the three elders thought they would become evil gods, a figure flashed, and Fang Xing had arrived in the outer space of Blue Star. His martial arts will soar into the sky, isolating the majesty and pollution of the Supreme Being. This is my battlefield. You three just need to guard Blue Star. Fang Xing chose to break through in Blue Star University in a high-profile manner, also to gather close people and make it easier to protect. With the strength of the Creator and the authority in the main universe, it doesn't matter where he hides. It's better to put it under his own eyes. Fang Xing. The first-generation principal looked at Fang Xing majestic and immortal back, and the complexity in his heart was indescribable. The Blue Star Federation thought it had made all the plans after the Creator woke up. But when the Creator really woke up, they found that all the preparations, all the plans, were a joke. At this moment, the only one who can be relied on is the real strong. A big sun appeared between Fang Xing's eyebrows, and a hint of red appeared between his eyebrows. He finally saw the true face of the Creator. The other parties seemed to have countless faces. Sometimes a door made up of countless light balls. Sometimes a never-extinguished chaotic flame. And then a pale mother body that gave birth to countless evil gods. Each of these faces was enough to pollute the martial gods of the 9th realm and drive them crazy at the first sight. Chapter 472 Thousand Hands and Thousand Eyes. 13th Realm. Peak of Heavenly Immortal Master. But not in good condition. The moment Fang Xing saw the Creator, he had estimated his approximate realm. After all, he had been in the Qingyuan realm, so he had some vision and insight. With the Creator's strength, even if he ascended from the spirit realm to the true immortal realm, he would be at the peak of the true immortal realm. And he was no small figure. What can I do? I can only fight. 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 Fang Xing roared, and the power of the great Tao of time and space spread all over his body, making this universe shrouded in countless turbulent flows of time and space. Then, in the floating light and shadow, he held the Wanhua Ding and actually summoned a dark stone dragon from the past. No, it should be said that it was the past incarnation of the Black Dragon. Originally, with his power of the Tao of time, it was difficult to do this. But in the past few years, his understanding of the laws of time has made great progress. Even if he is not a master, he is not far behind. With the help of the power of creation from the incomplete fairy palace treasure, the Wanhua Ding, the Black Dragon's past body was finally barely completed and returned to reality. Roar! The Black Dragon roared and turned into a black hole, and the terrifying gravitational force burst towards the Creator. The Creator seemed to have no movement, and seemed to glance at Fang Xing. With that glance, the original black hole actually became virtual and disappeared. This is the law of illusion. As the master of the celestial fairy, the Creator has fully mastered the power of this law. Even if it is not illusory, it will become nothingness when it is enveloped by the power of his law, turning reality into illusion. Everything is like a dream. Stay away from the upside-down dreams of the world. And finally Nirvana. Fang Xing sighed, and saw the Black Dragon's past body dissipated instantly. Even a glance fell, carrying the power of the law of illusion, wanting to dissolve him alive. Fang Xing's body instantly became transparent, and you could almost see his bones and flowing blood. But between the flesh and bones, there were even more lines of rules flashing, resisting the power of the illusory law. True self-law. Fang Xing's body suddenly became solid, and the secret technique burst out to operate at full power. A round of immortal sun of time and space appeared behind his head, manifesting the Kalachakra Vajra, and blasted out a palm. The sun Tathagata palm. The sun Nirvana. The immortal celestial body that seemed to come from the endless time and space cast a shadow and landed in front of the Creator. The dazzling light and heat, with the immortal power of time, rolled up the Creator's chairman role. Too strong. I can't beat him. I can only fight him. After launching his strongest attack with martial arts will, Fang Xing sighed, knowing that he was no match for the Creator. Even if he was in poor condition, I used all my strength to attack. Even if I borrowed the power of the Black Dragon's past, I was only at the 7th level of the Celestial Immortal. The Emperor Soldier was a Chaos Realm creature after all, and my law of time could not summon its phantom from the past to the present. And the Creator was at the peak of the Celestial Immortal. Even if he was in poor condition, He was still very fierce. Now I can only delay for a short time. But delaying is also Fang Xing's strategy. Long before he broke through the 10th level of martial arts, he had made many plans and assumptions. It is most likely that he is no match for the Creator. But as long as he delays, he will have hope, because his former body was created by the Creator. And now he is in the universe created by the other party, and happens to form a Tao dispute with the Creator. My weakness is actually an advantage. Specifically, the Creator wants to prove the Tao of true illusion, and his accumulation in this regard is extremely deep. Compared to the Creator, Fang Xing accumulation is very shallow. If the Creator is compared to a lake or sea, Fang Xing is now just a puddle. But with the help of the Tao dispute, the other party's sea water, that is, the law perception, is poured back to him. Fang Xing's previous breakthrough was just the entry of the true self-law. But in this short moment, he seemed to be enlightened, and many law perceptions emerged in his mind. On the attribute column, the proficiency of the true self-law has been rising rapidly. Now it has reached the mastery level. This kind of good thing. Even if Fang Xing has never seen it in the Qingyuan realm. But now he has seen it. No wonder the Creator would not hesitate to wake up early and wipe out Yi Luyun and me. Our existence is the greatest harm and blasphemy to him. Just now, it was Fang Xing who, at the mastery level, condensed the power of the law of the heart of the true self. And with the help of the contradiction between the true self and the illusion, barely resisted the Creator's virtual gaze. Fang Xing even suspected that if he had survived, maybe he would gradually catch up with the Creator in terms of law perception, and stand at the same starting point with him. There is no problem in advancing to the 13th realm with this. This Creator created the universe, gave birth to the evil gods outside the domain, and tried to advance to the 14th realm of the Chaos Tao Lord's creation ritual. It seems that there are great hidden dangers. It is far inferior to the several secret methods in the Panwu Grand Canon to assist in breaking through the Chaos Tao Lord. Just as Fang Xing was thinking, the immortal sun of time and space was torn apart. A series of dark cracks gathered like sunspots, splitting the immortal sun, and then stretched out a series of divine and demonic arms. In the palm of each arm, a dark vertical pupil was born, staring at Fang Xing. The figure of the Creator at this time turned into the image of a ferocious demon with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. In each of those demon eyes, there was the power of the dreamy flower, and the things being stared at would turn into nothingness. Even if Fang Xing had the true self-law, it was still shallow. If he was hit continuously, I am afraid he would also turn into nothingness. Swish. Fang Xing figure split. Countless pasts and futures gathered, from which he grasped the only true self and transcended fate. In an instant, he seemed to have thousands of clones, fleeing in different directions. These clones were far inferior to the Black Dragon's past body, and they were instantly virtualized when they were covered by a series of gazes. Blue Star. A mechanical planet transformed and unfolded, turning into a mechanical sky curtain, covering the entire Blue Star like a Dyson sphere. This prevented the hundreds of millions of Blue Star citizens from being affected by the aftermath of the war and dying miserably. 3 elders. Chief Consul Xiaols made a call. I saw the highest alarm. Is the Creator awakened? That's right. He is trying to kill Elder Fang, but has not succeeded yet. The first generation principal's mechanical voice came from the communicator. Elder Fang is fighting for the Blue Star Federation and for humanity. Xiaol's face showed uneasiness. Can we succeed? I don't know. Faced with this question, even the first generation principal was confused. Blue Star University. The riots soon subsided. After all, so many martial gods and martial saints were not fake. Then, a warning from a higher level came. Hurry up. Below the level of martial saint. Go to the underground shelter immediately. The level of Blue Star's shelter is very high, which can defend against the spiritual pollution of the level of the extraterritorial evil god. If it is really difficult to resist, the shelter will automatically sink to the core defense circle. This is the last line of defense of Blue Star. In theory, it can even resist the extraterritorial evil god of the 3 pillars for a period of time. During this period of time, it is enough to carry out the escape and fire plan. No, I won't leave. Gu Jiantong shook off his grandson's hand and stared at the sky with a gloomy face. It can be said that his future was ruined by the extraterritorial evil god. Now, his nemesis, the person he has been chasing, is fighting with the master of the extraterritorial evil god. And he Can only hide in the underground shelter like a mouse? Gu Jiantong can't accept it at all. Stubborn old man. Don't hinder the evacuation here. Song Jingang came over, stretched out his hairy arm like a gorilla, picked up Gu Jiantong, and shook it gently. Gu Jiantong fainted immediately. He casually threw Gu Jiantong to his grandson like throwing away garbage. Go. Just give this old bone a punch. Thank you. Gu Jiantong grandson didn't think of stopping at all, and immediately fled to the underground shelter with Gu Jiantong in his arms. He knew the danger of the evil god from outside the domain very well, although there are now mechanical sky curtains and many satellite weapons for protection. It may be that just a glance will cause irreversible injuries and will never be healed for life, just like his grandfather. So he chose to listen to people's advice from the heart and eat a full meal. With the evacuation, there were fewer and fewer people in Blue Star University. At this time, only the 8th level professionals above the Marshal Saint dared to stay outside. Lu Wei and Nandong Shui were among them. The creator has awakened? Damn it. Damn it! Lu Wei punched the wall next to him fiercely. Although he had reconciled with himself and no longer pursued certain things too eagerly, he still felt a little depressed when he thought of his powerlessness at this time. My friends and brothers are still fighting in space, but I don't even have the qualifications to watch. How is the battle going? Duan Hai has summoned the Moon God, which is the 10th realm of the Armored Martial God. But Lan Xing did not give him a call to go to outer space, which made him extremely dissatisfied. Don't we even have the strength to support the battlefield? In fact, we really don't. Jian Xiao Wushan was in contact with the first-generation principal. At this time, he raised his head with a trace of shock in his eyes. The first generation said that even the 3 Federation elders are not qualified to support the battle of the party elders at this time. The entire Blue Star is no longer on the original orbit, but has been moved and escaped to the depths of the universe. 13th realm. Duan Hai Wushan clenched his fists, feeling extremely powerless in the universe. As the clones of time were shattered, Fang Xing was already in a desperate situation. The creator's thousand-handed, thousand-eyed demon statue has already blocked time and space. After all, he is the creator of this universe, the one with the highest authority. After fighting a few times and figuring out Fang Xing laws of time and space, he can naturally do this. If Fang Xing is a time fairy, he can still counterattack. But at this time, he was crushed in terms of laws again. Clatter! A demon god taller than a star, almost filling the universe that Fang Xing saw, stood up, and countless arms fell down, blocking all time and space, surrounding Fang Xing in the center. In the palm of his hand, eyes opened and pointed at him. Chapter 473 Life Struggle Secret Art. I have tried my best. I really can't beat him. Feeling that the explosion secret art in his body was beginning to dry up, Fang Xing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The so-called explosion secret art is not a tree without roots or water without a source. It is to burn a large amount of low-level mana and turn it into high-level mana. In this way, endurance will definitely be a problem. Even so, there is still a huge gap between Fang Xing and the creator. Being able to hold on until now is the result of his wisdom and extraordinary means, and the creator's poor condition. It's time. Fang Xing glanced at the attribute panel. True Self-Law, Master Grandmaster. Every moment he survives, he is in a Tao struggle, and receives more initiation from the creator. At this time, the law of the true self has come from behind and reached the 5th level of the law, the master level. What a pity. If I hold on for a while longer, I might be promoted to a celestial being with the law of the true self. At that time, with the power of the Panwu Grand Cannon, it is really uncertain who will win or lose. The Panwu Grand Cannon takes the Panwu Avenue as the highest pursuit, and the law of the true self is the most important component of the Panwu Avenue. But at this time, with the eyes opening in the palm of the creator, Fang Xing has no way to avoid it, and can't delay it. Fortunately, the law of the true self is strong enough. Let's start. Fang Xing pinched his hands and performed a secret technique in the Panwu Grand Cannon. Pangu Wu is an eternal existence that exceeds the chaos realm. The secret techniques recorded in the Panwu Grand Cannon are endless, and there are several that are very suitable for the situation of Dao Zheng. But even so, if the law of the true self is not cultivated to a certain level, it is impossible to practice the secret technique. Fang Xing encountered this bottleneck when he used the attribute panel to simulate the secret technique before. Fortunately, After the true self-law broke through to the 5th level, everything became a natural process. In an instant, Fang Xing felt that everything about himself was connected to an indescribable existence, with a connection beyond cause and effect. That was the Creator. And the link in the middle was Dao Dung. No! The Creator finally let out the first roar, feeling that things were completely out of his control. Then, the entire universe seemed to be stilled in an instant. All the evil gods' followers, the border troops of the Blue Star Federation, and the endless alien races, including Blue Star, Yaing, Nandong Shui, Duan Hai, Jianqiu, and the 3 elders, even, including the Creator and Fang Xing. They all seemed to have turned into sculptures. Originally, in the next moment, Fang Xing, who was stared at by the Creator's countless eyes, was doomed to die. But this moment is infinitely stagnant and difficult to truly arrive. The entire universe is silent, and even returns to chaos. It seems that there are endless changes happening inside. Come on! Fang Xing eyes can't move. Only the will of martial arts can still barely work. What's the Tao's struggle? Come on, bet everything you and I have. And continue to gamble. The secret technique in Panwu Dadain is called Fate Struggle. The only function is to amplify Tao's struggle. Both sides put everything into a fight in a re-evolved world. In the end, the winner gets everything, and the loser has nothing. Fang Xing also relies on his own retrieves of the True Spirit Talisman and the golden finger on his body. So he dares to gamble with the Creator. Anyway, he has been forced into a desperate situation. So all the changes, whether good or bad, are hope. As for the stagnation of the universe, or even re-evolution, naturally, it is to open a casino again. No, it is a brand new world. As for restarting the universe, this is not Fang Xing ability, but the Creator's ability. After the Creator wakes up, all the creatures in the original universe will face a catastrophe, because the Creator has the ability to restart the universe. But at this time, he was forced by Fang Xing to restart. Once Fang Xing finally wins, everything he cherishes in the end will naturally come back. If he loses, naturally, everything is over. Life fighting secret art. So this is what it feels like. It is somewhat similar to the crossing of the gate of the heavens. It was also the first time for Fang Xing to perform the life fighting secret art. And it felt particularly novel. A brand new time and space. A brand new world. Both sides are involved in it. Reincarnated. And fought again, if the luck is too bad. Even the memory may be obscured. He keenly realized that the Creator is worthy of being a peak celestial being. Even if he temporarily lost, he was adjusting rapidly. In the time and space that evolved. I don't know how much private goods he mixed into it. There is nothing he can do about it. Not to mention restarting the universe. It mainly depends on the power of the Creator. If there is no life struggle, Fang Xing Dao's struggle will be a big loss. The so-called life struggle secret technique is actually just forcing both parties to go to the gambling table and have a so-called fair duel. But one side has more chips, and the other side has less chips. Which is something that can't be helped. Fang Xing had been prepared for this. He was the one who had more chips. After all, apart from the True Spirit Talisman, he also had the golden finger of the attribute panel. It was impossible for him to fail against a mere peak celestial being. Swoosh! In the blue sky, a flying machine flew across the white clouds. Fang Xing lowered his head and put a coin into his gas meter, looking at the building with crisscrossing pipes. He didn't know why he had a strong sense of disobedience in his heart. Why in the age of flying machines? Every household still uses gas as energy? The boy was a little confused. He looked about 16 years old, with brown eyes and black hair, and was a college student in Black Ring City. Black Ring City was built on the ruins of the ancient mechanical capital of Headings. It is said that there is the ancient heritage of Headings underground, and steam pipes all over the earth. After paying the gas fee, Fang Xing turned on the gas lamp, letting the bright light shine through the narrow, closed and dim room. Even in the daytime, the buildings in the lower city of Black Ring City still lack light. With the help of the bright light of the gas lamp, Fang Xing opened the mahogany table, pulled out a piece of parchment, and prepared to write a letter to his family. He has a happy family. His parents are alive. His brothers and sisters are working. And he has a younger sister. However, they all live and work in their hometown, Suading City. Only Fang Xing, because of his excellent academic performance since childhood, is a real genius. He was specially recruited by the Black Ring City Private Mechanical College to study mechanical majors, and has a full scholarship. Dear sister. Fong Xing filled a pen with ink and began to write a letter. In the ink bottle next to him, there was also a feather pen. Since he came to Black Ring City, he has liked the fountain pens here, and he can't stand the feather pens. Although, when using a feather pen to write some beautified fonts, it does look elegant and beautiful. But for a college dog with heavy schoolwork, the most important thing is efficiency. Efficiency. And efficiency. Amid the rustling sound, Fong Xing pen strokes continued. The environment of Black Ring City is very good, especially the various strange mechanical creations, which have an indescribable beauty. This is the beauty of machinery. My hard work has been recognized by my tutor Monachi. He gave me a real advanced textbook, and I am still struggling to get started. Also, you don't have to send me living expenses. My scholarship is enough, sister. Your archaeological team is said to be going bankrupt. You should think more about yourself. After writing the letter, Fong Xing picked up a copper candlestick and an iron spoon next to him, lit the candle, and baked the wax. After the wax melted, he poured the wax on the seal position of the envelope, and took out his own seal and printed it. After doing all this, Fong Xing prepared to send the letter tomorrow and prepare dinner for himself first. The staple food is a kind of ripe bread, which is as hard as a baguette and is a difficult test for teeth. Wait, what is a baguette? He rubbed his eyebrows, always feeling that he had more and more random thoughts recently. However, it was this kind of wonderful thinking that the instructor of the School of Mechanical Engineering thought that he had a unique creative talent. So he was admitted as an exception. Dinner was bread with vegetable soup. In comparison, Fong Xing still preferred seafood fried rice. It was a pity that Black Ring City was inland, and rice and seafood were quite expensive. After dinner, he turned on the gas lamp and started studying mechanical materials, conduction mechanics, steam science. It's really hard to graduate, but as long as I graduate successfully, I can become a mechanic and get a well-paid job in many companies and government departments. Fong Xing murmured, preparing to work late into the night. After opening the big book given by the instructor, he rubbed his eyes and felt a little strange. In his sight, there seemed to be double images, with inexplicable runes flashing. It was as if it was directly imprinted on his retina. What is the retina? Is there something wrong with my eyes? I have to see a doctor tomorrow. Fong Xing muttered, rubbed his eyes again, and prepared to get up and make himself a cup of hot cocoa. But this time, the runes did not dissipate, but became more obvious as time passed. Even, I can vaguely understand their meaning. What? I'm 114 years old. And a career. I'm obviously a college student. Fong Xing complained. And suddenly, severe pain broke out from the temple. The surging memories were like a torrent, instantly drowning the worldview cultivated over the past decade. Whoosh! The room was silent, with only heavy breathing. After a long time, Fong Xing finally got up. Did it take so long to solve the mystery in the womb? I have the True Spirit Talisman to protect the True Spirit, and the cheating of the attribute panel. I woke up so late. Hee hee. The Creator is probably even more miserable than me. He finally remembered that he was fighting for his life with the Creator. Fong Xing opened the window, looked at the hazy moonlight outside, and the enchanting moon in the sky, and couldn't help sighing. World. Chapter 474 Steam. This world seems real but not real. Fake but not fake. Virtual but not virtual. Real but not real. It is a world created by my struggle with the Creator. Fong Xing stretched out his hand, as if trying to catch the noisy wind at night. Unfortunately, he could not catch anything. The fluctuation of the laws of time and space. The fluctuation of the laws of the true self. And even the fluctuation of fate and fire are all gone. Is this a world without fluctuations of laws? Or are they all isolated? Fong Xing shook his head. His body is just the most ordinary body of a teenager. He will be hungry and tired. He will bleed when injured. And he will die if he bleeds too much. The strength can only be said to be a 5-star scum. And it would be even more so if there is no law perception enhancement. The law perception enhancement is the best amplifier of combat power. Even if he used all his strength to operate the explosive secret technique before, it was difficult to compete with the 12th and 13th realms. But with the law perception, it is okay. Even if he is an ordinary person now, as long as he has the law perception he once had, Feng Xing is not afraid of ordinary martial saints or even martial gods. But at this time, this method has been completely lost. Even something as mysterious as will can only act on oneself and cannot be released. It's like, this is a world of extraordinary isolation. Forget it. If I am like this, the Creator is even more so. Compared to dealing with a celestial being who has fully comprehended the law, it is actually a win for me to seal the law together. Feng Xing thought of his opponent and fell into deep thought. The life-fighting secret technique is naturally a gamble of life. It ends with the death of one party. In other words, it is actually very simple to win. Find the Creator and kill him, and everything will be fine. But Feng Xing couldn't do it after all. He was just an ordinary college student. In addition to killing the other party directly, the biggest possibility is that both of us encountered danger during the mystery in the womb and were eliminated by nature. This possibility is actually very high. When Feng Xing had not awakened, a serious illness, a natural disaster, or even a robbery, could have caused him to lose his life. It can only be said that Feng Xing is very lucky to be alive now. The mystery of the Creator's womb may be heavier than mine. If we wait any longer, he may die. Or, let's compete to see who can live longer. The lifespan of all things has a limit. As long as we live longer than the other party, we are also the winner. So, my next goal is to master power first, and to develop influence second. Mastering power is for self-protection. Even if there is an extraordinary way in this world, we can climb all the way, extend our lifespan, and live longer. Mastering influence, in addition to self-protection, can also search for the whereabouts of the Creator. Feng Xing glanced at the attribute panel again and was startled. This world seems to be without supernatural powers, without source power, without law perception. Other runes are dim. Even the effect of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra is too weakened. But what does this Star Warrior mean? My martial arts was originally Blue Star Martial Arts, and later it was compatible with the Immortal Way. Could it be that after breaking through the 10 realms of martial arts, it was compatible with the Source Power System and even the Panwu Grand Ceremony? So it was called Star Warrior. Star Warrior? Not bad. It's a pity that the title of Star Warrior at this time has no magical effect. Feng Xing estimated that he might need to completely win this battle for life and leave this strange world before he could know what kind of rapid progress his strength had made. The next day, Black Ring Private Mechanical College. The campus covers a large area, and there are various mechanical creations. Feng Xing even saw rails laid on the ground, and a small steam locomotive, spewing white gas, passing by with small carriages. There was nothing before, but now it feels a bit like a toy train in an amusement park. Well, at least it can save some energy. It's not bad to take a toy train to class every day. Feng Xing thought about it, squeezed into the train, and took a seat. The train ran very slowly, almost like an adult jogging, and arrived at one teaching building after another. From time to time, students got off the train, and more students got on. Feng Xing got off the train in front of a building and walked into the laboratory. He saw a strong man wearing anti-oil work clothes, a beard, golden hair, and blue eyes. This is his mechanics instructor Monachi Dean. Teacher. Feng Xing bowed. I'm here. Monachi was building a strange machine, which looked the size of a brick, a bit like an iron box, and had a gear ignition device. The gas lighter you conceived is very good. The key is that it is portable and can be carried outdoors. But it's actually not as convenient as a box of matches. Feng Xing complained. This was a wonderful idea that he had when he was blinded by the mystery in the womb, and was valued by his mentor. But at this time, he was a little suspicious that Manaki accepted him as a student just to be a slave and squeeze his creativity. No! This is just a prototype. There is still a lot of room for improvement. Manaki said, this is the beauty of machinery. We can also add a windshield to it. The teacher is right. Feng Xing nodded. In this era, the identity of a college student is very precious, and he is not ready to give up. In the face of authority, he will not be stupid enough to refute directly. Anyway, his life plan has changed a lot. Only a fool would become a mechanic. Can he still build a mecha in this steam age? It's the best to be able to build a mechanical rifle. What I have to do is to practice martial arts. Use a body of muscles to blow up everything that doesn't obey. Many of the secret techniques in Panwu Dedain are useless in this world because they require the law of the true self to get started. But the Blue Star martial arts, as well as some ordinary training methods and killing methods in the classics, can be picked up completely to train oneself to the limit of the human body. And, if there are extraordinary beings in this world, as long as they obtain their secrets, they can completely innovate, Fong Xing thought in his heart. However, he did not show it, but studied with his tutor as usual. The courses in the academy were not too heavy, and he had self-study time in the afternoon. Generally speaking, Fong Xing used to like to hang out in the library and eagerly learn all kinds of mechanical knowledge. But for Fong Xing now, what to learn? I want to fight. He walked out of the academy and strolled on the street. Black Ring City has developed commerce and various enjoyments. He even saw advertisements for several dark nightclubs and obscene dances. Can this kind of thing be advertised openly? Sure enough, I was too naive before, Fong Xing secretly complained, and looked around again, and wrote down the addresses of several fighting clubs and fighting clubs. The clubs in Black Ring City are very developed, and it seems that there are all kinds of industries. He walked around a few times and went into an alley. There is a small shop in the alley, which seems to be a grocery store. The sign at the door is very old, and there are a few yellowed papers on it. Latest arrivals, white bread, honey, antiques, purchasing, black rat tail oil, lavender. When Fong Xing walked into the grocery store, he saw an old man with gray hair. He wore glasses and had deep nasolabial folds. He looked at every customer who entered the store with a critical eye. When he saw Fong Xing, the wrinkles on the old man's face seemed to stretch out with a smile. Oh, it's Fong Xing. What good news do you bring me? I'm not here to sell today, but to buy. Fong Xing coughed. Although he had a scholarship before, he was still a little short of money for living expenses. So he sold a lot of things to old Quinn. On the surface, this guy looks like an ordinary grocery store owner. But in fact, he is a black market businessman who can always get some contraband and good goods. Oh, this is really rare. Old Quinn smiled, showing his yellow teeth. What do you want? Short barrel. Fong Xing was concise. Old Quinn was startled, then thought, it seems that you are in trouble? I know a few powerful people. Maybe I can introduce them to you. No. I just lack a sense of security. Fong Xing shrugged his shoulders and followed Old Quinn into the inner room. Old Quinn knocked on the wall and opened a secret compartment. He took out a box and handed it to Fong Xing. Take a look. Fong Xing opened it and saw a 6-shot revolver. The barrel is very short. The gun body is smooth, and the handle is mahogany, with some signs of wear and tear. It should be a second-hand product. Black Snake 2. 90% new. Old Quinn said, as a self-defense weapon. The power will definitely satisfy you. Of course, you can't use it to shoot against a steam rifle. I also give you 200 rounds of bullets. Only 300 black ropes. Very cheap. Right? A brand new Black Snake 2 only costs 200 black ropes. Fong Xing was a little speechless. We are old friends. Give me a fair price. His previous monthly living expenses were only about 100 black ropes. What's more? Fong Xing leaned forward, you know. If it's not urgent. With my ability, I can completely make one myself. Old Quinn was speechless. He knew that the young man opposite him really had this ability. Before, the other party sold a lot of small machines through him, with high quality and wide acclaim. 250 black ropes. You have to let me make some money. Old Quinn said helplessly. Okay. Fong Xing took out a stack of banknotes. He said he could do it himself, but it was actually very troublesome and easy to be exposed, so he would rather spend a little more. After paying, he held the gun handle and checked it with his own knowledge of mechanics. He found that there was no big problem and nodded with satisfaction. After completing the transaction, Fong Xing seemed to ask casually, Old Quinn, do you know any information about mysticism or supernatural powers in the black market? Mysticism? Are you talking about the divination of those Jeep witches? Or the bloodletting therapy of some priests? Old Quinn laughed. Young man, believe in STEAM and science. Chapter 475 Coach Black Ring City. In the apartment rented by Fong Xing, a large number of food bags were thrown on the ground at random. Fong Xing muscles were twitching and sweating. Eat. The first step in practicing martial arts is to eat. He pressed a finger on the ground, and the whole person was suspended in a strange posture, breathing at a specific frequency. Breathing. Breathing. If the body is strong, the blood and chi will naturally be strong. If the spirit is sufficient, It can interfere with the circulation of blood and qi, which is the foundation of martial arts. As long as it is a flesh and blood life, there will be blood and qi flowing. Therefore, the universality of martial arts is very strong. It's just that it may have different expressions in different worlds. If it is an ordinary world without magic, it may be better than ordinary people. And you have to be careful when facing firearms. If it is in a medium magic world, you can fight against the enemy alone and shock all directions. If it is a high magic world, it is a thought to create the world and fight until the avenue is wiped out. Now it seems that this world is very likely to be without magic, or low magic. Fang Xing was a little regretful. If a Chaos Dao Master of the 14th realm comes to this world, naturally everything will be unobstructed, because the Dao exists eternally in all time and space, and their Dao can be unobstructed in all worlds. Although this world has no demons, if there is no time and space, no Dao such as Qianquan, how can it exist? However, for the heavenly immortal Dharma Master, if he cannot sense the fluctuations of the law, it is useless. The 14th realm can run rampant in this world, and even create and destroy the world with a thought, while the 13th realm may be just an ordinary person. The difference in one realm is a world of difference. The way of martial arts lies in the body and spirit. Fang Xing exhaled a long breath and ended today's training. After all, I am not a real ordinary person. Although the extraordinary cannot be manifested, the innate nature after awakening can still stimulate a little extraordinary. For example, his own martial arts will. For example, the great Sun Tathagata mantra. Although they are greatly weakened, they make his digestion and motor ability abnormally developed. If he eats a lot of food, the effect after training is far beyond that of ordinary people. Now it can be called the human body limit. My current punch force is about 500 kilograms. Enough to kill people. Fang Xing clenched his fist. Of course, martial arts is not just about punching. After being able to integrate the strength of the whole body and reach the limit, his explosive power and flexibility are fully enhanced. In addition to the use of tools and firearms, if it is combined with the help of complex environments, even a small army can be entangled for a long time, causing heavy losses to the opponent, or even voluntarily retreat. After all, people are not machines. If the casualty rate of a unit exceeds 10% or 20%, it is likely to collapse completely, especially when facing unknown and mysterious enemies. Fear is also a kind of power. Now I barely have a little self-protection power, and I can explore the extraordinary in this world. Fang Xing put on a dark windbreaker and prepared to go out. As for the Black Ring Private Mechanical College, of course, he asked for leave, because of his previous image as a good student. Minaki not only approved it very happily, but also showed concern for a few words and asked if he needed help. Storm Fighting Club? Fang Xing looked up, looked at the sign, and walked in. This fighting club is a 2-story structure, and there is a black woman at the front desk who is responsible for reception. When she saw Fang Xing coming in, she immediately showed a professional smile on her face. Dear guest, do you want to join our fighting club? Now there is a discount for applying for a card. If you precharge 100 black sols, we will give you another 20 black sols for free, which can be used to buy nutritious meals, use public facilities such as showers, and hire a private coach. She spoke very fluently, and I don't know how many times she repeated this set of words. Recharge the card? I never recharge the card. What if the boss runs away? Fang Xing had a cold face. This kind of card recharge consumption is just like those financial speculations. You think you get benefits, but you don't expect others to directly take a fancy to your principal. Besides, he is not here to learn from a master. The smile of the receptionist at the front desk froze. This kind of speech does not sound like someone who is here to learn. Please ask your most powerful people to come out. I'm here to challenge you. Fang Xing smiled, showing his white teeth. If you want to find out if there are any extraordinary people in this world, besides asking in the black market, you can only try one by one. If there are extraordinary martial artists, he will definitely meet them. 10 minutes later. Storm Fighting Club. Around the ring. Is this kid coming to challenge you? A white strongman crossed his arms and sneered. He is the coach here. Jarvis, wearing a translucent sweatshirt, and his 2 thigh-thick arms stretched the clothes to the limit. In the world without magic, the heavier the weight, the more powerful it is, and the more advantageous it is. Heavyweight champion and lightweight champion are completely two different concepts. Jarvis looked at Fong Xing's physique and sentenced him to death in his heart. When skills cannot be distinguished by crushing, the basic data of the body becomes the biggest gap. Bang! At this time, Fong Xing was kicking a young man in a white training suit with a high kick. Is this the only level of your fighting club's coach? I am really disappointed. He shook his head, looking very regretful. Too arrogant. A coach jumped onto the ring. Let me, Rick, take care of you. He took a stance, and suddenly there was an inexplicable momentum. It's Coach Rick's Tang hand skill. Jarvis nodded. Rick and he were both coaches, and the latter was even stronger than him. Not only did he have physical advantages, but he also had technical support. Bang! Rick clenched his fists and suddenly threw a punch. He punched close to the body, but his force was very fierce. His joints exploded, and he had a special skill. Fong Xing flicked casually, and Rick's fist fell into the air. But at this moment, he felt an indescribable slippery force on Rick's wrist. This is not something extraordinary, but a skill that has been honed to the extreme. Flowing wrist. Rick's wrist slid, and his knuckles exploded. It seemed to grow a few inches out of thin air and stab Fong Xing ribs. This is a skill like Tong Bequan. Fong Xing retracted his fingers and flicked them lightly. Snap! As if hitting a snake 7 inches. Rick's fingers immediately retracted, and a trace of pain appeared on his face. What kind of skill is this? I lost. He looked pale and left the ring. Coach Jarvis, it's up to you. Several students and coaches nearby quickly turned their eyes to Jarvis. The white man had some cold sweat on his forehead at this time. I feel uncomfortable in my stomach and want to go to the toilet. As he said this, he quickly hugged his stomach and fled the scene. Iron Fighting Club. Bang! Fong Xing punched a black gorilla-like man and knocked him to the ground. He looked around. Who else? One by one, the muscular fighting enthusiasts retreated, revealing a group of wailing people lying on the ground. They Niao Martial Arts School. Xuanqin Fighting Club. Within a few days, Fong Xing kicked all the fighting clubs in Black Ring City. And then, he was invincible. Even in the fighting world, legends about him began to spread. It's been so long. Why haven't any extraordinary fighters come to me? Don't you say that martial arts schools are very united? And they beat the small ones to the big ones? Fong Xing walked in the alley, holding a hot dog in his hand, very speechless. Just then, several figures appeared in front of him. It's him, the one who kicked the club. A young man with bruises on his face pointed at Fong Xing, looking excited. Behind him, there were several strong men in black uniforms. Here again? It's a pity that he's not the opponent I want. Fong Xing sighed. After so many days of kicking the gym, he has damaged the interests of the entire Black Ring City fighting world, and has also encountered several persuasions from powerful people. However, their words seemed not powerful enough, and he was persuaded by himself instead. After the human body reaches its limit, he is sharp-eyed and can't be ambushed by a large number of people. As for a small number of masters, Fong Xing is not afraid at all, and he hopes to lead out real extraordinary warriors, so as to peek into the extraordinary path of this world. It's a pity that he didn't see any extraordinary warriors, and even there were few real masters. After all, no matter how good you are at fighting, it's not as good as a revolver. Even Fong Xing himself has been on guard against being shot from behind. But this time it doesn't seem like a shot from behind. But it seems that a rich young master brought his bodyguards to take revenge. Several uniformed strong men surrounded him, and the young man strode forward. His face flushed, his fists clenched. He suddenly bent down 90 degrees and shouted, "Coach! I want to learn fighting. Please teach me." Fong Xing, A moment later, in a street cafe, Fong Xing slowly sipped a cup of hot cocoa. So, your name is Shirley? Are you the heir of Shir's Enterprise? Shir's Enterprise has a huge influence in Black Ring City, mainly engaged in grain business. The more basic business such as energy and grain is, the more terrifying background and power are needed to operate. Fong Xing certainly doesn't mind using the other party's power to help him do something. Yes, but I have a few brothers. I like fighting. When I saw your punch, it was so handsome. Shirley has distinct facial features and a simple expression, acting like a little fanboy. It's not impossible to teach you, but my private lessons are very expensive. Fong Xing finished his hot cocoa. Also, I'm very interested in ancient mysticism. If you can find clues and people in similar areas, I will give you a surprise gift. After saying this, he pressed a black rope under the coffee cup and strode out of the coffee shop. Master. After Fang Xing left, a bodyguard came forward and bowed respectfully. I want to know all his information. Of course, I can't follow him. I can't be blatant. Shirley lowered his voice. It's true that he likes fighting, but it doesn't mean he will accept guys from unknown origins at will. A cautious test based on not angering the gentleman. I understand. The bodyguard bowed. A big family like theirs has a set of procedures for handling such things. If they follow the procedures, at least it's not easy to make big mistakes. Chapter 476 Longing for the Black Ring Private Mechanical College. Fang Xing. You've been asking for leave more and more frequently recently. And you've already missed classes several times. Manaki looked at Fang Xing with a look of disappointment on his face. If you continue like this, I doubt whether you can graduate smoothly. Sorry. Tutor. Fang Xing, who came back once and was going to the library to look around, apologized very sincerely. Sincere apology. Firm no change. I've been conceiving a mechanical device recently, and this is the blueprint. However, Manaki is related to some of his social relationships, so he still needs to appease him. Fang Xing immediately gave a composition. After awakening, he has the knowledge of the interstellar era, and it's easy for him to design several mechanical wonders. Manaki immediately became interested. He took the drawing and glanced at it. His eyes lit up. Not bad. If it is more rigorous, I think it can be used as a graduation project. Teacher, I actually asked for leave to travel around the Black Ring City to find inspiration for designing machinery. After all, the mechanical capital of Hastings was once buried here. Fang Xing found an excuse for his vacation. Well, you need to know that we mechanics are not only scientists, but also artists. Every piece of strange machinery requires passion and investment. Manaki seemed to accept Fang Xing's statement. After Fang Xing said goodbye and left, he looked at the drawing in his hand and fell into deep thought. What a genius idea. The originally pale soul, after being filled with knowledge and passion, is so sweet. My soul feels the desire. Manaki pondered for a moment, picked up the bell on the table and shook it. A mysterious man in a black cloak came to his side without knowing when. The soul of this sacrifice is close to being cultivated and mature, Monachi said, as he handed the design drawing to the mysterious man. Inspiration. Desire. What a sweet and delicious soul. I believe he is enough to satisfy those beings wandering in the hungry forest and open the gate of uncertainty for us. The mysterious man's voice was hoarse and dry, and with a strange fanaticism. Yes, I thought his design was very spiritual, so I recruited him. A college student with no background like this would not attract much attention if he suddenly disappeared. Of course, I can give him a letter of introduction and let him find a job far away. Monachi smiled. When he first met Fang Xing, he felt that he was a perfect sacrifice. But that was not enough. In addition to enough talent and inspiration, he must also be eager and obsessed. But his recent behavior is a little abnormal. Monachi talked about Fang Xing's recent changes. I think we need to investigate, or even start in advance. I will send someone to keep an eye on him, and you can give him the book The Beauty of Machinery to dry up his soul. Make him feel hungry, and even become a part of us. The mysterious man said, beginners with a certain mysterious rank will be more effective as sacrifices. I understand. Monachi nodded, and a certain desire in his eyes became deeper. There are no books about the extraordinary in the library. This is also a matter of course. Fang Xing, who was disappointed in the library, came to a villa. A huge training ground has been built inside the villa. The mahogany floor has no gaps, has good toughness, and has a faint herbal aroma. Sure enough, the so-called enjoyment in the upper-class circles at any time can be jaw-dropping. Fang Xing stepped on the floor, looked at Shirley who was sweating on the wooden stake, and nodded. Since he agreed to become Shirley's fitness coach, the other party bought this villa. For the other party, this is just a drop in the bucket. In Fang Xing's eyes, it is not worth looking at. In the interstellar era, if the rich don't have a few private planets, they are embarrassed to say hello to people when they go out. If the truly powerful chaebol are not concerned about the Federation, they can control galaxies one by one. It is precisely because of this calm attitude that Shirley values Fang Xing more. Coach, how did I fight? After a fight with the wooden stake, Shirley wiped the sweat from his face and looked at Fang Xing expectantly. One word. Bad? How can the medicinal power in the wooden stake penetrate smoothly without even breaking the skin? Fang Xing came to the wooden stake, turned his left hand up, and swung his right hand down. Paw! Sawdust flew everywhere, and clear palm prints appeared on the two wood roots. My two palms took a month to develop. If you work hard, Fang Xing spoke slowly, then you can be like the coach? Shirley's eyes lit up. Doesn't he know how strong these wooden stakes are? Especially leaving a clear palm print. This is more difficult than breaking or destroying the wooden stakes. No. Another 10 years of practice will be enough. This means practicing hard every day and taking all kinds of nutritional medicines. Fang Xing shook his head. Practicing martial arts is a hard job. And in the end it's not as good as a gun. This is the consensus of this era. The so-called martial arts has long been dead. That's right. But I just want to practice martial arts. Like fighting and the feeling of constantly surpassing myself. Shirley is very stubborn. Or, without the help of external objects, watching the body become stronger day by day. It is indeed easy to get addicted. Think about how many people in the previous life were obsessed with fitness, constantly torturing themselves for muscle beauty every day, and even using drugs. And you will know. Exercise. Sometimes it is addictive. Fang Xing nodded, without comment. Since this rich young man wants to play, then play with him, as long as he can find what he wants. At present, there is no sign of establishing power, so we can only rely on the network of these upper-class people. In this case, I will teach you a little trick first. It is called the whole force. Integrate the whole body's strength and burst out a blow. With your current control, it is a joke to want to integrate the whole body's strength, but it is no problem to increase the punching power. Fang Xing opened his mouth and pointed out a little trick. This is not even a boxing technique. It can only be regarded as a small killer move. It is even a useless thing, because with Shirley's qualifications, if he wants to integrate the strength, he must have an obvious pre-swing time first. If it is a real fight, you pause for 1 or 2 seconds, which is enough to be beaten into a fool. However, it is very effective to use it to hit sandbags, wooden stakes, and punching force testers, and the effect is immediate. And this kind of young master obviously does not have many opportunities for actual combat, but it is very suitable. Good. Sure enough, Shirley's eyes lit up when he heard it. After training for a few more hours, he took the white towel from the maid. Coach, I found a few of the things you asked me to find last time. Do you want to take a look? Oh, did you find a few? Fang Xing became interested. Shirley nodded. And while drinking salt water, he asked someone to send a few things. One of them was a black stone ghost mask. This is a sacrificial item of the Black Cure tribe. It is said to have the mysterious power to enhance people's physical fitness. But it is actually an antique. Shirley introduced it. Fang Xing nodded, without commenting, and touched the stone ghost mask, and then looked at the other items. There are also the legendary wizard's parchment scroll and the broken witch's crystal ball. These are not worth much. Shirley smiled and said, Coach, if you like, take them all. Fang Xing looked at the fist-sized so-called witch crystal ball with cracks on the surface, and felt a little familiar, as if he had seen it in Old Quinn's grocery store. The crack on it was caused by Old Quinn's accidental fall. You are thoughtful. Continue to collect related items or information. Fang Xing picked up the stone ghost mask. I will take this one, and the fee will be deducted from my private tutoring fee. Walking out of the villa, he threw the stone mask in his hand and shook his head. I don't feel anything strange. The great sun Tathagata mantra in my body didn't move. It seems that it is just an ordinary antique. Back in the apartment, Fang Xing took out the key and opened the door. His expression changed. He saw that a package appeared on the living room table of the rental apartment. My sister's reply? No. Even if there is a letter, it can only be stuffed into the crack of the door. How did such a big package get in? Fang Xing was a little curious. Stepped forward to tear the package, and found it was a book. A book on mechanics. The beauty of machinery? Fang Xing flipped through a few pages, and found it was an ordinary mechanical book, introducing several mechanical components. And the wording was a little inaccurate. This made him frown as a student majoring in mechanics. But soon, Fang Xing's expression became a little solemn. The steam roars. The bells ring. The gears turn. The beauty of steel is all there. Life is like a machine. I am like a flywheel. He gently recited those words of praise that seemed to be more emotional than rational, and should not appear in professional books. And his tone unconsciously became ups and downs. He even felt some invisible force soaking his heart. The experience of studying for many years has made his soul so eagerly looking forward to these sweet rain. It's really. I've been searching for it for a long time, but still can't find it. Fang Xing smiled slightly. And he let go of himself without any hesitation and accepted these sweet rain. Then, in his heart, it seemed that an invisible sun rose up, burning all the poisonous knowledge, the little pollution attached to the knowledge. Even without the great sun Tathagata mantra, could not shake his will in the slightest. I found the extraordinary thing. Fang Xing smiled. I didn't expect that in the end. The thing I was looking for was actually right beside me all along. Chapter 477 Mechanical Weaponry. With Fang Xing current strength, or essence, any knowledge that wants to pollute him is a waste of food. However, after burning the beauty of machinery, he still tasted it very carefully to understand the mystery of this world. Remove useless pollution and temptation. Focus on that mysterious essence. His fingers stroked the book. And on the pages, the burnt yellow marks of fire appeared automatically. This bit of mystery and extraordinary power is not important. What is important is that through this extraordinary, I understand the extraordinary system of this world. Then, embed myself into it. Thank you, kind people, for sending this primer. Fang Xing let go of his mind and felt that desire. His soul seemed to jump to another dimension and saw the other side of the world. The extraordinary side. It seems to be called the etheric plane, or the spiritual world, the dark world, the inner world. The name is not important. What is important is that it is the source of the world's transcendence. It is separated from the real world, but also integrated with it. It is the shadow of the world. The transcendence in this world must be based on the inner world, and the transcendence factor is quite inert, which means that it is difficult to make a fireball in the real world. It seems that only the soul can leave the body, or in a dream, can enter that mysterious world. And it's locked. Fang Xing was speechless. Even if it was just a glimpse at the macro level, he saw layers of light gates, which blocked that mysterious world. Even he could hardly see the scenery behind each layer of gates. These heavy doors are like seals, and they are very stingy to the seekers in reality. It is indeed a low magic world. Most of the extraordinary people in this world may not be as destructive as a musket in the real world, but you can't underestimate it. Just from the pollution of this book, you can see that the extraordinary people in this world may not be very good at the physical level, but they are quite powerful at the spiritual level. In the technological world, the extraordinary people who make fireballs are nothing. The really powerful ones are healing skills or mind control abilities. As long as they have a little brain, these two types of extraordinary people can easily gain a lot of power, even control a country, and even become the captain of the ball. But it seems that I restrained it. Fang Xing smiled. What he fears least in his martial arts is all kinds of spiritual pollution. When facing extraordinary people, it is very likely that they will be immune to mental influences, and then use their fists to teach them a lesson one by one. Although I cannot pass through those sealed doors one by one, the periphery of this etheric world alone is enough to benefit me a lot. Fang Xing consciousness condensed, and he suddenly came to a great place. The sky was gray, the earth was dry, and there was a shadow in front. Only by looking carefully can you find that it is a sparse woodland. A metal machine similar to a bicycle was twisted and rusted. It seemed to grow directly inside a bush. Fang Xing looked to the other side, and found several nails and gear-like things embedded in the surface of the bark. There was a trace of rust on the ground, and it smelled of rust, the outermost part of the etheric world. I devoured the mystery in the beauty of machinery. So it pointed to this place similar to the mechanical realm. Different extraordinary paths have corresponding spiritual areas? Fang Xing nodded, and his powerful consciousness condensed into a strong body here, enough to resist any negative emotions and senses, and continued to move forward. He even came to an ancient tree, looked at a wrench fused to the bark, and stretched out his palm. Snap! The rusty wrench that seemed to be stained with oil was pulled directly from the ancient tree by him. Swish! The whole forest seemed to be writhing, twisting, and in pain, on the ancient tree where the wrench was just stolen. An eye opened and thick blood flowed out. Give it back to me. Shameless thief. You are the thief. Fang Xing held the wrench in his hand and felt that the weight and size were quite handy. This is not a wrench, but the soul of a science and engineering dog. I can still hear his wailing. The pain of being a sacrifice. This piece of woodland is actually a forest of sacrifice. And the various machines, each of which represents a genius soul who loves machinery and is full of desire and passion in his soul. It seems that Manaki may not have had any good intentions when he accepted me as a student. Is he planning to cultivate my soul into the shape he likes here? An idea emerged in Fangxing's mind. And then he raised the wrench and slammed it down. Bang! The wrench hit the ancient tree, instantly smashing with chips flying. And the eyeball exploded directly. And endless blood flowed out. All kinds of terrible illusions surged in, with extreme pollution. If it were an ordinary soul, even a supernatural being in this world, it would go crazy directly if it suffered such backlash. Or at least be rejected. But for Fangxing, his strong will was not moved at all. And he raised the wrench again. Bang! Bang! After a few hits, the rotten wood in front of him was completely broken into pieces. Those bushes that were still spreading towards this side seemed to be frightened and curled back, exposing a dazzling light door. This light door was pure white. And there was not even the concept of a door. It was just a beam of light. But it made people feel inexplicably that it was a door. Fangxing just saw the corresponding name indeterminate gate in his mind at the first sight. The thirsty wandering in the hungry forest can open the indeterminate gate by sacrificing the soul of the thirsty. A message inexplicably emerged in Fangxing's mind. What did I sacrifice? I didn't sacrifice anything. Fangxing was speechless, and then stretched out his hands. Crack! In the void, something seemed to break. He directly pushed open the door of uncertainty, and his body completely disappeared in the depths of the hungry forest. In the Black Ring City, in the apartment, Fangxing suddenly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a strange light flowing through his pupils. The extraordinary system of this world is really strange. As if it is deliberately not allowed to be pursued. There are layers of checkpoints and doors to seal. If you can't find the key, you will never be able to enter. And the riddle man is used to guard the door. Fortunately, he finally entered the door of no certainty. For the extraordinary people in this world, it should be considered a glimpse of the door. Right? But the most important thing is not this. But, Fangxing raised his hand, and saw a rusty wrench in his hand? From which other world? Can you bring foreign objects back? This soul seems to have been used as a sacrifice, and transformed into an irreversible shape. Fangxing played with a wrench in his hand. This wrench can now be regarded as a mechanical wonder, with some mechanical experience. Perhaps the farmer, who has not studied mechanics, just feels that it is particularly handy for screwing. But a real mechanic will find it different when he picks it up. He will automatically gain the experience of the 6th level of fitter, and even get a lot of inspiration. His progress in studying mechanics will be rapid. For students of the School of Mechanical Engineering, this is a real treasure. But at this time, Fangxing threw it aside without hesitation. He clenched his fists, breathing in and out continuously. The way to transcendence in this world is just a primer. After entering the gate of uncertainty, I have the status of a transcendent, and I can do many things. As he breathed, Fangxing could feel that he was absorbing the mysterious factors of that world to help him break through the limits of the human body. The human body has limits. And if you want to transcend, you must break through the limits. But without the power of transcendence, you can't break through the limits of the human body. This is a paradox and a vicious circle. Fortunately, Fangxing finally found the way to transcendence in this world, and fed back to himself. Hoo-hoo! Accompanying his breathing, he will pass through the gate of uncertainty, and the many mechanical extraordinary knowledge that suddenly emerged in his mind will be integrated into his own martial arts. With his own martial arts wisdom, he will create a new extraordinary martial arts suitable for the extraordinary path of this world. The next moment, Fangxing's skin instantly turned red, as if there were streams of steam in his body that were about to burst out. Steam breathing method? Consider the human body as a steam engine. Use qi and blood to drive it, burn water, and generate huge kinetic energy and heat. Woo! Fangxing's physique seemed unable to withstand the high temperature and pressure of this steam, and his skin began to crack. But the next moment, a layer of steel-like color emerged, which made his physique surge, and he was not even afraid of ordinary small-caliber firearms. Steel physique is literally hard work, and the ultimate goal is to make your body like steel. The body is transformed into a steam machine. The dantian is transformed into a steam engine. The blood vessels are steam pipes, and the body is a steel casting. The mind must also grow. This is the secret art of mechanized mind, which can not only coordinate the whole body, but also resist external mental interference and pollution. These three skills complement each other. The ultimate goal is to cultivate the human body into a steam mecha? No. It's martial arts breaking the limit. Perhaps it can be named mechanical martial arts. Today, I created the mechanical martial arts flow in Black Ring City. Open up this world's extraordinary martial arts, and can be the supreme master of martial arts. Fang Xing shouted, came to the window, and suddenly sensed a gaze. Maybe he was not sensitive to this before, but he who had just broken through to become extraordinary could easily find the malice in the gaze. Bang! He smashed the window directly, and the whole person jumped out like a tiger. In the alley near the window, a man in a gray windbreaker, a high collar, and a top hat pulled down low saw this scene, opened his mouth wide, and pulled out a revolver from his arms. Whoosh! A figure flashed, and Fang Xing was already in front of him, raising his hand and slapping him. Boom! His heart was beating violently, and a stream of high-temperature steam seeped out from the pores of his palm, covering the gray-clothed man's face. Mechanical martial arts style steaming palm. In essence, it is a palm method with a ball of high-temperature steam. Ah! The gray-clothed man screamed. His face was directly disfigured, and terrible burns and scalds appeared. Chapter 478 Path. Bang! The body of the man in the windbreaker fell to the ground. His face was already blurred. I have a strange feeling. Extraordinary? Belonging to a secret force? It is likely that he was sent by my good mentor. Fang Xing sneered. It was precisely because of his guess that there was a big fish that he was too lazy to leave him alive for interrogation. But at this time, it was still necessary to touch the corpse. He squatted down and searched the man in the windbreaker, and found 34 black ropes and 17 rupees, all in a silk wallet. In addition, there was the revolver, which was also a black snake too, and it looked better maintained than the one in Fang Xing's hand. Finally, there were several small bottles. Fang Xing opened it and smelled it, and found that one of the bottles was an anesthetic similar to ether, and the other one had a pungent smell, which should be the antidote type. Are the members of this mysterious society so down to earth? I thought I could find some holy relics, spells, etc. But there are only guns, drugs, and a little money. What's the difference between this and ordinary kidnappers? Fang Xing complained. Although, with his iron physique, let alone drugs, even if he was shot in the head with a revolver, he would basically be safe and sound. Forget it. Let's go and talk to my good mentor. At night, Minachi finished a day's class and returned to the villa he rented near the School of Mechanical Engineering. Compared to Fang Xing, a poor student, as a mentor of the School of Mechanical Engineering, his salary was unusually generous, enough to support him to live a more decent life. The villa occupies a large area and comes with a small garden. In the garden, the most common plants are rosemary and wormwood. Fang Xing had visited several times and knew that this mentor was not married, believed in celibacy, and did not hire a maid. Instead, he registered with the Urban Housekeeping Service Association and asked the other party to send cleaners to clean the house every once in a while. Originally, he thought that the other party was a loner, but now it seems that it is completely a cover for secret private association activities. Monachi came to the villa, took out a brass key, and opened the door. He was about to turn on the gas light switch, and a cold gun barrel suddenly pressed against the back of his head. Don't move. Monachi shuddered all over and raised his hands obediently. Sir, I didn't see your face. If you need money, there are 1,000 black ropes in the second drawer of the mahogany table in my study. Click. The gas lamp was turned on, and the bright yellow soft light fell. From your heartbeat and breathing, you recognized me a long time ago. Right, Mr. Monak? Fang Xing did not hide it, and Monak turned around and smiled bitterly. Yes, but I don't know why. Monak's face was full of bitter smile. Fang Xing, you have a good future. Think about your friends. Think about your family. If you have any difficulties, just ask. I will do my best to help you. Future, friends, family, I don't care at all. Fang Xing sneered. Monak's heart sank immediately. He mentioned these just to make Fang Xing a little cautious, but he didn't expect that this student suddenly became extremely unfamiliar, even cold-blooded. He seemed to have never really known this good student. You gave me that book The Beauty of Machinery on purpose. Didn't you? Fang Xing pointed the barrel of his gun at Monaka's head, as if he would shoot at any time, and the person who was following me was also sent by you. I don't understand what you mean. Monak looked puzzled, and his performance was flawless. Bang! Fang Xing answered him by twisting his wrist and hitting Monaka's head hard with the butt of the gun. Monak felt as if his head was hit by a hammer, and he felt dizzy, and even a line of blood flowed down from the corner of his eyes, the bridge of his nose, all the way to the edge of his mouth. He licked it and found that it tasted very fishy and salty. Do you think I will still believe it? Fang Xing sneered, but he was very disappointed. According to his guess, this Monak, even if he is not the leader of this mysterious force, is at least a middle-level person. The result is this, physically and mentally. There is no difference from ordinary people, and he has no special abilities. Fang Xing was even ready to shoot the other party in the head and turn him into a bloody monster. But the result was, this Monak was just like a real ordinary person. No! After tasting his own blood, Monaka's face showed a hint of fanaticism, and his mouth opened. It seems that you have me in your hands. So, Fang Xing, my good student, what do you want to do? Mysterious? Extraordinary. I saw that forest. I saw that door. Fang Xing's eyes also showed eagerness and desire. I need more. What is that? He urgently needs a guide in mysticism. This kind of enthusiasm is naturally pretended. But if an ordinary person enters that other world for the first time, he will indeed become fanatical and irrational. You went in that forest? Manaki was a little surprised. Your talent in the field of weapons is indeed beyond my expectations. You became a wanderer the first time you came into contact with the classics. Machine? Wanderer? Fang Xing's heart moved. There are 6 paths to transcendence, and the path of the machine is one of them. We call those who wander around the edge of the forest and cannot enter the gate of uncertainty wanderers and apprentices. Manaki said in a low voice, only by passing the gate of uncertainty can one become a true transcendent. Both the body and mind will undergo certain changes and master the mysterious power. It took me 3 years to approach the thirsty forest in my dreams, and another 2 years to see the gate of uncertainty. But I couldn't provide the offerings required by the gatekeeper spirit, so I could only wander outside the gate. Fuck. Who of my family members understands? I thought I had offended a powerful secret society, but it turned out that they were even worse than me. Fang Xing didn't know how to complain. Although I knew that transcendence was declining in this world, it was still hard to imagine that it had reached this point. That's not right. Maybe it's just that the sect that Manaki belongs to is very weak. Besides, even those sects without mysterious power can deceive believers into losing everything or even dying. Now there is a real trace of extraordinary power, even if it's just a glimpse in a dream. It is enough to prove many things. Believers will naturally be more fanatical, and it is understandable that they will form a small group. Fang Xing quickly calculated and continued to interrogate. So you came to me? Yes. A sacrifice can only allow a wanderer to enter the gate of uncertainty and become a true extraordinary person. This is the experience of our ring of strange machinery. Manaki seemed to be a little eager. Ring of strange machinery. That is to say, there is a real extraordinary person among you. Or is it taking the path of machinery, in addition to the path of machinery? Are there other mysterious ways? Fang Xing has a strong understanding ability. Yes. The extraordinary person who truly masters the extraordinary power is our leader in one. Manaki sighed. As for the paths outside the mechanical path, I don't know much either. I only know that there are blood and stone. The blood path is good at the way of flesh and blood, and the stone path is good at change. There are many legends of the philosopher's stone that can turn stone into gold. Very good. You are very cooperative. Fang Xing still pointed the barrel at Manaki. It must be said that this revolver is easy to use. At least it has a strong deterrent effect. Although his fist is stronger than artillery fire, Manaki doesn't know it. It's better to put the gun head against the opponent's forehead than to raise his fist. Isn't this more cooperative? I admit, I had some bad thoughts at the beginning, but I have regretted it. I really value your talent and want to absorb you into my organization. We can explore the mystery together, pursue the extraordinary, and forge the most perfect machinery. Manaki said sincerely. Fang Xing was silent for a while. Then he said, are there any other extraordinary books similar to the book The Beauty of Machinery? It was obvious that he was not ready to join, but he still longed for mystery. Longing for extraordinary. Of course. I have another one in my hand, which is a real advanced theory. It's in my study. Monachi nodded repeatedly. Take me there, Fan Xing said, followed Monachi to his study, and watched Monachi walk to the desk naturally. I set up a small mechanism here to deal with possible searches, Monachi explained while twisting the ink bottle on the desk. After several regular rotations, the wall next to it suddenly opened, revealing a secret compartment. In the secret compartment, there was only a black notebook and a golden pen that seemed to be used for taking notes. This is the book The Way of Strange Machinery that I copied from the leader, Monachi introduced while picking up the black notebook and golden pen. He handed the black notebook to Fan Xing, and unintentionally played with the golden pen in his hand and pressed the pen cap. Bang! Suddenly, a flash of fire. This seemingly ordinary golden fountain pen is actually an exquisite mechanical creation, or a disguised musket. Although it only has one bullet, it is enough to turn the tide at the critical moment. A hideous smile appeared on Monachi's face. The extraordinary people of the mechanical path are good at making various precision instruments. This musket pen was specially given to him by the leader as a reward for meritorious service. This time, it really worked. But his smile soon froze, because Fan Xing, who was expected to be shot in the head by the musket pen, did not even take a step back. The skin on his forehead turned blue-black, and he scratched his forehead with his fingers and dug out a flattened brass shell. Oh! A firearm disguised as a fountain pen? It's quite creative. Chapter 479 Secret. You? Monachi looked at Fan Xing, his pupils trembling, his body shaking with intense fear and shock. And he couldn't say a complete sentence. He never thought that Fan Xing could catch bullets with his body. Even the blood path extraordinary who specializes in strengthening the body must pass through several doors before they can have such an incredible performance. And he is very sure that Fan Xing was just an ordinary person when he was first recruited into the academy. So, what kind of existence favors an ordinary person to make him so powerful in just a few years? The amount of favor and ether required is simply amazing. Is it the demigod immortal walking in the world? Or the great existence in the deepest part of the forest? Monachi has both the fear of death and the desire for new knowledge in his heart. Greed and enthusiasm, like a burning candle, have been burning his soul, making him long for mystery, longing for everything. I originally thought you would at least come up with a spell or something. Fan Xing sighed. The result is so boring. He grabbed Monaka's wrist and exerted a little force. Crack! A sharp bone cracking sound came, and Monaka's face immediately showed a fierce pain. Then, tell me, where is the silver ring? Fan Xing's words were like a heavy hammer, constantly bombarding Monaka's defense. In terms of how to cause pain to the body, he is an expert among experts. Monak simply couldn't stand the pain that always hovered on the edge of collapse and fainting, and said hoarsely, I said, he is. Before he finished speaking, an inexplicable glow continued to flow from his eyes, mouth, nasal cavity. Bang! Monaka's body fell to the ground. Was the curse planted in advance to prevent the secret from being leaked? Fan Xing nodded, then shook his head. Unfortunately, I don't have the means to capture your soul yet. He now uses the power and knowledge of the mechanical path to transform a set of mechanical weapons, but has not yet involved the soul. At least this is the case outside the body. So there is no way to capture Monachi's soul, swallow it, and burn it in the great sun furnace to find more clues. However, a mere first-level extraordinary person in the mechanical path, it doesn't seem worth wasting my energy. Fan Xing's ears moved, and he came to the edge of the window, lifted the curtain, and saw two patrolmen coming over, both with their right hands on the gun bag. Obviously, the sound of Monachi's musket pen just now attracted the attention of the neighbors, and even the patrolmen. It's time to go. He put away the black notebook, and put the musket pen in his pocket. This little gadget is quite exquisite. I can try to reload it with a round of ammunition, and give it to someone later. After getting ready, Fan Xing turned up his collar, and pressed the brim of his hat, leaving only his eyes exposed. Click! The door of the villa was opened. At the same time, a figure had left from the back door, and disappeared quickly into the darkness. The Way of Strange Equipment? In Shirley's training villa. Fan Xing sat cross-legged with a black notebook of trophies in front of him. This rich second generation has a lot of money. He only comes here to practice fighting. However, all kinds of living facilities are very complete, and very suitable for living. Fong Xing even thinks that the security here is much stricter than that of the villa area of Minaki. With the power of Shi Lei's family, even a murder case can probably be suppressed. Of course, this is nothing to Fong Xing. After inventing the mechanical martial style, he has mastered a certain amount of extraordinary power. And even ordinary firearms will not break through the defense. Even if it was a powerful steam rifle, he could easily dodge the muzzle. After all, no matter how good a weapon is, it still needs to be operated by a person. Therefore, he doesn't care at all now. However, it is good to avoid some troubles. Fong Xing did not pay any more attention to solving the problem, but instead focused on the dark manuscript in front of him. Ether. Secret. Extraordinary. This way of strange machinery is much more generous than the beauty of machinery that Fong Xing had read before. It never hides anything and directly tells the secret of the extraordinary. Fong Xing even felt that the previous beauty of machinery was not a secret at all, but only a banned book with a little bit of mysterious influence. The world is divided into two layers. One is the mortal world, and the other is the etheric plane. The forest. The inner world. We enter the etheric plane with mortal bodies, causing an impact. The etheric plane will have a corresponding echo. The greater the impact, the higher the level of the echo in reality, which is the basis of all extraordinary things. Fong Xing knew that this secret book was quite simple after reading a few sentences, and every sentence was useful. According to it, every time the extraordinary people in this world enter the etheric plane, it is equivalent to holding a ceremony, leaving various influences. Let the echo of the etheric plane continue to intensify. The real world is without magic, and the echo of the etheric plane is the mysterious power. The so-called echo is equivalent to a kind of etheric reaction force. Therefore, the extraordinary people all take increasing the echo of the etheric plane as their main way of practice. After countless generations of attempts and summaries, they found that passing through the sealed doors of each layer is the best way to increase influence. Every time you pass through a door, the echo you get is very different, forming a rank gap. Among them, those who have not passed through the first gate of uncertainty are wanderers. They can only wander around the outermost part of the etheric layer, and it is almost difficult to get involved in the mystery. They are invisible. So desire is a common mental state. Those who pass through the gate of uncertainty and leave influence behind are the first-level extraordinary people. They can obtain etheric echoes, mobilize the power of ether in the mortal world to transform themselves, or form supernatural spells. Those who pass through the deep sea gate are the second-level profound people, whose influence continues to deepen and have a stronger etheric power. Those who pass through the gate of enlightenment are the third-level enlightened people. It is extremely rare in the mortal world. Each of them is a true master of mysticism, who can establish a school and leave many secrets. Those who pass through the gate of immortality are the fourth-level immortals, who can obtain a long life, and even change their life form, and can enter the etheric plane in the flesh, known as demigods. Extraordinary people who take different paths have different powers and performances at different levels. Moreover, each time you pass through a door, you need different rituals, trials, and sacrifices. It is more likely that the methods of each school are different. This kind of knowledge of advancement is a real secret. This way of strange machinery is not the original, but a copy. It only records how to pass through the first level of the gate of indeterminacy. Locate, search, wonder, and then use the soul of the desired genius mechanic as a sacrifice. After reading it, Fong Xing nodded and shook his head. The way I pass through the door is a little different. If the orthodox way of transcendence in this world is to make a key according to the door and open the door calmly, then I rely on my own fists to break the door. Although this is difficult, the impact is absolutely huge, and the etheric resonance obtained after the breakthrough is also the most abundant. In martial arts, this kind of practice can be called breaking the limit. Breaking through the gate of indeterminacy is a martial arts master who breaks a limit once. Breaking through the deep sea gate breaks 2 limits. The gate of enlightenment breaks 3 limits. Breaking through the gate of immortality is a martial arts demigod who breaks 4 limits. Fong Xing has no interest in the so-called immortals in this world. After all, everything these extraordinary people have comes from the etheric layer. If the etheric layer collapses or goes to other planes, they will be blind. This is just like the immortal cultivators, who rely on the power of immortality, not on their own. What he needs is to apply this mysterious knowledge to his own martial arts, so that the extraordinary martial arts can become legal in this world. Or in other words, in accordance with the rules. Swish. Fong Xing turned to the next page of the black manuscript and finally saw a few spells. Or rituals similar to spells, dream, fanaticism, and word spirit. He looked and found that the so-called dreaming technique is to let oneself fall asleep through various drugs and rituals, and travel through the etheric plane in the form of dreams. And fanaticism is a spell that allows oneself to always maintain vigorous energy and agile thinking. But the duration is limited, and there are certain sequelae. Using it too much may lead to abnormal mental state. The last word spirit is the spell that Fong Xing saw cast on Monachi, which makes the recipient unable to say some keywords. It's barely okay. Fong Xing has always been learning secrets, and taking the essence and discarding the dross. After learning the spells thoroughly, try to integrate them into your own martial arts, and perform them with extraordinary martial arts. For example, the dreaming technique can be completely transformed into a martial arts meditation technique, and the fanaticism can be integrated into some explosive techniques. As for the word spirit, Fong Xing fell into deep thought. The essence of the extraordinary lies in the echo of the ether. If you want to leave a deep impact on the etheric plane, the power of one person is not as good as the power of many people. If I teach my martial arts and let many martial artists break through the doors of the extraordinary, how big will the impact be? In any world, the reputation of the pioneer is definitely the greatest. As for what impact this will have on the world, Fong Xing doesn't care at all. Anyway, he has only one goal. That is to defeat the creator. Teach disciples. Build power. We can do it together. And we need to be prepared from the beginning and prevent rebellion. Although martial artists should not be afraid of any challenges, it is embarrassing to be challenged by their own disciples. Fong Xing pressed his eyebrows and had some ideas. Chapter 480 Tantra. Coach, you seem to be different from before. Shirley was wearing a training suit and was trying the skills that Fong Xing had taught him before. He came to a sandbag, paused for a few seconds, and suddenly shouted and punched out. Bang! The sandbag trembled violently, and a shallow fist mark appeared on it. Well, you have learned the skills. It proves that you still have some talent in fighting. Fong Xing folded his arms and did not answer the previous question, but commented pertinently, unfortunately, this is still just a mortal's skills. A mortal's limit. Mortal? Shirley felt that the coach seemed to be about to reveal something real. He clapped his hands smartly and asked the bodyguards and maids around him to go out. Coach, I want to learn. Shirley came to Fong Xing and bowed 90 degrees. Above the mortal world, there are more profound and terrifying forbidden martial arts. Have you heard of extraordinary people and ether? Fong Xing's eyes were far away. I've heard of it. As the son of a wealthy man, Shirley did have some impression of this. I heard that they can play some tricks and do some cruel blood sacrifices. Anyway, they are a group of guys who can't be on the stage. Fong Xing was silent. In terms of the performance of the extraordinary people in this world, facing a team of soldiers holding steam rifles, it does seem to be of little use. Only when you reach the level of enlightened ones can you be a little more afraid. Unfortunately, any industry is a pyramid. Even the extraordinary path is the same. The largest number must be those peripheral members and wanderers. There may not be a few demigods in the whole world, and the probability of ordinary people encountering enlightened ones can be ignored. That's because they all took the wrong path. Fong Xing sighed. You should have investigated me. Do you know why I changed so much in a short period of time? Why? Is it because it involves mystery? Shirley asked. No. Because I have come into contact with the truth of martial arts. Fong Xing's voice was like thunder. Shocking. Ordinary martial arts are just the limits of ordinary people. Fighting, sanda, boxing, are all children's playthings. Above the ordinary world, there is a greater and taboo martial arts, which is called secret martial arts. He will definitely not only include weapon martial arts in the future. There must be blood martial arts, stone martial arts. Therefore, Fong Xing directly named it secret martial arts. Secret martial arts? Shirley's breathing was a little heavy. He was originally very interested in fighting. Now when he heard about extraordinary martial arts, his eyes lit up. Yes, the martial arts of Tantra are secret martial arts. If you want to learn secret martial arts, you must join my Tantra. Give alms, receive initiation, and keep the precepts. Never betray. Otherwise you will go to hell. Fong Xing said, Can you keep it? Shirley's expression was indeed a little tangled. This is not hiring a coach, but equivalent to joining some mysterious associations. Boom! Boom! Shirley felt his heart beating violently. And his mouth was dry. Coach! How powerful is the secret martial arts? After all, he is a rich second generation. And he has a character that does not release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. Fong Xing did not take it as an offense. Took out the black snake too. And pressed his palm. My secret martial arts are indestructible. Only speed can't be broken. Bang! A gunshot. His palm was safe and sound. And there was a flattened bullet in his palm. Master? The bodyguard outside the door rushed in immediately. Get out! Shirley shouted. Drove the bodyguard away. Took the black snake too. And confirmed it repeatedly. The fire at his eyes became more and more blazing. Bang! Finally! He no longer hesitated and knocked his head to the ground. Coach! No! Master! Please teach me the secret martial arts. If you want to learn the secret martial arts, you must first receive the initiation. Fong Xing sat cross-legged, his face solemn. For beginners, perform the ritual of the dog-headed Vajra oral secret. From now on, you must not speak disrespectfully to the master. And you must not disclose the core secrets of this sect. Otherwise, you will be cursed by the dog-headed Vajra and die miserably. For those who have achieved minor success, receive the initiation of the Akalanatha body secret. Not only can they not speak the secrets of this sect, but they can also not write them down, or hint at them with their bodies. For those who have achieved major success, receive the initiation of the Vairocana Tathagata mind secret. They will not even have the idea of betraying this sect. As Fong Xing spoke, a sense of mystery of a secret society came to him. When you first enter the sect, you must receive the ritual of the dog-headed Vajra oral secret. Initiation. Think about it now, and give a final answer. Can you keep it? I, disciple, can keep it. Shirley's expression was firm, although this kind of youthful enthusiasm would easily cool down after a while. But Fong Xing would not give the other party a chance to regret. He stretched out his palm and pressed it on the top of Shirley's head. And the Vairocana mantra in his body suddenly separated a trace of fire and fell into Shirley's body. Ah! Shirley suddenly felt hot. Scorching. The terrifying high temperature erupted from his body, as if even his soul was burning. His heart was pounding, and his blood vessels seemed to be flowing with hot steam instead of blood. After receiving my initiation, you can already pull the ether and transform it into extraordinary power. Now, hold this power. Otherwise, you will be burned alive. Fong Xing's cold voice came. At the same time, Shirley felt as if something was stuffed into his head. It was a secret martial arts system composed of a series of martial arts such as steam breathing, mechanized mind, and steel physique, mechanized mind. In an instant, Shirley understood what to do. He first made his mind like a cold machine, no longer feeling pain and fear. Then, he quickly operated the steam breathing method and tried to control the pore valve. Woo! A few minutes later, all the pores on his body opened, and a lot of steam flowed out with sweat. Hoo-hoo! Master! I succeeded. Although Shirley was panting, his eyes were bright, completely different from before. It was as if a piece of stubborn iron was forged into fine steel. Secret martial arts. I have understood it. Shirley stood up and came to the sandbag just now. Whoosh! A flash of fist shadow. The whole sandbag exploded, and sand splashed all over the sky. Ha ha, ha ha, this is the martial arts I want. This is it. The power that crushes everything. Shirley laughed wildly. Has the sudden power distorted the mind? Fong Xing saw this scene, but he was secretly evaluating in his heart. A strong mind needs a strong body to support it, and vice versa. When the body suddenly becomes extremely powerful, it will make the mind become manic and irritable, like to use the simplest violent means to solve problems. In the end, it may be bloodthirsty. The echo has indeed become a little stronger. Fong Xing felt the ether surrounding himself and nodded. Shirley had never been in contact with the etheric plane before. So the reason why he could suddenly increase to this level was naturally because he split a strand of the Vairocana mantra and received the initiation. In this way, as Shirley continued to improve, become stronger, and break through the limit, at least 90% of the opponent's echoes in the etheric world would be intercepted by himself. This was set from the beginning. And such a forced growth is also harmful. How do you feel? Fong Xing looked at Shirley with no sadness or joy. For some reason, the opponent looked a little emaciated at this time. Unprecedented strength. And unprecedented hunger. Shirley closed his eyes and answered. After receiving my initiation, you have received a trace of the great sun fire. You can immediately become extraordinary because the fire has burned all the nutritional reserves in your body. Even this burning will continue. If you don't want to be burned to death in the end, you must break the first limit within 100 days. Fang Xing said coldly, after breaking the limit in martial arts, you can serve as a master, a protector, and give initiations and precepts to other disciples. Of course, he will not treat those who have worked hard to teach disciples unfairly, and will give them extra benefits. This hidden benefit of Tantra does not need to be mentioned for the time being. Now think about it. Those great figures in the mysterious world who have reached the Enlightened One are still busy developing their power and writing secrets to spread. In fact, it is not an influence. But the effect is not as good as mine. After all, they do not have the great sun Tathagata mantra. Moreover, with the bloody customs of secret societies, many high-level extraordinary people may not dare to take students, and even have bad intentions. I am the only one who is different. I am not afraid of the disciples' backlash, nor will I deliberately harm them. As long as they spread the secret martial arts, it is a great benefit to me. Master, are you okay? Do you want to call a doctor? After walking out of the training hall, several bodyguards couldn't help but speak. Now Shirley looks even more emaciated, and his arms are just like bamboo poles. But strangely, he actually gives people a feeling of well-developed muscles and bones. Facing him is like facing a tiger. No need to find a doctor. What I need is high-calorie food. Send it immediately. Shirley took a long breath, and the temperature around him seemed to rise a lot. I go to the nearest restaurant to wait. Okay, master. Several bodyguards nodded and went to do their own things. Not long. In the Iris restaurant, Shirley almost poured plates of food into his mouth. Even those chicken bones and beef bones. He chewed a few times and swallowed them directly. Next to him, various empty plates piled up like a mountain. This scene scared the waiter and the manager. Fortunately, the bodyguards cleared the area in time and threw a stack of black ropes in front of them. Do your job. And I don't want anyone to know what happened today. Understand? Understood. The manager took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his face. Of course he knew that it would be easier to crush a rich young master than an ant. After eating for several hours, Shirley stood up with satisfaction and touched his stomach. After eating so much food, his stomach still looked flat, but his face and limbs had more muscles. Looking at him now, his figure is perfect, but he doesn't look bloated, but rather has a sense of strength. Chapter 481, Seizing Power. Power. Unimaginable power. Shirley clenched his fists and murmured in his heart, praise. Namo esteemed Tathagata like King Buddha. This name appeared in his sea of consciousness along with the initiation. According to Shirley, it was obviously a great master of Tantric Buddhism. A few days later, in a fighting club, on the ring, you come together. Shirley, wearing a training suit, looked at the burly coaches. Today I am here to challenge the club. If any one of you can beat me, I will reward him with 10,000 black ropes. Too arrogant. Kid, Jarvis roared, like a black bear rushing at him. Shirley dodged Jarvis's punch with a flick of his body, and then he raised his right hand high, like a pendulum clock, and punched Jarvis on the back. Bang! Jarvis screamed and fainted in midair, crashing into the crowd of students watching, causing a huge mess. I am so strong now. Shirley clenched his fists. The boxing technique he used just now was the big swing punch of the mechanical martial arts style. His fist was like a swinging hammer. This set of fighting boxing is only the elementary level. If you continue to go deeper, you can practice the advanced martial arts of the mechanical martial arts style. The Gatling Bodhisattva fist. Even before, he had already held back a lot. If he had not held back 90% of his strength and did not use high-pressure steam, Jarvis would not have fainted now, but could have prepared for the funeral. Too much. He actually used such a heavy hand. Everyone, come on together. Several coaches roared, knowing that they were no match for this young master, and rushed forward together, each displaying their most proud fighting skills. Inch finger, whirlwind kick, air punch, bang bang, one after another. The powerful fist shadows and kick whips all fell on Shirley. But Shirley's face remained unchanged, while the attackers screamed one by one. A coach hugged his leg and rolled on the ground. My leg. My leg is broken. Weak chicken. When Shirley walked out of the fighting club, the bodyguard who followed him immediately stepped forward and took out a stack of black ropes. This is medical expenses. Compensation. Looking at his posture, he seemed to be very familiar with it. Master, where are we going next? When Shirley got on an extended black steam car, the driver asked. My actual combat experience has made up for some of it. Or rather, these areas can't make me improve at all. They are too weak. Shirley sighed. Let's go home first. He looked at his fist, and could feel the fire in his body still burning. He was still improving. If I can't break the first limit within 3 months, I will be burned alive. But if I succeed, I will take a big step on the road of secret martial arts. And I can be called a master, a martial artist, to give initiation to others. Such an extraordinary power can definitely do a lot of things. Shirley thought of his bodyguards at the first time. If there is such a group of extraordinary people with superhuman spirits, they can form an elite assassination team. Who in the entire Black Ring City can resist it? Secret Buddhism is really terrible. Just the tip of the iceberg is enough to subvert the entire order of the world. Shirley closed his eyes. The Shur family has many manors in Black Ring City, among which the stone garden in the east of the city is the most beautiful. The black extended steam car stopped steadily, and Shirley got off. There seemed to be a fire burning in his eyes. Originally, as a marginal person in the family, he had always been mainly enjoying himself and pursuing hobbies. But now it seems that he should also intervene in the family business. At least, such a huge force must be used. When Shirley walked into the living room, he saw a middle-aged man smoking a pipe. Dad, I'm back. Shirley greeted him, and sat casually on the sofa. Shur's father put down his pipe, took off his glasses in confusion, and wiped them a few times. After not seeing him for a few days, this son seems to have changed a lot. Not only does his body look much stronger, but he also has a sense of horror, as if he had just walked down from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Are you okay? I heard from Ah Huang before that you overeat. This is very bad for your health. Shur's father spoke. It's okay. A fighter needs to replenish some consumption. Shirley said. Xiao Lei, you need a good teacher for fighting. It's wrong to just pick someone up on the street. At this moment, a young man wearing glasses walked in. He looked about 70% similar to Shur's father. This is Shur Ding, the eldest son of the Shur family and the hidden heir. What do you mean? Shirley's face changed immediately. Since he was initiated, he no longer regarded Fang Xing as a coach, but a real master. He even had an inexplicable awe and admiration for him. In his subconscious, this respect even exceeded that for his father. Now that I heard my elder brother say that, I almost wanted to kill him. The coach you found is just a student of the mechanical college, and he was recently involved in a murder case. Shur Ding sneered. You still suppress this matter. You consume the favors and relationships of our Shur family. In this kind of big family, the second son, who has no inheritance rights, can play with women and have hobbies, but he cannot hinder the development of the family, and he must be pulled out for marriage at critical moments. In Shur Ding's opinion, Shirley consumed his things, so he naturally felt uncomfortable. Shur's father looked at Shirley, and obviously needed an explanation. My master is not an ordinary person. Shirley's expression gradually became indifferent. He guided me on a brand new martial arts path. Isn't it just mysterious and extraordinary people? Shur Ding sneered. As the heir of a big family, he certainly knows more about the mysterious world than Shirley. Even the Shur family has its own extraordinary people. Of course, these secrets are not known by Shirley, who has no inheritance rights. It was precisely because of this that Shur Ding was dismissive, because he knew that those so-called extraordinary were weaklings, and a row of steam rifles would kill most of them. The only use was in medical treatment and mental protection, or harassment in the rear. It was almost impossible to be of any great use on the front battlefield. My stupid brother, you have been deceived. Shur Ding smiled. That mechanical apprentice may be just a liar, or just a wanderer. The second time, Shirley suddenly spoke. What second time? Shur Ding was startled. And then he saw a slap. Slapping hard. Pa! He flew backwards, and his teeth were stained with blood and fell to the ground. Since you are my elder brother, if there is a third time, I will personally heal you. Damn it. You dare to attack me? Sherding's face was full of disbelief. And he shouted, "Are you a rebel?" Just as he spoke, several figures had already pounced on him, and then flew back at a faster speed, one by one with broken hands and feet, falling to the ground wailing. Shirley moved his neck, and his bones made crackling sounds. My family can monopolize the grain business. It is definitely not just the official relationship on the surface. There are also strong people in secret. Right? Call it out. I don't like to beat around the bush with you. Now the only way to make you listen to me calmly is to let you know who is the real weak layer. Why are you like a different person? Shir's father's face was also angry. A reckless man. Sooner or later he will suffer a big loss. Just as he spoke, the old butler, who had been beside him and had little presence, suddenly raised his hand, and a golden talisman popped out and fell on the floor near Shirley. Buzz! A ray of light burst out, and an inexplicable influence gathered and fell on Shirley. A kind of mental attack? Shirley raised his eyebrows, put his 5 fingers together, and his skin turned blue-black. Old Wu, I have always underestimated you. I didn't expect that my extraordinary person is you. He has a mechanized mind, and is not afraid of this kind of external mental influence. Master Lei is beyond my imagination. Butler Wu was a little surprised. Even if he was an extraordinary person, facing the god-binding talisman, it would be impossible to be so calm and as if nothing happened. Click! Click! While speaking, his muscles seemed to come alive, squirming and expanding wildly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a little giant more than 2 meters tall. He walks the blood path, and is best at flesh and blood transformation and melee. At this time, he roared, and his figure was like a high wall, rushing toward Shirley. Ha. This is interesting. As Shirley laughed, the pores all over his body opened like steam valves. Woohoo! The terrifying high temperature and high pressure steam surrounded his body, causing the temperature in the living room to soar. Big swing punch. He clenched his right fist and raised it high. His whole arm seemed to turn into a giant hammer and smashed it down fiercely. Bang! The 2 figures were entangled together. Butler Wu screamed immediately, and his whole body was burned by the high temperature steam. Snap! After a few moves, Shirley grabbed Wu Guanjia's neck and lifted him up. You disappoint me so much. You have brute force but no skills. Do you know what I think of you when I see you? I think of a fat pig. Snap! He threw Wu Guanjia away like garbage and looked at Shir's father. Dad, don't use this low-level stuff to deal with me. These are all garbage. Where are the real masters in our family? Come out. Shirley felt his blood boiling, and his breath was so hot that Shir's father couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his face. This old Wu is already the strongest extraordinary person in our family, and he is also the kind of extraordinary person who is best at fighting. What? Shirley looked at his eldest brother, who had become a little frightened, and then looked at Wu Guanjia lying on the ground like a dead dog, with a speechless expression on his face saying, "Are you guys kidding me?" Chapter 482 Solution. Swish. Half an hour later, a group of servants were cleaning up the messy living room downstairs. In the study upstairs, Shirley was flipping through account books, and several secret books with blood-red covers. Blood Darkness Ritual, Unclean Mantra, Charati Poems. Is this the mystical heritage of my family? Weak, too weak. 2 puffs of white air came out of his nostrils, which made Wu Guanjia, Shir's father, and Sherding shudder. Practicing secret martial arts will change your mind. Although there is a mechanized mind, it is only an auxiliary combat secret technique and cannot be opened all day long. Shirley glanced at Wu Guanjia and found that his injuries had healed a lot. At this time, along with swallowing some strange secret medicines, the burns were recovering rapidly, tearing off the dead skin and showing a brand new skin. Blood path is extraordinary. Except for the recovery. The rest is shit. Not as good as my martial arts. From now on, I will be in charge of all the mysterious affairs of the family. Sherding was a little unhappy, looking at Shirley, but he didn't dare to refute. Wu Guanjia was a little hesitant, and he didn't dare to ask. What? Do you want to learn my secret martial arts? I teach you. Shirley smiled. As long as you join my secret sect and accept my precepts, you can gain extraordinary power. Of course, I don't have the qualifications for initiation yet, but I will soon. Young master. Wu Guanjia's eyes lit up, and he bowed immediately. Seeing this scene, Sher's father turned his head away, knowing that his strongest fighting force had turned against him. These extraordinary people always have an extraordinary interest and enthusiasm for the mysterious, and his son didn't know what was going on. But he suddenly became extremely powerful. Not only Wu Guanjia. If you want to learn, you can get in, and I will teach you until you learn it. Sher Lei smiled. He didn't mind the spread of secret martial arts, and even hoped that it would spread more as long as it was initiated by him. Now, our Sher family has made great progress, and the opportunity to control the entire Black Ring City and even the Wymingham area has come. Find Yin Huan. This is the task I gave you. If you want to join the secret sect, you must make donations and show piety. You must do this with your life. Do you understand? When Sher Lei's eyes swept over them, the three housekeepers who immediately bowed their heads. The entire Sher family moved, and the network of relationships was unimaginable to outsiders. Not to mention, the ring of strange machinery led by Yin Huan was just a small association that rose up with a few secret books. And there was only one serious extraordinary person. Yin Huan. In this world, because the enlightened ones need to spread the influence of the world, they often copy, circulate, and spread low-level secrets. As a result, the mystery has never gone away, and occasionally one or two small associations will emerge, and they are repeatedly banned. Yin Huan is obviously one of them. Half a day later, late at night, Yin Huan, real name Xavier Yechi, was originally a poor man who came to Black Ring City to work. He worked as a mechanic in the Samson factory for 3 years, and then suddenly resigned. Just a few months later, his coworkers, who didn't get along with him, and his superiors, who withheld his wages, all met with bad luck. Then, the Samson factory went bankrupt, and Xavier took over at a price so cheap that it was almost free. Now, he is also a small factory owner in Black Ring City. Sher Lei looked at the report and nodded. He uses his own factory as the headquarters to organize mysterious association activities. It's just right that I will set out now and wipe him out in one fell swoop. Young master. Butler Wu hesitated, as far as I know. Although Xavier's attainments in mysticism are vulnerable, he secretly controls the Blood Axe Gang and has recruited several desperate criminals. He may even have obtained a batch of guns and formed a factory protection team. In fact, in the battle of low-level mystics, a gun is more useful than anything else. So, there is a group of gunmen? Sher Lei walked out of the door and got into his limousine. Old Wu. If it were you, what would you do? Butler Wu got into the car, thought for a while, and replied, using the cover of the spell. Trying to assassinate. This is the simplest method. In addition, it is poisoning. Constantly adding trace amounts of blood poison to the factory's food. And when we attack, it will trigger it in one fell swoop. Sure enough, the mysterious person is not good at frontal. Sher Lei said, but I am different. I am a fighter. Late at night, Samson Factory. As a small factory that works for major companies and provides various parts. It has extremely strict security, because Silver Ring Seville held many association activities in the factory. Under the conditions of the factory at this time, occupational diseases are almost unavoidable. Even if child labor is used, most of the child laborers will not survive for more than 3 years. It is obviously enough to get some out of it to satisfy the cruel and bloody sacrifices. And it is not even easy to be discovered. The captain of the factory protection team, the Hyena Duke, who is recognized as the factory director's #1 thug, is smoking, as the cigarette but flickered in the dark. His mood was also very uneasy. Monichi was actually dead. Was he killed by his students? The leader has already sensed the danger. The frequency of sacrifices has increased significantly recently. Is it to create talismans and other strange objects to enhance strength? While thinking, he saw a figure suddenly walk out of the darkness in front of him. Who is it? Duke immediately put his hand on the gun bag. As the captain of the factory protection team and the boss's #1 thug, he is the sky of this factory area. He usually beats workers and even bullies female workers. No one dares to resist. When encountering situations during night patrols, he follows a principle: shoot first, then ask questions. Bang! Seeing the figure continue to move forward, Duke did not hesitate to draw his gun and shoot. Whoosh! As the figure flashed, he felt a hot steam rushing towards him and couldn't help but scream. Then, he heard the sound of his arm bone breaking. Who is it? Captain Duke. No. Monster. Go get the steam rifle. Just as Duke fell, the other team members also acted quickly. If it was just an ordinary factory guard and bodyguard, it would be common sense to retreat directly when suddenly attacked by a strong enemy. But this factory guard team was all believers brainwashed by the silver ring, so their performance was different. Some people even carried heavy rifles, which were contraband that Seville had worked hard to get. If they were discovered by the sheriff, it would be very troublesome. But at this time, seeing their companions fall one after another in the dark, they no longer cared about these. Bang! The steam rifle fired, but it did not hit the Black Shadow. With my current iron physique, I can't resist the bullets of the steam rifle, but I just need to be faster than your fingers pulling the trigger. Shirley's eyes were cold, and the whole person's actions were like a calculated machine. And there was a sense of the man moves like a machine. Bang! The steam rifle fired again, and then the gunman was in a hurry to change the bullet. Unfortunately, the gunman had no chance to fire the third shot. A figure flashed, and Shirley was already several meters in front of him, with muscles bulging on his back, like a turbocharger. Whoosh! The pores on his fist opened, and steam was released, hitting the gunman several meters away, causing the gunman to scream and fall to the ground. When I read fighting novels before, I always said that the true chi was released. Now I finally understand that the true chi is not the true chi, but steam. Steam. It is invincible. Shirley's skin was blue-black all over, and he rushed into the factory building. Here, a group of people in black robes were gathering together, as if they were startled by the gunshots outside. Ring of strange machinery? Where is Seville? Then, they saw a blue-black little giant breaking through the wall and rushing in. The pores on his body opened and closed, like the valves of a steam engine, releasing amazing steam. Go to hell. Xavier was thin, and had deep eyes on his face. He could feel the enemy's terror the most at this moment. He didn't care. He put his right hand into the altar full of blood. When he pulled it out again, it was covered with a layer of machinery, and turned into a mechanical arm. It looked like an armored skeleton in the interstellar era. This holy relic of the strange hand of machinery was obtained by Seville from a secret place of machinery in the deep-sea layer of the etheric plane after sacrificing countless people. It can enable him to exert amazing combat power. Of course, after using it, he had to return the strange hand of machinery. He sacrificed so much, but in fact, he only exchanged for the right to use it once. Do it. Other black-robed people dodged one after another, and some threw one or two talismans at Shirley. The colorful talismans flashed and fell on Shirley, bringing all kinds of negative effects. This kind of battle, even if the second-level deep one came over, he would have to die on the spot. Even the third-rank enlightened ones have to be cautious. Unless they are a sect that specializes in physical strengthening, they will definitely not be so reckless. But for Shirley, what kind of mental shock? Curse? The mechanized mind can handle it completely. As for hidden weapons, flying knives, revolver bullets, etc., none of them can break his defense. He focused his eyes, and only Xavier was the enemy. The turbine behind him was supercharged again, causing the steam in his body to surge, and a big swing punch came out. This is the turbocharged type. Bang! The blue-black fist hit the mechanical arm, and the two actually felt a little evenly matched in midair? No! Xavier's face showed a look of shock and anger, and he felt a sharp pain at the place where the mechanical arm was connected to his shoulder. Then, streams of high-temperature steam were like sharp arrows, directly hitting his face. Weakling! Shirley grabbed Seville's face and lifted him up. With your level, you dare to cause trouble to my master? Who is your master? Seville's face was disfigured, and he barely squeezed out words from the gap between his teeth. My master is naturally the leader of the tantric sect. Shirley's mouth showed a hideous smile, and he exerted force with his palm. Bang! The headless corpse fell, and the remaining members of the Ring of Wonders lost their faith one by one, falling into madness and stagnation. Chapter 483 Breaking the Second Limit after practicing martial arts. They will regard me as a god. In the fighting arena, Fong Xing sat cross-legged, looking at Shirley who was bowing respectfully in front of him, and the 4 secret books placed, thinking in his heart. So, you have solved the Ring of Strange Machines? Yes. Those humble and weak insects are not worth master efforts at all. Shirley bowed respectfully and replied, I offer the spoils and the secrets of my family. Master. Please allow me to teach the way of Tantra to my family. Well, when you break a limit, I will allow you to be the guardian of this sect and give initiations to other believers. Fang Xing nodded, knowing that with Shirley's current state, he was not far from breaking a limit. Sure enough, my tantric martial arts is to go crazy first if you want to practice. The crazier you are, the smoother you will be. He looked through the spoils in front of him speechlessly. Blood darkness ceremony. Unclean mantra. Charati poem. Way of strange machine. In addition to these 4 secret books, there is also a strangely shaped mechanical arm, a stack of spells, and several medicine bottles. Fang Xing picked up the first blood darkness ceremony and flipped through it quickly. There are 6 ways for mortals in this world to reach the mystery. Before, he only knew about machines, stones, and blood. Now that he opened this secret book again, he knew the remaining 3, which are darkness, heart, and history. Even if they are in the same blood path, there are different paths and manifestations, as well as different opening secrets. This blood darkness ceremony mainly involves human body transformation, and the secret ceremony of using blood to please the gate of uncertainty and the gate of the deep sea, and thus constantly leaping up. He flipped through the books very quickly, and finished reading the other 3 books, thinking slowly. In the blood path, in addition to physical transformation, you can also focus on desire. Use strong desire to elevate yourself, pass through various portals, and even achieve immortality in the end. This part is quite suitable for new martial arts. Fang Xing looked at Shirley and said calmly, there are 6 paths to the mystery, and my tantra also has 6 parts, namely the machine part, blood part, stone part, history part, heart part, and dark part. After you have established this merit and broken the first limit, I will teach you the secret martial arts of the blood part, which is the supreme yoga secret of color and emptiness, which can achieve the supreme enlightenment. It includes the joyful Zen, the Vajra magic, and the consort initiation. When you learn the secret martial arts of the blood part, you can subdue the extraordinary people in the blood path in the future. Thank you, Master. Shirley thanked him first, and was very interested in any extraordinary martial arts. Moreover, this blood department martial arts sounds like it is very happy. It is said that there are some abnormal mysterious people in the blood road, whose body structure has changed. They call themselves succubi and vampires. They are dissolute and like to seduce strong men and then eat them. If you meet them, you can give it a try. At this thought, Shirley seemed to have realized something. Master, our tantric martial arts seem to be born from the mysterious world. But far beyond it? Yes, that's right. Fang Xing's eyes were dark. I want to use Tantric Buddhism to replace the original major sects in the mysterious world and become the largest sect in the world and even in the etheric layer. Tantric martial arts are rooted in the ether and are more extreme and powerful. It is a good helper for the cuckoo to occupy the magpie's nest. Fang Xing is going to develop Tantric Buddhism. Naturally not to dominate, but just to search for the creator. And replacing the mysterious and extraordinary road with a tantric way is to leave the creator with no way to go. Just this matter. There is no need to tell the disciples. The disciple is willing to do his best to fulfill the master's great wish for this sect. Shirley felt his blood boiling. Obviously, this matter is not only a miracle in the world, but also has huge benefits. If his efforts make the tantric sect the largest force in the secular world, then his status and power will surely rise with it. Those mysterious people are just like women. If they are hit by a punch, they will either die or cry for a long time. They are indeed only worthy of being below us and bowing down to us. Shirley licked his lips and could already feel the challenges in the future, which made his blood boil. My disciple is about to hit the first limit, and I, the master, must also work hard. After Shirley left, Fang Xing sighed, grabbed the strange hand, and felt the coordinates of a certain place in the deep sea of the ether layer. Now that he enters the ether layer with a thought, he no longer has to wander in the outermost layer, but directly passes through the gate of uncertainty and enters a deep sea. As for what can be found in the deep sea, what can be obtained, it depends entirely on the luck of the extraordinary person. Only some extraordinary people from some schools and associations can find the secrets in the deep sea according to the records of their predecessors and gain huge benefits. Just like mining. This is the so-called foundation. Of course, the biggest benefit in the deep sea layer is the deep sea gate. Once the breakthrough is made, the extraordinary person will be promoted to become the second-level profound person. How to locate and find the deep-sea door is also a secret. These doors that seal the power of ether have no fixed form or even fixed position. It may be divided into thousands and passed through by extraordinary people at the same time. Or it may appear anywhere. But for the martial artists of the secret sect, as long as they hone themselves to the limit, they will immediately face the corresponding door test as soon as they enter the ether layer, and there is no need to polish the sacrifice, turn it into a key, or bribe the gatekeeper. What is needed is to rely on one's own fists and the strongest martial arts will to break through the level, which is to break the limit. In Feng Xing mind, the mighty martial arts will is like a long rainbow, straight into the ether world, and come to the deep sea layer. Darkness, oppression, in the extremely deep and extremely dark deep sea layer. With the arrival of Feng Xing, a door suddenly appeared. It is light blue all over, as if made of the finest sapphire, carved and shining with a deep brilliance. On the door, there are moth decorations one after another, and countless mysterious symbols representing moths are connected end to end, forming a mysterious pattern that exceeds the limits of mathematics and human aesthetics. All over the door, looking at these runes, there are messages that directly appear in Feng Xing heart. What do moths want to get when they fly into the fire? Burning oneself with desire, guiding dust with reason. If you want to pass through the deep sea gate, you must sacrifice your reason? No wonder I always think those mysterious people are a little brain dead. Feng Xing complained. If he were Yin Huan, he would have known that it was impossible to do it when Menaki suffered a disaster. And at least he had to move. As for a small factory, who cares? Moreover, he carried these secrets with him and gave them to the later ones for free. Of course, this may be a need for some kind of inheritance and diffusion. Reason? You dare to ask me to sacrifice you for just a broken door? Feng Xing sneered, and his martial arts will soar into the sky, turning into a giant that looked exactly like him. His main consciousness sat inside the giant, as if he was driving a mecha, and his 5 fingers came together and turned into a fist. Chi-chi. A large amount of steam burst out from the giant, and was closed by many valves, causing the turbine to rotate, the big clock to meditate, and the pendulum to rise high. Boom! Feng Xing, in the form of a giant with mechanical armor, punched down and hit the deep sea gate. The deep sea was filled with turbulent waves, and strange white moths flew out one by one. These moths continued to expand, growing strange white skeletal armor, with sharp mouthparts and claws turned into sharp blades. Some moths even merged with each other and turned into a group of white inexplicable giants. Every time their wings vibrated, it seemed that they could directly break a person's skull. But all this was like paper before Feng Xing mechanical weapons. A large amount of steam burned white moths and they fell. The fat moth was pierced by Feng Xing punch, and countless white juices scattered all over the sky, like a rainstorm. Then, Feng Xing big swing punch landed on the deep sea gate without any obstruction. Crack! Crack! On the door that looked like it was carved from sapphire, cracks appeared one after another, spreading continuously, like ice cracks, and finally shattered. Crash! As if breaking a dam, a huge amount of ether torrent surged out and fell on Feng Xing, forming a kind of cycle. Break the second limit. In the fighting arena, Feng Xing exhaled a long breath and felt the rich ether power flowing in his body. Sure enough, any extraordinary road is less and less human the higher it goes. 2 blood-red spots appeared in his pupils. Obviously, the deduced blood department martial arts also reached a high level. Blood department martial arts, at first, can control one's own blood, then the enemy's blood, then one's own body fluids, then the enemy's body fluids. People's perceptions, even joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, are actually just a bunch of pheromone stimulations. Therefore, the ultimate secret of blood department martial arts is to control the endocrine system of the human body, so as to achieve the purpose of completely controlling the enemy. It can be said that it is a superior enslavement martial arts. Who said that martial arts cannot be controlled by the mind and cannot cast spells? Is the martial arts of Tantra so inconvenient? Even ordinary martial arts, at a high level, have magical powers. Feng Xing did not feel that his own blood department martial arts had gone astray, but felt that it was quite good. Well, when we seize the secrets of other sects in the future, the 6 martial arts of Tantra can be truly created. Wait, The real treasure is actually the etheric layer. I don't know how many mysterious people in the secret history have left their inheritance here. I have to explore it carefully later. Feng Xing's mind moved, and he looked at his own attribute panel. The attribute panel at this time is completely different from before. With the attribute panel, even if we start from the same starting line, my progress will far surpass everyone else. What can the creator use to fight me? Chapter 484. Exploration. Feng Xing turned his gaze and fell on the profession again. My profession has changed again. I wonder what professional characteristics this master of the secret sect has. The professional characteristics of the immortal warriors before helped him a lot in the early stage. And the master of the secret sect is undoubtedly quite suitable for this world, and will not be sealed like the Star Warriors. When Feng Xing's eyes fell on the master of Tantra, a line of annotations automatically emerged in his mind. Master of Tantra, you are the founder of Tantra and the highest achiever of Tantra practice. You have imprinted unique information in all Tantra martial arts, and you have constrained all Tantra disciples with initiation and precepts. The progress of all Tantra disciples will enrich your foundation. You have the power of life and death over all Tantra disciples. You can take away the true seeds of Tantra martial arts cultivated throughout their lives and give them to other Tantra disciples. It seems that the restraint is a little too strong, and there are too many traps buried. However, as long as the Tantra disciples don't want to betray me, it's no big deal. Feng Xing focused on the profession of the master of Tantra, and after a few glances, he didn't care. As for the traps in the extraordinary, there are also many traps in the local extraordinary path. He sat cross-legged and continued to play with the strange hand. Through this holy relic, he could sense a certain coordinate in the etheric world. Although the technology of this world is backward and can create such a strange thing, it will also have some local breakthroughs with the extraordinary power of ether. However, the etheric area associated with this mechanical hand is 99% related to machinery, which I am not very interested in. Feng Xing sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state immediately. The martial arts meditation transformed from the dream entering technique can allow him to escape into the etheric world in a moment. For ordinary tantric martial artists, meditation practice is also very important. After all, the main thing a martial artist practices, in addition to the physique, is the martial arts will. If the martial arts will is not strong enough, how can you face this bleak life and the endless horrors in the etheric world? It's time to go and collect a batch of secrets of the other 4 parts as soon as possible. My tantric martial arts are still empty. Feng Xing moved his mind and came to the etheric world again. The sky was dark. As far as the eye can see, it seems to be a stone forest. The gray-white stone spread all over the ground, looking fragile, yet seemingly eternal. Feng Xing walked in the stalactite-like stone forest, and suddenly his expression changed and he punched out. Bang! A stalactite broke, revealing a strange multi-sided irregular white stone. On the white stone, there were several scarlet symbols. He picked up the white stone, and his thoughts seemed to diverge. His body became lazy, and he didn't want to move. He seemed to have turned into a stone sculpture. At the moment this thought came to mind, pieces of gray-white stone skin immediately appeared on Feng Xing's body, as if they wanted to wrap him up. Woo! Feng Xing's heart beat, pumping out a huge amount of steam. The pore valves opened, and pieces of stone skin fell off. He looked at the irregular stone in his hand again, and found that it had turned into a book with a gray-white cover. At the beginning of the secret, there was a line of scarlet text. I am a fossil, and I don't understand its meaning. A secret book of stone? The martial arts of the stone department have been found. Maybe it can be called stone statue skill? Feng Xing nodded and shook his head, knowing how the original mysterious person came. In the etheric world, there are all kinds of opportunities or dangers. Occasionally, mortals sleepwalk in it. As long as they can survive, they can always get some fragmentary gains. For example, this stone forest is very dangerous and may petrify people. But after a little search, the secret book of stone appeared. He walked a long distance, left the stone forest, and came to a star grassland. On the ground, there were wormwood as high as waist, and the stars like fireflies were dancing between the leaves, beautiful as a dream. It is rare to see such a beautiful scenery in the world. Feng Xing stood with his hands behind his back, as if admiring the scenery. Suddenly, his ears moved, and he heard the rustling sound again. It was like some kind of insect vibrating its wings, which reminded Feng Xing of the mysterious moth he saw on the deep-sea gate. Whoosh! He moved and chased after the source of the sound. For Fang Xing, he was the real danger in the ether realm. After crossing a hill, he saw two groups of mysterious people chasing and fighting each other. The one running in front was a girl wearing a black dress, dressed as delicately as a rag doll. A pair of wings like a moth stretched out from her back, and the bright eye pattern occasionally fluttered with the airflow, looking vivid. With the help of this pair of moth wings, the girl could fly after running a distance and glide a distance, so that she was not immediately caught up by the strange insect behind her. The strange insects behind them looked like human pupae, with huge bodies and 6 abdominal legs extending from their chassis. They moved forward alternately at a very fast speed. Just as Fang Xing saw them, they also noticed Fang Xing. The girl with moth wings saw this, and before she could say anything, she suddenly saw the man clench his fist and aim it at her from a distance. Steam release. Fang Xing shot out a ball of steam. Of course, he was much more skilled than Shirley in this kind of steam martial arts technique. The hot steam was like a cannonball, hitting the girl accurately, causing her to scream and fall from midair. Squeak! The 3 pupae behind were extremely excited when they saw this. The tentacles on their abdomens were as sharp as knives, and they were about to fall after catching up with the girl. Poof! At this moment, the 3 insect pupae screamed and flew backwards at a faster speed. In midair, the pupae skins were broken and became hot. 3 men in black jumped out from inside and hurriedly took off their pupae skins. In the blink of an eye, the 3 insect pupae monsters turned into 3 profound ones. He is not hostile to me, but he is fighting both of us? The girl who got up looked at Fang Xing who was coming, and a trace of suspicion flashed across her face. You, who can walk here, are all profound ones. Good. Very good. Fang Xing just fired a steam cannon and added a steam pressure pump, just to capture the 4 people together. It is well known that if you ask a person alone, there may be something hidden. But if the enemy and us are undermining each other, it is not easy to hide anything. Your Excellency, why do you want to ruin the good things of our Sinyan society? One of the 3 mysterious people asked tremblingly. He suspected that he might be facing an enlightened one, or even an immortal. Otherwise, how could he take them down so easily? Now, I am interrogating you, not you interrogating me. Fang Xing laughed. The structure of the pupa skin and moth wings is quite interesting. This, sir, I am from the Heart Research Society. These are rebels. The delicate girl, like a doll, rolled her eyes, saw the situation clearly, and took the initiative to introduce. As for these pupa skins and moth wings, it is a ritual of our heart path, called the Cocoon Man. Our heart path extraordinaries are best at exploring the ether realm and fighting in the ether realm. As she spoke, she glanced at Fang Xing in surprise. This big shot is obviously not from the heart path. Otherwise it would be impossible that he has not even heard of the ritual of the Cocoon Man. But to be able to take down 4 profound heart path people in the ether realm, his strength is simply unimaginable. At least it is possible for high-level enlightened ones to become immortals. I see. Fang Xing nodded, knowing that ordinary extraordinary people are very miserable in the ether realm. Even the profound ones have the same physical fitness as ordinary people. If they encounter the extremely cold weather in the ether realm, they may even be frozen to death. If the main consciousness of an extraordinary person is injured in the ether realm, the same injuries will inevitably appear on the body, and may even lead to death. Of course, these people do not include tantric warriors. In addition, the extraordinary people of the heart can strengthen their bodies in the ether realm through various rituals, spells, so they are extremely powerful in the ether realm. It's a pity that this kind of strength is a bit pitiful in Fang Xing view. It's like among a group of ants. One ant suddenly mutates and has an extra pair of wings. Compared to other ants, it is indeed very strong. But to him, it was still a weakling. In terms of contempt, Fang Xing has always been fair and just, and despises every extraordinary person in this world equally. Sinyan society? It sounds like a force related to Shinto. Okay. Now, I ask, you answer. If you can't answer, you will die immediately. Fang Xing smiled, and suddenly saw an extraordinary person's body become a little ethereal, and immediately jumped up, and the steam pressure palm fell from the sky. Bang! The man screamed, and his body exploded, turning into starlight and scattering on the grassland. Don't think about escaping with my strength. I can wipe out your consciousness the moment you leave. Fang Xing said to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. This respected sir. Just ask if you have anything. The leader cursed his companion's stupidity and squeezed a smile on his face. I want to buy some secret teachings, but there is no good way to get them in reality. How about this? Fang Xing asked. I know this. We extraordinary people have some bases in the ether realm, including a large trading market. The coordinates are here. The doll-like girl quickly took out a small white flower from her pocket. The ether realm is somewhat similar to the illusionary realm, and there is no stable concept of space, so it is impossible to point the way. At most, you can give a coordinate. This kind of coordinate will generate a kind of traction. No matter which direction you are in, you will be pulled to the market location. Very good. Fang Xing accepted the white flower coordinates and smiled. Now, each of you hand over a copy of the Heart Path Secret, and you can go. It turned out that I met a robber. The girl secretly complained in her heart. Fortunately, I sent a signal when I was attacked by these insect people, and my father should be here soon. Chapter 485 Mythical Body. Okay. We will make the deal. I hope you can keep your promise. Among the two mysterious people in the Heart Research Society, the leader nodded quickly. Suddenly, his right hand was like a poisonous snake, grabbing a black dagger and stabbing it hard into the back of his companion. You? The companion wanted to say something, and a look of intense pain appeared on his face. The leader let go of the dagger, and his palm went deep into the back of the companion, as if exploring something. Not long after, a blood-red cover with a little starlight on it was grabbed out by him and handed to Fang Xing respectfully. The secret ceremony of heart dreams? Fang Xing nodded, turned to the first page, and saw a distorted and painful face. From the facial features, it was the person who was stabbed in the back just now. But compared to the companion who disappeared, this face looked more hideous, and the corners of his mouth were slightly stiff and raised, as if mocking something. The person who was backstabbed longed for the next one to appear. A line of text appeared on the title page. Then, there was some knowledge about the heart, which was relatively superficial but not bad. Sir, can I leave now? The remaining leader said nervously. Give the coordinates of the market, and you can leave. Fang Xing nodded and watched the figure of the profound one disappear. For him now, there is no good or evil in this world, as long as it is beneficial to himself. Hagis is really evil. He chooses the fastest way to make secrets. The girl next to him looked at Fang Xing with a trembling voice. You don't want to do that too? This is a unique ability of our heart. You can't do it. It didn't work before, but it may not be now. Fang Xing shook his head. He didn't want to make this little girl into a secret. Instead, he wanted to use the wonders of the heart path to make tantric martial arts into a secret teaching, and then spread it out. Of course, the secret teaching must include initiation and various precepts and restrictions. This method of immediately generating a secret teaching requires killing a person, but it is quite useful. Fang Xing chatted with the little girl for a few words. Did your Heart Research Society rebel? Yes. My father was prepared. But unfortunately the deep sea gate somehow rioted and trapped many extraordinary people. The little girl looked very bad, otherwise I would definitely not be caught by Hagis and the other three. Deep sea gate? Fang Xing knew that this was his fault, but he was not going to say it out loud, but silently calculated the secret teaching of the heart he had just obtained. In the eyes of the little girl, his image suddenly changed. Then, Fang Xing punched out, Magic Fist. The little girl immediately looked confused, as if she was trapped in a layer of illusions. Heart martial arts, which focuses on the mind, is spiritual martial arts. The mind unites heaven and earth. A thought can create countless things. Fang Xing looked at the little girl who was already confused, and said lightly, Tell me everything you know about the Heart Research Society. And, did you tamper with the coordinates just now? No. The little girl answered with a confused look, but my dad is coming soon. He is the enlightener of the heart path, and he has practiced the reverse life ceremony. When he uses the cocoon man ritual, he will experience the myth atavism phenomenon. His former cocoon was the skin of a ferocious black dog. Now it has become the three-headed dog of hell in mythology. Oh! Tell me in detail. Fang Xing became interested. Through the little girl's explanation, he learned that the girl's name was Ying, and she came from a family of extraordinary people. This family has always held power in the Heart Research Society. Until recently it was severely damaged by the rebellion of its subordinates and the extraordinary people of the Heart Path. before entering a dream every time, must first perform the ritual of the cocoon man to make a cocoon suitable for the etheric world. Ordinary people can only make some ordinary auxiliary props. The more advanced ones are the wings of Ing and the pupae of the profound ones. The skin used by Ing's father was a black dog. It is said that the black dog was extremely ferocious. It once bit its 8 brothers and sisters to death in the reverse moon ritual. It survived by gnawing the flesh and blood of its brothers and sisters, and then was skinned and made into a cocoon. In the etheric world, it is a black dog as big as a cow, invincible, and once bitten an enlightened person to death. After Ing's father was promoted to an enlightened person, he used a ritual to mutate the blood of the black dog, turning it into a creature that only appears in mythology, the 3-headed dog of hell. This mythical creature has a strong etheric power flowing in its body. It does not live in the mortal world, but only occasionally breaks into the dreams of mortals, being passed down and feared. The enlightened people of the heart path are not afraid even if they encounter immortals from other paths in the etheric world. This is the special thing that belongs to the heart path. The other paths have different magics. For example, in the mechanical path, even a low-level extraordinary person can make a high-level mechanical wonder. For Fang Xing, it is not a big problem to build a mecha. At that time, even if he is only a wanderer, he can challenge the enlightened one or even the immortal one. As for the blood path, it is also extraordinary. It can not only strengthen the body, but also seduce desires. But these essences will be absorbed by my tantric martial arts, and then become my things, my shape. Fang Xing waited for a while, and saw the ether fluctuations not far away, and black dog hairs appeared in the void. Then, a hell 3-headed dog with a body like a rockery crawled out. On it, the rich ether power even formed a layer of green hell flames, which was burning fiercely. Release Ing. The hell 3-headed dog moved its nose, and saw Fang Xing and the little girl directly, and then uttered a deep male voice. Where are you from? Do you know the rules? I'm a kidnapper, of course I want a ransom. A secret book? Otherwise I won't let you go. Fang Xing sneered. The 3-headed hellhound was obviously hesitant. Suddenly, it raised its claws, and slammed the leftmost dog's head. Snap! A bloody tooth fell and turned into a pale bone book in midair. Let him go. Oh! You are worthy of being an enlightener. Fang Xing checked it briefly, and patted the little girl's head. Ah! Ing screamed shrilly, and trotted behind the 3-headed hellhound. Then shouted, You bad guy. What did you do to me? From the situation, it seemed as if Fang Xing had done something unforgivable to her. Damn it! The 3-headed hellhound was furious. It roared and spit out balls of dark green fire from its mouth. These flames are full of ether elements, and they flow like liquid, and have the characteristics of corrosion and burning. If placed in the outside world, such a 3-headed hellhound would probably be entangled even if it encounters a small army. What did I do? Fang Xing palm method flew, and a series of steam pressure palms crossed the sky, blowing up the green fireball in the air. Occasionally, a little bit of green sparks fell on him, but were immediately blocked by a layer of gray-white stone skin. It was the stone statue's skill. The extraordinary people of the stone path were silent and restrained. At the same time, the stone ether is the most stubborn and unchanging ether, and it is even more effective in defending against the invasion of other etheric forces. What did I do to her? Fang Xing smiled slightly. Probably did the same thing as you will encounter next. He put the 5 fingers of his right hand together and turned them into a fist. It was the magic fist of the heart martial arts. When this punch was blasted, a big sun appeared behind Fang Xing. It was mighty and majestic, spanning 1,000 meters. The huge sun disk and the corona almost illuminated the entire etheric layer. Compared to this red sun, the 3-headed dog of hell could not be any smaller. Seeing this red sun rising, all creatures in the etheric world trembled from the bottom of their souls. And there was only one thought in their hearts: surrender. 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 Sure enough, in the etheric world, with the power of the mind as a bridge, I can finally let my essence show out. Fang Xing's heart moved, and he saw his magic fist fall. The huge pressure fell on the 3-headed dog of hell, causing the big dog to wail, and the other 2 heads quickly curled up. And then the body shrank rapidly, and soon turned back into the appearance of a newborn puppy. Bing! The little black dog did not open his eyes, and could only cry. Dad? Aang almost cried when she saw the scene, but at this moment, She found that the black-haired puppy was crying and pounced at Fang Xing's feet, rubbing his shoes affectionately. Anyone who is hit by my magic fist will automatically become my slave. Fang Xing picked up the puppy and threw it into Ah Ying's arms casually. This effect. Only I can remove it. You? What do you want? Do you want a secret teaching? I give it to you. Ah Ying was so scared that her hands and feet were cold when she saw her father, who was invincible in the etheric world, become like this. Well, I like you to be so sensible. Fang Xing followed some secret knowledge he had just gained when controlling Ah Ying, and visualized the hard martial arts in his mind. And a strange secret book appeared in his hand. It was like a red brick, with the smell of iron and blood on the surface, and some traces of rust all over it. I am the leader of the Tantric Buddhism. This is a secret book of the Tantric Buddhism. I will give it to you too. Fang Xing's figure flashed, and he came to Ah Ying. He stuffed the secret book into Ah Ying's arms, and then pressed her head and the puppy's head with his left and right hands. Really funny. This dog looks good. It has a connection with my Tantric Buddhism. I will give it to you. And you? Tantric martial arts have always been open to both men and women. Since Fang Xing is going to spread his Tantric martial arts, he will naturally treat everyone equally. You? I? Ying's eyes were full of anxiety, but she had no choice but to watch Fang Xing's big hand fall. Chapter 486, Subdue Levis. In a beautiful manner full of dark tulips. Ah! Accompanied by a scream. In a room, on a velvet bed, a little girl in pajamas woke up screaming, Dad! She got out of bed and went to another secret room. In the secret room, candles were lit in the four corners, and a dog-headed man fell to the ground, with some ritual items scattered around. No, that was not a dog-headed man, but a middle-aged man wearing a black dog skin. Dad? Ah Ying looked at her father Carl, hurried forward, and took out a silver bottle filled with mystic liquid. A pungent smell came to her nose, making people frown. Carl's eyelids trembled violently, and suddenly he sneezed and woke up. Dad? What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Ah Ying's voice was full of tears. I'm fine. Or rather, I'm in better shape than ever before. Carl looked at his hands. I seem to have obtained a secret. Hard martial arts magic fist. Was it done by that one? Ah Ying's body trembled, but her tone was a little respectful. You can't tell the name of that one, and you must be respectful. Carl was silent for a moment and spoke. Because they have been subjected to the dog-headed Vajra secret initiation ceremony. No, they can no longer leak any important information, even from the heart. They feel that the figure of that one is so majestic, tall, worthy of respect and worship, even devoting everything to him. Especially after learning Tantric martial arts, they regard the master of Tantric Buddhism as God. Is he a god? Ah Ying's voice was trembling. As an extraordinary person in the heart, she knows much more about the etheric world than ordinary extraordinary people, and knows that above the immortals, there are more majestic and terrifying beings. Above the rank of immortals, there are real angels. Above the angels, there are the indescribable gods. The gods have different faces, and occasionally come to the shallow etheric world. Carl sighed. Maybe we have met a real incarnation of a god. He played a joke on us and generously gave us knowledge. Yes, knowledge. Ah Ying's face was a little frightened. She recalled a little at this time, and discovered a lot of content from her memory. It was a secret book, containing various methods of stimulating physical training and cruel spiritual asceticism, and even the final application. Even in her mind, countless tantric martial arts knowledge gathered to form a red book. This secret book contains a strong smell of rust. As soon as she moved her mind, she heard the sound of pages turning. On the cover of the secret book, a line of words full of blood and fire appeared. In the hard training of blood and fire, the martial arts of the heart thrived. This is the secret of the gods. Can we learn it? Ah Ying looked serious. She was not a novice in mysticism. She knew that some low-level extraordinary people might fall into madness if they forced themselves to read high-level secret books. I'm afraid we have learned it, and it has even become a physical instinct. Carl thought about it and smiled bitterly. At this time, Ah Ying also found that her body seemed to have become stronger, and she even had more muscles on her body. She looked like a female leopard with beautiful lines. Okay, this is a good thing too. Carl gently stroked his daughter's head. Our extraordinary people in the heart are too weak in combat in reality. Because of this, the family needs to keep secrets. This time, the group of people in the Heart Research Society betrayed us and even obtained our real names and addresses, and eliminated them one by one. In the face of modern firepower, it is difficult for us to resist. But now, it's different. Because the extraordinary people in the heart are too weak in the world. They are best at protecting themselves, and even keep their names secret. However, this time it was people in their own association who rebelled, causing the real information of some family members to be leaked. And they were traced one by one. Even his daughter was arrested in the etheric world. Presumably, someone will come to the door soon in the real world. Half an hour later, Carl took his daughter and prepared to get on a steam locomotive. After judgment, Carl felt that the base here was no longer safe and was ready to move to another secret manor. Next to them, the housekeeper and maid, who knew nothing about this, thought that the master was going on vacation and were helping to move the luggage to the trunk. Suddenly, bang! Several gunshots were heard. The housekeeper and maid were stunned, and the male servant fell in a pool of blood. On the contrary, Carl and Ing's bodies burst out at a speed that ordinary people could not imagine. Hiding behind the steam car, through the glass, Ing saw a group of black-clad gunmen surrounding her. It's them. Those outsiders. We shared the mysterious knowledge with them, and led their way. But they betrayed us. Ing gritted her teeth, and looked at the gunshot wound on her arm. In the past, she might have cried out of fear. But at this moment, as if instinctively, she moved her muscles to squeeze out a bullet, and then quickly stopped bleeding. And the wound seemed to have healed. People are always greedy. Although our ancestors have set up some preventive measures, in the mysterious world, anything can happen. It's normal to be cracked. Carl sighed, and his figure suddenly pounced out like a cheetah. Swish! In the eyes of the gunman, Carl's figure suddenly changed and split into three. Each Carl looked extremely real, with a breath that frightened him. Shoot! A black-clad gunman, with a centipede-like scar on his face, roared and drew his gun to shoot. Bullets hit the three Carls, but they seemed to hit the water surface, passing through their bodies smoothly without splashing any blood. Stupid mortals. Ing hit aside and sneered at all this. In her eyes, Carl was clearly rushing in a straight line. But those gunmen were like blind people, just shooting in the air, to the left and right. Magic fist? For ordinary people, just creating a layer of illusion will make them unable to escape forever. Using the least power to achieve the greatest effect is also the true meaning of tantric martial arts. Ing seemed to understand something. Carl was very happy. He felt that his body was so strong. The power of spiritual martial arts lies in the mutual transformation of mind and body. His spiritual power is of course extremely powerful. At this time, with the help of the bridge of tantric martial arts, he can easily transform the powerful spiritual power into physical strength, making him a little Superman. Even if he was hit by a small caliber gun in front of him, there was no problem at all. Bang! He raised his hand, grabbed a steam rifle, and twisted it casually. The muzzle of the steam rifle was twisted into a knot, and the barrel exploded directly, causing the gunman to scream. It's your turn, Jules. Where Carl passed, the gunman screamed and fell to the ground. He came to the leader of the gunmen, with centipede scars, and lifted him up with one hand. You betrayed me and the family. Go to hell. Carl looked at this former confidant, and suddenly found himself very calm. There was no joy of revenge, nor was there much anger. The rest was only calm. Gotcha! After twisting Jules' neck casually, Carl returned to the car, Ing. Let's go, from today on. Our Sinyan society is the most loyal believer of the master of Tantric Buddhism. The fallen leaves decay and turn into ashes. And the real Sinyan society will be reborn in decay and become stronger. At this time, Fong Sheng was following the guidance of the white flower coordinates, and came to a place in the etheric world. The surroundings were gray, and gray-white stone pillars rose into the sky. There were torches lit on the stone pillars. I don't know what kind of secret ritual was solidified in the torches, but they burned brightly and never went out. Going forward, you will see a market. There were people in black and gray robes gathered in groups of 3 or 2, and some went into tents to trade. Although it looks very simple, it is incredible in the etheric world, with stone as the basis and a large number of secret rituals. This area has been stabilized. Fong Sheng took a glance, and came to a conclusion in his heart. Hee hee. Another newcomer. Let's see how long he can live. I guess 3 days. All around. Various mysterious people who were hiding their heads and showing their tails looked at Fang Xing, judging that the other party was a novice rookie. And there was no lack of teasing and madness in their eyes. When passing through the deep-sea gate, if you accidentally sacrifice too much rationality, it is easy to become brain-dead. Fang Xing's eyes swept across the market, and a smile appeared on his face. I felt the undisguised malice. Well, considering your crimes, this is normal. Most of the extraordinary people in this world are lunatics and serious criminals, including kidnapping, coercion, intentional injury, and even human sacrifice. There is always one crime that fits the bill. After all, if you want to pass through the door in many dangerous situations, or even improve your own abilities, sacrifice is the best way. Then, catch them all in one fell swoop. Fang Xing smiled slightly, and formed the Dharma Realm seal with both hands. The Great Sun Dharma Realm fell, covering the entire market. Then, a red sun rose, and in the red sun, it was his Great Sun Tathagata Dharmakaya. No! The Great Sun Tathagata Dharmakaya formed a seal with both hands, and also sublimated, turning into an immortal celestial body suspended above the layers of time and space. The immortal sun of time and space. The scorching light spread down in an instant. The robes of the black-robed men were burning, and they seemed to have turned into torches. They kept screaming, "Ah! It's the gods! The gods have come! I beg, forgive me! Forgive me! I will offer you 100 people as sacrifices." Fang Xing's expression remained unchanged. Overlooking the world, I am the master of the tantric sect. I have no mercy, no compassion. He saw a few extraordinary people who barely survived under the glory of the sun, and couldn't help but smile. Your sins are not deep. You should join my tantric sect to atone for your sins. Why don't you surrender quickly? Chapter 487. Home time flies. For the mechanical capital Black Ring City, the destruction of a small strange machine ring is not even a small splash. And Fang Xing is very leisurely. After all, the Sher family provides for his daily life. As long as he does not cause trouble in reality, no one will provoke him. If he is willing to be ordinary, he can live like this forever. The only worry is probably that he can't find the trace of the creator. After all, in such a big world, who knows what the other party has reincarnated into, and whether he has awakened his memory. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the other party is not dead yet. This day, in the villa, on the training ground, Fang Xing sat cross-legged. His eyes swept across the attribute panel. Well, in my conception, the secret martial arts of the 6 divisions. Has it finally been completed? In the past, after conquering that market, he collected a lot of secrets, including history and darkness. As a result, the 6 divisions of the secret sect are finally not a prototype, but have skeletons and flesh and blood. And Fang Xing wanted to conceive a strongest tantric martial arts that integrated the 6 parts. At this time, a line of information on his attribute panel suddenly changed. 6 void skills, master of mastery. The so-called 6 void skills, naturally, means the culmination of the 6 tantric martial arts. Fang Xing has an attribute panel, and just occasionally brushing his proficiency. The proficiency of the 6 void skills soared, reaching the master level. Boom! He was dazed for a while, and an indescribable door appeared in front of his eyes. This door was green and yellow, with the breath of decay and life, and it seemed to exist outside the ether world and could descend into the mortal world. The gate of immortality. Break. Fang Xing used the 6 void skills and punched out. The gate of immortality was broken with a bang, which even caused a shock in the mortal world, and made the mysterious world know that a live immortal was born. After the gate of immortality was broken, pure ether surged out, and it brought an inexplicable vitality. The so-called immortality of the immortals seems a bit low level. It seems that they can only live for a few hundred years. Well, compared to these ordinary people who can easily live for decades, they are indeed immortals. Fang Xing sighed, and his consciousness escaped into the etheric world. After reaching the position of breaking the 4 limits, he can already reach the depths of the etheric world. Looking up slightly, he can see 6 bright pure lights, which are always at the highest level of the etheric world, as if they are within reach, but also seem out of reach. The gods of the 6 major paths? Fang Xing murmured. He has read many secrets and already knows that there are two levels above the immortals. They are angels and gods. Moreover, angels cannot be cultivated, but must be recognized by a certain god and promoted to achieve success. As for gods, the 6 gods seem to have existed since ancient times, and there is no way to achieve gods. Creator, Fang Xing murmured. Will the creator reincarnate as an ordinary person? Or as a god? He fell into thought. Although this reincarnation technique is a bit scary, the creator's previous realm is higher than his, and it seems that he has invested a lot in this world. It is not impossible to reincarnate as a god with certain restrictions. If the creator really reincarnates as a god, has he recovered his previous memories? I think it is highly likely that he is not. Not to mention the mystery of the womb. Fang Xing barely broke it with the help of the golden finger. And the creator still doesn't know when he will sleep. If the other party really wakes up, really becomes a god, and awakens his memory, he will definitely come to kill himself as soon as possible. Is it? I will know when I kill the gods in the future. Fang Xing looked up at the 6 pure lights again, and his consciousness returned to the mortal world. Master. A few hours later, Shirley, who had broken the 3rd limit and was given the Ekalanatha body secret initiation by Fang Xing, walked in as a tantric master who had taught many disciples. He held up an ordinary letter with a pious and enthusiastic look in both hands. There is a letter for you. From Suiting City. Suiting City. It's such an old name. Fang Xing sighed. But he did not forget that this was the hometown of this body, and many relatives lived there. In his memory, the parents of the original body were employees of a geological exploration company, and they often traveled around the world. The eldest brother seemed to be an ordinary civil servant, going out early and returning late every day. The eldest sister worked part-time in an archaeological team, and it was said that the economic situation of that archaeological team was very poor. As for the younger sister, she is still in school and should be studying high school courses now. Fang Xing took the envelope, opened it, glanced at it, and frowned. Huh? My sister, Fang Qiong, is dying? The original body had a good relationship with this sister, and the sister also sent him living expenses. Yes. Shirley knelt respectfully on the ground, according to the master instructions. I have always set people to secretly monitor and take care of. This time, it happened very suddenly. After the archaeological team excavated an ancient tomb, they all suddenly fell seriously ill. They claimed that they were infected with ancient viruses and bacteria in the tomb. But I suspect that it was a curse spread by the ancient extraordinary people in their own tombs. At present, more than half of the entire archaeological team has been killed or injured and has been isolated. Our people tried extraordinary potions and found that they could only delay the disease, without much effect. Shirley said as he became more and more guilty, and his voice became much weaker. Even though he was a tantric master who broke the 3 limits and was called the king of the mechanical department by the outside world, he dared to fight and even defeat the immortals in the etheric world or the mortal world. But in front of the master of the tantric sect, he felt that he was becoming more and more humble and insignificant. Even if the master of the tantric sect said a word, he would lose everything he had. I will go to Suiting City in person to solve all this. Shirley's forehead touched the ground, and his voice trembled a little. No need. Think about it carefully. If I were still in school, I should have graduated by now. Right? It's time to go back and take a look, Fang Xing said indifferently. Although there are aircraft and steam locomotives in this world, they are obviously still experimental products, toys for nobles and merchants. It is still difficult for ordinary people to travel long distances, and his original family was not very wealthy. Otherwise the original body would not have been tempted by a full scholarship and come thousands of miles to study. Yes. Shirley exhaled a long breath. Our Shir family has monopolized most of the transportation in Black Ring City, and private aircraft will arrive soon. Well, tomorrow. Remember to prepare a gift for each of my family members. Fang Xing nodded. His eyes were somewhat distant. Chuiting City. This is a small town mainly based on agriculture. It is not located on any major traffic routes, and has no famous scenery. The only famous one is Chuiting Champagne. The Fang family is on the 2nd floor of a cement building in the East District of Chuiting City. Downstairs, in an ordinary restaurant, Fang Xing cut a piece of steak and put it into his mouth. The thick gravy overflowed immediately. He nodded and took another sip of Chuiting Champagne. The refreshing taste burst between his lips and teeth. making him feel as if he came to the forest in the early morning, sucking the sweet dew. It tastes good. After eating and drinking, Fong Xing wiped his hands with a napkin. Beside him, Shirley was inseparable and was reporting the situation. Master, now your sister is still in the isolation ward of Orwell Hospital, and the situation is not optimistic. In addition, although your brother works in the government department, it seems to be a cover. He actually works in the 6th section of the Public Security Bureau, a department that specializes in dealing with extraordinary events and mysterious people. And your sister, who joined a certain interest club at Suiting High School, seems to be related to a secret society, Shirley said, with some cold sweat on his forehead. He also put in a lot of effort, and after personally going there to investigate one by one, he found these clues. The archaeological team my sister joined was suspected of tomb robbery and excavation of mysteries. My brother worked in a special department, and my sister came into contact with a mysterious peripheral organization on campus. Fong Xing said slowly, if my parents use ordinary people as a cover and engage in mystical research for a long time, it will be more interesting. What is an extraordinary family? This is it. After telling a cold joke that was not cold at all, he stood up and put on a brown windbreaker and a black silk hat. Let's go. Let's go meet my sister first. Orwell Hospital. Isolation ward. In a ward, Fong Qiong wore a blue and white hospital gown. Her cheeks were thin, and her eyes stared at the ceiling. On her body and face, there were dense, chilling black spots. These spots seemed to have their own life, and they were still expanding, devouring her vitality. Fong Qiong now felt like a dried corpse, and even breathing was so difficult. If I have a chance, I will never go to that damn cemetery ruins again, she panted heavily, her eyes full of regret. She thought of that ruins again, and the nightmare experience. At the beginning of the exploration, everyone in the archaeological team was very excited, because judging from the inscriptions on some burial objects unearthed from the periphery, the owner of the tomb might be a great noble in the Gulen period. Gulen period. It has been more than 5,000 years since then, and it was an unimaginable brilliant era. But they didn't expect that after entering the real cemetery, they found nothing. Not only that, after going out, they immediately contracted a terrible virus, fell ill and died one by one. Fong Qiong didn't know how she could hold on until now. The strongest one in the team died, and he was not even as heavy as a child before he died. But I'm probably going to die soon. Right? Fong Qiong thought to herself. What are you doing? This is the isolation ward. No one is allowed to enter. Suddenly, the nurse's angry voice came from outside. Then, the ward was opened and a figure appeared. You are axing? You are here to see me? No, get out. Fong Qiong saw the person clearly, and her face changed suddenly. Don't be afraid. I'm here to see you. Fong Xing looked at the dark spots on Fong Qiong's body and thought, is it the influence of the dark path? Chapter 488 Curse. Is this an infectious disease? Or a disease? Cough cough. An ancient infectious disease with unknown cause. Go away. Fong Qiong covered her mouth with her hands, coughing repeatedly, looking anxious. Fong Xing, however, looked at the void beside Fong Qiong's bed, thinking, the dark path is the best way to use the power of corrosion, curse, shadow, etc. It is normal and reasonable for an ancient tomb owner who is extraordinary to use the power of the dark path to protect his tomb. But this level, or status, is a bit high. No wonder the previous extraordinary potion didn't work. He muttered to himself twice, and then pointed a finger at Fong Qiong's forehead. Fong Qiong exclaimed, feeling that there were suddenly many strange knowledge in her head. The most important one is a secret martial arts book called The Hand Without Darkness. In addition, there are the precepts and initiations of the Tantric Buddhism. She panted violently, and her body circulated the blood in her body as if instinctively. On her body, the black spots suddenly came alive, boiling, condensing. Finally, they all gathered at Fong Qiong's shoulder and were sealed by a circle of fire patterns. Crack! She tore off the bandages on her body and stood up. I am fine? Not only am I fine, but also because the dark ether that erodes you is of a high status. After you devour them, your strength will have a rapid increase period. In a few months, you can break the first or even the second limit. Fong Xing looked indifferent and stretched out his fist. Now his tantric martial arts is the 6 void skills, which encompasses everything. And his will is mighty. Through the strange symbol on Fang Qiong's shoulder, his spirit is connected to an unknown existence. There is still a trace of connection. I will cut it off first. And when the source is destroyed in the future, there will be no more trouble. The sun appeared between his eyebrows, and a little fire fell. The dark mark boiled instantly, but it could not break out of the fire pattern. From a distant place, a terrible wail came. Then, everything disappeared without a trace. A Xing, when did you become the master of Tantra? Fang Qiong also heard the scream, and fear appeared on her face. Who is it? In addition to the secret martial arts, I gave you the common sense of the mysterious world. You should know that you are not sick, but cursed. The one who cursed you is probably the immortal, or even the existence above the immortal. Fang Xing showed an interested expression. I told you not to go to that archaeological team a long time ago. Sure enough, you will encounter ghosts if you walk too much at night? The immortal. Even the evil spirits born after the death of the immortal are terrifying. Fang Qiong shrank her neck, but I am more curious about the changes in you. Just think of me as awakening my wisdom. Fang Xing explained casually, feeling that this was quite in line with Tantra practice. Go and handle the discharge procedures yourself. I wait for you in the car outside. After doing all this, Fang Xing walked out of the ward. Outside, Shirley stood like a bodyguard, and there were several security guards lying on the ground. In the distance, there seemed to be several nurses and doctors looking around. They are also working. Don't forget to double the compensation. Fang Xing said something and came to the outside of the hospital, got on the steam car, and seemed to close his eyes to rest. Not long after, Shirley came back and said respectfully, I paid them a year's salary. They are all very happy. That's good. Fang Xing picked up a pen and paper and drew a symbol, which was the one on Fang Qiong's shoulder. It looked like a dark eye pattern, and it had a very twisted and evil feeling. Go and find information about this symbol. Fang Xing handed the paper to Shirley and casually said a few words, and go and bring Fang Fang back. Fang, his sister, is currently studying at Suiying High School and is suspected of having contact with the peripheral organization of a secret society. But according to the investigation, the secret society is not a big player. Just call some people to get rid of it. Before anyone knew it, the tantric sect established by Fang Xing had become a major force in the mysterious world. Chuiting High School. As the only high school in Chuiting City, the teaching quality is actually not very good. Many students are playful and neglect their studies. Fang Fang is short and has a little baby fat on her face. She looks a bit bullied. She was a bit timid in Chuiting High School, fearing that she would be blocked in the bathroom and the dressing room and bullied. Moreover, she has a pleasing personality. After a long period of observation and pleasing, she was finally introduced by a good girlfriend to join the sorority in high school. You know, Joanna, the big sister of the sorority, is a celebrity in Chuiting High School. She is not only the captain of the cheerleading team, but also the girlfriend of the captain of the football team. She has always been the only one who bullies others, and no one else bullies her. If I join the sisterhood, I can also. Fang Fang followed her bestie into an empty classroom. There were already more than a dozen female classmates gathered here. Some of them were wearing heavy smoky makeup. Some were wearing hot pants and had sexy bodies. And some were blowing bubbles out of boredom. Fang Fang looked at these and just thought they were cool. She quickly chose a corner and sat down. Not long after, a blonde long-legged girl walked in. With a surging chest, welcome, new sisters. She was Joanna. And at this moment, looking at these classmates, a playful smile appeared on her face. However, if you want to join the sisterhood, you must complete the test. As she spoke, Joanna's lipstick-painted smile became more ambiguous. The first test, chair dance. She clapped her hands, and a group of rugby players walked in from outside. Each of them was big and strong, like a gorilla, and some of them had a lewd smile on their faces. They each pulled a chair and sat directly on it, staring at their crotches with ambiguous expressions. Fang Fang was a little shy. Although she had known that there were such things between men and women, she had not tried it yet. I believe that none of you are still little girls. Right? Joanna laughed wantonly. It is easy to guess what these little girls are thinking. They envy the glory of the big sister, are afraid of not fitting in, and are afraid of being laughed at. Even their original chastity can become a reason for ridicule. This is thanks to her subtle inculcation of such trends and driving the trend of thought. Originally, to do this, it would require the cooperation of various media. But for the extraordinary people of Blood Path, both the difficulty and time will be reduced and shortened. It won't be long before the entire Tsuading High School will be corrupted and become the source of new blood for our blood sisterhood. Joanna was proud and asked a little sister to light the incense to add to the fun. Soon, the classroom was filled with a blushing and heart-pounding fragrance, and many girls felt dry-mouthed. Very good. At this time, as long as there is another leader, we can, Joanna was thinking. The door of the classroom was suddenly kicked open. Bang! Along with the door being kicked open, there was also a dark shadow. Looking closer, I found that it was her boyfriend, the captain of the rugby team, who was beaten into a pig's head. Ah! The little girl screamed, and the ambiguous atmosphere disappeared without a trace. Who? Several rugby players who were disturbed stood up, and some picked up baseball bats. Is this the place? Sherding walked in. He was the eldest son of the Sher family, and was going to inherit the family property in the future. After being crowned, he prostrated himself at his brother's feet. Compared to the power of Black Ring City, what is the Sher family property? And compared to the power of the Tantric Dharma King, what is a Black Ring City? He looked around and saw Fong Fong, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Take them away. Break the legs of the rest. Who are you? Joanna was shocked, reached into her pocket, and secretly held a talisman. Tantric, Sherding. Sherding sneered. What? Do you bloody sisters dare to go to war with our Tantric sect? Tantric sect? It was the first time Fong Fong saw the big sister Joanna's face change drastically, and she screamed like a little girl. Bang! The next moment, those rugby players fell to the ground crookedly, covering their broken legs and screaming, and Sherding's skin was blue and black all over, and he crushed a talisman thrown by Joanna casually, not caring about these insignificant effects at all, and punched Joanna in the stomach. Joanna was about to vomit bitter bile, curled up and fell to the ground, like a shrimp. Not bad. After being hit by me, your intestines are still intact. It's obvious that you have been strengthened by the blood path. Sherding nodded. If you can survive, I will make you my concubine. When Joanna heard the word concubine, fear appeared on her twisted face. In the evening, Fong Lung dragged his tired body back to his home. Today, he just beat up a secretary who killed his boss with secret teachings and was preparing to take over. Just interrogating the other party about the source of the secret teachings consumed a lot of his energy. Now, he just wants to have a good sleep. Unfortunately, not yet. Fong Lung sighed. His parents were still outside, and his eldest sister was in the hospital. Although he sent a telegram, it was not certain when his parents would receive it. Even if they received it, they might not be able to come back to attend the funeral. And that younger sister is also a worry. Alas, the academic atmosphere of Tsuading High School seems to be getting worse and worse recently. I hope there are no strange evil believers mixed in. I have to report to the team leader another day and go to clean it up. He took out the key and prepared to open the door, then prepare dinner for his sister and go to the hospital to visit his sister. With a click, the door opened, and a small living room came into Fong Lung's sight. Then, he raised his eyebrows. He saw his sister busy in the kitchen, and his brother, who was studying away from home, was sitting on the sofa, seemingly reading a newspaper, and the careless sister Fong Fong was standing next to him like a quail. This? Ah Xing. You are back? And the eldest sister? Isn't she in the infectious disease ward? Fong Ling felt his brain freeze. Chapter 489 Blasphemer. After a while, Fong Lung ate a tasteless dinner, then rubbed his face. So, my sister was cursed by a high-ranking evil spirit. My brother joined the Tantric sect, and my sister was targeted by a corrupt secret society. I'm just an ordinary clerk in the 6th security section. Even our section chief can't handle this kind of thing. After all, Tsuading City is not an important place. There is only one team stationed in the 6th security section. Fong Lung estimated and found that he seemed to be unable to solve his sister's problem, and had to call for reinforcements from the headquarters. Fong Xing and Fong Qiong looked at each other and nodded secretly. Fong Xing concealed the fact that he was the master of the Tantric sect, and only said that he joined the Tantric sect, just to see Fong Lung's reaction. If this guy is a granite head and adheres to the principle of putting all extraordinary people in prison. Then, there is no room for negotiation. Don't look at me like that. I haven't lost my humanity yet. Fong Lung was a little embarrassed by being stared at. Besides, mystery can't be eradicated. Our 6th Security Department also cooperates with some secret societies that are not so depraved and anti-human. Of course, the kind that my sister encountered must be solved. My people have interrogated, and the secret society that seduced Fong Fong should be the Bloody Sisterhood, Fong Xing said with his fingers crossed. Hearing him speak, Fong Fong's body couldn't help but tremble again. Well, things have to be solved one by one, and the simplest ones should be solved first. No, the Bloody Sisterhood is also a big trouble. Fong Lung smiled bitterly, drinking the after-meal black tea. While thinking about the files he had read, this secret society was established by a pair of witch sisters. They like to seduce men to fall, and then share the food. Ah! Fong Fong was shocked. Eat people? She never thought that there was such a terrifying thing behind Big Sister Joanna. For some dark and corrupt secret societies, people are very important resources, especially extraordinary people. Fong Lung sighed. The pair of sisters should have the strength of the enlightened ones. Our captain here is a profound one, and he can't beat them at all, unless we ask the headquarters for support. And then we have to carry a few holy relics and prepare powerful rituals and spells in advance. No need to bother you with this. Fong Xing smiled. I can let the people of the tantric sect deal with them. And by the way, take Fong Fong with me. This kind of naive little girl, who doesn't know the height of the world, just needs to feel the cruelty of the adult world. No, I don't agree. Fong Lung shook his head. Do you know how dangerous this action is? No. Tantric sect represents danger. That? Fong Fong asked weakly. What exactly is tantric sect? Seeing the performance of the big sister in front of the tantric sect, the object of her admiration for the strong has unconsciously shifted. Tantra. Fong Lung glanced at Fong Xing, and seeing that Fong Xing did not object, he spoke. They are a secret society that has only emerged in recent years. Every member is quite terrifying and powerful, even evil, and the expansion speed is extremely alarming. They like to convert the original extraordinary people into Tantra, and they are bound by precepts and have a very strict organization. Now they have become one of the most terrifying forces in the entire secret world. They practice a secret art called Tantra martial arts, which can guarantee extremely powerful combat power in the mortal world, and even repeatedly fight with patrol police and even the army, and maintain a record of victory. Among them, ordinary Tantra people are called Tantra warriors. Even the first-level extraordinary people, or even the second-level profound people, are not the opponents of Tantra warriors. And those who have a certain status in Tantra are called masters, who can transform extraordinary people and grant precepts. They are enough to compete with the third-level enlightened ones, or even surpass them. It is said that within the Tantra, there are even higher-ranking 6 Dharma kings, has a record of killing the immortal. As for the most mysterious master of the secret sect, his rank is unknown, but it is heard that a miracle has descended in the ether realm, and it is suspected to be a god. Miracle? God? Fong Qiong glanced at Fong Xing, and didn't see anything unusual. Yes, unlike the 6 gods who basically don't care about anything, the master of the secret sect actively intervenes in the mortal world. Even if he is not a certain aspect of a god, he is also an extremely powerful angel. The miracles he left in the ether realm have been studied by those extraordinary people in the history path, and it is confirmed that he carries an indescribable terrifying ether power, and can even be used as the core of some secret history rituals. Fong Lung analyzed. This also proves the power of the master of the secret sect from the side. Extraordinary people in the history path can gain power from historical secrets, and even some major events in the secret world, through rituals, imitation, to perform mysterious reappearance. That's right. Fong Lung looked at Fong Xing. Why did you join the tantric sect? And what position do you hold now? An ordinary warrior fighter? Or a master? You can't be a Dharma king, right? Ha ha, ha ha. Fong Lung laughed a few times, and found that Fong Qiong and Fong Fong didn't laugh, and his mouth gradually opened. I have wanted to ask for a long time. You can solve the curse on my sister that I can't figure out, and mobilize a group of tantric warriors to obey your orders. Are you really one of the 6 Dharma kings? Since you think so, then it's like this. Fong Xing finished his black tea and knocked on the cup with a spoon. A crisp sound came out, and Shirley came to the living room without knowing when. Take Fong Fong with you to destroy the bloody sisterhood. Fong Xing casually ordered Shirley to take Fong Fong away. Who are you? Fong Ling just stood up and wanted to stop him. But Shirley stared at him. And he couldn't move in the chair. Cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The night was deep. Fong Fong followed Shirley and got off a steam car. At this time, she had an inexplicable good impression of Shirley. This man is so handsome and really rich. The base of the bloody sisterhood is here. Shirley had no expression and pointed to a nightclub in front of him that was open. Even from a distance, the sound of heavy metal music could be heard. And the air was filled with alcohol and an inexplicable smell. What are you going to do? Fong Fong asked worriedly. How? Of course. We will break in. Shirley answered as a matter of course. And then looked at the two bodyguards next to him. Watch her. Don't let her get hurt. Otherwise she will go to hell. After that, he turned into a black shadow and rushed into the nightclub. Bang! All kinds of smashing sounds, screams, and even gunshots were heard one after another. 10 minutes later, the two bodyguards received an order to take Fong Fong into the nightclub. It was the first time for Fong Fong to come to such a place that students yearned for. But she was disappointed after seeing it. There were corpses lying on the ground everywhere. Broken bottles. It took her a lot of effort to avoid the stains that seemed to be blood and brain matter. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, two strange corpses were thrown over. The moment Fong Fong saw the corpses, she screamed, "Ah!" The two corpses barely had human form. But one of them had a blown head, and the other had distorted facial features. Ugly, wrinkled face, and two black holes where the nose should be. As for their bodies, they were covered with fluff, like two bats turned into spirits. This is the leader of the bloody sisterhood. The pair of sisters. Shirley walked over and straightened his still straight clothes. She looked pretty before. But after tearing off the human skin, she looks like this kind of yiksha. She has a bit of the true meaning of the red skull, which is a good talent for cultivation. He looked at Fong Fong. See? If you join the bloody sisterhood, you may become this kind of banshee in the future. I don't want to. Fong Fong shook her head quickly. If she had a little yearning for mystery before, she really didn't have any interest in it now. Who wants to become a monster properly? Your awareness is good, but it's not enough. Shirley saw this scene and a smile appeared on his face. According to the master instructions, you have to go underground to visit their slaughterhouse. No, I don't want to. Fong Fong shook her head quickly. But unfortunately, she couldn't resist at all. Shirley held her collar from behind and brought her to the hidden basement of the club. After reading it, she felt like she didn't want to eat meat for several months. At the same time, Orwell Hospital. Several security guards were drowsy, and a dreamy figure walked out of the infectious disease area and came to the rooftop. On the rooftop of the hospital, a figure had been standing there for some time, standing side by side with this dreamy shadow. All the members of the archaeological team died, except for one, Fong Qiong. She recovered and was discharged from the hospital today. The dreamy shadow spoke in a sweet voice. Obviously a woman. How many years? Another figure made a deep male voice. Our school spent a lot of money and hired hundreds of archaeological teams to investigate various relics of the Yuan period all over the world. Finally found the tomb of that person. According to common sense, all the members of this archaeological team should have died. Why is there still someone alive? Hee hee. It is said that her brother came to pick her up. Maybe he is a very powerful healer. The woman replied. Impossible. The man shook his head firmly. That is the curse of David the blasphemer. No extraordinary means can cure it. Unless that woman gets the real benefit in the tomb. That's really enviable. The blasphemer was a powerful angel in the past. And he was an angel who jumped up on his own without the promotion of 6 gods. It is said that he mastered the secret of stealing the power of gods. So even though he has a longer life than the immortals, he was punished by the gods and fell. The woman spoke. The secret history of those ancient times and the mysteries of the gods are really irresistible. The man made a low voice. The secrets of ancient history can only belong to us. To the Worm Forest. Chapter 490 Sunset Ceremony late at night. Outside the building where the Fong family is located, 2 figures, a man and a woman, crawled out of the darkness. Found it. The address of Fong Qiong's home. It was written on her resume. The woman chuckled. The Worm Forest funded so many archaeological teams. In fact, just to be cannon fodder. However, they naturally have the information of each archaeological team member. Then, let's start. No matter what that woman gets, it is a treasure belonging to our worm forest. The man was a little impatient. And in the darkness, all kinds of rustling sounds were heard, as if thousands of insects were crawling. Wait, I have a bad feeling. The woman suddenly said, you know, I once found the dried up spring of the Fountain of Fortune in the Ether Realm. After performing the backtracking ceremony, I drank a mouthful of the Fountain of Fortune in history. Now, my ether spirituality is reminding me that there may be bad luck ahead. The man could not help but remain silent. Although they were high-level monks in the worm forest, they had reached the rank of enlightened ones and mastered powerful holy relics and ritual power. But they did not dare to say that they could dominate the mortal world, apart from anything else. Even if it was just in the mortal kingdom, once the army launched a bombardment, it would be difficult for them to confront head-on. Not to mention, there were also immortals walking in the mortal world, and some terrible extraordinary people. In the mysterious world, rank is not everything. Maybe a wanderer carries the gaze of a certain god. So? The man's eyes moved. So, I can first perform a safe sunset ceremony. The woman smiled. The extraordinary people in the worm forest are mainly historical. And this kind of extraordinary people are best at finding and gaining power from secret history. By imitating the rituals of those major events, they borrow the great power from the unknown. Sunset ritual? You have actually studied it? The man was surprised. The woman's voice was a little proud. When the sunset disaster broke out in the Ether Realm, I happened to be nearby. I saw a miracle. Although I didn't dare to go there at the time, I still went there afterwards and studied it for several months. I think I can fully understand it. And I have tried it several times, and the effect is very good. Rumor has it that the sunset disaster was created by the Lord of the Tantric sect. The man turned his eyes and said, I think it's impossible. If the Lord of the Tantric sect had such great power, then the Lord of the Tantric sect must be a god. But the incarnation of a god can't be so smart and interfere with the world on a large scale. The woman said, it can be seen that they know a lot about the secret history, and even know some secrets about the gods. In the secret world, knowledge is power. Even insight and memory can become power. In that case, you set up the ritual first, and I start later. If I don't succeed, you will immediately activate the power of the ritual. The man thought about it and agreed. The woman immediately took out a holy relic, a pitch-black ring. She gently touched it, and a thick darkness enveloped the area of several meters in radius, making it difficult for outsiders to see the internal scene. She took out a pocket and took out one ritual item after another. I use white salt as a catalyst to announce that a barrier has been set here. The woman sprinkled a circle of salt and muttered something. The language she spoke was quite ancient, the Quran language with mysterious power. Then she set up a small altar and placed a mask made of gold in the east. We worship the god of the setting sun and ask him to manifest the power of the setting sun. In the center of the altar, there are 3 scarecrows, symbolizing sacrifices. At this time, the scarecrows' faces were all terrified, as if the souls of living people were imprisoned. The woman lit the candle and said, the power of the sunset ritual is too strong. I can only maintain it for 3 minutes. You must send a signal within 3 minutes. I will choose to start or cancel the ritual according to your signal. I think you are too cautious. Maybe I can take them all down by myself. The man smiled confidently and waved his hand. A large number of densely packed black insects rushed out and rushed to Fong Xing home. In the bedroom, Fong Xing suddenly opened his eyes. Who is worshipping me? After breaking the 4 limits of tantric martial arts, the status is already very high, comparable to the immortals. And the immortals in this world are already demigods. Since they are demigods, they naturally have certain magical powers. For example, they can hear prayers within a certain range of themselves. But the area of demigods is very small, probably not even half of Suading City, unless they use the ether realm to transfer. This voice was extremely clear, as if it was right at the doorstep. Fong Xing released his willpower, swept past, and suddenly laughed. What is this? Please let me fight myself? Well, 2 enlightened ones have come. Fong Qiong is unlikely to be able to handle them. I still have to take action. At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly sounded outside the window. In Fong Xing perception, Fong Qiong came out first, quickly dressed. And then Fong Long also came to the living room with a revolver in his hand. Not bad. Vigilance is still okay. It's a pity that the steam rifle is useless against the enemy now. Fang Xing shook his head. Just as Fan Lung was about to say something, the window shattered. And then, one after another dark worms crawled in. Even though Fang Qiong was already a tantric warrior, and no longer an ordinary person. Seeing this scene, my scalp was still numb, and I felt bumps all over my body. Sleep. Fan Lung gritted his teeth and threw out a white spell. Bang! A ball of white light burst out, and the movements of the black insects stopped for a moment. But soon, they started to move again. My spell? Fan Lung exclaimed. Your spell is too weak. Fang Xing shook his head, and he supported himself with both hands. And it seemed as if a dark sun rose in a trance. The invisible erosion of darkness spread, and the insects instantly stiffened and died. Even with the help of this corrosion, Fang Xing saw the terrified figure of a man connected to the dense lines of these insects. 6 void power. Hand without darkness. Fang Xing stretched out a hand, as if grabbing into the darkness. The man screamed as a dark hand pierced his chest. But he was still able to move and struggle to escape. The attacker has been severely injured by me. Go find him and kill him. Fang Xing changed his mind and decided to use the attacker as a test for Fang Qiong. Fang Qiong nodded. She had just seen the dark sun rise up. Even as Fang Xing spoke, she felt that she had established a mystical connection with the attacker. Through this connection, she could feel that the other party was escaping quickly. Whoosh! Fang Qiong stomped her feet lightly, and the figure rushed out of the window. Under the night, her figure was like a civet cat, chasing after the attacker. Well, it's coming. Fang Xing came to the window, but his sight was locked on a dark spot. What's coming? Fan Lung was a little surprised and doubtful. And then he saw a sun. The real sun, like the rising sun, rose from Suading City. It was the woman from the worm forest, who brazenly launched the sunset ritual. Burning! She lit the scarecrow with candlelight, and watched the soul on it wail. Everything was like a replica of the ether realm. God of the sunset, please send down your power and punish the unclean. The woman had a hideous smile on her face, and spoke in Quran, trying to activate the power of the ritual and drop it on Fang Xing family. Then, her expression changed drastically, and she saw a big sun falling down. And the target was actually myself? No. God of sunset. I clearly reproduced the secret history perfectly. Why did the ritual backfire? The woman screamed, and then turned into a charred corpse under the sun. The illusory sunset, and the light covered most of Suading City. This night also became the topic of conversation for countless people, and was named Sunset Night. Just now, Fan Lung stared at the illusory sun setting and disappearing, as if it was an illusion. But cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. He knew a little about the inside story, and really understood the power represented by the setting sun. If the ritual really got out of control, it was possible to burn down half of Suading City. Sunset ritual. A kind of etheric secret ritual. Fang Xing's mouth twitched a little, not knowing how to complain. Although most extraordinary people are stubborn, it was the first time he saw someone use this mysterious replica ritual to deal with him. Oh, it seems that there was an extraordinary person named Shirtu before, who wanted to gain powerful power by reproducing the secret ritual of the etheric world. In the past few times, I did not object in order to explore Shirtu's power and characteristics. In the end, they thought that if they succeeded once, they could succeed every time? As an extraordinary person, are they so careless? Just when Fang Xing was complaining in his heart, Fang Qiong had already returned with a man. I recognized him. He is Elvis, the boss behind the sponsorship of our archaeological team, but he is actually an extraordinary person. Or what? People from the worm forest. Fang Qiong's expression was very cold. We, the archaeological team, are cannon fodder. Their goal is to find the tomb of the blasphemer David. David is suspected to be the angel of Dark Road, and has fallen for many years. The tomb we excavated this time is likely to belong to this blasphemer. Fang Xing glanced at Elvis, and found that the other party's reason had collapsed. Dark Road still has a unique advantage in corrosion and torture. Fang Qiong completed this test well. Sister, when did you become so good at torture? Fan Lung felt a question mark on his forehead. At this time, the sky in the east was already white. A steam locomotive slowly drove over, and Sure Lei and the pale Fang walked down from it. Obviously, after a night of visiting, This little sister has completely understood the cruelty of the secret world. Chapter 491: The Fong Family in the Secret Realm. A small family meeting was held. So, now my little sister's problem has been solved. Fong Xing spoke casually. With a calm demeanor, Fong Lung. Are you still going to this class? If not, I can arrange for you to enter the tantric sect. Or start a company. And it would be nice to be a rich man. Fong Lung was a little timid. I'd better continue to work. This brother is really getting more and more unpredictable. With a wave of his hand, the Blood Sisterhood was destroyed. And the Worm Forest also lost 2 high-level extraordinary people. Could he really become the king of Tantric Buddhism? Fong Lung shrank his neck. He is an honest man, and doesn't like sudden changes in life. He still hopes that everything will return to the right track. With the noise we made, I think it will be hard for you to go to work peacefully. Fong Xing told the truth, but forget it. If you like it, let's do it this way. Finally, he looked at Fong Qiong. Now we have to solve your problem. With a clear clue of the blasphemer. David. Shirley found it much easier to find information. It didn't take long for Fong Xing to put a thick stack of materials on his desk. After all, David was also a big figure in the Gulen period. And there were many related records. Are you going to that tomb? Fong Qiong seemed to think of some horrible memories, and touched her shoulder. There, the pattern of an evil eye was unusually clear. And it was sealed by a circle of fire patterns. That's just a tomb in the mortal world. I'm afraid there won't be many abnormalities. Otherwise, I'm afraid no one in your archaeological team would survive. Fong Xing shook his head. The important thing is the corresponding projection of that tomb in the etheric world. Maybe we can even use it as a coordinate to open a secret realm. The secret realm in the etheric world is a deep space that even immortals and angels may not be able to discover. You must have the coordinates as a key to discover and enter. According to Fong Xing's estimation, if David was really a 5th-level angel, the tomb would definitely not be so simple. The biggest possibility is that the secret is hidden in the etheric world. Etheric world? Fong Qiong sighed. Knowing that this place itself represents danger, I would like to see it. Fong Xing smiled thoughtfully. He was still quite interested in the blasphemer David. According to the common sense of the secret world, immortals are already the limit of human beings. To become an angel, you must be promoted by a certain god. But this blasphemer seemed to have used other methods to break the limits of the immortals. The 6 gods in this world are born, representing the existence of certain rules. Although angels have great restrictions, there are still immortals who can be promoted. But it is unheard of for mortals to become gods. Fong Xing thought of himself. His situation can also be said to be born. So, can mortals in this world embark on the road to becoming gods? Whether it is becoming a god by oneself, or killing a god and seizing the position. It is quite interesting. In any case, I must stand at the top of this world to be invincible in the battle for life with the Creator. Wilderness. Outside a protective excavation base. One extraordinary person after another is patrolling. They are capable and wear uniforms, obviously belonging to the same force. Only when looking at a tent in the center will there be a trace of reverence in their eyes. This is David's burial area, which claims to have leaked an ancient virus. And now they are all groups that have settled in the name of post-war. In the tent, a relic-level badge was hung at the highest point. And on the badge was a strange worm. This worm came from the shadows, shuttling through different pages, as if passing through layers of secret history. This is the object of worship of the Worm Forest. The secret history worm. An old man in uniform was standing under the worm badge, with his hands forming a strange seal. A round light emerged, and he actually saw the scene of excavation in the tomb. How is the progress? The old man asked calmly. We have gone deeper than the last archaeological team, but we have not found the corresponding etheric coordinates yet. Across the mirror light, a big man wearing a helmet wiped the dirt off his face and answered. Alvis and Lena's cards have been damaged. I have reason to believe that they have met with misfortune. The old man sighed. This cemetery will soon be no secret. We must speed up the process. Yes, Your Majesty Oliver. The big man was very respectful because this Your Majesty Oliver was an immortal who had lived for more than 300 years. A real big man in the mysterious world. And one of the leaders of their worm forest. After the call ended, a trace of suspicion appeared on Oliver's face. Lena, are you really dead? You who have drunk the lucky spring water. Even if you encounter an immortal, you may not die. If you really die, doesn't it mean that a greater disaster is coming? In the evening, Fong Xing and Fong Qiong came to the outskirts of the camp and looked at the camp that had been built. They are so messy? Fong Qiong saw those precious antiques without ether surrounding them being thrown aside without regret after being excavated. And her eyes were a little red. Although she is an archaeologist similar to tomb robbers, she thinks that she still excavates mostly for protection. Killing the chicken to get the eggs, like the worm forest, really makes her feel indignant. What I'm looking for is the entrance to the ether world. Ordinary antiques are useless. Besides, I'm an extraordinary person in history. Maybe the toilets I use at home are antiques. Fong Xing complained. Entrance to the ether realm? Fong Qiong was startled. Can't we, the extraordinary people, enter the ether realm by dreaming? Normally, that's the case. But for some secret realms, you must enter in person. This is very troublesome. Fong Xing's face was inexplicable. Generally speaking, only when you reach the level of an immortal can you transform into an etheric life and enter the ether realm in person. I have no problem. But you can't. So you must go through some special entrances to the ether realm. The reason why the immortals can live for hundreds of years is also because their life form has changed. They are no longer flesh and blood, but etheric creatures. Any extraordinary path. In the end, if you want to achieve success, you probably have to stop being a human. Just as Fong Qiong was thinking about it, she suddenly grabbed her shoulders, and a trace of pain appeared on her face. I can feel it. Appears. Yeah. Fong Xing looked indifferently at the excavation camp, where the extraordinary people of the worm forest fell down like wheat being cut. After their bodies fell to the ground, they began to rot quickly, as if they were eroded by something. Then, boom, a brilliant light burst out from the camp, and the illusion of a great war could be seen faintly. It was obvious that these extraordinary people of Shirtu had already prepared a ritual and summoned the power of an ancient battlefield. The extraordinary people in uniforms no longer fell, but entered the tomb. Not long after, their breath disappeared at the same time, and Fong Xing felt that a door was opened deep in the tomb. It was the door connecting the depths of the etheric world and the present world. As soon as it was opened, a huge amount of ether leaked out. The colorful ether torrent washed over and faded rapidly. This was the pressure of the present world. If there was no external power and ritual assistance, this door would soon close. Let's go, Fong Xing said calmly, taking Fong Qiong, and went straight into the tomb. This place has been cleaned by the extraordinary people of the worm forest. The tomb does not look gloomy, and it is even equipped with gas lamps. Swish. Fong Xing was so fast that Fong Qiong could barely see some glimpses of light, and felt that the scenery on both sides was retreating rapidly with the eyesight of a tantric warrior. Then, they came to the deepest part of the tomb, in front of a stone coffin. The coffin was not a corpse, but a deep darkness, which looked like a portal. There were two extraordinary people guarding around the coffin. When they saw Fong Xing and Fong Qiong, their faces changed instantly. Who are you? One of them took out a mechanical revolver, which looked like some kind of holy relic. The other took out a talisman and smashed it without thinking. Steam pressure palm. Fong Xing raised his hands and slapped them twice. Under the strong steam pressure, the two people flew backwards and hit the wall of the tomb, completely losing their ability to move. Fong Qiong swallowed her saliva, feeling that these two gatekeepers were stronger than her. However, before she completely recovered from the shock, she was thrown into the coffin by Fong Xing. Ether realm. Fong Qiong stood on a street, looking at the prosperous buildings on both sides, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Is this the ether realm? Why do these buildings feel a bit like the style of the Gulen period? The ether realm is based on chaos and disorder. Although this is the ether realm, it is a secret place. Beside her, Fong Xing figure also emerged, with his hands behind his back, looking at everything around him, and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the blasphemer David is indeed a strong man at the angel level, even. Can he be regarded as a false god? False god? There are only 6 true gods in the ether realm. If an angel who has not been promoted by the 6 gods and promoted himself is not a false god, what else can he be? Fong Xing answered casually. The street was empty. Obviously, David could only intercept a memory in his heart to evolve, but he couldn't evolve a living person. At this time, in the dead silent city, there was a faint movement. It should be the extraordinary person in the worm forest. Amid the explosion, a loud and crazy voice came. I, David the blasphemer, I stole the glory of the 6 gods with the wisdom of a mortal. Chapter 492 Darkening Ceremony. Is it David? He's not dead yet? Fang Qion's face turned pale when she heard this voice. No. He's dead, or rather, he's alive, as an evil spirit after death. Fang Xing shook his head and took Fang Qion to the rooftop of a skyscraper. Looking far away from the top, you can just see a group of extraordinary people from the worm forest besieging an evil spirit. At this time, accompanied by a roar that sounded like a roar and a declaration, the evil spirit suddenly expanded and turned into a mud giant tens of meters tall. Countless black muds covered the giant's body, and even faintly revealed twisted and hideous faces, bringing extreme corrosion and depravity. Darkness. The evil spirit of the Dark Angel is indeed extraordinary. The blasphemy of the glory of the gods, becoming the secret of the angel, is from our worm forest. Oliver's held a holy relic in both hands. Looking closely, it seemed to be the molting of some insects, with an illusory sense of history. And around him, one extraordinary person after another was chanting strange spells, and even cut his wrists, letting the blood flow into several altar rituals on the ground. Rustle. The sound of giant insects crawling across the ground sounded. History seemed to turn into pages at this moment. A huge worm was biting through pages of history books, and finally descended into this secret realm. Secret history worm. This strange giant worm was dark yellow all over, and its skin exuded a luster similar to parchment, and had the wrinkles of papyrus. It was dozens of meters long and rushed towards the black giant. Bang! The two giants collided with each other, and the aftermath of the shock caused the nearby high-rise buildings to collapse one by one. These are all treasures from the Gulen period. Fang Qiong saw this scene and couldn't help feeling distressed. The technology in the Gulen period was more advanced than ours now. They are destroying ancient cultural relics, which is a crime. Don't worry about it now. Fang Xing looked up and saw that the black mud giant was actually retreating step by step, and was obviously no match for the secret history worm. Crack! Suddenly, the head of the secret history worm cracked, revealing countless dents and sharp fangs. Its big mouth closed suddenly, biting off the head of the black mud giant and most of its shoulders. Hua la la! The black mud giant exploded, and countless black mud splashed in all directions, carrying an indescribable decadent breath. Several worm forest extraordinaries, who were unable to dodge, were splashed by the black mud, and their extraordinary protection was instantly pierced, and they screamed. When the black mud giant collapsed, only a confused human spirit was left. He was about 1.7 meters tall, with golden hair, scarlet eyes, handsome appearance, but a bit confused. I am a blasphemer. I blasphemed the glory of God, but I still died. I am guilty. On the surface of this confused spirit, there are strange wounds, like a brand, always branded on the spirit, never healed. David, hand over the secret of your blasphemy. Otherwise, even your evil spirit will be completely annihilated. Olives lifted the ritual, sent back the secret history worm, took a step forward, and had a winning look in his eyes. As an evil spirit, it was originally weaker, definitely not as good as a real angel. Now it has been severely injured by the secret history worm. Now he, an immortal, can easily defeat the opponent. After human death, under the influence of the power of ether, they may become vengeful spirits or evil spirits. But becoming this kind of spirit is actually equivalent to giving birth to a new life with some of the strongest emotions and memories on the original body. Strictly speaking, it is already two people with the original body. David's evil spirit looked blank. After being severely injured, the most profound memory emerged. Woo woo woo. I am not a blasphemer. I am just a poor creature. I thought I blasphemed the divine light. But in fact, everything was arranged by the dark god. He deliberately made me an angel. My life, my destiny, everything about me, are all arranged by the gods. What? Such a secret history instantly changed Oliver's face. He was desperately looking for the blasphemer's grave. Wasn't it to obtain the other party's inheritance and be promoted to an unrestrained angel? Now he was told that his dream was shattered. The blasphemer also became an angel because of the arrangement of the gods. Unrestricted angels do not exist at all. This cruel collapse of ideals is an even more cruel blow to an old man like him, who has lived for hundreds of years, and almost all his relatives and friends have died. After all, the only thing left for the immortals is dreams. Now that the dreams are shattered, what else is left? Ha ha. So everything is fake. Everything is a lie. Deceiving the world and causing it to fall? Oliver's laughed. On his body, cracks appeared like porcelain. The surging ether of history turned into a decaying wind and blew through the surroundings. Ah! Amid the screams, the nearby worm forest extraordinary screamed, as if thousands of years of time had been robbed away. And they turned directly into mummies, and fell to the ground. Not only that, the surging ether of history was also rapidly turning dark, as if it was degenerating. Transition ceremony. An enlightened one shouted while running away, there is also the darkening ceremony. Lord Oliver's is crazy. He is going to turn to the dark path. Once the extraordinary has chosen a path, it cannot be changed. But this iron law of the secret world actually has loopholes and room for maneuvers. When encountering extremely special circumstances, changes can still occur, but it will be very dangerous. And even if it succeeds, there will be great sequelae. It will only happen at some extremely special moments. Haha. God of Dark Road. You deceive the world and preach depravity. And you use David as a trap. Do you want me to fall? Oliver's was surrounded by black air, and suddenly tore open the holy relic of the worm's skin, then fall. Since I can't become a free angel, then become an angel of the dark road. I sacrifice the secret history worm. Sacrifice David's spirit. Sacrifice everything I have. Swish. The secret history page was turned, and the secret history worm came out again. But this time, as soon as it came out, it was entangled by the dark tentacles that stretched out during the ceremony, and it let out a hissing sound. David's spirit was staring at all this, and even though he was used as a sacrifice, his expression did not fluctuate much. Ah, this is the conspiracy of the Dark Road God. Shadow of the Raven. The enlightened one who had managed to escape a certain distance suddenly realized he wants Lord Oliver's to fall and let us sacrifice the secret history worm. Lord, you can't fall to the Dark Road. Unfortunately, his shouting was useless. Olives had turned into a shadow, directly toward the back of the secret history worm, and drilled in. The secret history worm roared and rolled. This creature that the god of the history road loved the most was turning black all over, and a face appeared on the chaotic head, which was exactly the facial features of Oliver's. This immortal of the history road, after the changes of the ritual, is about to become the angel of the dark road. The dark worm, the enlightened one who was running for his life, had a flash in front of his eyes. And suddenly there were two more people. He had a blank expression, and was suddenly pressed down by a palm full of steam. And then his eyes went black, and he knew nothing. Fong Xing casually killed a small shrimp, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked at the scene not far away. Do you understand? To be promoted to an angel, you must be promoted by a certain god. So Olive's fall was under the gaze of that dark god? Fong Qiong thought for a while and answered, well, and the promotion of an angel requires a little bit of the essence of the gods. Olives plundered the essence of the secret history worm. This historical angel had fought with the fallen David before, and was actually infected by the fall. Now it has been tricked by the summoner. The key is that it has the attention of the gods, so it can't escape this trap. Fong Xing nodded, but the essence of this dark worm is good. If you take it, it can become the key to your promotion to the angel level in the future. I never thought about being promoted to an angel. Besides, if you want to be promoted, you must get the permission of the gods. Fong Qiong shook her head. It doesn't matter. I just allow it. Fong Xing laughed. The secret history worm was killed, which was the conspiracy of the Raven Shadow. And through such a symbolic ceremony, he may also be able to gain certain benefits and gain certain advantages in the competition with the god of history. The immortal of history betrayed the angel, which is a kind of degeneration. In the struggle of gods, the most important thing is various symbols. Mastering this symbol of betrayal will naturally allow the god of darkness to gain a certain advantage in the fight with the god of history. After all, darkness originally represents degeneration and betrayal. But for Fong Xing, the most important thing is not these. This time I came here on a whim. It was really worth it. It was not to witness a major event in the secret world, but to see the mutual conversion between the 6 ether elements. Fong Xing was a little excited, since history can be transformed into darkness. Then the heart, blood, stone, and machine should also be able to transform into each other. Does this prove that there is a more essential element above the 6 ethers? In this world, it should be the position of the God above God. The God of creation, I should occupy this position. and the creator will have no chance to survive. In a faint thought, Fang Xing took a step forward and came to the opposite side of the dark worm. In an instant, he seemed to be divided into 6, each performing different tantric martial arts. Turbine steaming palm, no dark hand, magic fist, stone statue skill, Vajra magic skill, pass palm. The 6 secret martial arts turned into fists, palms and footprints, each carrying an extremely strong martial arts will, bombarding the dark worm. It looked like the black worm with a human face was being besieged by 6 secret martial arts giants. Ah! Accompanied by Oliver's scream. The dark worm was caught by the 6 giants and torn into pieces. Countless black liquids flowed out. In the muddy black liquid full of corruption, a black crystal-like object shone brightly. Chapter 493 Taizong Whoosh. The black crystal seemed to be attracted by invisible gravity and fell directly into Fang Xing palm. The divine crystal of the dark angel? It is full of corruption, pollution, and the conspiracy of a god. If you want to use it, you must purify it. Fang Xing checked it and commented lightly. The divine crystal of the angel? Fang Qiong looked at this scene and felt that the dark ether in her body was about to be activated. After David was sacrificed, she was no longer bound. The previous curse became the best food. She felt that she could break the second limit at any time. Given time, breaking the third and fourth limits in the future will not be a problem. This divine crystal may be used by the Tantric warriors to break the 5th limit. The Tantric warriors are powerful, and their combat power is often 1 realm higher than their rank. If there is an angel-level warrior who breaks the 5th limit, wouldn't it be possible to defeat the gods? No. How could the gods be the same level as ordinary people? Fang Qiong shook her head and suppressed this thought in her heart. Looking at it again, this secret city from the Gulen period was actually collapsing rapidly. The steel jungle of high-rise buildings turned into ashes when the wind blew. The endless ether poured in, making the space here gradually become illusory. Is this? The secret realm began to collapse after David's death? It won't be long before this place will become the same as most areas in the ether world, with only some broken walls and ruins left. Fang Qiong didn't know why. She felt like crying. Don't cry. Otherwise you will die or fall. Fang Xing suddenly spoke. Why? Fang Qiong resisted the urge to cry, and only felt endless doubts rising in her heart. Because he is here. Fang Xing smiled and pointed to the ground. Fang Qiong looked over and was shocked to find that she and Fang Xing had been in a shadow without knowing when. The shadow was in the shape of a bird, with wings and a beak, like a raven. She looked up in astonishment, but could only see a broken void. This, the dark spirit, Raven Shadow. You saw that Olives could be promoted to an angel, so you should know that he was already nearby. Fang Xing smiled and watched the Raven Shadow on the ground condense and transform into a figure wearing a dark cloak. The other party wore goggles and had a medieval doctor's beak, which looked like a blend of retro and modern styles. The gods in this world are different from those in the main universe. They will not make people twisted and crazy at first sight. On the contrary, they can not only communicate, but also use strategies and even grant favors. Fang Xing heart moved. Shadow of the Crow. Fang Xing, the master of Tantric Buddhism. I have been paying attention to you. Shadow of the Crow made a hoarse voice, like a mixture of crows and night owls, which made people feel uncomfortable. I can't see destiny in you. Haha. Great God. I wonder what you want to find a small mortal like me. Fang Xing smiled faintly and said, Oliver's is the angel I have chosen. You kill him. Raven Shadow said in a hoarse voice, Of course. I don't care about a mere angel, but I care about the attitude of mortals. You are very special. Perhaps you are the real blasphemer. You can be promoted to a false god without being promoted by the gods. Those who have been promoted by the gods and are restricted by the gods are called angels. And those who are promoted by themselves are naturally false gods. But the 6 gods are high above. Don't you want to become a real god? The voice of the Raven Shadow was full of temptation. He was originally the god in charge of the fall. Join me. I have tried many interesting things. Now I believe that it is very interesting and challenging to let a god fall. At that time, I may consider promoting you to be a new god. God? Fang Qiong suddenly felt her heart trembling. Can Ah Xing become a god? He. As expected of the god in charge of darkness. I'm afraid he will fall immediately once I agree? Fang Xing sneered and shook his head. It seems that David here is a trap you have set up a long time ago. As for who to trap, It depends entirely on the guidance of fate. It's not enough that you have trapped Olivers and the god of history. But you want to trap me? It seems that you are going to reject my kindness. The raven shadow did not seem to move much. But the crow shadow expanded dramatically. Ah! Fong Qiong suddenly realized that the shadow under her feet turned into an abyss, swallowing her up. In the face of such a mighty force, a mere tantric warrior could not resist it at all. But at this moment, a black hand emerged, grabbed her, and pushed her away. Is it Wen Hand? Brother? Fong Qiong looked anxious, looking at Fong Xing. Her face changed drastically. Fong Xing was shrouded in shadows because he pushed her away. He fell into the abyss of shadows in a flash. In the darkness, a hoarse voice continued to be heard. Haha. So naive. The shadow of the raven laughed. If you save her, you will have no chance. Is this the affection of human beings? I am very satisfied with your body, so I accept it. Before he finished speaking, infinite darkness poured into Fong Xing's body and drilled into his body through his pores. Oh! It seems you are not a mortal who has become a god. Fong Xing looked strange and put his hands together. I finally saw another guy who wants to take over my body. Thank you. What? The Lord of the Raven had a bad premonition, and then found something wrong. As Fong Xing put his hands together, a terrible sun rose from Fong Xing's body. It seemed to stand above the endless time and space. An immortal celestial body, and in it, there was an indescribable shadow of Vajra. This Vajra has 3 heads and 6 arms, and each arm is holding a seal, grasping a kind of etheric power. Machine, blood, stone, heart, darkness, history. The 6 ethers are all in his hands. This is the 6 voids time wheel Vajra. On the top of the Vajra's head, there is a rainbow, representing that his Dharma nature has reached the state of rainbow transformation. The flesh becomes a Buddha. The Dharma nature is rainbow. The unity of soul and flesh is Tathagata. At this time, the black arm representing darkness and the 6 voids time wheel Vajra suddenly moved, grasped down, and formed a sun wheel seal. A large sun furnace emerged, trapping the shadow of the raven in it. What kind of ceremony is this? What kind of seal? It can actually trap me? Impossible. I am a god. In the etheric world, I can't lose to a mortal. The hoarse voice suddenly became extremely sharp. But it was useless. As the great sun furnace emerged, Fong Xing's brow also had the immortal great sun mark. A series of dark lines formed on his body, gathered on his back, and turned into a series of inexplicable feather marks. It looked like a dark raven. And there was a fire falling, turning into a great sun golden crow picture. This is the highest achievement of my tantric Buddhism. The great light garbage realm mandala, Fong Xing said lightly, as he formed seals with his hands. A series of lotus garbage slowly bloomed, wrapping the great sun golden crow inside. The lotus garbage wrapped the shadow of the raven, fell inside Fong Xing's body, and seemed to be somewhere outside his body. Boom! Accompanied by the blooming of 3,000 lotuses, the chanting of 3,000 dragon-headed Vajra, and the wonderful dance of 3,000 celestial maidens. There was an inexplicable time wheel city opened up in that place. The 6 void time wheel Vajra fell down, sat cross-legged in the city, and turned into the 6 void time wheel Vajra Dharma altar. The shadow of the ravening crow was suppressed under the altar, and it was difficult to leak even a little breath, let alone make a sound. I knew, in the competition involving the angel level, there must be gods to take action. Do you think this is a trap you set? Little did you know, this is also a trap I set. Fong Xing smiled. Imprison a god and study it slowly, and the foundation for becoming a god in the future will be laid. Not only that, my goal is to become a god above gods, the god of creation. Since the 6 ethers can transform into each other, there must be a higher ether, which can be called Yao, or sun. Perhaps for the extraordinary people in the secret world of this world, imprisoning a god and replacing the other party to become a god is already a rebellious act. But for Fong Xing, this is just the beginning. Even the position of the god of darkness is just a step. As long as he is given time, he will definitely be able to climb up with the help of the proficiency panel. He shook his clothes and came to the ruins of the secret realm. Fong Qiong was stunned. Looking at all this, brother, what happened? She only saw Fong Xing fall into the shadow of the raven, and then came out again. As for the god of darkness, he disappeared without a trace. Nothing, just I defeated the god of darkness. That's all. Fong Xing smiled slightly. although his experience can be described as legendary. There is no need to talk about these. On the contrary, the series of seals, secret techniques, and rituals that I used to bind the god of darkness, I am afraid that they will have extremely strong symbolic meanings in this world. Once written as a secret, they will be taboos. It is also the most special method in my tantric Buddhism. Maybe it can be called the Great Sun Sutra? Before Feng Xing, no mortal in this world could defeat the gods, let alone ascend to become gods. At this time, this possibility has really become possible. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the first of 100 generations. Let's go! Feng Xing was about to take Feng Qiong away, but his expression suddenly changed, and he looked towards a certain place in the etheric world. At this time, an old man suddenly walked out from behind the broken walls. He was wearing a gentleman's suit, leaning on a cane, looking old and frail, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. When he saw Feng Xing, he immediately smiled friendly. For the secret history, everything that happened here today is an absolute secret that even worms cannot know. Don't you think so, master of the secret sect? The god of history. Feng Xing nodded in greeting, knowing that this god absolutely did not want to spread the taboo secret ritual that could seal the god and impact the position of the god. If he was not afraid of him and could not beat him, the other party would definitely kill him at all costs. Chapter 494 Laos. So, respected old sir. Feng Xing looked at the old man with a smile on his face, as if he was not surprised by his appearance. After all, in addition to the dark spirit, a secret history worm also fell here, which had the greatest impact on the secret history spirit, and it was in the ether realm. So the other party would definitely come. There might even be other gods who would also cast their eyes. However, Feng Xing was not afraid at all. What do you have to give me? After all, he had solved a great enemy for the other party, just by looking at the actions of the Raven Shadow. It was known that he had no good intentions towards the secret history spirit. Feng Xing did his work, so he naturally needed to be paid. Otherwise, don't blame him for going to get it himself. Of course. The old man raised his glasses, suddenly broke off one of his fingers, and handed it to Feng Xing. Feng Xing took it calmly, and saw that finger flashing with light, and instantly transformed into a piece of crystal, with secret history worms drilling holes in it. If the previous piece was the crystallization of the divinity of the angel of darkness, then this piece is the crystallization of the divinity of the god. In terms of preciousness, it is more than 1,000 times higher. Feng Qiong only took a glance and felt that a lot of secret history was secretly drilling into her mind. Among them are the language and art of the Gulen period, as well as the secret history of the court, even some secret spells and taboo rituals. A lot of historical knowledge rushed in quickly, making her feel dizzy. Well, this thing is exactly what I need, so I will accept it without hesitation. Feng Xing accepted the worm crystal calmly, and seemed very satisfied. In the future, he will prepare to ascend to the position of the god of gods, and he will definitely need to study the essence of the 6 gods. Now that the god of darkness is imprisoned by himself, the god of history has also divided a part of his essence to himself. 1/3 of the progress has been completed. The remaining 4, either scare them or force them. With the power of the imprisoned dark spirit, it is very likely to be completed easily. Next, of course, the 6 void skills will be perfected by the Grandmaster. Then, it is to devour the essence of the 6 gods and transform into the real sun ether spirit, no matter where the creator is and how he prepares. As long as I do this, he will definitely die. Feng Xing's heart was surging. If he wins this life and death struggle, the benefits he will gain will be absolutely inestimable. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, decades have passed. Black Ring City. In an ore factory. Bang! Bang! The huge furnace is like a monster's mouth, constantly devouring all kinds of fine ores. Next to the boiler, several black figures are constantly waving their shovels to shovel a large amount of coal into the boiler. From morning to night, there is almost no rest. It was not until the whistle blew and another group of people came to take over that old Benson let out a long breath and wiped his face with a towel. On his face, coal dust and sweat mixed together and could no longer be distinguished. Even the towel was black. He dragged his tired body out of the factory. Some of the nearby workers were too tired to talk, but some could still say a few words. Have you heard? John died. So soon? He has only been in the factory for 2 years. It is said that he has black lung disease. Old Benson did not move his eyelids, holding the paper bag of black bread, and returned to his room. Cough, cough. The next moment, a violent tearing sensation came from his lungs, causing him to cough continuously, and even cough up blood. Am I going to die too? Old Benson was not old. Less than 40 years old. But he had worked in various factories for more than 20 years. In this era, it was very remarkable that he had the nickname of Immortal Benson, although it was more of a joke among his colleagues. Old Benson didn't know why, but he had a very strong vitality. He got sick several times and almost died, but he survived in the end. But this time, is he finally going to reach the end of his life? Ahem. This kind of life. Even if it comes to an end. No. I want to live. I must live. Old Benson didn't know why his will to survive was so strong. He barely held onto the table and prepared to find the powder hidden under his pillow. It was sold to him by a wandering witch. It was said to be made of crystal sand from white bats and special herbs dried and crushed, which could treat many diseases. But his body seemed to have really reached its limit. He stumbled and felt dizzy, and fell heavily. Bang! Old Benson's head hit the ground, and he suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes. At this critical point between life and death, a strange light burst out in his eyes. I, Jinhuan. I was dragged by an ant into the Dao. I am Old Benson. No. I am Laos, a powerful master of the realm of magic. Damn. This reincarnation took so many years to awaken. Old Benson slowly stood up and sat on the chair, panting heavily. The mortal body is too weak. As for the packet of witch powder, he knew it was a lie after smelling it. No. I haven't won yet. Which means that the bug is still there. He is still alive. Not only do I have to survive, I must also gain power. This world, with my investment, must have extraordinary power. Old Benson. No. Laos looked ferocious. Suddenly, his expression moved, and he bent his right hand and tapped his forehead 3 times. In Laos's vision, a deep blue sea appeared in front of him. In the ocean, a bubble emerged from the bottom of the sea and jumped out of the water. After the explosion, a group of words emerged. Suffering tortures my body, and my inspiration leaps into dreams. I need a key to pass through the invisible door. Cut open the skin of the real world, and let the hidden things surge out. Sure enough, is the extraordinary secret in it? Laos fell into deep thought. This deep sea and bubbles are the golden fingers he made for himself. Although the mystery of the secret technique that the insect finally performed was beyond his imagination. Creating a world was originally his authority. He paid more and fabricated some convenience for himself, which was still possible, with the difficulty of awakening in this world. The insect should not have awakened yet. After all, his rank is far weaker than mine. But he can really live. Could he be reincarnated into a big businessman or some noble family? At this thought, Laos became a little anxious again. He must obtain extraordinary power as soon as possible. It just so happens that his golden finger has this function. This deep sea is actually the subconscious ocean, and the bubbles that emerge from it represent a guide. Interpret the guidance and act according to it, and you may get what you want. Moreover, the function of this deep sea is not limited to this. You just need to step into the extraordinary world to reveal more mysteries. Under the real world, there is an extraordinary world hidden. It seems that the extraordinary world in this world is secret and concealed by the official. Laos is a great master of the 13th realm of the immortal law after all, and he understood it quickly at this time. If you want to get involved in the extraordinary, you must go through dreams. In the dream, through a certain door? Fortunately, this threshold is not high. Laos couldn't help but feel fortunate. Old Benson had no savings, and his salary had to be paid weekly to barely maintain operations. From time to time, he had to be urging the landlord to pay the rent. If he needed to spend a lot of money, he could just find a rope to hang himself, or switch to a promising career as a robber. Dream? Although I haven't touched the supernatural yet, my control and subconsciousness are both top-notch, and I can play some special roles in dreams. Laos forced himself to endure the rough taste of black bread, ate dinner cleanly, and drank a glass of water. This body is already sick and needs nutrition and rest. After a while, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. It's a pity. The deep sea can only give a hit every once in a while. In the dream, everything is bizarre. Laos collected his mind and presented himself in the dream. Sure enough, Controlling the subconscious is not difficult for me. He looked around and found that it was a deserted factory ruins. Next. It's time to find the invisible door and enter the supernatural world. After all, Leos is a master of the law, and his vision and knowledge are extraordinary. With guidance, it didn't take much time to rely on his dream to enter the etheric world and become a so-called wanderer. Boom! In an instant, the world changed. In the etheric world, scenes more bizarre than dreams can be seen everywhere, and the sky is always covered with 6 pure lights. Above the 6 pure lights, there is another pure white sphere, standing quietly as if immortal. Ah! The taste of the extraordinary. A trace of joy flashed in Leo's eyes. As long as you get familiar with it, I will be able to. Illegal wanderer, how dare you enter the etheric world without permission? At this moment, a bald woman suddenly flapped her wings, fell from the sky, and stared at Leos. Superhuman. Leo's heart moved, and he felt the danger of this bald woman. What a legal wanderer. The ether world has been occupied by our tantric sect. It is our tantric sect's territory. You wandering in our territory is illegal wandering. The bald woman looked at Leos for a few times, and suddenly showed sympathy. It seems you don't know much about the secret world, and you are an unlucky guy who entered passively. Yes. Yes. Leo's heart moved, and pretended to be at a loss. I'm just a coal shoveler. I don't know how I came here. It doesn't matter. Sometimes mortals come here because of dreams. I take you to see our heart department Dharma King. As long as she confirms it, there will be no problem. The bald woman seemed a little kinder. Heart department. Dharma King? Leos really didn't understand. Yes. We have 6 divisions in Tantra, each of which is led by a Dharma King. In our heart division, the Dharma King leads everything. If she wants you to live, you live. If she wants you to die, you die? The bald woman explained, as a matter of course. Chapter 495 Victory. Come in. Somewhere in the etheric world, the void was stabilized by the stone ether and turned into a magnificent stone palace. For some reason, Leos looked at those rough stone pillars and murals. He always felt that there was an unspeakable cruelty in them. At the end of the stone palace, there was a woman sitting. She looked to be in her 20s or 30s, at the most mature and beautiful time, with a plump figure, not shaved head, but wearing a strange coxcomb hat. She was also wearing a scarlet robe full of various scriptures. All kinds of mysterious, profound, and evil feelings were transmitted. The bald female warrior took Leos into the hall and shouted, "Since you are meeting the Dharma King, why don't you salute the Dharma King of the heart? If I still have the strength of my body, I am just an ant. But now?" Leos knelt down respectfully. "Leos, I pay my respects to the Dharma King." The Firefly Dharma King opened his eyes, as if he had just recovered from his trance, and looked at Leos with a strange look. "Leos, you have a connection with my tantric sect. Since you want to become extraordinary, are you willing to join the tantric sect?" Oops. Leo's heart moved, but if it is true as the other party said, the tantric sect has unified the secret world, then if you want to become extraordinary, you have to join it. Is this not bad for me, but lucky? Destined? How can I have a connection with the tantric sect? But at this time, he actually had no choice but to bow again. "Thank you, Dharma King." "Good. Come forward," the Firefly Dharma King shouted, and the bald woman next to him immediately brought a white bone bowl, which seemed to be filled with clear water. The rich ether power dissipated from the clear water. "Since you have a connection with my tantric Buddhism and can see me, I will give you the most extraordinary precepts. I will personally give you the secret initiation." The Firefly Dharma King stood up, and the terrifying pressure made Leos kneel down involuntarily, in front of the hard Dharma King. He couldn't even get out of the dream and wake up instantly. Damn it! The prophecy of the deep sea has been used before, and there is no chance again. Leos could only kneel and watch the Firefly Dharma King sprinkle some water on his head. Then, a palm pressed down. In a closed, small dormitory, on the bed, Leos was sleeping. His eyelids trembled violently, as if he was having a nightmare. Suddenly, Leos turned over and sat up, looking at his hands. I did it! After being awarded the tantric precepts, a lot of knowledge about tantric martial arts naturally emerged in his mind. At this time, just a little movement, absorbing the power of ether and feeding back to the body. The continuous lesions in the lungs disappeared directly. Is tantric martial arts the extraordinary way of this world? Laos was full of confidence. I must stand at the pinnacle of this world's extraordinary. That little bug. What can he use to fight me? After learning some tantric martial arts, and being infused with some common sense of mysticism, Laos had no interest in other extraordinary ways. Those ways not only advance slowly, but the key is that the lethality is too weak. The master of Tantra is my position. I heard that the most extraordinary martial arts of Tantra are all recorded in the Great Sun Sutra. There are not only 6 top secret martial arts, but also taboo chapters involving the secret of how to replace the gods and become a god yourself. The more Laos thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. With the help of the golden finger, I will become a god. A few years later, the etheric world. Laos shaved his head, kept a short haircut, wore a coxcomb hat, and a scarlet robe. Now, he has received many initiations and donations. He has completely become a tantric master. No! Although he is only a tantric master in secret, his strength has reached the level of a tantric dharma king. I spent a lot of effort and finally reached this position. I deceived many dharma kings with the golden finger to get this opportunity. I must read the Great Sun Sutra to obtain the secret of becoming a god. Laos' eyes were firm. The extraordinary road in this world is really pitfalls. Especially becoming a god. It's a one-to-one pit. If the 6 gods don't fall, no new gods will be born. And the 6 gods are all born gods. And there is no possibility for mortals to become gods. The only possibility is the secret left by the former tantric master. In fact, this can only prove the gap between the golden fingers of both sides. Even if Feng Xing relied on the attribute panel to work hard, he could reach the ultimate of the world. Or even surpass the ultimate. But the golden finger of the creator was obviously not good enough. And he could not break through. The little bug could not be found. Maybe it had not awakened the mystery in the womb? This was also something that made Laos unhappy. The 2 parties fighting for their lives could not sense each other's position, and could not recognize each other unless they met face to face. But, as long as I become a god, how can you escape? Laos's mind was full of thoughts. But his face was full of piety. He bowed his head with every step and walked to the highest point of the Great Snow Mountain, the base of the Tantric Buddhism in the ether world. At the highest point of the Great Snow Mountain, there is a Tianqi. According to rumors, the Great Sun Sutra is suspended in the Tianqi. To obtain the Great Sun Sutra, even the 6 Dharma kings cannot do it. You must be the successor of the Lord of the Tantric Buddhism and go through a series of tests. But Laos has secretly obtained a shortcut with the golden finger of the deep sea. At this time, he quickly took out the offerings filled with ether and arranged a mysterious ceremony. Let us worship the Lord of the Tantric Buddhism and ask him to grant our guardian dragon to the lower world. Dragon. Dragons of thousands of mountains, thousands of rivers and thousands of people. Obey my call and lift up the scriptures from the Tianqi. Laos's ether is extremely active and seems to be moving. As he chanted, the Tianqi of the Great Snow Mountain in the ether realm boiled, and a scripture was lifted out by an unknown object in the water. Haha. I finally got it. The Great Sun Sutra. I just need to take a look. Just one look. Laos looked at the Great Sun Sutra. This classic looked tattered, and was a dark yellow book. It gave people a twisted and evil feeling, as if it was made of human skin paper. As his fingers touched the cover of the scripture, the Great Sun Sutra, which was rumored to record all the mysteries, opened with a bang. Then, Laos' eyes lit up, as if he saw the sun that was always above the 6 pure lights of the ether realm. The sun that was in the endless time and space, and was eternal and immortal. And at this time, this sun, which seemed pure white and red, as if it was full of all the colors in the world, suddenly opened an eye. The moment the 2 looked at each other, a strong throbbing emerged in Laos' heart. This is the reminder of the life-fighting secret technique. No! His expression was distorted, and tears of blood flowed from his eyes. What? Surprised? Surprised? Feng Xing's slightly laughing voice sounded from the immortal celestial body. As long as both of us compete fairly, I will definitely walk ahead of you. Because I have a cheat. Damn bug. Even if I die, I will drag you with me. Laos frantically tore his scarlet robe and called out to the deep sea. After investing so much strength, he also ambushed a backhand in his own golden finger, which was enough to perish with the opponent. But the next moment, the deep sea emerged. A bubble exploded, And a new text appeared. The ignorant are fooled by ignorance. Surprised? Unexpected? Fang Xing voice continued. From the moment you entered the etheric world, you have been under my observation. As for being introduced to Tantra and receiving multiple initiations, who do you think is the real host? Laos was shocked at this time. You cracked my backhand during the first initiation? At that time, the first initiation could only tamper with some of the rules of the golden finger on your body, making it impossible for you to discover the biggest truth of this world until you embarked on the path of Tantra, and then experienced multiple initiations and donations. You have completely taken on my shape from the inside out. Fang Xing laughed. Laos, since you read the Great Sun Sutra, why don't you become a Buddha quickly? Become a Buddha! Become a Buddha! Become a Buddha! At this time, the entire Great Snow Mountain was filled with Buddhist chanting, with flowers falling from the sky and golden lotuses emerging from the ground. A strange fragrance filled the air, and snow lotuses bloomed one after another. But if you look closely, you will find that the roots of the snow lotuses are all built on the white bones. This big snow mountain has buried countless white bones. Become a Buddha? No! I will not become a Buddha! Leo screamed, pulled off his coxcomb hat, and countless prayer beads fell. But it was of no use at all. Behind him, a Ming Fei with 18 heads and 88 arms appeared, with jade palms and a ferocious look. There were cow heads, pig heads, sheep heads. At this time, those palms grabbed Laos and made a joyful voice, venerable. Become a Buddha! Become a Buddha! Under the touch of those palms, Laos's blood dried up and turned into a mummy. Above his head, everything condensed and turned into a rainbow light. In the rainbow light, even the flesh body turned into dust. This is the body turning into rainbow. Almost the entire etheric world can see this rainbow light. It rushed straight up to the 9 heavens, like a white rainbow piercing the sun, and drilled into the immortal celestial body. A mouth seemed to open above the immortal celestial body, and with just one swallow, the rainbow light disappeared. After truly swallowing the creator Laos, Fang Xing sighed with satisfaction. With a sense of perfection, this decades-long life-fighting secret technique finally had a result. And in the end, he won. If I hadn't sensed some secrets in you, and the means of mutual destruction, I would have to work slowly. And maybe it could have been a few years earlier. But a few years earlier or later doesn't make any difference. Now that I have swallowed up everything of the Creator, and strangled all his backers, it can be considered a true merit. Chapter 496 Inventory of the Main Universe. A breeze blew by, and the originally stagnant time suddenly began to flow again. Blue Star Federation. The Blue Star Federation border troops, endless alien races, and even Blue Star itself. Yaing, Nandong Shui, Duan Hai, Jianqiu, the 3 elders. Their expressions suddenly became vivid. No! Or for them, time has never stagnated. Blue Star has been escaping, and the war has been going on. Suddenly, the first president of St. Armor University shouted, "Not good. Go back." A star-like mecha emerged, holding down Blue Star, which was escaping into the depths of the universe, and even pushing it back, while everyone on Blue Star was at a loss. The professional in charge of cosmic observation shouted, "The universe is collapsing." What? Could it be? Is our universe really going to perish? The Creator wakes up and collapses the universe to zero? Lu Wei and others looked extremely ugly. However, the 2 Federation elders who were with the first president seemed to be thinking about something. Sure enough, although the universe was collapsing, the evil gods outside the outside world, even the alien races, and even the Federation people were all collapsed into a point. But the solar system was preserved. There was chaos outside the solar system, and only the solar system, where the Blue Star was located, was still slowly moving. The universe outside the solar system has disappeared? Is it dead? Nandong Shui and Yang looked at the concept map displayed by artificial intelligence and looked at each other in surprise. At this time, a figure flashed, and Fang Xing figure emerged. Axing? Nandong Shui's eyes lit up. You won? Yes. We defeated the Creator. Fang Xing smiled and sighed. It's a pity. The universe we are in was established by the Creator with the law of illusion. Once he falls, this universe will also be destroyed. But I use my means to barely leave an area as large as the solar system. This is also the reason why he wants to slowly bombard the Creator and finally swallow it up. If they don't try their best to take over the other party's legacy, the creatures in this main universe will probably die out. After all, they are originally illusory. The creation of the Creator. The foundation of their existence lies in the illusory laws of the Creator. What? The three elders of the Federation were shocked. What about the many planets and citizens in our Federation? All of them have been reset to zero by the universe. The first generation principal sighed. In any case, this is the best result. He glanced at Lu Wei and others, knowing that these relatives and friends of Fang Xing, in order to observe Fang Xing breakthrough, all gathered on Blue Star, but invisibly took a big advantage. We are illusory. Fang Xing pondered for a moment and explained, however, as long as the creatures that have been born in this universe have their own unique imprints, they are all backed up here at this time. Maybe one day, they can be reborn. This is the life and death of the creatures in their own world that only the strong can decide. Not the real resurrection. If it were creatures outside the inner world that had not been registered in this universe, Fang Xing would have no way to deal with them even if he took over the Creator's legacy. In fact, with his current strength, being able to maintain an inner world as large as the solar system is already the limit. What? The eyes of the Federation elders, Niang and others lit up. Can you be reborn? Or it should be more accurate to say that you can be restarted. After all, you are not real life. Fang Xing sighed, but I can give you real life and let you walk out of this universe. This is my exclusive authority. In the past, even if he mastered the law of the true self, he could only make himself real. But now, he can make these illusory people become real. And the difference is beyond reason. The reason for this is naturally because he has completely mastered the true self law, having won the Tao battle with the Creator and obtained everything from him. Fang Xing now doesn't know how strong he is. At present, I can only give a few places to the real. In the future, there will be more and more places for the real. We in the Blue Star Federation can also walk out of this inner world and enter the real world universe. Fang Xing promised. Now, I need to retreat. Villa number 69 in the Blue Sea District. Fang Xing was promoted to a realm above the God of War. And then he started a Tao battle with the Creator, which did not affect Blue Star much. The villa he originally bought was also preserved. Speaking of it, buying a house in Blue Star was the original owner's wish. Fang Xing smiled. Since he condensed the true self-law and became immortal in martial arts, he really had nothing to do with the original owner. And as a creature in the inner universe, the other party naturally had a mark in the origin of the universe. In the future, we can revive him and end this cause and effect. If we want to transcend, we must try to break the thread of cause and effect. Fang Xing sighed, then looked at the attribute panel. I won the battle of life with the Creator, and I got everything from him, mainly reflected in the understanding of the law. Fang Xing glanced at the understanding of the law, checked the progress of each major, and immediately understood. The law of the true self. Promoted to the Grand Master. That is, completely understood. The law of the true self can make the warrior maintain the true self, which is the foundation of reality. Fully understanding the law of the true self can not only keep oneself real, but also make the illusory humans in the Creator's universe real, so as to truly walk out of the Creator's inner universe and move towards a new world. Before, if Nandong Shui and the others walked out of this main universe, they would immediately turn into nothingness. But after being influenced by my law of the true self, they can really walk out. Fang Xing looked at the second law and realized, it's actually the law of illusion. It has reached the 5th stage. It's almost perfect. Obviously, this is also a gift from the Creator. If Fang Xing hadn't put much effort into the way of illusion, it would be very likely that he would have been perfected directly and understood this law. After all, this is the main law of the Creator. Illusion. The bigger your heart is, the bigger the world is. The Creator uses the law of illusion to make his inner world extremely vast. Fang Xing seemed to be thinking. Then, there are the laws of time and space, which have also made great progress. The Creator has a better understanding of space. So my law of space has been directly promoted to the 5th stage, reaching the Grandmaster level. Although the law of time is still at the Master level, it is almost promoted to the Grandmaster level. Then, there are fate, order, life and death. These are actually the powers of the 3 pillar level descendants of the Creator, which shows that he has a deeper attainment in these aspects. As for the rest of the powers of the evil gods outside the domain, all kinds of things, Fang Xing did not have a good face for these. After all, he still understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew. The Creator fell into these traps. and now he left the traps for himself. However, I have completely understood the law of the true self, and I can already be promoted to the 13th realm of the celestial immortal master. Fang Xing let out a long breath. This is the biggest benefit of this life fight. In one breath, he entered the 13th realm. He looked at his own realm, and found that he was still in the 12th realm. He nodded and felt that it was very accurate. Although I have realized the law and can break through in one thought, I have not accumulated enough resources to help break through. That's why the attribute panel is marked as the 12th realm. But there is no doubt that the combat power has reached the 13th realm. The rest just need to constantly absorb the source power to break through. If you can break through, you should break through as soon as possible. Otherwise the power of the Creator will not be fully mastered. Only a true master of the 13th realm can open up the universe in the body. And I am still a little reluctant now. Fang Xing has actually opened up the inner universe now, which is this solar system. It's just that he maintains it with the master level illusion law. And the range is unknown how many times smaller than the Creator. Only the size of a solar system. For the citizens of the Blue Star Federation in these solar systems, it is already lucky. After all, they are still alive. And there is still hope of complete reality in the future. And my profession has also become a Star Warrior. Fang Xing looked at the Star Warrior column and found that after the World of Life struggle appeared, the ability of this entry was finally fully demonstrated. Star Warrior, you condense the immortal sun celestial body above infinite time and space, and absorb the source power of the celestial body to practice. Your source power absorption and recovery speed far exceeds that of ordinary warriors. Source power? Fang Xing stared at this description and sighed. Is it really so? He thought, and came to the outside of the inner world. Daxia world? At the edge of the universe, a border appeared. The void storm flickered, but it could not shake the figure in it. Fang Xing stood silently in the boundless void, feeling the loneliness of the universe and the rich source of power, and immediately made a judgment. The main universe is located in the Creator, and the Creator lives in. It is indeed the universe where the Daxia world is located. In an instant, all kinds of memories about this universe flashed before Fang Xing like fleeting light. Liying, Yuanzhong Temple, Grey Marquee, Yuanyan Palace. The universe is elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak civilizations. Chapter 497 Green Mercury. No wonder the Star Warriors are mainly based on the source power system. The Creator himself also takes the source power route, which is different from the Qingyuan realm, where the Black Dragon is practicing Yuan Qi. Of course, these are just primary energy systems. In the end, they all lead to the same destination. From mystery to law, from law to the Great Way, and then transcendence. Since the Creator is a creature in the Daxia world, after the Creator's death, part of the inner world collapsed and turned into a border. It was natural for Fang Xing to come to Daxia through the border. This is not even a time travel, but just a real arrival in this world. Fang Xing took a deep breath. Hua la la. A large amount of cosmic source power emerged, as thick as substance, and even formed a tide that wrapped him in it. In an instant, this place was submerged by the sea of source power. Completely understand a law. With the professional characteristics of the Star Warrior, the absorption of source power is indeed extremely fast. Moreover, this is just an edge of the universe. The concentration of source power is far beyond the inner world of the Creator. After all, how can the concentration of source power in the artificial universe compare to the real universe? Fang Xing thought. And the progress of Star Palace volume on the attribute panel began to surge. Star Palace volume, Master Master. Boom! In his body. In that small Star Palace, the original star instantly expanded 100 times. 1,000 times. 10,000 times. Turned into a red giant. The red giant continued to collapse inward, and its mass and density were difficult to compare. It exploded at an incredible speed and turned into a dark neutron star. Star-Lord neutron star level. That is the 12th level. This speed is not bad. But if you want to accumulate the source power to break through the 13th level of the Heavenly Immortal Master, it will take 3 years and 6 months. Fang Xing made a judgment in his heart. This time is a bit slow. Which of the strong people in the Great Xiao world still suffers to absorb the source power of the universe by themselves? Aren't they all directly absorbing various energy liquids, or even source crystals to make currency? It's just right. Find a planet with people. Find out what era it is now, where this is, and collect some resources by the way. He moved, turned into a stream of light, and crossed the dark area of the universe. While on the road, Fang Xing did not forget to use the characteristics of the Star Warrior to continuously absorb the source power of the universe. Now I can be considered as a 13th level fighter. What should I do next? In theory, I am now extremely suitable for the Creator's True Illusion Avenue. As long as I can solve these complicated laws and perceptions, I will be promoted to the 14th level of Chaos Dao Master without any problem. The Creator cannot solve these complicated laws and perceptions, and must rely on giving birth and dangerous secrets. But for Fang Xing, who inherited the Eternal Realm Pan-Gu inheritance, it is not a big problem. But the great Tao of True Illusion may not be suitable for me. After fully understanding the law of the true self, you can continue to comprehend other laws, and then condense them into the great Tao of Panwu, which is extremely suitable for warriors. Using the great Tao of True Illusion on the surface, secretly practicing the great Tao of Panwu? In addition, my immortal cultivation clone cannot be wasted. The original body takes the great Tao of Panwu, while the immortal cultivation clone can take the great Tao of space and time. Although in this way, the law perception between the original body and the clone will conflict and interfere. But there is a secret technique of the God and Demon division in the Panwu Grand Canon that can solve this problem. And, if it is just to break through the 14th realm of the Chaos Dao Master, it may not be so troublesome. But if you aim for eternity, or even transcendence, it is very beneficial to comprehend these laws in advance, and the conflict of the power of the great Tao. This is also Fang Xing advantage. With the inheritance and guidance of the eternal realm, he can take fewer detours than others. After I become a celestial master, I can charge the gate of the heavens faster, and maybe I can open a new world as soon as possible. Fang Xing mind moved, and the secret technique of the twin guardians of the Heavenly Mother's mighty golden lotus was activated, and the immortal clone who returned to the original body during the previous breakthrough floated out. Well, now with the combat power of my immortal clone, those Mahayana cultivators in the spiritual world are no match at all. In addition, the devouring characteristics of the great Sun Tathagata mantra. As long as I grab a few more treasures, I can probably cultivate to the Mahayana stage and transcend the tribulation to ascend to the realm of true immortals. Fang Xing waved his hand, and the gate of the heavens trembled slightly, sending the immortal clone away, thinking secretly, for those spiritual Mahayana cultivators who have been pursuing the realm of true immortals, but have not been able to achieve it, it is already within his grasp. After all, the so-called real immortal realm is also the 13th realm of the celestial master. The problem faced by the clone and the original body is the same. They have comprehended the laws, but they still need to consume a lot of pills to reach a higher level. The universe of the Daxia world is too vast. Even with the speed of Fang Xing original body, it took more than half a month to find a planet with life. 90% of the area of this life planet is covered by the ocean. And above the ocean, there are strange colorful bubbles floating one after another. Only if you look carefully, you will find that there are dreamlike cities among those colorful bubbles. Fang Xing will power swept and saw the natives of this planet. They generally maintain human form, but there were colorful scales on their foreheads, and their status was confirmed by the number and color of scales. In addition, there were some alien races and even pure energy life. Before I came to Daxia, Daxia only had one planet, and it had never really connected with the universe civilization. But this planet has completely connected with the universe? Fang Xing will was withdrawn, and at the same time, he also learned the name of this planet, Green Mercury. The people living here are called the Sea Clan, which is considered a subspecies of the human race. Interesting. Fang Xing wiped his forehead, and fish-gill-like organs appeared on both sides of his cheeks. And there were 5 petals of fine scales on his forehead, which looked like a plum blossom brand. This illusion law is quite useful. With my current illusion skills, no one below the level of Heavenly Immortal Master can see through it. Even technological detection cannot detect it. He chuckled, and his figure sank into the void and disappeared. Mona City. According to the language of the sea people, Mona means beautiful. This city is indeed very beautiful. The fine sand on the beach gathers without a trace of impurities. The ocean looks very clear from a distance, just like the best sapphire. Fang Xing was lying on a sun lounger, with a parasol behind him, and a juice and snack platter beside him. In his hand, there was a giant fish scale the size of a book page. As Fang Xing moved his fingers, information and screens appeared on the fish scales. which was obviously a technological product similar to a smart terminal. Well, these sea people were born from the sea and regard the sea as their mother. Therefore, any behavior that pollutes the sea is regarded as blasphemy and can be sentenced to death. This is also the highest warning to alien tourists. Among the sea people, competition is very fierce and cruel, and even a certain degree of slavery is retained. Once there is no scale on the forehead, it is a lowly bloodline and can be demoted to a slave. To condense a scale, you need to stimulate your bloodline. Or, become a professional? Fong Xing did not comment. In the context of the universe, it is funny to say that you are gentle and humble. Between civilizations, only interests last forever. Although the sea people are extremely cruel to their own people, through this system, they ensure that strong people emerge in an endless stream. Now the deep sea civilization composed of the entire sea people has already belonged to the advanced civilization of the universe, with many extremely powerful beings and incredible science and technology. After drinking the juice, Fong Xing walked out of the beach and saw a colorful bubble. There was also a female sea tribe with 3 scales on her forehead standing respectfully on the side. Dear guest, I wonder if our private beach project satisfies you. Well, it's okay. Fong Xing always likes to be moderate in doing things. With his current strength, such a planet can be destroyed with a breath. But the sea tribe is a high-level civilization and still has some background, so he can't alarm the other party and make an identity that is too outrageous. In short, the sea tribe determines its status by the scales on the forehead. Too many scales are a bit fake. Too few, and it is easy to be bullied everywhere. 5 scales are considered upper middle class. Just the right level. I've heard that the beach of green mercury is good. Fong Xing walked into the bubble, which is the portable aircraft of the sea tribe. Take me to the Star Bank. Yes. The female sea tribe immediately led the way in front. Suddenly, her sight moved in front of her, and a source crystal was thrown to her. This is a tip. Thank you, sir. The sea clam woman was immediately very happy, and was secretly surprised in her heart. He actually traded directly with source crystals. This sir must have a great background. Source crystals are the universal currency of the great Xia universe, and only strong people can absorb the source of the universe to condense them. Moreover, they have many special functions, and can be used to directly absorb and practice. The value is naturally high, and in the deep sea civilization, except for foreign trade and giant companies that use source coins. The rest use self-printed deep sea coins, and the exchange rate with one source coin is about 10,000 to 1. And the official promise of the deep sea civilization is that in all its banks, deep sea coins can be directly exchanged for source crystals. Otherwise, deep sea coins will not be recognized at all. And such a source crystal can be divided into at least 6 or 7 source coins. For this sea clan woman, it is several years of income. Actually, I am a poor guy, and I just make some change. Fong Xing stood in the colorful bubble, looking at the buildings in the city, thinking secretly. The tip just now was naturally made by him, and compared with the source power he consumes every day, it is a drop in the bucket. The creator Laos died in my hands. He still has some inheritance, so I can just sell a few miscellaneous items and exchange them for a large amount of source power crystals. As long as there are enough source power crystals, I can immediately be promoted to the heavenly immortal master realm in less than 3 years. Chapter 498 Star Bank. A junction. The universe seemed to be torn apart, with translucent wounds emerging. The wounds flashed with white light, and there were faint shadows. Looking closer, I found that they were all kinds of evil gods' followers, screaming and wailing, rushing out of the junction. Then, they turned into nothingness. Swoosh! At the edge of the junction, the void flickered, and 2 sea people emerged. One of them had gills on his face, handsome, and 13 colorful scales on his forehead, with rainbow brilliance. The other one was a mermaid, with long golden hair curled up, soft and shiny. Another border appeared. It seems that another great master of the Dharma has fallen, and his kingdom of God in his body has collapsed and merged with this area of the universe. The male seaman sighed. The great master of the Dharma opened up the inner world, the inner universe, the kingdom of God in his body. In fact, they are all the same thing. All the world in the body. But this kind of world has its shortcomings. It cannot form an independent universe, and must be attached to the real universe. Once a strong person dies, the internal kingdom of God will also collapse, and then form a border area in the fusion with the real universe. Some lucky creatures will escape and form terrible disasters. For example, the disaster that the Daxia planet once encountered came from the inner universe of the Yuanyan Palace Master. Of course, this is a disaster, but also an opportunity. Maybe the inheritance of the powerful master of the Dharma realm is hidden in it. Therefore, it will also attract some strong people. Most of the creator's inner universe collapsed, and the border area appeared in the area controlled by the Sea Clan. Naturally, the strong people of the Sea Clan came. The mermaid raised her hand, and a colorful bubble appeared, encircling a meat ball with countless human hands and feet. The eyes on the meat ball suddenly opened, and the evil and crazy mental shock emerged. The mermaid had no feeling about it. She just watched the colorful bubbles fly out of the border area, and the evil god's followers turned into nothingness. Then she said, "The law of illusion. These creations are all illusions. So they will turn into nothingness once they enter the real universe. This is a good thing, which means that they cannot cause a disaster to the nearby star field. And we can breathe a sigh of relief. There are not many great powers who have achieved the realm of the Master of Illusion. We can try to find out. Maybe we can know the other party's identity, and then get some benefits." The male of the Sea Clan said in a deep voice. "Hee. I don't know how many thousands of such great powers of the Master of Illusion I have received. It is unlikely that they will leave behind inheritance and treasures." The mermaid flicked her tail, and the universe was like the surface of the water, allowing her to flutter into it and disappear. It was actually teleportation. The male of the Sea Clan also sighed and turned away. Before leaving, he glanced and saw another space fortress rushing out of the border area. On the fortress, there seemed to be blue star characters engraved, marked as the 7th Fleet of Space. Its entire body is silvery white and smooth, with a sense of sci-fi and mechanical beauty, and there are guard mechas around it. But after entering the universe, it also turned into nothingness, leaving no trace. The technology and creation are also average, at most developed to the level of medium civilization. The Sea Clan male shook his head. His body turned into a blue stream of light, and also disappeared. At the same time, Starry Sky Bank. This bank is not opened by the Sea Clan, but by the top civilization of the universe, the Starry Sky Civilization, and has branches in most star regions of the universe. There is one on Green Mercury, which is a pleasant surprise. Not long after, Fong Xing completed the formalities and walked out of the Starry Sky Bank. This Starry Sky Bank is too slow. It's just a consignment of a few sundries. It also said that the local inventory of source crystals is insufficient and needs to be transferred from an alien planet. It will take a month. Fong Xing was a little speechless, but he also knew that this was normal. I need too many source crystals. If something goes wrong, even if I destroy Green Mercury, it won't be enough to compensate. This is not a bunch of numbers in the account, but the actual extraction of source crystals. By then, I'm afraid there will be 12th level neutron star guards, and even the great masters of the Dharma Master realm will pay attention. Although I haven't broken through yet, I have at least reached the black hole level with the power of a complete law. Although some O's were made by Liang, I have taken the benefits and should prepare them. After all, the way of cause and effect is extremely mysterious. Even if Fong Xing relies on the golden finger to deceive the cause and effect, he can't deceive himself. No one knows whether such a cause and effect line will appear when transcending. Fortunately, it's not troublesome. Just a few small things. The first one is the cause and effect of Yuanzhong Temple, which requires killing the enemy of Grey Robe Marquis, Blood Yuan Mountain Lord. The second one is the cause and effect of Yuanyan Palace, which is even simpler. Just help a Yuanyan beast once. As for resurrecting Grey Robe Marquis, I don't have enough strength, so I won't consider it at all. And it won't cause any psychological obstacles to me. Well, if I help Hui Ho get revenge, Yuanzhong Temple will naturally belong to me. There's nothing to say about this. I should go and find out the news about the Xia planet. Thinking of this, he looked at the female Sea Clan who followed him. Is there any convenient place to find out the news nearby? The female Sea Clan accepted his benefit and now considered wholeheartedly, in our city. It is in Bozhai. It is said that it has a big background and has special channels to contact every place of deep-sea civilization. The communication speed is very fast. At the same time, it does all kinds of intelligence and goods trading industries, which is, some of them involve gray. This is a black market businessman, and it is easy for black to eat black. It's okay. Take me. Fong Xing waved his hand indifferently, and let the female Sea clan control the colorful bubble and take him to a white shell-shaped building. As usual, he asked the other party to wait outside, and he walked in directly. Dear guest, how can I serve you? As soon as Fong Xing walked in, he saw a female seaman coming to greet him. Although every scale of the other party was lifelike, he knew that it was a puppet robot. A puppet with the strength of the 10th realm? He glanced at it, and his mind moved. Sure enough, the deep-sea civilization is far superior to the Blue Star Federation civilization. It can even easily create puppets of this level and use them to welcome guests. I need to sell a piece of sundries and acquire some information, Fong Xing said calmly. Please follow me. The female seaman immediately took Fong Xing into a giant pearl. When the pearl closed, no sound came from the outside world. This is a special secret room. Now only I am trading with you. Everything I say is under the highest intelligent monitoring of Zinbazhai. The face of the female seaman suddenly became rigid. Excuse me, guest. What are you going to sell? This? Fong Xing raised his hand and released a gray fruit. In fact, he sells more sundries at the Star Bank. And here he only plans to sell small things as pocket money. A bright blue light flashed in the eyes of the female Sea clan. Sweeping across the gray fruit, a large amount of data flowed. As if making a comparison, the guess you are going to sell is a gray source fruit. Mature, well preserved, estimated at about 700 million source coins. That is, 7 trillion deep sea coins. The female Sea clan puppet paused when she said this, due to the large transaction amount. The authority has been upgraded. The guest can be a 9 scales level customer of my treasure house. In the background, a piece of information has been passed to the real owner of the treasure house. Fong Xing even felt that a higher intelligence temporarily took over the authority of the female Sea clan puppet and negotiated with him. Dear 9 scales level guest, according to the rules of this house, the handling fee for selling items is 10%, and the final offer is 6.3 trillion deep sea coins. What do you think? The puppet Sea clan female spoke, her voice solemn. Okay, but I don't want deep sea coins. Change them all to source power coins. I know you don't have that much reserves here, so no need for cash. Just transfer the money to me, Fong Xing said casually. The account was naturally opened at Star Bank. The real universe is vast, and there are many interstellar wanderers, so the identity checks are not strict. Source power coins? The female Sea tribe puppet hesitated. Deep in the treasure house, a young man from the Sea clan with 10 scales on his forehead was staring at the figure on the screen. Source power coins? You actually want source power coins? You are obviously a Sea clan, so deep sea coins are not good? Besides, the official exchange rate between source power coins and deep sea coins has long changed in the black market. He wanted to refuse the transaction, but he was a little unwilling. The gray source fruit is also very important. It is related to whether I can make further progress. Fortunately, I can accept the transfer and temporarily borrow a sum of money. If I only want cash, there are not many people in the entire Green Water Star who can take it out. This Sea clan is very unfamiliar. The young man from the Sea clan looked at Fong Xing image. His hands operated quickly, but there was a gleam in his eyes. Ding! Your account has received 630 million source power coins. Fong Xing glanced at his Starry Sky Bank card, nodded, and handed the gray source fruit to the female puppet of the Sea clan opposite him. Happy transaction. By the way, I want to buy some information. Please go ahead. VIP. The female Sea clan smiled sweetly, looking more respectful than before. I want to buy information about the Yuanyan Beast clan, and the information about the Yuanyan Beast that can be obtained recently. Fong Xing crossed his fingers and spoke. He did not mention the Daxia planet. After all, it was only a quasi-universe elementary civilization. It would be very strange for a Sea clan member to check the information of that civilization, and it would be more likely to attract some unnecessary attention. But there was no such concern for the Yuanyan Beast. The Yuanyan Beast is a lineage of cosmic monsters, with extremely strong talents, suitable for being cultivated as a pet or clone. The female Sea clan immediately sent a piece of information. After a simple search, he directly said, 297 universe days later, at the Blue Star 10,000 races auction, there will be a Yuanyan Beast slave auctioned. It is still a cub, and has just been promoted to satellite level. No matter what means are used, it is quite suitable. Chapter 499 Investigation. The Sea Clan can even degrade its own people into slaves, let alone outsiders, or alien creatures. Azure Star? Fong Xing knew that this was an extremely important planet in the Deep Blue civilization, and trade was extremely prosperous. On a planet heavily guarded by advanced civilizations in the universe, most powerful people in the realm of the Lord of the Law would give face, and would not easily cause trouble. I just accepted a little benefit from the Yuanyan Palace Master and promised to help a Yuanyan beast. It would be enough to auction that beast off and release it. Fong Xing thought casually. That Book 9 Source Star body forging secret art was quite helpful to him. At least if it wasn't there, the Black Dragon body would have difficulty in the Qingyuan realm. Okay. Finally. Give me 10 anonymous net scales. He stood up and said, net scales are terminals like scales that can be connected to the Sea Clan network. Some people with extremely high authority can also achieve instant face-to-face communication like in the virtual universe. This is very simple. Just treat it as a gift from the treasure house to the distinguished guest. The female Sea Tribe puppet immediately stood up to see him off, folded her hands, placed them on her lower abdomen, and performed an ancient etiquette. Fong Xing walked out of the treasure house and entered the colorful bubble. Let's go. Go to my villa. I need to have a good rest for a few days. At the same time, in the deepest part of the treasure house, the young Sea Tribe man who had been staring at the screen before had a cold expression and clicked on a certain screen. Moi. I want to know everything about that Sea Tribe. On the screen, a figure shrouded in darkness saluted respectfully. The young Sea Tribe man lowered his head again, looking at the gray source fruit in front of him. And a trace of eagerness appeared on his face again. Gray source fruit. After swallowing it, I can break through to become a red giant star. And my status in the family can also be further improved. This Sea Tribe is called Geely Dylan, belonging to the Dylan family. The Dylan family is also a well-known noble family in the sea race, with many descendants and a great master of the realm of the law. From the fact that he was exiled to Greenwater Star, it can be seen that his status is not high. In such a large sea family, strength is the basis of speaking. Originally, Geely only had a star-level cultivation, which was not worth mentioning at all. But if he was promoted to the red giant level, it would be different. At least, he could be a small middle-level member of the family. If he was promoted to the neutron star level, he could be responsible for a certain aspect of the business. If he was a great master of the level of the celestial fairy, even if he wanted to be the head of the family, it would only take a word. But when he cultivated to that level, he might not think much of the Dylan family. He didn't know that this gray source fruit was actually equivalent to the snack of the creator Laos. And it was also garbage that Fong Xing didn't think much of. So he directly took action to exchange for some pocket money. Geely swallowed the fruit in one gulp, feeling the transformation of the natal star in the star palace in his body. A hint of joy appeared on his face, and then a hint of pain. In order to eat this fruit smoothly, he borrowed a lot of money, and he had to pay the interest. Even those who borrowed money were powerful characters. Even if he became a senior member of the Dylan family, there was no possibility of defaulting on the debt. Hello? Is that Alina? Sell the Star Blue spaceship I bought before. Yes. Sell it directly. And the batch of Sabai crystals. Sell it as soon as possible. He made calls repeatedly, sold everything he could sell, and paid off several loans and interests. He couldn't help but let out a long breath. The interest calculated by minute is too bad. The remaining few are okay, calculated by day, and can be paid slowly. This is interstellar trading. Every second may create countless rich people, but it may also make people fall into the abyss. Ding! At this time, Moi's report was also sent. Geely became interested and read a few lines. Strange Sea Tribe. No entry and exit records. That is, they cross the universe by themselves? There are only consumption records. It's not simple. Those who can take out the gray source fruit must be at least red giants, and don't need this kind of fruit. Now it seems that even a neutron star can come across the universe. Geely Dylan let out a long breath. Moi. Don't move for the time being. After giving the order, he touched the extra colorful scale on his forehead and thought to himself, 5 scales. Are they just disguises? If that's the case, I be finished if I provoke such a strong man. What's more, Maizen Bozhai still needs credibility. I can't cheat anyone who comes. Otherwise no one will like to do business with me. Oh. It's so difficult. I rely on my family, and it's the same. How did those interstellar wanderers improve? His back was a little bent. Like a cow or a horse with a mortgage. Now that my strength has improved, I must notify my family immediately and improve my treatment. Otherwise the interest alone will crush me. In the rented villa, the sea people's aesthetics are a bit abnormal. The villa is full of various coral trees as tall as a person, as well as shells, conchs, and fist-sized pearl lighting. If an uninformed person suddenly came to the villa, he might think he was in the Dragon Palace. Fong Xing lay on the shell-shaped sofa and immediately felt a stream of water rising up and surrounding his body, as if massaging, but his clothes were not wet at all. This is a good enjoyment. The villa is also quite clean. After sweeping around with the power of will, he took out an anonymous web scale and laid down to surf the internet. I don't need to find any confidential information. I'm looking for public information. For example, this famous powers in the universe is very good. And Cosmic Civilization Atlas? Violet Star Region Martial Arts Competition Clip. Fong Xing eyes lit up slightly. The last time he possessed Liang, Daxia planet was not connected to the universe's network. So naturally, there was no such knowledge. In the vast universe, there are only 3 peak civilizations: the Starry Sky Civilization, the Zerg Civilization, and the Alien Bee Civilization. Among them, only the Starry Sky Civilization is dominated by us humans. Not to mention the Zerg, and the Alien Bee Civilization is dominated by pure energy life and unique cosmic beasts. In addition, there are many advanced civilizations, 752 in total. The rest of the intermediate and elementary civilizations are like sand, countless, and they rise and fall in a spiral every day, at the edge of the expanding universe. I don't know how many new civilizations are born, and how many old civilizations are destroyed. Fong Xing read 10 lines at a glance, and he didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, got it. His expression changed, and he looked at a list. Starry Sky Civilization Wanted List? The people on the list are either notorious criminals or interstellar pirates. Each of them is a big shot in the real universe. Number 97. Leos Jones D. Ficnato. The crime is that he robbed and killed officials of the Star Civilization many times. With this, and searching for detailed information, everything about the creator appeared in front of Fong Xing. Sure enough, those who can become great masters of the Dharma realm have a wonderful life. Especially, the Great Xia universe is not like the Qingyuan realm. The lifespan of the powerful masters of the Star realm is very long, even comparable to that of the planets. It is impossible for the Yuanshan overlords of the Qingyuan realm to have a lifespan of only 10,000 years. The Dharma realm is also immortal. There is only an accidental death, and there is no reason for the lifespan to run out. This Leos was born in the human race, and is an interstellar wanderer. To put it bluntly, he is a lone ranger, a lone wolf, with no background and no friends. But he has good talent and has obtained several inheritances. So he has been practicing all the way up. But when he was fighting for a treasure, he accidentally killed a prince of the Starry Sky Civilization. Although the prince of the Starry Sky Civilization has to be counted by tens of thousands, it at least represents face. As a result, not only did he not get the treasure in the end, but he was also wanted by the Starry Sky Civilization. But this person is also tenacious, and he actually broke through the realm of the Master of Law during the pursuit, and later retaliated against the Starry Sky Civilization several times, causing his ranking to rise all the way. The Starry Sky Civilization is the pinnacle civilization. If it is really confronted, the Master of Law will die. But Leos is not stupid. How could he take the initiative to collide with it? Or only pick the strong? He only picks the weak. And if he misses, he will immediately fly away. He even suspected that he had received help from some external forces, and his cultivation level had advanced by leaps and bounds. And he finally reached the peak of the Dharma Master realm. And then he closed himself off to break through. Fong Xing knew everything. The forces that helped Leos should be the forces that hate the Starry Sky Civilization, suspected to be the Zerg Civilization, the Alien Bee Civilization, or some advanced civilizations within the human race. Although there is competition among the 3 peak civilizations, the internal competition is actually more intense. Humans are very good at drawing circles. Some of the friendships between different human civilizations are long-lasting, while others are blood feuds. Fong Xing touched his chin and fell into deep thought, but they obviously didn't help too much. At least the secret method used by Leos had some serious sequelae, and he eventually killed himself. There should be Down Master Realm in the peak civilization. But Laos obviously didn't get too good guidance. After all, he was just an outsider. A chess piece. That's not the case. As an interstellar wanderer, he cultivated to the power of the Dharma Master and reached the peak, almost breaking through the Down Master Realm. It was enough to make countless people envious. Fong Xing nodded and wrote down the information about Laos. As for the Great Xia civilization, I really can't find it. Fong Xing estimated that he would have to wait until he went to the Azure Star, bought a higher level of net scale, and screened it with artificial intelligence through Xiaolan. And maybe he could find some clues from the vast amount of information. As for now, let's take a look at the online games of the Sea Clan first, and then investigate the entertainment industry of the Sea Clan. I practice for enjoyment, not to become a stone that can only practice. Fong Xing immediately entered the game interface, and his eyes lit up slightly. Are the games of the Sea Clan quite innovative? Practicing to have power is just to be able to do whatever you want. Now that the external threat Laos has been eliminated, it is natural to relax a little. Chapter 507. Time passed quickly as Fong Xing indulged in fun. Before he knew it, it was a month later. Fong Xing walked out of the villa, took a bubble, and came to a sea far away from Mona's city. Just as he left, a secret communication had arrived at a rental house. Moy, who was hiding in the dark, saw the scene and immediately sent a message to Geely Dillon. And then, there was no more. After all, the young master did not let him continue to monitor. But the other party rented a flying bubble. If you go to the backstage of the car rental company, you can still get the relevant data. Moy thought to himself. As a great noble of the deep sea civilization, the Dillon family still has this face. Even if it is an ordinary member, the young master is smart. He should also think of it. I won't remind you anymore. It's also difficult for people like them to do things. If the person being followed is really a terrifying strongman, then his life will be gone. As long as they are not implanted with a chip or directly enslaved by the soul, their loyalty is limited. What's more, Moy's loyal subjects are the Dillon family. So Geely Dillon has to wait in the back. The sea surface is as smooth as a mirror. Fong Xing stood on the colorful bubbles, waiting quietly. Not long after, a blue spaceship passed through the atmosphere directly, like a space fortress, with a majestic feeling of oppression, and fell down. Ding! A ray of light swept across Fong Xing, and the spaceship's intelligent brain confirmed. The coordinates are correct. The person is correct. The bank card is correct. The transaction is in progress. Clang! The hatch opened and two people in Star Bank uniforms landed. They looked stern, like robots. With a meticulous temperament, Mr. Fong Xing. We are the escort members of Star Bank. Zikong. Langxi. You can confirm it through the official website of Star Bank. Fong Xing nodded, took out the bank card to operate. I confirm the identities of the two. In his heart, there was a little surprise. 2 neutron star bodyguards? Not bad. Then please check. This is the source crystal you need. Zikong took out a safe briefcase, and Langxi next to him entered the password. After opening it, a silver-white ring was seen inside. Fong Xing entered it with a trace of will, and saw a mountain of source crystals, which would take him about 1 or 2 years to absorb. For other neutron star-level masters, this is enough wealth to make them fight for their lives. Unfortunately, it can only save 2 years of effort. It's not that I don't want to buy more, but Laos's legacy is limited, and the style of several of his personal items is too strong. If the source is traced, it will be difficult to explain. Besides, I can't make too many moves in one place. When I arrive at the Azure Star, I can make a few more transactions in a different way, and it should be enough. Fong Xing nodded and handed over a boxing glove. This is also a space item, which contains most of Laos's groceries. However, Fong Xing didn't take out any of the treasures he had. After all, this kind of treasure is not only extremely valuable, but the key is that it is easy to sell. But it is very difficult to buy it back. The goods have been inspected. Everything is normal. Zikong handed the boxing glove to Lan Xie in a businesslike manner and asked him to check it again. After Lan Xie confirmed that there was no problem, he nodded, with a look of relief on his face. Then, after the transaction, wait! Zikong looked up suddenly. There is a satellite tracking our transaction. Is it Mr. Fong Xing people? Fong Xing shook his head. No. He naturally knew that someone was following him, but because he didn't offend too much, He endured it, and asked the people from Star Bank to find out. Immediately track and counterattack. Start Level 1 Plan. Deep Battle Preparation. A series of orders were issued. And soon, the entire Green Mercury seemed to be under Zikong's control. Someone has been following you through the car rental company. Zikong nodded. I have hacked into the other party's server. This is the other party's image. During the transaction, our Starry Sky Bank will do its best to protect the safety and privacy of customers. He pressed his wrist, and a handsome sea creature was staring at the camera with a panicked look on his face. No. Geely Dillon, the 99,841st heir of the 23,981st generation of the Dillon family. You are spying on our bank's VIP transactions. Lancia said seriously. No. I don't want to. Geely was a little tearful. His damn curiosity. I thought that if I checked through the car rental company, it would definitely be unknown. I didn't expect that it was a VIP transaction of Starry Sky Bank. With the other party's technical strength, he could easily master the highest authority of Green Mercury and expose himself directly. If he offended Starry Sky Bank, even the family would not stand up for him, but would directly hand him over for fear of offending Starry Sky Bank. After all, Star Bank represents Star civilization. He saw the opportunity quickly and apologized to Fang Xing immediately. This distinguished guest. I am really sorry. I am willing to use all my wealth to make amends. Zikong and Langxi both looked at Fang Xing, ready to follow his opinion. Generally speaking, how do you solve this situation? Fang Xing thought for a while and asked. Generally, kill directly. At the very least, expel him from the Dillon family and then judge him. Zikong answered expressionlessly, making Geely tremble. Well, this doesn't have to be the case. Fang Xing thought for a while. I am going to travel, and I just happen to be short of a man. Why not let him be my slave? He did still need a servant. And this Geely seemed quite smart. Slave? Me? Geely opened his mouth wide, and didn't expect that he would fall into the abyss on a whim. But in his heart, he was frantically comforting himself. Yes. I am still too naive. As long as I am a slave, all my property will belong to that adult. Right? No. I must endure. Now that I have not left the family, the Dillon family will not give up on me. And there are those creditors of mine. Forget it. Being chased by those creditors, the fate seems to be similar. After bankruptcy, I will be treated as a slave and sold to the slave market. They will definitely do it. Red Giant level slaves are still worth a lot of deep-sea coins. And deep-sea civilization has never banned slavery. And the situation of bankrupts and losers becoming contract slaves is everywhere. I am willing to be a slave. Geely Dillon lowered his head in grievance. Very good. We will go to you right away and implant a slave collar for you. Lancia soared into the sky. As a neutron star level strongman, he can reach any place on the green water planet in just a few breaths. Slave collar? Geely collapsed to the ground. This was a more terrifying means of control than implanting a brain chip. Second only to direct soul slavery. Even if he changed his body, it would always be worn on his soul and difficult to remove. However, he did not dare to resist at all. He could only tell his family about his experience as quickly as possible. And even tell the truth, not daring to hide anything. After all, this offended the Star Bank. Alas, I hope the family can redeem me from the master. Geely sighed, looked at Lancia who broke through the ceiling and entered, and closed his eyes resignedly. Master. After a while, Fang Xing saw a Sea tribe member with 11 colorful scales on his forehead, respectfully saluting him. Then, the transaction is completed. We are leaving. Zikong and Lancia flew into the spaceship and left the atmosphere in an instant. Fang Xing looked at Geely Dillon and suddenly asked, What's the problem if I take you as a slave? Geely's cheek twitched, and then replied, My family will not trouble the master, because I have offended the Star Bank because of my own humiliation. But there may be a ransom. Although many of my brothers and sisters resent me, I am still a member of the Dillon family after all. It is not good to be someone else's slave outside. Of course, the more convenient way is to directly announce that I am expelled from the family. In addition, there are several high-interest loans I owe, but I still have a little savings. As long as the master allows, I should be able to pay it back by selling all my assets immediately. It's hard to say in a few days. Fang Xing looked at Geely, who was thinking about him wholeheartedly, and nodded. What a good dog. In other words, the enslavement technology of the Star civilization has really reached an astonishing level, and even the red giant level strongmen cannot escape. It is even quite perfect, turning slaves into cattle and horses, who take the initiative to think for their masters and work hard. This is much safer than any brain control chip. Okay, let's do it this way. You sell all your property first, pay off all your debts, and then buy a boat ticket to the Azure Star. Fang Xing nodded. Yes. Geely bowed, then turned into a stream of light and flew away quickly. Fang Xing still stood on the sea, stroking the space ring in his hand. In the ring, an invisible vortex emerged, madly devouring the mountain of source crystals. 10 minutes later, the infinite source crystals were devoured. 1 year. In less than a year, I can break through to the realm of the master. Fang Xing evaluated the progress and nodded with satisfaction. He thought about it again and wiped his forehead. The 5 plum blossom-shaped scales suddenly moved and split into 10 small scales, each shining. Since Geely is the servant, it is a bit strange that the master is willing. Moreover, Azure Star is not comparable to Green Mercury. High-level warriors can be seen everywhere, and 10 scales are just enough. At this time, Geely's communication also came. Master, I have sold Zinbazhai, paid off all debts, and bought a ticket to Azure Star, which is a luxury cabin. So I will take a few servants' rooms. The departure time is in 3 days. Not bad. Fang Xing nodded and felt that it was quite convenient to have such a local servant. Chapter 501 Yuan and Beast. Dylan Star. As the hometown of the Dylan nobles, this entire planet belongs to the family, and has undergone multiple transformations. Even the great masters of the Dharma Lord realm cannot destroy it in a short time. At this time, in a meeting room, several family elders were discussing. Geely Dylan has become a contract slave, and has been officially registered. The assisting party is the Star Bank. In other words, it cannot be changed. I said he was a fool and just expelled him from the family to save face. But we just promoted his family status and expelled him immediately. It seems a bit embarrassing. A family elder expressed his opinion. Some of them were purely discussing the matter, while others had their own purposes. When a family grows large, various factions are inevitable and will compete for power and profit. Well, it is a bit shameful for Geely to become a slave. Let's send someone to buy him back first, and then deal with him separately. A family elder spoke up, seemingly authoritative, and was immediately approved. Let Amor go, as a test. But what if he refuses? We are afraid of the Star Bank, not an interstellar wanderer. I don't think he will refuse the friendship of the Dylan family. Blue Star. Fang Xing didn't know that he had become a topic of conversation among others, and was ready to use himself as a whetstone to test the tribesman named Amor. At this time, he was wearing a decent blue gold-plated high-collar dress and walked out of the space station. Behind him, Geely was carrying 2 suitcases. Like a loyal servant, the surrounding sea tribesmen could not help but make way for him. After all, a servant who can control 11 scales means that he has a strong background and is not easy to mess with. Blue Star. Is there any famous entertainment city? We can stay there. Fang Xing looked at Geely. Going to the entertainment city to eat, drink and have fun is one aspect, and the other aspect is to rely on the mixed dragons and snakes there, so that there can be more channels and a batch of materials. In addition to my own cultivation, the upcoming auction of all races, in addition to the Yuan and Beast, may also have some good things. While thinking, he glared at Geely, the hard-working servant. If the money is not enough, let the Dylan family redeem him. I wonder how much deep blue coin is the face of a big family worth. Tingyu Entertainment City. Fang Xing directly found the most luxurious hotel and stayed there. In addition to absorbing source power every day, he ate, drank and had fun, while Geely was sent out by him to sell some sundries through different channels, so that the source power coins in his account broke through the threshold of 2 billion. This day, a handsome man from the Sea clan with 11 scales on his forehead came to visit. In the outside world, he saw Geely, who was a doorman, and couldn't help but sneer. Geely, you actually became a slave to others, which is a shame for our Dylan family. Huh? Geely snorted coldly and turned his head away. Go, find your master, and tell him that Amor from the Dylan family is here to visit. Amor was somewhat proud, especially when he saw Geely being driven by him. He felt even more comfortable. He looked at Geely's back. his eyes flashing. This time, the family gave me the task, which was actually a test, and I must do it beautifully. By beautiful, it is naturally to use the smallest cost to complete the biggest goal. Not long after, Geely came out. Amor, my master invites you in. Amor walked into the living room. These hotels have undergone space transformation, and each box is a huge area, which can also be adjusted according to customer preferences. Fong Xing directly chose the most common ocean island model. What he saw was sunshine, beach, and blue sea. He sat on a beach chair with a net in his hand, looking like an internet addict. Mr. Fong Xing, I am Amor from the Dillon family, and I came here for Geely's matter. First of all, I must apologize for Geely's behavior. Amor bowed slightly and looked very polite. In any case, this person is a VIP customer of Star Bank and cannot be offended easily. Well, I received your apology. Fong Xing occasionally looked up and replied casually, anything else? If not, don't disturb me playing games. A trace of anger flashed through Amor's heart, but his face showed no trace. It's like this. Our family still wants to redeem Geely, and is willing to pay 1 billion source coins. What do you think? 1 billion. Fong Xing shook his head. Too little. At least 2 billion. Amor's heart moved. In fact, the family can barely accept this price. But he doesn't have much credit. When he thought of this, he straightened his back with a little pride. 1 billion source coins. You will also gain the friendship of the Dillon family. Sorry. Your family friendship is not worth 1 billion in my opinion. Fong Xing shook his head. Geely, show me off. Amor? Let's go! Geely stood in front of Amor with a blank expression. If you want to do it, I will be happy to do it. Humph! Amor's face turned blue and red. And then he turned and left. After leaving the entertainment city, his expression suddenly became ferocious. Damn! A mere space wanderer. Do you really think that Star Bank will support you? Just then, a communication came in. Fluorescent light flashed, and a seaman with 12 scales on his forehead appeared. Amor, is the mission completed? Sorry, Lord Farron. That Fong Xing is really ungrateful. Amor hurriedly reported. Of course, he would not say that he deliberately lowered the price, but instead emphasized Fong Xing's disdain for the Dillon family. Fred actually knew who Amor was, but Fong Xing's attitude was there, which made him secretly angry. Since you don't want to, forget it. Yes. Amor was delighted, knowing that Lord Friend had other intentions. I must secretly find out what Fong Xing was going to do on the Azure Star, and then let him hit a wall. Time flies. The 10,000 Races auction house. Fong Xing took Geely and watched the aircrafts land on the auction house's helipad like a honeycomb. There are many strong people on the Azure Star. He saw several neutron star level masters. That is, 12th realm masters. The 10,000 Races auction house is a big force in the deep sea civilization. It mainly deals in slave trade and usually has a lot of business. And today's 10,000 Races auction mainly auctions some rare and precious products. Of course, the price is higher. Fong Xing took Geely and walked into the magnificent bronze palace gate that was dozens of miles high. As far as the eye could see, there were 2 rows of ecological pipes next to it. Is the inside of each tube an ecological grazing park? Fong Xing came to a tube and saw a continent through the glass-like tube wall. There were groups of armored men, forming an army to kill prey. This is the crustacean, born with armor, and is a good choice for guards. A fluorescent light flashed, and a hot mate explained to Fong Xing, now there is a big sale, and the satellite-level crustacean only costs 100 million deep-sea coins. 100 million deep-sea coins. That is, 10,000 source power coins. Is indeed not expensive. Fong Xing can easily buy thousands of them. But the satellite-level crustaceans are actually martial saints. They are sold here by tribe. I wonder if the total number of martial saints in the entire Blue Star Federation is as many as the number in one ecological cultivation garden here. Will the aliens in these ecological gardens think that this is their hometown, and we outside are the creators? Now that I think about it, it's a good thing that Laos opened up the inner universe with the law of illusion. Otherwise he might have taken the initiative to cultivate the strong in the inner universe, and then sold them in batches. Fong Xing couldn't help but think a lot in an instant. Then, he came to the next ecological tube. This tube contained an atmosphere, with only a white cloud floating alone in the sea of thunder. This is a pure energy life. The White Cloud Clan. It is most suitable for merging with our human race to form a companion life, which can be transformed into armor to block all material attacks and soul attacks. This White Cloud clan has star-level strength, and is sold for 500 billion deep-sea coins. Another projection introduced Fong Xing. Fong Xing nodded and read on. What volcanic life? Marine life? Giant beast life? Zerg slaves? And sea slaves? It's really quite complete. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a gathering of all races. Not long after, he entered the auction hall, sat on a shell-shaped chair, and waited quietly. Flan family elder. That's him. Not far from Fong Xing. 2 sea people also sat in the shell. One of them was Amor. He looked at Fong Xing and his servant, and said respectfully, I monitored Geely's actions, and found that he had booked a place for the auction. So I knew that the 2 of them would definitely come. Not long after, the light around suddenly became dim. A sea person wearing a blue dress slowly rose into the air. Dear guests, welcome to this auction of all races. Then, first let us appreciate the first item. The star ring snake egg. In an instant, a valve opened, and several sea people came out carrying a huge snake egg several meters high. The snake egg gave people the feeling of being full of vitality. Its eggshell was pure white and slightly transparent, and the shadow of the snake could be vaguely seen in it. The star ring snake is a cosmic creature that is naturally compatible with the laws of space. Once it grows up, it will quickly learn the laws of space. It is an excellent target for possession or contracting as a pet. The starting price is 100 million Yuanli coins. Each bid must not be less than 1 million Yuanli coins. In the host's bewitching tone, rounds of bidding began. Fong Xing yawned a little bored. Are they all slaves? Are there only a few other treasures? He waited reluctantly, and finally waited for the host to speak. A Yuanin beast cub. Although the Yuanin beast is not a unique beast, it has a great talent, and has produced a great master of the Dharma Lord realm. However, the Yuanin beast tribe is quite united, and is relatively hostile to foreign races. People who buy this cub need to consider the potential risks. The starting price is 500 million Yuanli coins. Chapter 502 changes. 550 million. 580 million. The Yuanin beast is far more rare than the star ring snake in terms of rarity and growth potential, and the price is rising rapidly. But after all, it is not a unique beast. So when it reaches about 700 million, it can no longer be increased. Fong Xing, half lying comfortably, took a sip of juice, and gave Geely a look. 800 million. Geely immediately stood up and quoted. This rapid price increase method immediately scared many bidders. It's not that there are no source coins, but it's unnecessary. Running a family is not a fight. Once too much is spent here, too much cash flow is drawn, and other industries are affected. It may eventually lead to a decline in the overall income of the family, and the loss is the interests of all family members. The decision maker will definitely be hated and resisted. Flan family elder. Fong Xing target must be the Yuanin beast, Amor said. The friend family elder looked indifferent and nodded. Amor was encouraged and immediately said, 850 million. Ji Li's expression changed and he looked at Fong Xing. Master. Is Amor. Next to him is the patriarch of the Dylan family. Friend. Although his master is very rich, he is definitely not as rich as a large family with advanced civilization. Oh. Revenge? You should increase the price slowly and play with Amor. Fong Xing looked over there and didn't care much about Amor. Instead, he directly sent a message to Fran Patriarch. Fran Patriarch's expression changed immediately. As the patriarch of the Dylan family, he is a neutron star-level strongman. But Fong Xing's message was accompanied by the power of will, which could penetrate the protection of these shells. At least, it was a neutron star-level power. Even better than himself. Such a strong man. What's wrong with Amor? When he thought of this, his eyes looking at Amor were not right. Even he, who was experienced in the world, could immediately guess what happened that day. Although the face and dignity of the Dylan family are very important, it is also important to make friends with a neutron star-level strongman. In the Dasha universe, strength is the passport to everything. Mr. Fong Xing, what do you want? The elder of the Fran family replied immediately, and his tone was much more polite. I am very interested in this Yuanin beast. If the source currency is not enough in the end, I am afraid I can only mortgage the slaves around me and entrust the ones who auction to auction it. Fong Xing laughed. I think 2 billion source currency is still worth it. After all, your Dylan family is not without enemies. This is also the price I gave Amor last time. The enemies of the Dylan family will definitely not let go of such a good opportunity to slap their faces. And they can only accept it if the premium is too high. At the same time, Fong Xing also leaked a piece of information. Sometimes, the two sides may become enemies because of a little communication problem. Why bother? Show your strength and communicate smoothly. Only fools will make enemies with you. What's more, my target is the Yuanyan beast. Raising the price very high. It seems to be a relief. But in fact it is like a fool. 2 billion? The elder of the Fran family immediately glared at Amor. This was clearly within the bottom line given by the family. Why didn't the deal go through last time? Although I know that Amor wants to get things done. It seems that he is incompetent at this moment. Not only incompetent, but also stupid. I am willing to complete the transaction immediately and buy back Geely. Fran quickly gave a reply, and then slapped Amor in the face. Snap! The slap was loud, and Amor was directly sluggish. Fran family elder. Give up the offer immediately. Fran had a blank expression. After you go back, you will be judged by the family for dereliction of duty. Amor was stunned. He didn't know why things turned out like this, but he knew that he seemed to be in trouble. 910 million at a time. Is there a higher offer? If not, this Yuanyan beast cub will belong to this gentleman. The host of the Sea tribe was a little excited. This Yuanyan beast had slightly exceeded his psychological expectation price. Unfortunately, after Amor gave up, Fong Xing was the only one who made an offer. Second time. Third time. It's 1 billion. Suddenly, another voice sounded. Fong Xing heart moved, and he looked to a corner, and saw a figure covered in a black robe, raising his hand lightly. 1.1 billion. Fong Xing chuckled in his heart, and continued to speak. 1.2 billion. 1.3 billion. Now, even those who had given up originally doubted whether this Yuanyan beast was special. 1.5 billion. Fong Xing smiled and made an offer, watching the black-robed man sit back. Obviously, the other party did not have enough source coins. Or, was he going to use other means? 1.5 billion. The Yuanyan beast cub belongs to the gentleman in room 8972. The host of the Sea tribe was a little suspicious, and was ready to have someone give the Yuanyan beast cub another physical examination before the handover. Fong Xing sat back, and waited quietly for the Wanzhou auction to end. Several universe days later, the gate of the Wanzhou auction house. Fong Xing paid the money, and got a crystal ball. The crystal ball was only the size of a fist, and the Yuanyan beast was imprisoned in the crystal ball, with unwilling eyes. Only then did he have the interest to observe it carefully. The Yuanyan beast was pitch black, like a dog or a lion, and had two conch-shaped horns on its head. At this time, it was still roaring at him. It was really wild, he said to himself, looked at Fran who was walking towards him, and said to Geely next to him, Go, you are free. Fong Xing gently stretched out his hand, grabbed Geely, and grabbed a translucent fluorescent ring. Is this a soul collar? Master, how strong are you? Geely couldn't help but widen his eyes. Mr. Fong Xing is such a straightforward person. I hope I can cooperate with you again in the future. The old man of the Fran family laughed and immediately transferred money to Fong Xing, wanting to chat for a few more words. At this moment, a man in black robe came over. Hand over the Yuanyan beast, and I will spare your life. His voice was cold, with crazy killing intent. Are you crazy? This is the Azure Star. How dare you rob in public? The old man of the Fran family shouted immediately. As a member of the Sea clan, he also has to protect the overall interests of the Sea clan. It's okay to leave the Azure Star, but it's too embarrassing to be in front of the Wanzhou auction house. And this Wanzhou auction house is really unpleasant. The black-robed man said softly, and then grabbed forward with his palm. Puff! His palm was wearing a black glove. And 5 black lights appeared at this time, 2 of which grabbed Fong Xing and Fran, and the other 3 rushed towards the Wanzhou auction house. Buzz! In an instant, the tall door of the Wanzhou auction house was directly broken, and the space was shaken, affecting dozens of miles. Boom! In an instant, the original Wanzhou auction house became a ruin, and it was unknown how many sea people were affected. One by one, the ecological tubes broke, and the slaves in them ran out. Some were confused, and some were full of hatred. A white cloud continued to expand and launched indiscriminate attacks on people nearby. The scene was in chaos. Puff! The chest of the Friend family elder flashed with light, and a beautifully shaped armor emerged. But the armor was broken into pieces in an instant, and a deep wound that could be seen to the bone emerged. The whole person flew back several miles and crashed into a building. With one strike. No. A few points of one strike. I'm already seriously injured? The elder of the Friend family could hardly move, and Amor was reduced to ashes in the aftermath of the battle. A strong fear appeared on his face. A great master of the realm of magic? No! How could a great master of the realm of magic not cause the highest defense mechanism of the Azure Star to react? I understand. He is a black hole level. A black hole level that is even rarer than a great master of the realm of magic. Huh? At this time, the black-clothed man who seemed to be a black hole level was looking at Feng Xing. Not only was Feng Xing safe and sound, but even Ji Li, who was looking horrified next to him, was not affected much because he was close to Feng Xing. The black light turned into nothingness before it got close to Feng Xing. Illusionary law? 2 scarlet spots under the black-robed man's cloak burned fiercely. Take another move from me. Bear. A layer of invisible flame burned fiercely, carrying a certain will attack, ignoring any defense, and fell on Feng Xing's sea of consciousness. Then nothing happened. The great sun furnace moved slightly, and absorbed all the invisible flames. The will attack is good. It seems that your inheritance is very good. Feng Xing nodded approvingly. Since you have made a move, then take my palm. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm. This move was ordinary. But the man in black suddenly felt that the world around him became illusory, and only that palm became real. Even he himself became extremely small, and that palm continued to expand. Expand? Like a huge mountain. Xianwu Ichi great handprint. Boom! Feng Xing casually slapped it, as if slapping a fly, and slapped the black-robed man dozens of miles away. Bang! Above the ground, an extremely deep palm print appeared, which was so deep that it seemed to reach the core of the star. Whoosh! A black light flew out, revealing the figure of the black-robed man. You are also at the black hole level? But why? We are so far apart. The breath on his body became weak, and he was obviously seriously injured. There is also a gap between black hole levels. Feng Xing calmly withdrew his hand. Just like the Yuanshan overlords of the Qingyuan realm, the worst is only comparable to the first level of the Celestial Immortal, and the strongest can be comparable to the 9th level of the Celestial Immortal. Found the criminal. Kill immediately. At this time, the defense mechanism of the Azure Star also reacted, and a strong man descended. In space, countless energy cannons gathered and aimed at the black-robed man. Bang! The rays emitted by the roaring cannons were so strong that even the master of the law had to temporarily avoid the edge. The black-robed man snorted coldly. Next time, I will definitely win. His figure flashed and disappeared, replaced by a 300-kilometer-long dark and majestic palace. The countless laser rays fell on the walls of the palace, but they could not cause much damage. Its power was amazing, and it could withstand the bombardment and fly all the way out of the Azure Star. Is this Yuanyan Palace? Feng Xing looked at this familiar palace and suddenly realized, it seems that the master of Yuanyan Palace has finally chosen a true successor. Chapter 503 Kuolin and the Black Demon Order. At the moment when the man in black attacked, Feng Xing could basically confirm that the other party was also a Yuanyan beast. After all, the test of the Yuanyan Palace discriminated against all races other than Yuanyan beasts, and he had experienced it deeply. In the end, the one who could pass the real test must be a Yuanyan beast with pure blood. Just because it is a Yuanyan beast, it will try to rescue its own kind. Therefore, his palm just now was still a mercy. Otherwise, if he really used the Great Sun Tathagata palm, or even used the immortal Great Sun celestial body to promote the Great Sun Nirvana, the black-robed man would not be able to leave. Just now, that black-robed man, is he a black hole level strongman? At this time, Elder Fran came to Feng Xing while coughing up blood. Mr. Feng Xing, you can defeat that black-robed man. You are definitely a black hole level strongman. Our Dylan family is proud to have the friendship of Mr. Feng Xing. In his heart, he felt that Amor died well. If he didn't die, he would find an excuse to kill himself after returning to the family. How dare he offend a black hole level strongman? What's wrong with his brain? You know, in the entire Dylan family, Only the ancestor has entered the realm of the great master of the law. Master. Geely was also regretting at this time. Although freedom tastes good, it depends on who you compare with. The status of slaves of the strong in the universe is also very high. If he was still Fang Xing's servant, his status could almost be compared with the patriarch of the Dylan family. The family is really troublesome. Why redeem it for nothing? Even in his heart, he began to blame the family for making him lose the most important opportunity in his life. Unfortunately, now that Fang Xing has the Yuan beast, he really doesn't think much of an ordinary Xi clan. It's the old man of the friend family. I hope you can solve some troubles for me in the follow-up matters here. Fang Xing smiled gently. He was impatient to be asked again. Of course, Mr. Fang Xing. You are a good friend of my Dylan family, and your identity is absolutely correct. This time it's all the fault of that black-robed man. Elder Dylan stood on the deep black palm print that was dozens of miles long, and assured with a righteous face, the descendant of Yuanyan Palace. At night, although the waves of invasion by black hole-level strongmen are still continuing, and may even develop into a tsunami, but the luxury hotel where Fang Xing stayed was still quiet. It must be said that the Dylan family does have some power and ability. He lay on the beach chair, with a smile on his lips. I didn't expect to see familiar things so soon. And, in Yuanyan Palace, there were people from Daxia planet who tried it. As long as we find the relevant records, we can naturally find the coordinates of Daxia planet. At that time, maybe we can revisit the old place. Although the Grey-Robed Marquis is only a neutron star, I can kill him with one breath now. And his enemy, the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord, is only a black hole level. But that Yuanzhong Temple is a good spaceship. A good spaceship is not only a face and style, but also the best fortress in times of danger. Fang Xing has seen its specific function today. After Fang Xing had some fun, the crystal ball appeared in his hand again. He looked at the little beast inside, suddenly smiled, and slightly exerted force with his 5 fingers. Crack! The crystal ball shattered instantly, and the Yuanyan beast cub fell to the ground, roaring and trying to escape. But the next moment, a terrifying pressure broke out. This pressure contained the will of martial arts, making the little beast seem to see a terrifying sun standing above endless time and space, which was difficult to describe in any color. Woo-woo. It couldn't help but whimper, lying on the ground, and tucked its tail. It looked weak, pitiful, and helpless. Who made it just a satellite-level cub of the 8th realm, facing the black hole-level combat power of the 13th realm. A breath of air could indeed kill it thousands of times. Well, you don't have to think about escaping. I will let you go after leaving the Azure Star. Seeing this, Fang Xing couldn't help but smile and said, Are you really willing to let me go? The Yuanyan beast cub spoke, and it was actually a cute girl's voice. Of course, a few 100 million source power coins. How can it compare to my promise back then? Fang Xing smiled and shook his head. However, he showed mercy to the heir of the Yuanyan Palace before. I wonder if it counts as helping the Yuanyan beast once. This kind of thing has always been a matter of free judgment. After all, he has never made a cause and effect oath. But since he decided to release this cub before, he will naturally not break his promise. Unless this cub has a chance to be promoted to the 14th realm of Chaos Dao Lord. Otherwise it is impossible to change his mind. Promise? The cub was confused and thought of something. Before that, you attacked that black-robed man. Oh, do you know that black-robed man? Fang Xing asked curiously. He should have come to rescue you. But he was a little reckless. The deep-sea civilization is an advanced civilization after all, and it is still difficult to overthrow a 13-level combat force. Since they can't overturn the table, they naturally need to follow other people's rules. So Fang Xing auctioned honestly. But he didn't expect that the heir of Yuanyan Palace was so fierce. They started fighting directly after a disagreement. I don't know him, but his breath makes me feel a little familiar. The cub answered hesitantly. Sure enough, the one who can be chosen must be the Yuanyan beast. Fang Xing nodded secretly, and then looked at the Yuanyan beast cub. Now, you follow me first. Well, this appearance is not right. It needs to be changed. Then, under Fang Xing instructions, the cub turned into a palm-sized black-haired puppy. This is good? Fang Xing grabbed the black dog by the back of its neck and picked it up. Seeing the other party whimpering, he couldn't help but feel itchy, and immediately rubbed the dog's head. This is also a bit of his bad taste. A small revenge on the racial discrimination of the Yuanyan Palace spirit back then. A few days later, Fang Xing turned into a stream of light, flew out of the blue star, and came to a deep place in the universe. He looked at the meteors not far away, and suddenly raised his hand. A black puppy flew out and turned into a Yuanyan beast cub. Now, you are free. With the special nature of your Yuanyan beast, even the cubs can survive in the harsh environment of the universe. Fang Xing said casually. Of course. The Yuanyan beast cub nodded, and immediately turned into a stream of light, flying into the depths of the universe. It seemed to be afraid that Fang Xing would regret it if it was a second slower. However, after flying a distance, it looked back at Fang Xing again, and finally said nothing, and its breath quickly disappeared. Fang Xing silently watched the other party leave. Feeling relieved, it can be regarded as completing a cause and effect. Next, it's the Blood Yuan Mountain Master. As a black hole level master with a combat power of the 13th realm, the information of the Blood Yuan Mountain Master is not a secret. In other words, the recognition of black hole level existence is higher, and more information is left in the universe. The Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain is a black hole level existence of the advanced civilization Blood Prison Civilization. He controls a treasure Blood Yuan Mountain, which combines the functions of flying, killing enemies, and self-defense. It has infinite uses. It is even possible that the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain has black hole level combat power because he owns Blood Yuan Mountain. But because of this, every time after using Blood Yuan Mountain, a large amount of blood sacrifice is required to replenish the blood of Blood Yuan Mountain. The stronger the blood, the better the effect. Otherwise, it must be supplemented with quantity. Such a person has countless blood on his hands, and there is no burden to kill him. However, the distance between deep sea civilization and blood prison civilization is still quite far, and the cosmic route should be planned well. Fang Xing pondered for a while. At this level, the range of his teleportation technique has expanded again, but facing the distance of hundreds of millions of light years in the Great Xia universe, he is still unable to do it. The best way to move is still to rely on those wormholes to shrink the infinite distance in an instant. Besides, for the sake of comfort, it is better to take a spaceship. Flying and teleporting are naturally used in fighting and escaping. Just buy a spaceship for fun. After a while, you can break through the 13th realm of the Master. The black hole level only has the combat power of the Master, not the real 13th realm. Just as Fang Xing was thinking, his expression suddenly moved. A dark palace emerged from the depths of the universe and quickly approached him. Is it him? Fang Xing looked at the Yuanyan Palace with interest. Not long after, a person flew out of the Yuanyan Palace. He was dressed in black, with a pale face and two small black horns like conch on his head. It was the black-robed man before. At this time, in his arms, he was still holding the Yuanyan beast cub. What? After losing to me? Do you want to challenge me again? Fang Xing sneered. If you hadn't let me go last time, I wouldn't have been able to leave. The black-clothed youth had a cold look on his face, but when he looked at the Yuanyan beast cub in his arms, there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. I sneaked into the Azure Star just for this little guy. So? Fang Xing asked with interest. I, Kuolin, had never owed anyone anything in my life. Kuolin's face was full of coldness and arrogance. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a black meteor flew over, which was gently held in Fang Xing's hand. Only after a closer look did he realize that it was a black token with some inexplicable aura. This is the certificate token of the Black Demon Palace in the secret realm of the universe. Only the Star Lord realm can enter here. There are many benefits inside. The cold voice of the black-clothed youth Kuolin came. I give it to you, and we be even. Black Demon Palace? Fang Xing was thoughtful, and immediately began to investigate relevant information. Oh, it's really a good treasure land. It seems that there is a Taoist master inheritance, and, for black hole level beings like us, the danger is really not great. It is a very generous reward. Black hole level beings are the combat power of the 13th realm of the Master of the Law. But the realm is still below the 13th realm of the Star Master, which is equivalent to a bug. It's worth going. Even if my body doesn't need inheritance, the immortal clone still needs it. Fang Xing couldn't help but think. Even the inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor book can only reach the 13th realm of the immortal Master of the Law. As for how to be promoted to the 14th realm of the Chaos Master, or even above the Taoist Master, there is definitely no such thing. It's good to collect one or two here in the great Xia universe. And, after the immortal clone ascends to the true immortal realm, it can also search for inheritance. At that time, the specific practice of what kind of skills can be compared. Fang Xing is not entangled. If the true immortal realm has a better inheritance, then practice the true immortal inheritance. Seeing Kuei-Lan was about to leave, he quickly said, "Thank you, Black Magic Order. But I have something else to ask you." Chapter 504 Black Demon Palace. "Oh, what's the matter?" Kuei-Lan raised his eyebrows, looking very defiant. "I want a coordinate. That person has fallen into Yuanyan Palace." Fang Xing flicked his hand, and a phantom appeared. It was the image of Lin Qianzhu, Liang follower. At the beginning, this little brother followed him into Yuanyan Palace, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive now. Kuei-Lan was silent for a while, as if communicating with the spirit of Yuanyan Palace, and then shook his head. "This person has passed the test and is considered a registered disciple of Master. I can't disclose his information." Fang Xing frowned slightly. "I won't harm this person. I believe this. But it's not a good thing for an ant to attract the attention of a dragon," Kuei-Lan said. After speaking, without waiting for Fang Xing to speak, he actually escaped directly into Yuanyan Palace and disappeared. TSK. He is a kind and righteous guy," Fang Xing commented. For other cosmic wanderers, using a cosmic coordinate to gain the favor of a master is definitely a sure win. But Kuei-Lan refused, obviously wanting to protect the lineage of the Xia planet. Of course, it is not friendly to humans, but out of protecting the lineage of Yuanyan Palace, which is its responsibility. If you can gain the favor of a strong man by sacrificing a registered disciple at will, you should not do it. Compared with those who casually kill their lackeys in exchange for a little benefit, their character is much nobler. Forget it. Don't say it. There will always be a chance in the future. Fang Xing shook his head, turned around and disappeared in the universe. Inside Yuanyan Palace, streams of light converged and turned into the spirit of the old man with black horns. "Kuei-Lan, you chose to protect the disciple of the palace master, which is of course a good intention. But in terms of the entire universe, it is a bit of a loss. That person is very strong. I even doubt that he can compete with the strong in the realm of the Master of Law." Old Black. Kuei-Lan was very respectful to the old man with black horns. "Since I have become the new master of Yuanyan Palace, I must take on some responsibilities. Even if I gain a terrible enemy for it, that is my whetstone. And one day, I will defeat him. Well, if you want to become a strong man, such an indomitable spirit is the most basic." The old man with black horns nodded, still quite satisfied, and then scratched his head again. "That person gave me a strange feeling. He seemed to be very familiar with Yuanyan Palace, but I am sure I have never seen him." He grabbed a stone slab with his hand. "Everyone who has entered the Yuanyan Palace will leave a soul breath on this stone slab. This person is definitely not there. The person he is looking for is called Lin Qianzhu. After passing the test and becoming a registered disciple, he chose a fire inheritance and left. As for the coordinates, it is in the Ophiuchus galaxy. For a strong man to be so concerned, the planet he is on may have some secrets. After the Black Demon Palace is over, we can go and see it," Kuei-Lan said. "I will start to prepare. Please take care of that little guy. Mr. Hay, don't worry. They are all Yuanyan beasts. I will give it the best training." The old man with black horns looked at the cub, and a rare warmth appeared on his face. The Black Demon Palace is really magical. At the same time, on an ordinary planet of the Sea Clan, Fang Xing was holding a net scale and checking the introduction of the Black Demon Palace secret realm. Since it was all popular information, there was no secret, and it was good to know something. The Black Demon Palace is similar to a cosmic wonder. It appears every once in a while and spreads the Black Demon Order. When the Black Demon Palace is opened, the consciousness of those holding the Black Demon Order will enter the real Black Demon Palace. Is it actually a virtual space? Because of this, the best things in the Black Demon Palace are all kinds of inheritance. But there are also examples of physical objects being brought out. From this point alone, we know that the Black Demon Palace may not only be a Taoist Master level relic of the 14th realm, but also a relic of the eternal 15th realm. At this moment, Fang Xing's body shook violently. In the Star Palace, the neutron star suddenly moved, and the surrounding area was full of fog formed by the crystallization of source power. "I have absorbed enough source power. And now I can break through to become a 13th realm celestial master. But if I do this, I will definitely lose the opportunity to enter the Black Demon Palace. It is better to wait until after the Black Demon Palace to break through. Fang Xing smiled slightly, suppressed this restlessness, and continued to eat, drink and have fun. A few months later, Fang Xing, who was chewing a steak taller than a person, was startled. Finally, "Are you here?" He immediately teleported to outer space, inside a floating meteorite. He had already prepared a place for retreat, with all kinds of defensive formations in place. At this time, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, holding the black magic order in both hands. Buzz! The next moment, an inexplicable suction force emerged. A wisp of his consciousness immediately passed through the black magic order and came to a secret place in the universe. Is this place virtual or real? A body suddenly appeared in the void. Fang Xing clenched his fists and curled his lips again. I haven't felt such a weak body for a long time. Satellite level source power? Or the ordinary satellite level? It seems that in the Black Magic Palace, everyone's physical fitness is about the same, and they can only compete with combat literacy and law perception. This is bad news for those who rely entirely on the strength of the physical body, such as the former Black Dragon clone, who is afraid of being blind when he comes. But for Fang Xing, he is a person who has fully comprehended the true self-law, and other laws have also reached a very deep level. Naturally, he is not afraid of this, but it is a great benefit. He looked up and saw an extremely deep and dark palace. The palace gate alone is hundreds of miles high. Black Demon Palace. Fang Xing looked around and didn't see anyone else, which showed that there was more than one gate. He flew directly into the palace, and then he felt dizzy and came to a strange space. Trialists need to pass through the 3 Black Demon Palaces to get Black Demon Points rewards. The more levels you pass, the higher the Black Demon Points, and the better the rewards you can exchange. In an instant, a piece of information fell into Fang Xing's sea of consciousness. So this is what the Black Demon Palace is like? Fang Xing's heart moved. There is no information about the experience in the Black Demon Palace on the Sea Clan network. It should be confidential and hidden. At this time, he looked forward and saw a puppet covered with black scales. It barely had a human shape, with bloodshot eyes, and was waving 2 hammers to kill. During the attack, the 2 hammers seemed to have some mystery, with amazing gravitational explosion, to make oneself fall under the hammer and crush into mud. 9-level planetary combat power. Fang Xing nodded and looked over. The black-scaled humanoid puppet suddenly stagnated. And then, starting with the 2 hammers, it continued to become illusory. Finally, its entire body turned into nothingness, like a dream bubble. The 5th level of the Law of Illusion. The blessing obtained is already extraordinary. Fang Xing nodded and came to the 2nd palace. In the palace, there was also a black-scaled humanoid puppet, but it had 2 heads and 4 arms. When the hammers were swung, it was like 4 dark light curtains, giving people a feeling that they could not escape. 10th realm star-level combat power. Fang Xing nodded, and as usual, just one glance made the puppet stagnate and dissipate. Then he came to the 3rd palace and saw a 3-headed 6-armed puppet. As expected, it was the red giant star-level combat power of the 11th realm. The 6 hammers continued to expand in the opponent's hands, and there were red magma lines on the surface. But Fang Xing still turned it into a dream bubble with one glance. Get through the first 3 levels and get 100 black magic points. A message appeared. Fang Xing sneered and came to the 4th palace. Die! The puppet here still has 3 heads and 6 arms, but its eyes are smart and full of emotions. Boom! It wields the war hammer, and its body is as indestructible as a neutron star. Even Fang Xing glance at nothingness can barely withstand it with its body. But it is a little weaker. Sure enough, the 4th palace is not the same difficulty as the previous 3 levels. Fang Xing raised his hand and pointed. Silver-white lines appeared, turning into a silver-white light arc, passing over the neck of the puppet. In an instant, the neutron star battle body of this puppet was directly cut from the neck, and the huge head fell off. Break through the 4th palace and get 1,000 black magic points. New information emerged, and Fang Xing nodded. Those who can break through the 4th palace should be elites in the neutron star level in terms of law perception. He came to the 5th palace and saw the gatekeeper puppet. This puppet only has 1 head and 2 hands, but it has a sense of awe. When Fang Xing saw it, He felt like he saw his own black dragon clone. Black hole level body refining? Fang Xing sighed, and saw the puppet swinging his fist directly and punching down. Boom! Under this punch, time and space were distorted, with a little taste of time and space fusion. And the space was in chaos wherever it passed. But in the chaos, a round of immortal sun celestial body emerged, completely comprehending the law of the true self. In addition to making oneself and the illusory things become real, you can also allow the outside world to hurt you. As long as you firmly believe that you are real, you can regard the infinite harm from the outside world as illusion. In the illusion, there is only the true self. This is besides me. There is nothing else. Fang Xing made a palm with both hands, and slowly pushed out the great sun to Thagata palm. Under the indescribable color of the sun, the black puppet's black hole level body was melting rapidly. Break through the 5th palace and get 10,000 black magic points. The expected prompt appeared, but Fang Xing's face was solemn. The 5th level is the black hole level. The gatekeeper of the 6th palace is probably a great master of the Dharma Lord realm. I wonder how many levels of the celestial being it is equivalent to. He came to the 6th palace, and then felt the terrible heat. It was a kind of flame that seemed to burn everything. And a dark god of war looked over in the flame. The 4th level of the celestial being. Fang Xing exhaled a long breath. My weak body is probably hard to match. Chapter 505 News. Fang Xing physique is only at the 8th level satellite level after all. It is an extraordinary performance that he can hold on until now. If his original body is still there, he may be able to defeat this black puppet in the flames. But this body can only be said to have reached its limit. I give up. With a thought, he was teleported away directly. The 1st and 9th levels of the Celestial Immortal are equivalent to the early to peak of the Dharma Lord realm. All within the scope of the 13th realm. Only the Celestial Immortal Overlord can barely be considered to have the combat power of the 14th realm. I wonder if I can climb to the Celestial Immortal Overlord realm in the future after my breakthrough. With a little thought, Fang Xing's eyes lit up. As far as the eye can see, there is a huge square. At the end of the square, there is a dark cliff. The cliff is as smooth as a mirror, and there are lines of cosmic text on it. Skills, treasures, other categories. Redemption requires black magic points. Everyone has 3 chances to challenge others. But if the challenge refuses 3 challenges in a row, or loses once, the black magic points will be reset to 0, and they will be directly teleported out of the black magic hall. Is this a way to seize the opponent's black magic points through a duel? Fang Xing looked around and found that there were many figures in the square. Occasionally, the 2 people would meet their eyes, and then disappear at the same time. Not long after, only one person returned to the square, and the fluctuations of his breath seemed extremely violent. Obviously, he had just experienced a fierce battle. Stranger? While thinking, a figure came towards him. It has a human torso, but an octopus head. And its breath is also at the satellite level. This is the fixed template of the Black Magic Hall. Yes. Do you want to challenge me? Fang Xing responded with a smile. No. Strangers may fail. And we starfish never gamble. The octopus head turned and left. Still secretly surprised in his heart, this person doesn't seem simple. Fang Xing walked all the way, and came to the dark cliffs. Here, you can exchange for skills, inheritance, and even treasures with a thought. I now have 11,100 black magic points. I wonder if I can exchange for a better inheritance of the great way of time and space. Fang Xing thought silently. If it is a relic left by a 14th level Tao Lord, then there is a high probability that there is none. Unless the other party happens to walk the great way of time and space. But if it is left by a 15th level eternal existence, it is not easy to say. He communicated with the cliff with his consciousness, and immediately began to search for keywords related to time and space. Soon, the results appeared: the Road of Space and Time, Mo Yun's essays, and Lotus of Space and Time. There are actually 3 inheritances involving the Great Tao of Space and Time. 3 Tao Lord Realm inheritances? If the owner of this Black Demon Palace is not the Tao Lord of Space and Time, then he must be a higher level eternal realm existence. Or even the rumored Transcendent? Fang Xing was shocked at first. And then he determined that the Da Xiao universe was obviously of a very high level. At least, it would not be inferior to the Qingyuan realm in any way. Among them, the Road of Space and Time requires 20,000 black magic points. Mo Yun's essays requires 15,000. But Lotus of Space and Time is the lowest. requiring only 10,000 black magic points. Fang Xing fell into deep thought. Obviously, it is very difficult to obtain a complete Dao Lord Realm inheritance. However, these inheritances can be sold separately, as long as the upper half, or even the first level. The price is quite cheap, even if it is a Daoist Master level inheritance. The first level only needs about 100 points. You can buy them all to comprehend, and then make a decision. Fang Xing made a decision and immediately exchanged the first level of the 3 inheritances and began to comprehend silently. The road of time and space is indeed difficult and obscure, and to fully explain the great Tao of time and space, the first level is quite difficult. You need to fully understand the law of time and then mix in the law of space. Mo Yun's essays mainly use various secret methods to explain the great Tao of time and space. The last lotus of time and space? Huh? It starts directly from the fusion of time and space, emphasizing that my heart is like a lotus seed, and the power of time and space fusion is transformed into a lotus seed in the heart. Every time a lotus petal opens, it means that the degree of comprehension is deeper. When the lotus of time and space is fully bloomed, it means that the great Tao of time and space has been fully understood and can be promoted to the Taoist Master Realm. Fang Xing made a comparison and knew that although the road of time and space is the best, lotus of time and space is the most suitable for him, because he started with the way of time and space fusion, using the power of the black hole, twisting a bit of the laws of time and space, and then turning it into a lotus seed. It can be seamlessly connected. While thinking, Fang Xing suddenly trembled all over. Someone challenged you. Do you want to fight? He opened his eyes and saw Kui Lan. Yes. Fang Xing responded consciously, and immediately disappeared with Kui Lan and came to a secret space. Come on. I want to know. Under the same physical conditions, how big is the gap between you and me? Kui Lan roared. And a phantom of a Yuanyan beast with 2 horns appeared behind him. Secret art 1,000 claws. Claw shadows came like a waterfall. Fang Xing figure suddenly became illusory, as if he was moving around in the void, and he was at ease among these claws. You challenge me? Aren't you afraid that the black magic points on your body will be emptied, and you will be immediately teleported out of the secret realm? Through the previous experience, Fang Xing knew that they had a period of free time, and they could duel, practice, or exchange inheritance to their heart's content, and continue to challenge after becoming stronger. I already have the inheritance, and the road is set. This time I just exchanged some treasures. The black magic points have been consumed to only 1 point. If I lose, I lose. Kui Lan laughed. Fang Xing understood that this was also a small trick. When his own black magic points were almost used up, and he was not afraid of failure, he would go crazy to challenge. Maybe he would win. It's a pity that this Kui Lan was not clear-headed. He obviously had the combat power of a black hole level, but he actually came to challenge himself. If he challenged those powerful neutron stars, he might be able to accumulate some black magic points. In that case, Fang Xing stretched out his palm, as if covering the sky, and wiped out the claws in the sky. It was the heaven-covering hand. After the heaven-covering hand, it was naturally the 5-finger mountain. Boom! Under the mad crush of the 5 mountains. Although Kui Lan tried his best to break 4 of them, he was finally crushed by the 5th mountain and died in a very distinctive way. If you get injured in the Black Demon Palace, the injury will be transmitted to the main body, and you may even die. For example, use the will to attack and completely destroy the opponent's soul. In this way, even if the opponent's main body is still alive, it will only become a vegetable. But this Kui Lan is not bad by nature. Fang Xing certainly won't do such a heavy hand. You defeat the opponent and get 1 black demon point. The prompt of the Black Demon Palace followed, leaving Fang Xing speechless. These inheritors who have a clearer understanding of the Black Demon Palace's information have indeed used all the rules to the extreme, and are particularly good at finding loopholes. Perhaps the Black Demon Palace has no weapon spirits, or doesn't care about this. Fang Xing came to the square again and found that the people around him looked at him with awe. Obviously, this was the sequelae of defeating Kui Lan. Although Kui Lan did not reveal his identity, the previous few battles all showed that he was a tough character, suspected to be a black hole level existence. But such an existence was defeated by Fang Xing. Doesn't it mean that Fang Xing is more difficult to deal with? In this case, no one will challenge me. Should I take the initiative to attack? Fang Xing thought about it, and found that there was not much benefit. After all, he didn't know who still had a large number of black magic points, and the opportunity to challenge was limited. But this time, I got the opportunity unintentionally. Just to take a look, it is enough to obtain the inheritance of the Tao Lord level Spacetime Avenue. Fang Xing came to the cliff and pressed his palm on it. In an instant, 10,000 black magic points were deducted. At the same time, he felt that there was an extra Spacetime Lotus seed in his sea of consciousness, and every mark on it was filled with a part of the inheritance. When fully combined, it is the complete inheritance of time and space Lotus. Sure enough, starting with the way of time and space fusion, this inheritance is extremely suitable for me. Or, my immortal clone? Fang Xing secretly sighed. There are still some black magic points left, which can be exchanged for some small gadgets and secret techniques. Just as Fang Xing was pondering, another figure walked over. The other party had long blood-red hair like a waterfall, and his appearance was slightly feminine. Dear strong man, I am Babel from the Blood Prison Civilization. I wonder if I have the honor to hear your name. I, Fang Yun from the Deep Sea Civilization. Fang Xing casually reported a pseudonym. What? You want to challenge me? No. 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 Babel immediately shook his hands. I am not a black hole level existence. Nor am I the madman before. Are you a Sea Clan strongman from the Deep Sea Civilization? He secretly transmitted, Mr. Fang Yun, if you are willing to clear a person from the Black Demon Hall, or even hurt his soul, I am willing to pay a rare item, or 200 billion source power coins. Sure enough, those who obtain the Black Demon Order belong to different forces, and they might have hatred. It has even become a routine to harm each other. Fang Xing's heart moved, but a playful look appeared on his face, and he replied in the same voice transmission, do you think I will help you? There is no harm in giving it a try, isn't it? Babel smiled and said, what's more, even if Mr. Fang Yun doesn't want to, at least I know you. He is a very good guy. But a neutron star level expert from the Blood Prison Civilization? Fang Xing's heart moved. The Blood Yuan Mountain Master also belongs to the Blood Prison Civilization. What's going on in the Blood Prison Civilization recently? He opened his mouth and chatted casually. Of course, in 3 years, it will be the 100,000th birthday of our great Blood Prison God Emperor. Our civilization is preparing to hold a super large celebration, and many big figures will attend. Babel seemed to be proud to introduce. If you come to celebrate at that time, you will definitely be treated as a VIP. Oh, the birthday of the Blood Prison God Emperor? Fang Xing was thoughtful. There are all kinds of civilizations in the universe, including slavery, and even less so the imperial system. After all, the Great Xia universe is a world that has its own power. This celebration seems to be a good opportunity to take action. Chapter 506, The Master of Law. Inside the meteorite from outer space, Fang Xing, who was sitting cross-legged in the formation, suddenly opened his eyes. Is it the birthday of the Blood Prison God Emperor? In the past, the biggest problem in killing the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord was that he could not find him. Such a strong man wanders in the universe every day, and it is difficult to catch any clues. But on the birthday of the Blood Prison God Emperor, he will definitely return to the Blood Prison Civilization, which means a little chance. Of course, it is definitely an idiotic act to take action directly at the celebration. What I need to do is to establish a cause and effect when the other party shows up at the celebration. Then after the celebration, find his location with the cause and effect secret technique and kill him. Fang Xing made a decision and looked at himself again. Well, the Black Demon Hall is over, and I have gained a Spacetime Avenue inheritance, which is not bad. He originally had the Panwu Grand Ceremony, and the Spacetime Lotus inheritance was originally prepared for the immortal clone. At this time, he had already comprehended the Spacetime Lotus, and the immortal clone could really start practicing. The matter of the Black Demon Palace is over, and it's time to break through the 13th realm. The 13th realm. Completely comprehend a law. In the Great Xia world, it is a great master of the realm of the Master of Law. In the Qingyuan world, it is a strong man in the realm of the Celestial Fairy. In the world of cultivating immortals, it is a true immortal. They are all high and mighty at the top. Now think about it. It has only been 115 years since I traveled to the illusory universe of the Creator, and I have cultivated to such a realm. That is the martial arts. In the immortal way, the lifespan of a cultivator in the foundation building stage has just passed half. And it is amazing to be able to form a pill. Fang Xing sighed silently. Of course. He has cultivated for more than 100 years in those worlds, with a huge difference in the speed of time. So there is no need to say these. Then, let's start. Fang Xing exhaled a long breath. In an instant, the infinite source power in the star palace in his body instantly turned into a series of chaotic dragons, and sank into the interior of the neutron star. The neutron star continued to condense and condense. The density and mass grew wildly, but the size shrank more and more, even smaller than a black hole. It was as if the universe was unified and turned into the most basic point. After the universe was unified, it was a Big Bang. Boom! The Big Bang of the universe. A real universe suddenly opened up in Fang Xing's body, and then continued to expand. This is a special ability shared by the 13th realm strongmen. Opening up the inner cave heaven, or the inner heaven and earth, the kingdom of God in the body. Because Fang Xing broke through the 13th realm with the law of the true self. The universe he created has a more real sense. The universe expanded at an extremely rapid speed. 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers, 1 million kilometers, 1 trillion kilometers, 9 trillion kilometers. Finally, after madly absorbing all the source power, Fang Xing's internal universe slowed down when it was about 1 light year in diameter. With a thought, an illusory universe emerged and overlapped with his own universe. This is the solar system of the creator universe that Fang Xing has specially preserved. At this moment, in his inner world, next to the orbit of Blue Star, a mechanical satellite that seemed to be lingering suddenly changed. This is the first president of St. Armor University looked at his body. Just now, he felt as if he was nothingness. But now, it has become more real. Sure enough, everything we had before was an illusion. But now, it has become more real. Has Fang Xing taken a big step on the road to reality? The first president's sight passed through the atmosphere and came to Blue Star University. At this time, the 3 super first-class universities in the Blue Star Federation have all been merged into Blue Star University. And he has become the vice president of Blue Star University. In the university, there are students who don't know what happened yet, but are just glad that humans have finally won and are immersed in learning. And in other places on Blue Star, there are also the figures of Lu Wei and Nangong Shui. This is also good. The first principal smiled. It's time for me to exercise my old bones. If Fang Xing is successful, I still have hope to go to the real universe. With the technology of the real universe, it is very possible to advance the Mecha Master profession to the 12th level, or even the 13th level. The first principal looked at the edge of the universe with expectation. The original universe, in his eyes, was just a pool of stagnant water. After all, there is only one illusory solar system, and it may even be destroyed at any time. But now, at the edge of the solar system, the universe is gradually expanding. Although the speed is relatively slow, it gives people hope. In the outer space of the deep-sea civilization, Fang Xing's original body was turned into dust. And then the true self-law emerged. Under the influence of the law, his body was rapidly reorganized. This is not the law body of the General Dharma Master Realm breakthrough, but Fang Xing's self-derived true martial body based on the Panwu Grand Canon. If it were placed in the world of immortal cultivation, it would probably be something like an immortal body. A physique destined to become an immortal. Clatter! The universe source power in a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers rioted, and a sea of source power emerged, forming a backflow. And at the core of the funnel formed by the source power, it was Fang Xing himself. Ding! Warning! Warning! The universe source power converged and fluctuated. Coordinates. Judged to be a breakthrough in the realm of the Master of Law. Deep-sea civilization. Somewhere. Countless red warnings flashed wildly. Has a strong person broken through to the realm of the Master of Law? Who is it? Looking at the coordinates, they don't seem to match. Dillies is practicing hard on the glacier star, and High Laner is on the main star. Not good. It seems that it is not one of us sea people, but a space wanderer. Such a strong person can destroy countless planets with a random thought. We must monitor, mobilize nearby space fleets and reconnaissance satellites. No. If that adult mistakenly thinks we are hostile, we will suffer greater losses. Have you all forgotten what happened to the Abyss civilization before? In short, we must check the identity first. when an advanced civilization is operating at almost full capacity. The efficiency is extremely terrifying. Not to mention, there are many intelligent brains to assist in the work. Preliminary screening of 237 people, all of whom are neutron star level. 217 people are excluded based on their movement trajectory. There are 7 overlapping people on the 3 nearest planets, one of whom is suspected to be a black hole level, named Fang Xing, a space wanderer, who is on good terms with the Dillon family and once had a slave, named Geely Dillon. Black hole level? The intelligent brain judges that it is 99.99% him. Very good. This is a friendly person. He also walked in the image of a sea tribe. Although Fang Xing used the image of a sea tribe, after the entire civilization investigation, it was known that it was just a mask. Warn all nearby military units to stay away immediately. Also, send someone to the Dillon family immediately to pick up Geely and other people related to that adult. Our deep-sea civilization must show enough respect to that great master of the Dharma realm. Perhaps we can invite him to join our civilization? Yes, that adult once used the image of the Sea Clan, which shows that he appreciates our Sea Clan's aesthetics and has a good impression of our Sea Clan, especially the entertainment industry. Even if an administrative order is issued to encourage the development of the entertainment industry, it is worth it. Dillon Star. What? The master has been promoted to the Dharma Lord realm? The net scale in Geely's hand fell to the ground. This is really. He was a little excited, and full of regret. Although the number of black hole level powerhouses is even rarer, and their status can be compared to that of the great master of the Dharma realm, it is not after all. In addition, after becoming a black hole level, the number of powerhouses who can break through is very small. In any case, becoming a Dharma master is a good thing. A great thing. It means that you can continue to practice and break through, and you won't be trapped like most black hole level masters. Swoosh. Just then, a Sea Clan elder came over. Geely, follow me immediately to congratulate that adult. Also, the Supreme Archon of Civilization has called. This is the most important task for our entire family. Yes. Geely subconsciously straightened his body and followed Master Friend onto a dark blue spaceship. Unfortunately, when everyone arrived at that place in outer space, they found that Fang Xing on the meteorite had disappeared. Spirit realm? I just don't like crowds. Fang Xing's original body quietly emerged, looking at the immortal clone, who was practicing hard in a cave, curled his lips, and directly opened a bottle of immortal wine. It is said that this immortal wine was obtained in a secret realm of the spiritual world. There are fragments of the immortal mansion in the secret realm of the true immortal realm. It is very dangerous, but there are also immortal world skills and treasures. Therefore, it is enough to drive many cultivators in the 11th realm of the fusion stage and the 12th realm of the Mahayana stage crazy. Of course, the immortal clone did not go to the secret realm. He just swept through several fusion sects and confiscated it from the other party's warehouse. Although it is difficult to accumulate immortal mana, the immortal clone has the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. As long as there are enough elixirs and spiritual objects that increase mana, it can be madly improved. And now, the Great Sun Tathagata mantra has been upgraded. What's more, I am now a great power in the Dharma Lord realm, which is equivalent to the true immortal realm. The immortal clone can break through the Mahayana stage at any time, and then directly transcend the tribulation and ascend to the immortal world. Fang Xing looked at the state of the immortal clone and raised his eyebrows. The immortal clone has reached the peak of the fusion stage at this time, and can break through the Mahayana stage at any time. As for the Mahayana ancestors, as long as they dare to pass the immortal tribulation, they can naturally ascend to the immortal world after success. Now the 3 major Mahayana forces in the spiritual world. The ancestors of Jiuxiong Palace have been killed by me. Donglong Royal Court and Lingua Sect are still respectful, and the immortal clone just extorted a few spiritual materials for high-level elixirs. While drinking, Fang Xing waited for the immortal clone to finish his work and glanced at the attribute panel. Chapter 507 Lotus of Space and Time. Have my 9 source stars body forging secret technique. Star Palace scroll. All been incorporated into the Panmu canon? Fang Xing stared at the attribute panel, thinking. This means that although it is still a source power system, he is very likely to prove the Panmu Avenue in the future, and further covet the Jinwu Avenue. If I open up a great avenue, it must be Jinwu. This is the benefit of having the inheritance of the eternal realm. You know how to go in the future. And you can quietly accumulate and prepare when you are in the Dharma Master realm. And the Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. After I condense the indestructible Great Sun celestial body above the endless time and space. Has it finally transformed into the time and space indestructible Great Sun King Mantra? Feng Xing looked at this newly appeared column with a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. The evolution of the Great Sun Tathagata Mantra is a good thing. But its essence is just the curse of an illusory evil god in the creator universe. Today, it has even surpassed Laos. This is unreasonable. Unless it was the influence of the original attribute panel? The original Vairocana mantra has gained a little bit of the essence of the panel? So, my future path to transcendence may be on this Vairocana mantra of indestructible time and space? Feng Xing carefully experienced it, and found that the Vairocana mantra of indestructible time and space completely inherited everything from the Vairocana mantra, including the twin guardians of the Heavenly Mother's mighty golden lotus, the Vairocana palm, etc. And under its blessing, it seems that the power has been improved, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. After all, these two were previously subcolumns under the Vairocana mantra. Now that the Vairocana mantra has been upgraded, it is natural that the power has room for upgrading. My current strength is definitely far beyond my previous self. If Feng Xing, who was at the black hole level before, had a strength of about the 3rd or 4th level of the celestial immortal, now that he has broken through the realm of the Master of Law, his combat power has soared directly to the 6th or 7th level of the celestial immortal. It can be said that he is a strong man in the realm of the Master of Law as soon as he breaks through. Have you finished your practice? Feng Xing was thinking silently, and suddenly glanced at the depths of the cave. In a secret room protected by many restrictions, a boy in white clothes, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, who looked only 15 or 16 years old, was sitting cross-legged and silently finishing his practice. In front of him, there was a flying sword, which seemed to resonate with his breath. The fusion stage is complete. After a moment, Feng Xing Immortal Clone opened his eyes and spit out a white light. In the white light, the rotten iron sword melted with a bang, turning into a white sword ball with a little starlight, which he swallowed in one gulp. Now if I break through the Mahayana and then ascend, I will also be a sword immortal. He smiled, but did not come out of seclusion immediately, but began to operate the method in time and space lotus. What I practiced was originally the spiritual void sword scripture, which was not particularly outstanding in the spiritual world, even though I later seized the inheritance of some major sects such as Jiuxiang Palace. The highest I could do was to upgrade the spiritual void sword scripture to the level of fusion and Mahayana. I still couldn't ascend to heaven and overcome the calamity to become an immortal. However, it is enough to practice the time and space lotus method. The time and space lotus method that this deity found can be said to be the sequel of the spiritual void sword scripture. Moreover, it is more suitable for the current immortal clone than the spiritual void sword scripture that focuses on the void and swordsmanship. Let's start. The immortal clone exhaled slowly, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth moved with it. He has now reached a very high level in the laws of time and void. Even some Mahayana cultivators may not be as good as him in these two laws. At this time, Feng Xing pupil suddenly changed. One eye pupil was pure gold, and the other emitted a silver glow. Even around him, there were countless mysterious and ancient cloud seal characters fluttering. These ancient cloud seal characters were one pure gold and one pure silver. The silver cloud seal characters carried an indescribably complex, but extremely exquisite spatial structure, as if they were to form the spatial origin that Feng Xing had seen. The golden cloud seal characters were filled with a strong breath of time, like a long river of time with an unknown origin and destination, rippling out a time structure that overlapped the past, present, and future. The gold and silver seal characters rushed into Feng Xing's body, and then condensed in the Dantian position, turning into a gold and silver lotus seed. This space-time lotus seed took root directly in the Dantian of Feng Xing Immortal Clone, constantly absorbing his extremely powerful mana. The original mana river was absorbed by the lotus roots, and after being spit out by the lotus seeds, it also changed slightly and turned into gold and silver space-time mana. Even if they are true immortals, their magic power may not be comparable to my space-time magic power, since I have already comprehended it. Now that I have started cultivating my immortal clone, I can quickly get started and let the space-time lotus seed take root. As for sprouting, or even growing into a lotus pod, and blooming one lotus after another, It is a distant task. After all, if the space-time lotus is fully developed, it means that he can be promoted to the 14th level of Chaos Tao Lord. When Feng Xing came out of retreat, the original body had already left. After all, the original body came here to avoid the limelight. And then he had to rush to the Blood Prison civilization to prepare to stop the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain. True immortal realm. Feng Xing immortal clone silently watched the buildings in the cave that seemed to have remained unchanged for thousands of years, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. These many worlds in the immortal world are also very strange. The items brought at the beginning were not illusory. Either the immortal world has special laws, and illusory things will become real. Or, is the entire immortal world illusory? Continuous ascension is a process of constantly refining the false into the real? In any case, my doubts should be answered in the true immortal world. Feng Xing couldn't help but feel a little hopeful. He walked out of the cave and saw a vast immortal city. This is the largest city of scattered cultivators in the spiritual world. Tianyuan City. This city is said to be built on a half-broken immortal vein, so it is rich in spiritual energy, enough to rank among the top 5 in the spiritual world. Feng Xing came to the outside of the cave and grabbed a few jade slips. As a casual cultivator in the fusion stage, he lived in the best cave in Tianyuan City, so he would naturally be wooed by all parties. However, some major forces that really guessed his identity were very secretive about it. It turned out to be these two forces. This is interesting. Feng Xing swept his spiritual sense and seemed to see something interesting. So he took out 2 of the jade slips. He looked at it for a few times, smiled slightly, and said the word okay. Suddenly, the 2 jade slips turned into spiritual light and flew out of the cave. In addition to being a visiting card, the jade slips in the spiritual world also have a simple reply function, which is a small innovation. Not long after, 2 streams of light came to the front of the cave, revealing 2 fusion stage cultivators. One of them was wearing a crown with mountains, rivers, grass, trees, sun, moon and stars on it, looking majestic and solemn. The other one was a charming girl wearing a moon-colored Taoist robe. As a cultivator in the fusion stage, he is a big boss no matter where he is in the spiritual world. But at this moment, the 2 of them looked extremely terrified. The Grand Master of the Eastern Dragon Imperial Court, King Ji Ruzong of Qi, greets Senior Feng. The Taoist of the Linguist Sect, Feng Juiyue, greets Senior Feng. Boom! The door of the cave house opened with a bang, and the restrictions collapsed one after another, accompanied by a young voice, "Come in." Ji Ruzong and Feng Juiyue looked at each other and walked into the cave house. In the cave house, there was naturally a sound of birdsong and flowers, and a small spiritual spring waterfall. Under the waterfall, there was a small pavilion built with beautiful jade. A young man was sitting in the pavilion, drinking from a glass, and a strong aroma of wine was emitted. Just smelling it made people feel intoxicated, which showed that it was immortal wine. "Please take a seat. I just opened a bottle of Zuetian wine today, and according to the rules of the immortal world, we have the same cultivation level, so you don't have to call me senior." Feng Xing seemed very kind. "Thank you so much, fellow Taoist." Ji Ruzong was secretly complaining. If he hadn't known that this ascended cultivator surnamed Feng was cruel, and had killed the Mahayana ancestor of Jiuxiang Palace just after ascending, and that several combined sects that had grudges against him were destroyed one after another, he would have believed that he was harmless now. "Thank you so much. It is said that the formula of this drunken immortal brew comes from the fairyland. Even if it can help us improve our cultivation, I am lucky to have it today." Feng Juiyue drank a glass of drunken immortal brew with a smile, but a trace of fear could not be hidden in the depths of her beautiful eyes. "Well, I am a dedicated cultivator. I wonder what you 2 want to see me about." Feng Xing picked up the wine glass and asked casually. This, Feng Juiyue and Ji Ruzong exchanged glances, and it was Ji Ruzong who spoke. "Dao Yu, do you know that there is a great disaster in my spiritual world?" "What great disaster?" Feng Xing looked strange. "Don't tell me that there are ancient demons that destroy the world and giant demons that swallow the sky are awakening and about to escape the seal." "Right?" Feng Juiyue was stunned and then laughed. "Dao Yu, you are really humorous. With the foundation of our spiritual world, even if 1 or 2 ancient demons escape, we are not afraid. Even if it is a celestial demon comparable to a celestial being. The celestial demon, if it does not ascend, it will be suppressed by the power of the spiritual world. and it will be difficult to exert 20% or 30% of its strength. As long as it cooperates with the formation and the treasures of the immortal mansion, it may not be impossible to defeat it. In the history of the spiritual world, there are examples of killing immortals from the upper realm. If so, what else is there to worry about? Feng Xing was a little surprised. Feng Jueyue continued, Dao Yu, have you heard of descending to the realm? I have heard of it. Feng Xing nodded. The upper realm descends to the lower realm, which is called descent, and the realms of the same level merge with each other, which is called intersection. Ji Ruzong said, according to the report of the Imperial Court's Imperial Astronomical Observatory, within 3 years at most, the spirit realm will merge with the demon realm and the monster realm. At that time, not only can those ancient demons and monsters cross the realm at will, but also because of the integration of the 3 realms, they will not be suppressed at all and can exert their full strength. The intersection of the 3 realms? Feng Xing heard this, but his heart moved. Borderland, disaster of the intersection? This description is somewhat similar to the Great Xia universe. I wonder if the true immortal realm and the Great Xia universe have any communication. Or is it completely the same end? Chapter 5089 Dragon Treasures. In the Jade Pavilion, Feng Xing slurped and drank the immortal drunken brew. So what? Is it because he destroyed the 9 Fragrance Palace, one of the 3 pillars of the spiritual world, that he must now take over? Haha. This is just overthinking. The immortal way values privacy. Besides, the intersection of the 3 realms will only last for a period of time, and they will eventually separate. If I encounter ancient demons and monsters that harm people when the 3 realms intersect, I will naturally take action. But to become a thug for the East Dragon Imperial Court and the Lingua sect for this purpose? That's crazy. Ji Ruzong and Feng Jueyue looked at each other and knew that it was basically impossible to ask this ascended monk to do his best. I heard that Dao Yu had a need for some 10,000-year-old spiritual medicines before. I wonder if we can both use these spiritual materials as a reward. Can Dao Yu take action a few times? Feng Jueyue's eyes moved and suddenly asked, 10,000-year-old elixir? Feng Xing glanced at Ji Ruzong and Feng Jueyue, and the 2 fusion stage cultivators were frightened. Sure enough, there are still good stuff in your sect. Unfortunately, I don't need it anymore. Before, I was frantically extracting precious medicines in order to advance to the fusion stage. Now that my cultivation has reached the level, I can break through to the Mahayana stage at any time. It is not difficult to even pass the Mahayana calamity, the immortal calamity, and leave a story that will shock the spirit world. No. How about I delay the time? Otherwise, it will become that I hurriedly pass the calamity and ascend to heaven in order to avoid the great calamity of the intersection of the 3 realms. Which doesn't seem to be very good. Feng Xing secretly complained in his heart. No need? Feng Jueyue and Ji Ruzong looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Dao Yu's cultivation. I just completed my merits a few days ago, and maybe I will pass the calamity soon. Feng Xing didn't mean to hide anything. When he was in the void refining stage, he could kill a combined cultivator. Now that he has mastered a complete law, he dares to compete with an immortal even if he descends to the world. Even if the other 2 Mahayana ancestors join forces to kill him, they are not afraid. The combined stage is perfect. Feng Jueyue felt a little bitter. Although she was the most talented person in Lingua sect in 10,000 years, she also knew that every realm of cultivation was difficult to cross. But this cultivator has only ascended for a few years? Has he come to this point? Even for him, the Mahayana heavenly tribulation is not very difficult. It's really a comparison that makes people angry. Could it be that this person is one of the kinds of immortal bodies that are bound to become immortals in the rumors? While the 2 Mahayana sects are preparing for the intersection of the 3 realms, silently reserving and attracting strong people from all sides, the demon world and the monster world will not be idle either. The spirit realm, a wild land. One after another, huge wild beasts are fighting and playing. Suddenly, a part of the void twisted, and dozens of strange butterflies and bee monsters flew out. The wings of these butterflies were silvery white and had many broken parts. The bees were dark black except for a hint of green on the needles on their tails. Buzz. At this time, they saw several wild beasts that were comparable to cultivators in the void refining stage. They cheered and flew over. The wild beasts had thick skin and flesh and were gifted with magical powers. But under the attack of the magic butterflies and bees, they had no power to resist and died instantly. Not long after, they turned into a mountain of white skeletons. Until this moment, countless silver rays burst out in the void and gathered into a space crack. In the space crack that looked like a silver mirror, another dark boat sailed out. Several demons with deep breath stood on the deck, their faces full of lingering fear. Damn space storm. At least 90% of my Buxu butterfly and Chuankong poison bee are dead. Hee hee. Mengdu. Just be thankful. If it weren't for the intersection of the three realms, the distance between each other would be shortened by more than half. Even if we had this magic sky boat as a shelter, we would definitely not be able to sneak into the spirit world smoothly. And the suppression we received in the spirit world would not be so small. The speaker was a demon woman wearing extremely revealing magic armor. She had 2 pairs of goat-like horns on her head and purple magic patterns on her body. We are ordered by the demon ancestor to lay the foundation for the intersection of the 3 realms later. This place seems to be located in the wilderness of the spirit world. Should we build a base first, or win over and corrupt the high-level human monks? A fat demon with a smile on his face asked. Don't be too high-profile at the beginning. Otherwise we will inevitably be besieged by the 3 major sects in the spiritual world, where there are Mahayana cultivators comparable to the demon ancestor. The female demon reminded, even if the Mahayana cultivators don't take action, if dozens of combined cultivators come, we will be in trouble. Maybe we will all die here, and only Brother Tiango will have a chance to escape. They are all combined demons, but they all seem to agree with this sentence. Brother Tiango is a handsome black-haired young man. Hearing this, he just smiled. You can do what you want. I have another mission entrusted by the demon ancestor and must sneak into the human territory. However, with my cultivation, even if I meet a Mahayana cultivator, I will be able to escape even if I can't beat him. Before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared like a phantom. The female demon and the fat demon, for some reason, breathed a sigh of relief. The madman is finally gone. Hush. Don't you know how powerful Tiangu is? His demon consciousness is definitely far beyond ours. And he might even be eavesdropping on us on purpose. Mengdu, who spoke at the beginning, immediately used his demon consciousness to transmit. But Tianji's strength is indeed far beyond that of ordinary combined people. It is possible that he will be the next great demon ancestor in our demon world. A few months later, the human territory. Who is causing trouble in my Donglong imperial court? A combined cultivator saw the city being sacrificed with blood below, and his face was full of anger. The Donglong imperial court adopted the system of the human dynasty, where the incarnation cultivators were given the title of Marquis, the refining cultivators were given the title of Duke, and the combined cultivators were given the title of King, each with their own territory. This area is the Xianwang territory, with hundreds of cultivation cities and 61 refining sects. But for some reason recently, it seems that there are demon cultivators causing chaos, and blood sacrificed dozens of Lianshu sects and countless mortals. As a result, the Xianwang who was in retreat was forced to come out. Xianwang was about to fly to the next blood sacrifice city to look for clues. And suddenly his expression changed, and he saw the surrounding light and shadow changing, and a burst of blood rose to the sky. Formation? Demon cultivator? Yes, this is the demon blood array. Tiangu appeared, holding a small black tripod in his hand. At this time, there seemed to be a small half of the tripod in the small tripod, my fairy palace treasure. The demon spirit tripod is incomplete. Later, I got the advice of the demon ancestor and refined it with the demon heaven refining treasure technique. However, it still needs a lot of blood sacrifice to restore 70% to 80% of the power of this treasure. I wonder if you can bear the pain and give me your essence. Blood and soul? Dream on. Xianwang was secretly shocked, and immediately crushed a talisman in his sleeves and asked for help from the East Dragon Imperial Court. At the same time, he made hand gestures, chanted something, and offered a jade seal. This jade seal was square and had 6 dragons as the key. It was the Xianwang seal. The East Dragon Imperial Court had a strange qi and refining treasure technique, which could collect the human qi, dragon qi, etc., and cast the 9 dragon treasure. This Xianwang seal was made by imitating the strongest emperor seal among the 9 dragon treasures. It is said that the real 9 dragon emperor seal can be compared with the complete immortal palace treasure. Even if the Xianwang seal is not as powerful, it is equivalent to a broken immortal palace treasure, especially within the territory of the East Dragon Imperial Court. The 9-dragon treasure can mobilize the chi of the people, and the blessing of the heavenly will dragon chi. And it can burst out with the greatest power without the need for mana to activate it. Of course, once this kind of treasure goes out, it still has to consume the cultivator's own mana to activate it. Moreover, the biggest flaw is that it is dependent on the Imperial Court. Once the Imperial Court is destroyed, the 9-dragon treasure will immediately lose all its magic. Roar! 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 6 dragons emerged from the 6 dragon roars, each of which was almost equivalent to an early-stage fusion cultivator. And with the help of the formation, they could fight even a late-stage fusion cultivator together. Not bad. Not bad. Human cultivators are still quite capable. Tian-gu smiled, and cast a spell on the demonic cauldron. The demon blood in the cauldron boiled, and suddenly a knife handle stretched out, followed by a red blade and a ferocious blade. The demon turns into blood, and one knife kills. Cut! Tian-gu held the demonic blood blade in his hand, and waved it gently. The laws of heaven and earth were activated, turning into an indescribable terrifying force. The runes wrapped around the blade turned into an indescribable knife light, slashing on the formation. The 6 dragons cried out in grief, and one of them was beheaded directly. Seeing this, King Xian couldn't help but show a look of disbelief on his face. This demon's ferocity is almost comparable to that of a Mahayana. After a quarter of an hour, the demon blood array dissipated. Tian-gu walked out of it, and the demon blood in the demon spirit cauldron in his hand was rolling, and there seemed to be a soul floating in it. The soul of the fusion level is really amazing, especially the Xian King. His cultivation is probably in the late fusion stage. Tian-gu smiled. If there are 8 more souls like this, the power of the demon spirit cauldron can be raised to another level. At that time, I really won't be afraid of encountering a Mahayana ancestor. But I can't stay in the East Dragon Imperial Court anymore. He is just arrogant, not a fool. Previously, pretending to be a human demon cultivator, luring out the Xian King was the limit. The people of the East Dragon Imperial Court are not fools, and they will not send waves after the Xian King dies. The next time he encounters it, it is likely that the Mahayana cultivator will take action personally, and bring a group of kings with him. The ancestor of the East Dragon Imperial Court has a reputation of being the invincible Mahayana in the Imperial Court territory. The East Dragon Imperial Court has the strongest control over its own territory, but the other 2 sects may not. Hee. I just found out that the Jiuxiang Palace has closed the mountain. Tian-gu took out a seized human map and looked at it carefully. The nearest area here is where the human cultivators are active, so it's a good opportunity to hide. There are many combined cultivators among the cultivators, so they can be used to sacrifice the demon spirit cauldron. Chapter 509 Dingling. Tianyuan City. Inside the cave, Fang Xing took out a 10,000-year-old elixir with an expressionless face and threw it into the Wanhua Ding. Breaking through the Mahayana stage is a natural chasm for any cultivator, no less than a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Besides, if he is not in good condition after the breakthrough, he will need some elixirs to recover. It happened that there were some 10,000-year-old elixir left in his hand, so he prepared to refine several elixirs that were rumored to be very beneficial for Mahayana cultivators to restore their mana and injuries. Even if they can't be used, it's definitely right to prepare in advance. To put it bluntly, Fang Xing cultivation of this immortal clone was supported by elixirs. Therefore, he is very familiar with the elixir refining techniques. And now he is definitely a rare grandmaster in the immortal world. Even if he refines Mahayana-level elixirs, he is also confident. Fang Xing constantly controls the fire, and the Wanhua spiritual flame in the cauldron is as easy as using his arms and fingers, and can be retracted and released freely. When the room was filled with the fragrance of elixirs, he cast several spells to collect the elixirs, and suddenly his expression changed. Huh? The Wanhua Ding, which was originally a dead object, actually roared. An unusual vibration emerged, which actually made several elixirs that had already formed in the elixir furnace directly scrapped. Fang Xing didn't care about the elixirs at this time. He cast a spell to shrink the Wanhua Ding and took it in his hand. Old friend, what did you sense? Over the years, he has roughly refined the Wanhua Ding. At this time, through the body of the Ding, he can faintly sense the call from a certain direction. Is this the Ding spirit? Fang Xing's eyes became deep. The Wanhua Ding was incomplete. Only the Ding spirit was missing. He guessed that it was taken to the upper realm at that time. I just thought it was the demon world. The monster world. I didn't expect it to be the spirit world. No. Now that the three worlds are intersecting. Could it be that the demons and monsters brought the cauldron spirit into the spirit world in advance? Fang Xing took the Wanhua cauldron and sensed it silently again. And a hint of coldness appeared on his face. It's still actively moving towards me. It's really brave. The instinct of the fairy palace treasure is longing for completeness. Therefore, not only can the cauldron body sense the cauldron spirit, but the cauldron spirit can also sense the cauldron body. Is that direction Tianyuan City? Tiange looked at the demon spirit cauldron in his hand. A trace of astonishment appeared on his face. This treasure is said to come from the lower world. Now it seems that part of it has been brought to the upper world? Haha. This is really a gift of treasure. If you have a complete fairy palace treasure in your hand, isn't it better than blood sacrifice of several combined bodies? What's more, Tianyuan City is a city of scattered cultivators, without a single Mahayana. The news about Fang Xing is too embarrassing. So it is still top secret. Only a few high-ranking human beings know that he is practicing in seclusion in Tianyuan City. Tiange certainly doesn't know. He immediately turned his light and headed for Tianyuan City. Swoosh! The magic light escaped at a very fast speed. But just after walking half the distance, Tiange suddenly stopped. With a strange expression, it's out. It's still in my direction. Haha. Could it be that the human cultivator thought he could kill people and steal the treasure? Go! However, he was not stupid after all. He immediately bit off a finger, chewed it fiercely a few times, and spit it out again. The mass of flesh and blood quickly evolved into a big eyeball monster with wings, flying towards Fang Xing. Using this spell, he can see and feel everything the magic eye sees, just to observe whether it is a trap. Towards Tianyuan City, Fang Xing flew slowly, controlling his speed, fearing that he would scare the opponent away if he was too fast. After an unknown amount of time, he saw a winged eyeball monster. Oh! It's quite smart. In the void, a rotten iron sword suddenly appeared, and pierced the eyeball monster with just one sword. Not good. At the same time, Tiange's face changed drastically. That person seems to be the ascended monk who was rumored to have beaten Jiuxiang Palace to the mountain. His face was fierce, and a dark gray teleportation talisman appeared in his hand. He bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood, ready to launch it crazily at any cost. But the next moment, Fang Xing, who had already estimated the distance between the two sides and even the location, had teleported to Tiange. What? Tiange's eyes widened, as if he couldn't imagine that the enemy, who was so far away just now, had already killed him in an instant. Fang Xing chuckled. Playing big teleportation in front of me? There needs to be a certain gap between teleportation, and his current teleportation has a limit. Therefore, he will slowly shorten the distance between the two sides and attack suddenly when he is sure. Otherwise, this Tiange might really be able to use the gap between his several teleportations to activate the big teleportation talisman to escape. But now Fang Xing gently stretched out his hand and grabbed it. His fingers suddenly became illusory, as if they penetrated the Taishu layer, the Wanchu layer, and directly touched the space coordinates originally set by the big teleportation talisman. A force of space emerged and destroyed that coordinate. Crash! The great teleportation talisman wrapped in blood and essence spontaneously ignited without wind. And then nothing happened. Tiange was stunned on the spot, almost thinking that the demon ancestor wanted to kill him on purpose, and the life-saving items given to him were all fake. But he had no time to be angry, because a sword light had already landed in front of him. There was only one word for everything: fast. It was not as fast as lightning, but the tip of the sword was directly against the forehead. If it weren't for the fact that the Taishu flying sword technique was difficult to break through the body of this demon, Fang Xing would definitely not mind using an internal flying sword explosion technique. Ah! Tiange's eyes were bloodshot, and pieces of black scales appeared on his forehead. At the same time, a large number of black scales emerged from his body, forming a hideous and demonic armor. Swish! The extremely condensed sword energy burst out, breaking the demon armor with difficulty, and then scratched Tiange's nose and lips, leaving a blood line on his chest. It felt like if it went a few inches deeper, it would have ripped him open. But in the end, it was just a little short. Tiange retreated dozens of miles, and then heard Fang Xing's leisurely voice. You are not bad, your physique can even be called a quasi-Mahayana, otherwise, you should have died with just one sword. Fang Xing had to admit one thing. His combat power surged to a degree that even exceeded his current realm. This was of course due to the existence of the original body. It is precisely because of this that the rotten iron sword, purple and blue divine flame, and other means seem a little insufficient. In fact, these two means can now be regarded as killer maces among the fusion stage cultivators. If you, the demon, don't die, you will surely be promoted to Mahayana in the future. Fang Xing was generous in his praise for the guy who could survive his sword strike. You are just a perfect cultivator, Tian Ge roared, and formed seals with his hands. Black light emerged and turned into 12 pitch-black coffins. Bang, bang, bang. The pitch-black coffins exploded one after another, and 12 refined corpses emerged, all of which were very fierce demon corpses. At the same time, he cast a spell on the demon spirit cauldron, causing the cauldron to overturn, and a sea of blood covered the entire area of thousands of miles. This sea of blood and the demon corpses seemed to complement each other, forming a magic array. The demon turns into blood and kills with one knife. Tian Ge kept muttering to himself, stretched out his hands, and grabbed a dark red magic knife from the demon spirit cauldron. Countless ancient scripts emerged, surrounding him and the magic sword, with an extremely shocking momentum, even reaching the Mahayana level. One Hua Ding. The power of creation is not used like this. Fang Xing shook his head and flicked his sleeves. Burning! The purple-green divine flames expanded fiercely, burning the sea of blood, maintaining a white area in the endless sea of blood. Then, 12 purple-green fire dragons emerged, attacking the magic corpse hidden in the sea of blood. The rotten iron sword roared, came into his hand, burst out with unimaginable brilliant sword light, and met the sword of the devil. Clang! The sword light and sword light intertwined, and the aftermath shattered the space of thousands of miles nearby. Then, Fang Xing's sword light changed, and a lotus flower formed on the tip of the sword. A sword gave birth to a lotus. Although this lotus was illusory, it was gold and silver, and seemed to be mixed with time and space with a trace of time and space fusion power. This is, looking at his own demon's blood transforming sword light being defeated. Tianji's face changed, not good, but in an instant. The sword lotus fell on him, and slowly bloomed. In the disturbance of the long river of time, it seemed to accelerate the flow of time on his body. The wound originally left by the sword mark was actually accelerating the collapse and expansion. Puff! A head fell from midair. Fang Xing took back the rotten iron sword and exclaimed, "What a demon! I'm afraid it can even entangle with the Mahayana ancestor." Unfortunately, under his swordsmanship driven by the time and space lotus, it still surrendered and was destroyed. Once the master died, the original sea of blood and the demon corpses all stopped. There was a mournful cry in the air, and the demon spirit cauldron fell down, just caught by Fang Xing. Using magic to sacrifice the cauldron spirit? And you specially built a magic cauldron? He shook his head and opened his mouth. A purple-green fire line fell on the magic cauldron, and the purple-green divine flame instantly wrapped the cauldron and burned it fiercely. At the same time, a sword light was retracted, bringing the magic storage weapon of the demon clan. Fang Xing took it, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and was suddenly startled, and took out a string of blood-red life cards. Some of them were very extraordinary, and they were obviously from the combined cultivators. Have so many human races secretly pledged allegiance to the demon clan? And their souls were split and restricted? Forget it. There are people who are afraid of death everywhere. It's not a big deal. And then leave it to Ji Ruzong and others to deal with. Fang Xing sighed and continued to count other spoils. After about an instant's stick, the purple-green flames in the air slowly dissipated, and a somewhat illusory cauldron-like phantom emerged. This cauldron was bronze in color, but there was still a lot of blood on the surface. What a waste of things. Fortunately, the Wanhua spirit flame is enough to purify the power of the blood sacrifice. Fang Xing took out the Wanhua Ding, and the Ding spirit immediately pounced on it. And when it merged with the Wanhua Ding, an inexplicable change occurred. Yes, the law of the Wanhua Ding is mysterious, and it is an important part of the great Tao of creation. After it is completed, it can be regarded as a top-level imperial weapon. This kind of imperial weapon is a treasure even for the great masters of the Dharma Lord realm. Chapter 510 Ascend to Immortality. Time is like water. Time passes. Tianyuan City. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. The chaos brought by the intersection of the three realms seems to have no effect on this holy city of scattered cultivators. But it has become more and more lively and noisy. One day, in the city, on an ordinary tea house, a middle-aged man, with a dignified appearance, and wearing a yellow robe is drinking tea. Brother G. Accompanied by a sweet laugh. A female figure descended. A layer of barrier inexplicably shrouded the tea house. And several combined cultivators guarded it, making it difficult for outsiders to approach. Brother G. Why did you come here instead of watching your Donglong imperial court? The woman laughed and sat opposite the dignified middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the master of the Donglong imperial court. You are the same. Not being your lingua sex Taisheng. But coming here? Isn't it because of that news? The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Yes. That person is really going to pass the immortal tribulation? The Grand Elder of Lingua sect could not hide his shock. 2 years ago, this person passed the Mahayana heavenly tribulation and killed the demons and monsters for you and me. I was shocked. But I didn't expect that it would be so short. He would ascend to become an immortal and no longer have to suffer from the tribulation. Even if the Mahayana cultivators are troubled by the 99 tribulations every once in a while, they still cannot be considered to be truly immortal. For them, becoming an immortal seems to be within reach. But the immortal tribulation is a big threshold. Like Fan Xing. It is unprecedented. Perhaps, this person is indeed as rumored. The reincarnation of a banished immortal. And even in the immortal world, he is a big shot. Born with an immortal body and immortal bones. The middle-aged man sighed. Suddenly, the two of them changed their expression slightly, and looked towards the direction of the cave area of Tianyuan City. Is that the immortal tribulation light? It has begun. The cave area. It has begun. Fan Xing waved his sleeves and floated to the air, looking at the immortal tribulation lights. This light is said to come from the immortal realm. It is only activated when a Mahayana cultivator passes the immortal tribulation. Its light is bright and colorful, as if it contains everything and can illuminate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Theoretically, all high-level cultivators in the entire spiritual world can see this kind of sky light. He laughed loudly, letting the immortal tribulation light wrap around him, and the whole person continued to rise, into the layers of tribulation clouds. Boom! Just in the first layer of thunderclouds, there were purple gold thunder dragons roaring down. Sure enough, it is much more exciting than the 99 tribulations. Fan Xing raised his hand to release the flying sword, and saw the sword light and the thunder light entangled with each other and dissipated. And he couldn't help but admire it. 2 years ago, after he seized the Dingling, he came back and was promoted to the Mahayana stage. Sure enough, there was still no hard demon tribulation. No experience at all. In the end, he didn't even use the prepared elixir. After the tribulation, the intersection of the 3 realms opened, and a Mahayana demon ancestor of the demon clan came across the realm and directly troubled him. It should be that the matter between the demon clan and the Dingling was leaked. There are many secret techniques in the magic way that can spread the scene before death and news. But Fan Xing didn't indulge the other party. If he wanted to die, he would send him to death. Then, just like poking the Mahayana nest, the remaining few Mahayana of the demon world and the Mahayana of the demon clan joined forces to set up a large formation that was enough to kill immortals and prepare to destroy Fan Xing, the first cultivator of the human race. In the end, of course, he killed many Mahayana in one battle and truly established the reputation of the first in the 3 realms. In fact, for Fan Xing, there was no experience at all, especially since there were not many captured items. The only rare item from the Demon Clan's Immortal Palace used to set up the formation actually had Demon Clan's luck and hidden hands on it. When the Demon Clan's great master died, it was summoned back by the demon world with the power of blood sacrifice. According to Fan Xing estimation, at that time, the power of blood sacrifice was enough to kill at least a continent of demons. In the end, the demons that the human race desperately killed may not be as many as the fractions killed by the demons themselves. After Fan Xing became famous in one battle, the high-end battlefield where the 3 realms meet was no longer a suspense. On the contrary, the vast number of demon beasts and monsters at the bottom still need years to clean up. But for the human race, this is no longer a problem, but a huge fortune. Those low-level casual cultivators were all red-eyed for this, and they killed demons and monsters outside every day. Fan Xing also felt that it was meaningless. He slightly accepted the heavy gift from the East Dragon Imperial Court and the Linguist sect. And after looting, he was ready to ascend to the true immortal realm. At this time, he really felt a little challenge when he really endured the light of the Flying Immortal. The power of this Flying Immortal tribulation far exceeds the 99-fold tribulation. If those two human Mahayana masters dare to cross it, they will definitely die. Even I have to work hard. After Fang Xing realized this, he immediately took out the Wanhua Ding. At this time, the body, flame, and spirit of the Wanhua Ding were combined into one. After being refined by his magic power, there was no trace of blood and demonic energy. It was a real treasure of the Immortal Palace. Under the power of his gold and silver space-time lotus, it immediately turned into a strange two-colored lotus, wrapping him inside. The layers of calamity light, thunder calamity, strong wind, Yin fire. All the calamities were blocked outside the lotus, which had a taste of invulnerable to all methods. The Wanhua Ding was originally a rare treasure of the Immortal Palace. When I used the power of the space-time lotus, it had a defense of about 13 realms of the true immortal. If this flying immortal calamity can break the defense of the true immortal, then no cultivator can successfully ascend. Fang Xing secretly complained, just focused on defense, letting the flying immortal calamity light wrap him up, passing through layers of calamities, and then throwing himself into a certain door. Is that the door to the immortal world? Tianyuan City. In the tea house, the Lord of the East Dragon Imperial Court and the Supreme Elder of the Linguist sect were excited, sensing the arc light door that stood above the spiritual world and only appeared in the flying immortal calamity light. The breath of the fairyland. Can't be wrong. Ascend. Ascend. One day, I will also ascend to become a fairy. Amidst the complicated, expectant, jealous and hateful gazes, a series of immortal calamity lights enveloped Fang Xing and threw him into the fairyland gate. The strange phenomena of heaven and earth disappeared in an instant, leaving only an eternal legend in the spirit world. Fang Xing only felt that time had passed in an instant, and it seemed like 1,000 years in a glance. The law of time? The law of space? In a trance, he seemed to face the origin of these two laws directly. Just when he was realizing something, he suddenly felt himself falling into the pool. No! It wasn't falling into the pool, but rising from the bottom of the pool. Even Fang Xing found that his body was actually becoming illusory. No! It wasn't becoming illusory, but it was originally illusory. In addition to his body, the storage bags, spirit stones, and even magic weapons he had looted in the spirit world, and even the Wanhua Ding, were constantly becoming illusory. Splash. The pool water rushed in, making his body become real again. Is this the power of the true self-law? No. It's the true and false avenue. Fang Xing looked at his body that had become real again, and his heart was extremely shocked. So the world of cultivation is also illusory. And was it created by a 14th level strongman who mastered the true and false avenue? No wonder he couldn't find anything unusual, because the essence of this world of cultivation is higher than the creator universe. As for the fact that I was able to travel through and even smuggle items, it was because the true and illusory avenue here contained and accepted the illusory laws of the creator. Fang Xing understood many things in an instant, watching his body being reshaped into a fairy body of golden marrow and jade bones, and another layer of pool water coming over, turning into fairy clothes that were as thin as gauze but soft and thick. Splash. When he walked out of the pool, he saw an immortal coming to greet him. I am Gao Fei. Congratulations to you for walking out of the true illusion immortal pool, refining the false into the true, and achieving the realm of the true immortal. Fang Xing looked confused. So this is what the so-called true immortal's true means? Haha. Are you shocked? Gao Fei wore a high crown, with large sleeves fluttering, and his clothes looked very ancient. There is only one realm of the true immortal in the world. The rest of the 128,000 middle thousand worlds, and the small thousand worlds, like the sands of the Ganges, are just created by the Dao Zun or the true illusion Dao Jun with a thought. Just look at this and you will know. As he spoke, he handed over a jade stick. This stick is long, with overview of the immortal world engraved on the surface. It should be the general knowledge jade slip of the true immortal world. Fang Xing took the jade stick and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. Boom! A large amount of information poured down immediately. True immortal realm. This world is extremely vast, and is divided into many immortal realms. In one immortal realm, There are countless planets and continents. It can be compared with the galaxies, and even galaxy clusters of the Great Xiao world. These immortal realms are ruled by deigens. The so-called deigens are the existences above the true immortal realm. In Fangxing view, they are masters of the 14 realms. In the true immortal realm, there are also mortals, and even primordial infants, spirit transformation and emptiness, and combined Mahayana cultivators, which even account for the majority. In the ancient times, due to the great catastrophe, the Daozuan at that time, that is, the true illusion Daojun, created countless middle and small worlds in order to select true immortals and establish a large army, and preach widely. Only those who have cultivated to the realm of true immortals in the illusory world can ascend and be led to the true immortal pool of the true immortal realm to truly regain a new life. And now, the biggest force in the true immortal realm is the Dao Court. The lord of the Dao Court is the Daozun. In Fangxing opinion, he is an eternal existence comparable to the 15th realm. Sure enough. Am I fake? Fangxing mouth twitched slightly. He had encountered this kind of thing twice. It was really rare. Hee. Dao you are wrong. We cultivate immortals by using the false to cultivate the true. Although Dao Yu's previous body and treasures were all illusions, his understanding of the law is true. After being created by the immortal washing pool, he is a true immortal as soon as he is born. He is also a high-level person in the true immortal realm, and he can live forever. He is not troubled by disasters. How free is that? Gao Fei comforted him. It's just that the Taoists created countless worlds and gave you the truth. Naturally, you need to return the cause and effect. Therefore, all ascended immortals must serve in the doubting army. Fortunately, now is not like the ancient times. The great disaster has gone long ago, and there are no major disasters. It's very leisurely to be on duty. Fangxing was speechless. So many people are begging to ascend to immortality just to be pawns?